Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
This isn't enough. Winning or losing wasn't important to Seal Lihyang. Of course, winning would be nice. But that wasn't why she stood here. It wasn't for victory, nor to make her name known, nor even to witness the martial arts of the Mount Hua sect. I need to show it. To Cheon Hwi, who always pushed forward on his own, never relying on others when faced with hardship. And to herself, who, knowing full well that she couldn't be of much help to Cheon Hwi, could do nothing but watch in frustration. She simply wanted to prove something. Prove what, exactly? Why was it, despite how painful it was, she still couldn't give up? Certainly, she was sincere in wanting to return even a fraction of all that Cheon Hwi had given her. But that alone wasn't enough to sustain her. Cornered to her limit, the obsessive thoughts that had gripped her throughout the Dragon and Phoenix gathering began to unravel. What she saw then was simply the unadorned truth. The incoming blade. The beautiful and strong martial artist she had always admired and wished to resemble. And above, Cheon Hwi, watching with his usual composed expression, but his clenched fists betraying his worry. All of it forced her to confront the depths of herself, something she had long turned away from. And the last thing Seal Lihyang's eyes held was the unembellished, true self she had hidden away. Only then did she realize her feelings. I must really like Cheon Hwi. She knew he already had a fiancé. But it wasn't that she wanted to take him away from Tang Sowol. Tang Sowol was someone Seal Lihyang was also grateful to, someone she admired, and who had always guided her. All Seal Lihyang wanted was, please look at me. She didn't need to have him all to herself. He had never belonged to her in the first place. See me. She once thought just being by his side would be enough. But it wasn't. That alone didn't satisfy her. Once she became aware of her own feelings, the thirst inside her refused to be quenched. Look at me. She remembered the occasional affectionate glances Cheon Hwi had given her. She remembered the rough but tender hands that had pressed on her back after a grueling day of training. She liked how he always prepared things suited to her taste, as if he just knew, even without her saying anything. She liked the subtle warmth that followed his quiet interrogations, as though he knew all her weaknesses. I will make you look at me. She would wait no longer. She wouldn't sit by and hope in vain for Cheon Hwi to approach her first. She would go to him herself. She couldn't bring herself to covet Tang Sowol's place. And yet, she couldn't just stay idle and watch either. Perhaps it was because she had suppressed these emotions for the past 3 years. Seal Lihyang's heart was on the verge of bursting. If defeat is already certain, then she would pour out everything she felt and collapse afterward. No matter how far away he was, no matter who else was around, she would shout loud enough that he would have no choice but to hear. To know that she was here. Her lips, once busy just dodging Jisulian's sword, parted. A cold breath escaped between them. Her internal energy focused to a single point, and then came her clear, high voice. Even Jisulian, who hadn't flinched when projectiles flew at her face, took a step back in surprise. A massive wave of cold inchi began to surge around Seal Lihyang, carried on the notes of her voice. There were no lyrics. The tone was monotonous, more like a hum than a song. It was plain. But the result could never be called plain. Frost began to form on the floor of the arena, spreading outward from Seal Lihyang. Even though it was midday in the middle of summer, everyone who heard her song instinctively rubbed their arms against the sudden chill. Strangely, though, no one found it threatening. It was like stumbling into a cool patch of shade on a hot day, welcome, not frightening. The cold, spreading even into the spectator seats, evoked the same response. It wasn't a desperate cry born of being cornered. What it carried wasn't the venom of resentment or malice. It held only one thing, the will not to collapse without showing everything she had. Those watching from afar likely received it as pure martial determination. But for Jisulian, who had just exchanged blows with her, it felt different. She didn't know who the song was meant for, but it certainly wasn't for her. The one in this duel is me, you know, Jisulian muttered with a wry smile, raising her sword once more. Seo Lihyang's final burst of bewitching sound was fierce, but not sharp. The amount of internal energy she released exceeded her control, so while she could release it all at once, she couldn't finally manipulate it. So Ji Sulian simply endured, waiting for the storm of Yin-chi surrounding Seo Lihyang to subside. If she had taken the blast head-on, it might have been dangerous, but sensing something was off, she'd withdrawn immediately and only needed to block the aftershocks. Drawing out her full internal energy, Ji Sulian held her sword at the ready. She, too, knew this was likely Seo Lihyang's last stand. With no thoughts for what came after, to expel so much internal energy would certainly lead to collapse. Thanks to that, Seo Lihyang's song continued without pause until the very end. She poured out every breath she had stored in her lungs, drained every last drop of energy from her dantian, until even a faint echo of her resolve reached the one she wanted to reach. The song stopped as Seo Lihyang emptied everything inside her. The ground was frozen solid. The air was wintry. The last remnants of Yin-chi were sliced apart by the rising flame of Mount Hua's sword. Ji Sulian's blade had already stopped just before Seo Lihyang's throat. Looking up at it, Seo Lihyang gave a weary, but satisfied smile and cupped her hands in a martial bow. I yield. Seo Lihyang's journey in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering ended there. But clearly, something else had just begun. For a moment, my mind went blank at the sound of Seo Lihyang's voice. It wasn't because of the immense cold Yin-chi that froze the surroundings, nor was it because she had channeled her internal energy so finely that even the farthest note carried a chill. It was because of what was contained within her voice, something I had never expected. I know the Seo Lihyang from before my regression. I remember what she carried in her voice, torn like a ghost's wail when she was known as the demonic sound witch. Resentment. She lamented her bitter fate, cursed a world that never reached out to her, and damned everyone to suffer like she did. Many among the demonic cult had tragic lives, but Seo Lihyang was among the worst. Her handling of demonic energies that were not meant for mortals made sense in that context. It was surprising, even baffling, that Seo Lihyang, who had once been so filled with hatred and distrust, especially toward men, had come to have that kind of relationship with me. To me, her bewitching sound was always a scream. The last outcry of someone battered and cornered from all sides, with nowhere left to run. Just like I had once called the scene of the fall of the Ireblood Hall, and of Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran being struck down, a hell, and carved it into my heartscape, so too did Seo Lihyang carry her own hell. Even after we became close, her martial arts still held that sorrow, never softening. That's why, to me, Seo Lihyang's sound was always filled with resentment. But now, she was completely different. I knew, logically, that she hadn't gone through all that suffering in this life. So that kind of deep resentment wouldn't exist yet. But I hadn't expected this level of change. The moment I heard her voice and the chill it carried brushed against me like a refreshing breeze, I knew. Even if no one else did, I knew what she had put into that sound. Because I had watched her in my past life, and because the one her song was directed at was me. The emotion Seo Lihyang poured into her bewitching sound was unmistakably affection. I'm here, she sang. So don't look away. See me. That beautiful hum lingered in my ears. That chill seemed to whisper it. And so I couldn't take my eyes off her. I see. I had always known Seo Lihyang held a degree of fondness for me. I had helped her escape the Hao clan, supported her in various ways. So it wasn't strange she might be grateful or even somewhat attached. But I hadn't realized it was this kind of affection. To me, the bond with Seo Lihyang had already ended once. Of course, when I remembered her, there was still a bittersweet fondness. But that bond had been forcibly severed by death. Seo Lihyang doesn't remember anything from before the regression. And yet, she has once again come to care for me. Just as I fell again for the Tang Sowol of this life, thinking her a different person from the one before. Just as Tang Sowol still came to love me, though the journey was different. The only difference is this. Tang Sowol already stands at my side. I am now the son-in-law of the Tang Clan. Even if I knew Seo Lihyang's feelings and wanted to respond, I couldn't. I didn't know what to do, and a sigh escaped me without my realizing it. Seo Lihyang had shown her growth. Even if it hadn't led to victory, that didn't make it any less admirable. Maybe it was because of that sigh, but as I sat beside her sighing deeply, Tang Sowol reached out her hand quietly. Swike. But this time, she didn't place it on the back of my hand like before the duel. Instead, subtly angled so Tang Jinshin couldn't see, she placed it on my thigh. She gently brushed it, then brought her lips close to my ear. Close enough to feel her warmth, though she didn't quite touch me. But even that wasn't enough for her. Carefully, instead of whispering aloud, she sent a transmitted sound. Even for a master like Tang Jinshin, hearing a sound sent this close would be near impossible. What was she going to say, this secretly? Maybe she noticed what I felt from Seo Lihyang's sound too. I swallowed dryly. And then, young Lord Cheon. Did you know? Being the Tang Clan's son-in-law doesn't mean you can't take a concubine. What? It just means that permission doesn't lie with you, it lies with me. Tang Sowol gave a sly smile, then giggled aloud before continuing. In other words, if I allow it, there's no problem at all. Yes, if I allow it. The playful tone of her voice made it clear. She had already known. The matches that followed in the Dragon and Phoenix assembly unfolded more or less as expected. As always, members of the 5 supreme clans and the 9 great sects recorded the highest results, while 1 or 2 talented individuals from smaller sects or wandering backgrounds made a name for themselves. Tang Sowol held her own impressively, but was ultimately defeated by a promising young monk from the Shaolin sect. No matter how hard she trained in external arts, he still charged forward as if he were unaffected, even after taking a steel ball directly to the body. Even if bladed hidden weapons had been permitted, he would have been a difficult opponent to beat. Right. There were no real upsets to speak of. Squeeze, squeeze. Cheon Hwi, is your internal injury all healed? It's healed. Seo Lihyang began kneading my shoulder the moment Tang Sowol and Tang Jinshin stepped out to take care of something. I slowly turned my head to stare at her. Huh? What is it? I'm fine now. No need for the massage. And besides, massages won't heal internal injuries anyway. Hey, you're always poking and pressing at me, huh? You've done all that, and now I can't even give you a simple shoulder massage. No one's even around right now. This one is here. Seo Munwaran quietly raised her hand from the corner, but Seo Lihyang pretended not to hear and continued. It's not like I'm touching weird places like you do. It's just your shoulder. Don't misinterpret my kindness and just stay still. This and that are clearly different. And don't call it a weird place. It was your back, wasn't it? I don't care. If you've got nothing else to do, just sit still. Seo Lihyang shook her head with a stubborn attitude. Indeed, while there may not have been any surprises in the Dragon and Phoenix assembly itself, one unexpected development did occur afterward. Namely, that Seo Lihyang now clung to me whenever she had the chance. I knew why. After watching her match, how could I not? It was only the addition of what Tang Sowol said to me via transmitted sound at the end that made everything all the more complicated. I never thought there'd be a day in my life when I'd be tormented by such worries. Perhaps realizing things weren't going her way, Seo Lihyang stopped kneading and began lightly tapping my shoulder with a loosely clenched fist. I gently grabbed her hand and pulled it away. I appreciate it, but I really don't need it. Since I've recovered, I should check my condition by swinging my sword a bit in the training ground. Tisk, martial arts, huh? Fine. I suppose it can't be helped. Seo Lihyang stepped back with a regretful sigh, then gave me a look that said, see how considerate I am? How about that? I knew you were itching to get moving, so I let you go right away. Aren't I a thoughtful woman? It would have been perfect if you hadn't said it out loud. I gave a dry chuckle and grabbed my sword as I rose from my seat. The guest house provided by the Golden Flower Merchant Guild when we first arrived in Wuhan City was excellent, aside from only having one room. After I was kidnapped, the Muram Alliance insisted on preparing rooms for Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang in case anything else happened. Naturally, with Tang Jinshin, myself, and Seo Munwaran also returning, with quite a few roomers in tow, we all ended up staying in the Alliance's quarters. We practically monopolized one of the annex buildings designed to host important guests. Not that I was complaining, it was warm, the food was great, and, more importantly, the training grounds were superb. Well, of course they were. Most people staying at the Muram Alliance would be martial artists, so it made sense for the facilities to be proper. I strapped the unfamiliar black sword to my waist, and as I did, I heard a small sigh behind me. Ew. Kids these days are truly something. Senior Seo Munwaran. If you're not too busy watching over the place, would you mind sparring with me for a moment? With this one? Of course. Let's go at once. Delighted that someone had finally spoken to her, Seo Munwaran bounced over enthusiastically. Seeing this, Seo Lihyang narrowed her eyes. She seemed like she wanted to say something, but ended up shaking her head and quietly following behind me. No soft bedding, no creaky wooden floors, just solid, flat stone beneath my feet. My internal energy was full, my meridians were clear, and after good rest and food, my body brimmed with strength. But more than any of that, what truly made my heart stir was something else. The hilt that fit perfectly in my palm. The solid weight that pressed from wrist to shoulder. I hadn't gone this long without holding a sword either before or after aggression. It felt like a missing piece had finally returned, like everything was finally functioning properly again. Now I feel alive. You really are something else. Normally, it wouldn't be this bad. But after watching the Dragon and Phoenix assembly, I just couldn't hold it in any longer. I understand. This one was also quite impressed by the finals. The final match had been between the young master of the Namgung clan and a disciple of the Shaolin sect. The Namgung clan had been annihilated before my regression. Not a single direct descendant remained. So I'd never seen their swordsmanship in its true form, which only heightened my curiosity. After witnessing it in person, I finally understood why the Namgung clan claimed to be the best swordsmen under heaven. Their pride may have seemed arrogant, but their skill was worthy of it. They won the championship, and though the Shaolin disciple had also performed brilliantly and displayed impressive martial arts. It was fist and leg techniques, not swordsmanship, so it didn't move me as much. Oh, but this one still finds you more astonishing, Cheon Hwi. I've lived long and experienced much, so I've seen many called geniuses. I dare say this one counts among them. I'm well aware that I'm exceptional. No, you misunderstand. A genius is someone who learns and comprehends quickly, who does what others can, but better, and sometimes what others cannot. Right. I guess I'm that kind of genius. In other words, a genius shortens the process and produces a unique result. But you didn't have any process. It was as if you simply appeared one day. I wasn't expecting an interrogation, senior. Oh, I have no intention of pressing you. This one already peeked into your heartscape once, remember? I do. Back then, I had to push myself to defeat the Lord of the Black Sky Sword Sect. So I forced myself to draw out the buried memories and insights of my past life. I won, but my body was ruined. The uncontained force must have spilled everywhere, and those who were nearby, like Seo Munwaran and the Black Lotus sect master, likely noticed something. I know it wasn't something built hastily. It was extreme, yes, but how could this one, of all people, deny such a path? However, it's all right. Please speak freely. I was only going to say, don't be too surprised. Huh? I tilted my head in confusion. Seo Munwaran extended a hand and beckoned. Some things are best explained through action rather than words. Come at me with everything you've got. Then I won't hold back. What was she talking about? Well, if she wanted me to come at her full force, I was more than happy to oblige. As a flowering stage master, Seo Munwaran could handle anything, even me, now that I had regained much of my past prowess. So I released sword energy from the start. Wung. The sensation of the sword becoming one with my hand. My internal energy surged from my dantian, flowed through my widened meridians, and enveloped my sword. A dark crimson shimmer, resembling both fire and blood. Not quite sword flame, but close enough that I smiled with satisfaction and prepared to rush Seo Munwaran. Amen. Then I stopped. I sensed something was off. I looked up and Seo Munwaran, already nodding slowly, confirmed my suspicion. I closed my eyes and turned inward. My internal injuries were healed. My internal energy had grown. My meridians had expanded thanks to divine sword unity, and I could now wield more internal energy in a single motion. As a result, my sword energy output had also strengthened. Everything seemed perfect. So, what was this feeling? There it was, a strange discord in the deepest part of me. I focused harder, and soon I understood. Killing intent. Kuhium. It may have changed a little. The killing intent that had once naturally mingled with my internal energy. It was that very intent that made my raging wave death-stealing art so powerful, despite its many side effects. But now, that killing intent felt different. It hadn't disappeared. It was still there, clinging tightly. Nor had it weakened. Its poisonous edge was still sharp. But this strange sense of dissonance. Only after much thought did I realize. The killing intent was mine, but no longer matched me as I am now. Originally, the source of my killing intent was the deaths of Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran in my previous life. It was my personal hell, etched into my heartscape because I refused to forget. So my time, my steps, had remained fixed in place. The Lord of the Black Sky Sword sect, whom I needed to kill, was already dead. Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran, those who had died, were now alive and well. The past could no longer be changed, and no matter how strong or happy I became in the future, I thought I would always carry that day's hell within me. But who could have known I'd actually turn back time? Seo Lihyang was alive, her limbs intact. Seo Munwaran, though still shaky, was now stepping toward a normal life. The one who caused their deaths, the Lord of the Black Sky Sword sect, had already fallen by my hand. I had truly changed the past. That day's memory still haunted me. The emotions I felt then, the surging killing intent, they were all undeniably mine. But now, this is troublesome. I was no longer standing in the same place. My long mourning had ended with the completion of my aimless revenge. Well, past or not, those memories and emotions were still mine. My heartscape remained vivid, and manipulating the deep, lingering killing intent wasn't difficult. But I could no longer walk the same path as before. If rage and killing intent are no longer my path, then where do I go from here? I don't know the answer to that yet. Well, that's that. But this duel is still a duel. Here I come. Seo Munwaran's eyes widened in surprise. If wrath and killing intent are no longer the path I walk, then where should I go? I still don't know the answer. Well, that's that and this is this, and a spar is still a spar. I'm coming. As I charged in with my sword raised, Seo Munwaran's eyes widened into perfect circles. Clearly flustered, she drew her sword diagonally in a rush, but I knocked it upward from below with my palm, sending it harmlessly over my head. Unlike during the days when she was the Heir Blood Hall Master before my regression, I thought I could now take advantage of her smaller frame, having only recently returned to youth. But I suppose that was too naive a thought. Seo Munwaran smoothly deflected my sword strike and blinked rapidly as she asked, what, was that all? This one may not be the one you face directly, so cannot say for certain, but surely, the mental image you harbor, Cheon Hwi, is of the same kind as this one's. It's roughly similar. Seo Munwaran, who lost all her family before her eyes, and I, who lost those I thought of as kin before I could even react. A vengeance that, despite many twists and turns, we eventually achieved. In that sense, Seo Munwaran and I had much in common. Even more so than when she once told me before my regression that we resembled each other. It must be why she treated me with such caution. Because she knew what lay ahead for someone who lived their entire life for revenge. A self that no longer felt the same, a sense of emptiness from the loss of a lifelong goal, and a complete uncertainty about what comes next. In the midst of that, only regret and lingering attachments surface vividly. That must be why, after defeating the former master of the Black Lotus sect, Seo Munwaran simply reclaimed the martial arts and immediately secluded herself. But even after revenge, life continues. I struck down with the blade that had been knocked upward. The sword energy burning along its length looked threatening even to my own eyes, but Seo Munwaran met it precisely with an equivalent level of internal energy and slammed the sword flat. Thud! The sword, which should have come down vertically, was bent into a right angle by a mere flick of her hand. She hadn't just deflected it, but diverted even the power of my downward strike entirely. A technique that joins with the opponent's strength rather than opposing it, subtly distorting the result without them realizing. It was from her that I learned the principle behind Shaki Myori, the subtleties of redirecting momentum. The only difference is that I could never fully twist a sword imbued with such intense energy like hers. To counter sword energy, I too must unleash my own, and when two sword energies clash, a tremendous rebound force occurs. But Seo Munwaran controlled even that with ease and twisted it at will. Things that were invisible back when I was still in the peak stage had now become clear, and I couldn't help but be impressed. Seo Munwaran tilted her head and asked, "That is true, but when blinded by revenge, is it really possible to think of what lies beyond? Alone, it's difficult. Yes, if one is alone, that is. After erecting the gravestones of Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran. Even when I was feared as the sword demon and the demonic cult's invasion turned all of Zhongyuan into chaos, I remained blinded by an impossible vengeance. Yes, that is, until I met Tang Sowol. So, you're saying you were different, Cheon Hwi? If it is people who push others into hell, then isn't it also people who pull them back out? I, who had nothing, and Tang Sowol, who had lost everything, perhaps it was inevitable that we were drawn to each other. From her, I saw something beyond revenge, and she saw the same in me. And so, we promised a future together. Even if it ended as a mere dream, broken by the heavenly demon. Even if we were torn apart forever, sent to different times through regression. Even so, I remember what I received from Tang Sowol. I know now that my life lies beyond revenge. For from the very beginning, revenge was never my true goal. The heavenly demon. Only that monstrous figure was the one I had to surpass. So, nothing has changed. Surely, the meaning of everything I've carried all my life might feel faded now, but a person cannot remain bound to the past forever, can they? Cannot remain bound to the past. Yes, that is true. I tried momentarily lengthening my sword energy, spinning it to enhance its power, demonstrating every technique I had. Seo Munwaran either avoided or parried them all. Not a single speck of dust on her robe. She smirked and nodded. The emotions buried in the past are like ropes tied around stakes. If you tie them around your waist, you won't fall when you stumble. They become the driving force that allows the impossible. But if you want to go far, they'll only get in the way. Indeed. If you've already untied that knot from your waist, then this one must have been worrying needlessly. Well, I still don't know where to go though. I lifted the corners of my mouth and kept moving, kept swinging my sword. The stable linkage I'd learned from Zhongnan Mountain allowed me to continue, regardless of how many times my sword was deflected, and the techniques I learned from the Ghost Shadow Thief transformed the same sword paths into something else entirely. Right now, I must look like a storm wreathed in sword energy. Which made Seo Munwaran all the more amazing for fending it off barehanded. She had carved out her own domain, unshaken by the swirl of my strikes. Seo Munwaran shook her head. It's fine not to know the direction. All paths eventually lead to one. What Cheon Hwi must remember is only this. What are you walking the path for? What I'm walking for. If you can establish just that, then even if you stray for a while, you'll one day reach your answer. And complete yourself. Something I'd heard even before the regression, from Tang Sowol. That to reach the flowering stage, one had to complete themselves. I still don't fully understand what that means. But unlike before, I now have time. Once I restore my lacking internal energy and reach true sub-perfection, I'll soon reclaim the full martial strength of my previous life. That would finally place me at the starting line. Perhaps she felt she had said everything she needed. Seo Munwaran, who had quietly received all my attacks, began to change her momentum. Her usual harmless demeanor vanished, replaced by something far more savage. I believe you've let it all out now, so it's about time this one took her turn. Please go easy on me. Though her figure still seemed small and fragile, her deeply sunken eyes were like those of an Azura. Seo Munwaran clenched her fist. And then, Kwang. Sword and fist collided head-on. Even though she had wrapped her internal energy to match mine out of consideration, I was still the one who lost out. Humph. My sword was flung far back. I spun with the momentum and slashed low. But Seo Munwaran, who had already raised her foot, stomped down on it, slamming it to the ground. It wasn't just a difference in strength. She had used the mystery of mountain press to weigh down not only my sword, but even the space beneath her foot. But this was only a temporary effect. Her finely honed internal energy, sharpened like a needle, had pierced through my sword energy, but it wasn't enough to completely suppress my sword, which had achieved divine sword unity. In that briefest of moments, my sword regained its original weight. Though her foot remained heavy with mountain press, I could manage. My internal energy, previously spread evenly, began to concentrate in my waist and limbs. With that, I thrust upward to break Seo Munwaran's stance. That was my intent until... Did I not say before? To this one, hands and feet are the same. Sword energy shimmered, and Seo Munwaran was stuck tight to the blade being thrust upward. What the... She wrapped her foot in internal energy to block the sword aura, lightened her body using Chozangbi, and then used Chaki Myori to perch atop my sword. Scaling a cliff vertically is something a martial master can attempt, but to think she could do the same atop a sword wrapped in sword energy. As I let out a helpless laugh, Seo Munwaran extended her foot triumphantly. Her foot, as if it were pointing a sword, pressed beneath my chin. There was no internal energy behind it, so all I felt was the softness of the arch through her shoe, but this clearly marked the end of the spar. I let out a long sigh and withdrew my sword energy. I've learned a lesson. MHM. You did well too. You handled that new insight quite adeptly. Well, yeah. Not exactly joyful, since it was an insight I had already reached before regression. It would be strange not to be familiar with it. Feeling slightly grumpy, I sniffed ostentatiously in Seo Munwaran's direction as she lightly hopped off my sword. It was a good match, but next time, could we do it barefoot? It's hot in the summer and, what? Are you implying this one's feet smell? I didn't say that exactly, but yeah, you know? This one does not. But regardless, that is not true. After rejuvenating, this one's body emits only a lovely fragrance. A lovely fragrance? I suppose that depends on perspective. Kaya. Finally losing her temper, Seo Munwaran kicked off her shoes, revealing her bare feet. Smell them. Go on, smell them properly. No thanks. Ugh. You talk too much. In that case, this one shall prove her point by force. Maybe because of her short height, she lifted one leg perfectly straight, aligning it with the other. Though dressed in martial robes, it was an extremely improper posture. But Seo Munwaran, now blinded by foot odor accusations, paid it no mind and bounced toward me. Come, smell and see for yourself. I said no. If you want someone to verify, ask Seo Lihyang over there watching. And me? At first, she had focused on her training. Then, she'd watched our spar in awe. Now, she was holding her mouth shut, stifling laughter until she sprang up in surprise. Then she quietly turned her head away after glancing at Seo Munwaran's bare feet. Her expression? Awkward, to say the least. Why you scoundrels? This will not do. No matter what it takes, this one will clear her name today. Truly upset now, Seo Munwaran began chasing us using her internal energy. With one leg raised high in an utterly improper pose. Senior Seo Munwaran, must it come to this? Kaya. Sister Seo Mun has gone crazy. Where do you think you're going? You're the one who made me like this. As we ran circles around the training ground, shrieking and yelling, Tang Sowol and Tang Jinjin, who had stepped out briefly for Muram Alliance business, returned. We're back. Young Master Cheon. You won't believe what we just heard. We've been given sobriquet. Huh. They froze upon seeing Seo Munwaran hopping after me with a leg pointed toward the sky, while Seo Lihyang and I scrambled to escape. To be honest, we were frozen too. Of all times, they had to come back now. Only silence filled the training ground. Perhaps it was that stillness that made Tang Jinshin's sigh sound even louder. Huh. He said nothing, but the emotion in his eyes was so clear, words weren't needed. Seo Munwaran shrieked at the gaze, as if she were being judged like some senile old woman. Do not look at this one like that. It was summer. After returning from the training ground, we all gathered, and Tang Sowol finally continued with what she had intended to say earlier. Brother Cheon, we've been given sobriquet. Well, you made enough of an impression to deserve one. As I nodded indifferently, Tang Sowol's expression turned slightly sullen. Aren't you the least bit curious, Brother Cheon? Sobriquet hold no meaning. Whether the world praises or scorns me, my sword belongs to me alone. Better to spend that time training, even a little more. But what's your real feeling? You and Seo Lihyang were the ones who did most of the fighting at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. All I did was get kidnapped, so I doubt I received a flattering epithet. At my blunt reply, Tang Sowol chuckled and shook her head. Don't worry. You've been given a rather cool epithet. What do you mean by that? Well, that's the part that's a little awkward. Though she trailed off, Tang Sowol soon waved her hand as if brushing it away and continued. Shall we start with mine and Lihyang's first? You're trying to deflect so blatantly that it's making me nervous, but go on then. I reluctantly nodded and turned to Seo Lihyang. As expected, though she seemed a bit dazed by the news of receiving an epithet, her face brimmed with anticipation. An epithet for me? Her grinning mouth twitched without rest, her hips wiggled slightly, and from time to time she glanced at Tang Sowol with glittering eyes, urging her on without words. Her reaction was so obvious that everyone present couldn't help but smile. Even Seo Mun-werin, who had been sulking over her plummeted social dignity, relaxed her expression. Ahem. Since Li Hyang seems quite eager, I won't drag it out too long. To get straight to it. I've been given the epithet Flying Butterfly, Poison Phoenix. Wait a second. I know how impressive your poison arts are, but during the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, you only demonstrated hidden weapon techniques. Yes, that's true. But it would feel a bit off to give an epithet based solely on the hidden weapons when my poison arts are my main focus. Well, I suppose that would seem like teasing. Exactly. There's an unspoken rule. When giving sobriquet to the Tang Clan's participants after the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, they include your actual main martial art, even if it wasn't used during the event. Besides, I once took down a top expert from the demonic cult with poison a while ago. So, at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, she showed a fluttering footwork like a butterfly, hence Flying Butterfly. And since poison arts are her specialty, Poison Phoenix was added. A bit convoluted, but I suppose that's how the epithet was formed. At least Tang Sowol seemed pleased with it, which was good. As I nodded, Seo Li Hyang leaned forward slightly toward Tang Sowol and asked, Sister Tang? Then what about my epithet? You were really dying to know, weren't you? Well then, you'll be happy to hear it. You've been given a very lovely epithet too. As Tang Sowol smirked and lifted the corner of her mouth, Seo Li Hyang gulped audibly. Amid her building anticipation, Tang Sowol slowly spoke. You've been given the epithet Pure Sound, Ice Blossom. Pure Sound, Ice Blossom. I'm happy, but a bit embarrassed too, since it has blossom in it. She blushed while smiling. I chuckled softly at her reaction. Why? I think it suits you well. Really? Of course. An epithet containing flower is usually reserved for women who are not only beautiful, but also exceptionally skilled. And in that sense, Seo Li Hyang is more than worthy of being compared to a flower. Her long black hair contrasts strikingly with her fair skin. Her expressive face only enhances her refined features. Though traces of youth remain in her face, she's undeniably growing into a proper young lady. Even with her pure-een physique concealing her figure's curves, there's an oddly seductive air about her. If she isn't likened to a flower, then who could be? So relax and just enjoy it. Hee. That's a relief. She chuckled sheepishly, but then suddenly stiffened and looked toward Tang Sowol. Tang Sowol, puzzled by her glance, quickly waved a hand and smiled as if to reassure her. It's fine, Li Hyang. I actually like my Phoenix epithet better, since I value martial skill more, and besides, I never expected to receive a flower epithet in the first place. Huh? But why not? You're way more. No, it's not that. The flower epithet is generally only given to unmarried women. What? Seo Li Hyang's eyes widened, and Tang Sowol gently continued. I haven't gone around making a big deal about it, but I also haven't hidden the fact that brother Cheon is my fiancé, right? It's been a few years now, and most people who should know already do. We're not married yet, but since I'm spoken for, I can't be called a flower that shows its beauty to all. Finally understanding, Seo Li Hyang slowly nodded in a daze. Then she began sneaking glances at me. Normally, I wouldn't have thought much of it, but after what she showed during our sparring, and her recent, more frequent teasing, the meaning wasn't hard to guess. Now it was my turn to be conscious of Tang Sowol's gaze. Of course, Tang Sowol, who no doubt knew everything, only smiled quietly and brought the conversation back to the main topic. Now, lastly, we come to brother Cheon's epithet. What kind of epithet could it possibly be for you to stall so much? Unlike Tang Sowol or Seo Li Hyang, I had been given sobriquet before. It happened twice before my regression, after all. Though they were infamous, Blood Wolf and Sword Demon, they were useful. Not prestigious, but effective in keeping useless trouble away. Of course, in this life, I expected something less sinister. I hadn't gone overboard, nor had I held back. And I was now the prospective son-in-law of the prestigious Sichuan Tang Clan. They wouldn't give me something ridiculous. Bloodflame Sword Demon. Your epithet is Sword Demon. Who on earth gave me that epithet? I already disliked that it contained Sword Demon, the same epithet I had before regression. But even more concerning was the Bloodflame part. No matter how you spin it, it's far too ominous an epithet for a martial artist of the orthodox sex. Annoyance bubbled up to my throat, but I quieted down as Tang Sowol continued. They say it was given directly by the Black Lotus sect master. I see. Then it can't be helped. The Black Lotus sect master had seen me fight the Black Sky Sword Emperor. He's one of the few who glimpsed the image etched into my heart. He was also the one who gave me the sword demon epithet in my previous life, so in a way, this was inevitable. And since it came from him, who would dare object? If the epithet spread from Zhujiang all the way to Wuhan City, there's no changing it now. Still, just because I had to accept it doesn't mean I liked it. To be exact, I didn't mind it for myself, it was the Tang Clan I worried about. I carefully looked toward Tang Jinshin. He casually sipped his tea unconcerned. It's fine. You didn't do anything wrong. And to be honest, I expected it from the moment I saw your martial arts. Father-in-law. I know you possess overwhelming killing intent, but you're not controlled by it. You've grown rapidly without falling into chi deviation even once. No matter what your past holds, the Tang Clan has accepted you. So it's fine. Thank you. I bowed deeply. Tang Jinshin chuckled and poured poison into his remaining tea, turning it into a bubbling toxic brew. Then, without hesitation, he drank the obviously deadly liquid in one gulp, eyes widening. Still, that's that, and the Black Lotus sect master who dared give my son-in-law such an epithet. I'll have to settle that score someday. He doesn't look fine at all. No matter how I look at it, he seems very angry. Wait. Tang Sowol, didn't you say it was a cool epithet? Huh? Isn't Bloodflame Sword Demon an incredibly badass name? She and I stared at each other, blinking. I tilted my head to the left, she copied me. Tilted it right, she copied again. Kind of cute, honestly. We tilted back and forth like that for a moment, until realization hit me like a brick. Wait, you seriously think it sounds cool? Of course. It's got 4 strong-sounding words. How could it not be cool? Such a matter-of-fact response. Her voice even carried a hint of frustration, as if she couldn't understand my confusion. Well, I suppose public opinion doesn't matter. As long as my fiancé likes it, that's enough. Hee, I knew you'd see it that way. She smiled brightly, finally satisfied. Well, even if it does sound like a demonic epithet, the fact I've gained one is worth celebrating. I've grown quite a bit now and recovered a large portion of my past life martial prowess, so it's about time I began involving myself more in Miram affairs. Having an epithet makes recognition easier, saves trouble on both sides. Actually, a demonic-sounding epithet might even help. The reason I've decided to start involving myself in Miram affairs now is simple. Before my regression, as a child, I was so focused on survival that I had no energy for anything else. Later, when I could eat regularly and no longer feared starving or being beaten to death, I finally began paying attention to rumors in Miram. And that happened around this age. So soon, incidents I remember will begin cropping up again in the ever-chaotic Miram. If I time it right, I might gain something or resolve things for the better. Of course, I'm not doing this for fame or power. Didn't I recall it during my light spar with Seo Munwaran? My goal is ultimately to face the Heavenly Demon. Though the Heavenly Demon is truly worthy of the title of greatest under heaven, that doesn't mean the other flowering stage experts are weak. During the early phase of the demonic cult's invasion, half of the 9 great sects and 5 supreme clans' top masters died, either from underestimating the Heavenly Demon or from clashing egos. The remaining half joined forces with the Black Lotus sect to confront him, but they were annihilated too. In other words, Zheng Yuan faced the Heavenly Demon with only half its strength. If they had been cautious from the start, if they had prioritized the greater good and survival over pride, maybe the outcome would have changed. My personal growth is important, but uniting Miram's power is just as vital. Fortunately, I've spent my life among the unorthodox, so I understand their mindset well, and now I belong to an orthodox clan. It's worth a try. To do that, I need to be acknowledged by Miram. What was the biggest recent commotion again? While trying to recall it, I heard Tang Jinshin speak again, finishing another cup of poison tea. I almost forgot. I just heard something from the Miram Alliance leader. I think you should know about it. Huh? What is it? Remember when you and Seoul went to Shangxi and all hell broke loose? That elixir the ghost shadow thief stole from the demonic cult and handed to the Alliance. Of course. Who could forget a drug made from people? Don't tell me something's happened again. It's similar. The incident is in a different region, but it's clear the demonic cult is involved. Tang Jinshin sighed lightly before continuing. In Hebei province, a similar elixir has been circulating. It's slightly less potent in boosting internal energy, but has fewer side effects. What? And because of that elixir, the Ping Clan and the Yun Clan are at each other's throats. It's complicated, so the alliance leader and I will handle it, but be careful not to get caught up in it. No way. A memory flashed through my mind. The conflict between the Ping Clan of Hebei and the Jinju Yun Clan. It had ended with the dual suicide of both heirs. Phew. A sigh slipped out on its own. What I had heard from Tang Jinshin was enough to leave my head spinning. The Ping Clan of Hebei and the Yun Clan of Jinju, those two families had never gotten along. Of course, it wasn't baseless hostility. There were reasons behind it, all valid in their own ways. First of all, both the Ping Clan and the Yun Clan were located in Hebei province. Hebei was vast, yes, but not so vast that two prominent clans could coexist without conflict. In fact, several generations ago, back when the Yun Clan still practiced corpse-controlling arts, they were one of the 5 supreme clans. But once they could no longer use such arts, alongside the sealing of several of their talismanic techniques, they ceded their place to the Ping Clan. Because of that, conflicts over interests, large and small, remained frequent between the two families. Even their martial arts posed a problem. The Ping Clan was known for its innate physique, outstanding external techniques, and domineering sword arts that made full use of those traits. The Yun Clan, on the other hand, had developed a unique external art derived from corpse manipulation techniques, altering their own bodies and using that foundation to form a powerful martial art style. Different methods, but ultimately overlapping results. For proud martial artists, it's no surprise they'd find each other detestable. Moreover, the Ping Clan, hot-tempered and blunt, despised the Yun Clan's eerie and secretive atmosphere, while the Yun Clan resented the Ping Clan for taking their former position, deeply insecure about it. Everyone in Murim knew, when those two clans meet, a fight breaks out. But that wasn't why I felt so overwhelmed right now. The current dispute over the elixirs between the Ping Clan and the Yun Clan. In my previous life, it ended with both heirs committing suicide together. And it had all been orchestrated by the demonic cult. That's what made it so frustrating. I had a rough idea, but still. Back when we interrogated the demonic cult elites who ordered the attack on Tang Sowol, we learned they were preparing to invade Zhongyuan. The heavenly demon, who had already reached the extreme demon realm, was likely aiming for an even higher realm, and to guarantee a more decisive and overwhelming victory, they were trying to divide the Murim of Zhongyuan. In fact, after Tang Sowol's face had melted away on one side, the Tang Clan became fiercely hostile toward the unorthodox sects. The Ping and Yun clans, both having lost their heirs, stopped fighting for the moment but grew colder, merely watching each other's misfortunes. Whether it was the demonic cult's doing or not is unclear, but whenever the Black Lotus sect tried to expand its power, all sorts of incidents occurred, preventing it from ever leaving Zhejiang province. The conflict between the orthodox and unorthodox reached a peak. Even within the orthodox sects, internal strife was common. And the unorthodox sects, despite the Black Lotus sect's existence, couldn't unite as one. Then, the heavenly demon invaded in that chaos. No wonder half of our forces were wiped out before we could properly respond. I've recovered most of my former martial prowess, and incidents I remember are about to begin surfacing. If possible, I want to help resolve these conflicts smoothly and unite Zhongyuan's Murim. But achieving peace in Murim is something even the massive Murim alliance hasn't managed after decades of effort. Trying to solve it alone, it's no wonder it feels impossible. So I sighed deeply again, and seeing this, Tang Sowol quietly approached and asked, "Why the gloomy face, Brother Cheon?" "It's nothing." Sighing like that nonstop. "It's enough to drive me crazy with worry. Please tell me before I die from frustration." "It's just... I've been thinking about what your father-in-law told me, about the Ping Clan and the Yun Clan." Yes, that bothered me a bit too. Their relationship's always been bad, but hearing the demonic cult is involved makes it more concerning. Well, it seems the demonic cult's plan has already been disrupted, so that's a relief at least. The ghost shadow thief had stolen and revealed the elixir made from ground-up humans. It could quickly provide immense internal energy, but due to the mix of different people's energy, the side effects were severe. Most users succumbed to chi deviation. In my previous life, unaware of the elixir's origins, when an inferior version began circulating in Hebei province, the two clans fought over it, trying to monopolize it. Both the Pang and Yun clans possess strong internal techniques. Since the weaker elixir had diminished effects and side effects, they likely thought their arts could suppress the risk. Though, in reality, I'm sure the elixir was still tainted. Why would the demonic cult give something good to the Murim? There were many ways to stir conflict. That was just one of them. But in this life, Tang Sowol and I rescued the ghost shadow thief and exposed the existence of the elixir. Surely, the Murim Alliance leader would have informed the Pang and Yun clans directly. Naturally, they'd know how the elixir was made. According to Tang Jinshin, the two clans weren't even fighting to monopolize the elixir this time. Each accused the other of colluding with the demonic cult to destroy them. At this point, it seemed like the demonic cult didn't even matter. They were just fighting because they wanted to. As I shook my head, Tang Sowol looked at me curiously and asked, "This is a little surprising." "What is?" "That you care this much. If it were someone close, I'd understand, but this is the first time I've seen you concerned over someone you barely know. To be precise, it's not completely someone else's business." What was really on my mind was the possibility of improving relations between the Pang and Yun clans. Not to the point of reconciliation, of course, but perhaps they could at least unite in the face of a powerful external enemy. That said, I couldn't explain this to anyone. Doing so would mean revealing that I'd regressed. So I spoke of another reason, one that was still true and sincerely held. The plan may have been disrupted, but the demonic cult's involvement still worries me. They once targeted you, after all. Who knows what foolish dreams they're still chasing? If their goal hasn't changed, they might come after you again. So you're saying you're worried about me? To summarize, yes. He. Tang Sowol began laughing strangely. When I stared at her blankly, she finally wiped her mouth and composed her expression. So, I understand your thoughts now. Then how about this? You have a plan? Maybe not a plan exactly, but at least we can gauge the atmosphere between the Pang and Yun clans. Tang Sowol shrugged, raising her chin with confidence. And then, she just kept holding her chin up. Not understanding the gesture, I blinked at her, only for Tang Sowol to tilt her chin again as if urging me. With a sinking feeling, I cautiously reached out and tickled just beneath her chin with my fingertip. She shivered, then smiled in satisfaction and continued. Do you recall how the younger generation of the 5 supreme clans and 9 great sects didn't return home right after the Dragon and Phoenix gathering but stayed behind to socialize? Oh, right. I remember hearing that. With so many pillars of the orthodox sects gathered in one place, it'd be a shame to part too quickly. The elders discussed heavy matters with the Murim Alliance, while the younger generation had their own informal gathering to build camaraderie. You don't mean? Yes. It's called the Dragon and Phoenix Meeting, held after the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering. At some point, it became tradition for the winner to host the others, and the invitations just arrived today. As she said that, Tang Sowol grasped my hand, which was still under her chin, and held it tightly with both of hers. I imagine the heirs of the Pang and Yun clans will be attending. And since I did promise to take you there, I was thinking we could go together. You're trailing off. There's something you want, isn't there? Oh no. Nothing big, really. You don't need to worry. I've learned firsthand how annoying that answer is. I chuckled, gently tickling the inside of Tang Sowol's palm with my finger as I asked. Go ahead and say it. What do you want me to do? It's nothing major. Just, could you help me save face? Now that I thought about it, it was necessary. Though Tang Sowol had proven she'd reached the peak stage at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, she had only demonstrated her hidden weapons and poison arts. Compared to other peak stage heirs, she might still seem lacking. She'd also been in seclusion for 3 years, completely absent from the public eye. And as for me, her fiancé, I only made a brief impression before swinging my sword a few times and then getting kidnapped by Seo Munwaran. Of course, everyone now knows that Siren is Seo Munwaran and a master of the flowering stage. She's someone no heir could hope to defy. Still, it couldn't be helped if others underestimated me. I hadn't shown them anything. I personally didn't care. My martial prowess would soon speak for itself, and I don't concern myself with others' opinions. But Tang Sowol was different. The Tang Clan had pinned hopes on her to win the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering. She was probably excited to show off her fiancé to her longtime friends. And I ruined all of it by getting kidnapped by Seo Munwaran. I had told her in advance, but it was more of a one-sided notice than a request. Tang Sowol had gone along with my selfish request without complaint, even handled all the fallout from my absence. She even thanked me for at least informing her in advance this time. Now that I think about it, I really am kind of a jerk. No, I was definitely being unfair. After thinking it over, I made up my mind and nodded. I get it. Then, yeah, I'll make sure to show them properly this time. Properly. Yeah, you said you wanted to save face, right? I'll make it so no one can look down on you. I'll make them envy you. You, brother Cheon? You're already amazing, so just acting normal is more than enough, really. Don't worry. I've lived at the Tang Clan for over 3 years now. I've just been too lazy to bother, but I know the etiquette expected in formal settings. You were lazy all this time? Tang Sowol screamed in shock, but I just nodded casually. Of course, simply behaving politely wouldn't mean much. This is a gathering of the most promising young elites in all of Zhongyuan. Their pride runs deep. So I'll mix in a little unorthodox flair. After all, in the unorthodox sects, if you seem weak, you get eaten alive. And when it comes to commanding presence, the orthodox can't hold a candle to the unorthodox. It's a matter of survival. And I'd made quite a name for myself among those blustering, deadly martial artists. You can look forward to it. Just act normal. Normal, do you hear me? Tang Sowol looked like someone crushed under the weight of her own invitation, but, well, that wasn't my concern. What is the duty of a fiancé? If the couple were already married, it wouldn't be a difficult question to answer. To bear heirs, raise them well, and share the burden of the household's affairs together with strength and unity. It's something everyone knows. Of course, that doesn't mean it's easy to uphold. In any case, for those already married, their duties are clear. But for an engaged couple, the answer becomes a bit more ambiguous. They've promised to marry, but haven't done so yet. Is there any real obligation between fiancés? There may be much debate about this, but I believe, to some extent, there is. A promise may be only a promise, but a promise carries weight. Well, even if it weren't for that, considering all that Tang Sowol has done for me and how much she's considered my position, it's only natural that I'd want to do right by her. That's why I put in a bit of effort. Please change. Tang Sowol shook her head without the slightest hesitation. So firm that even I, who rarely feels dejected, found myself a little downhearted. Perhaps I'd spent too long with women whose emotions showed on their faces too easily. Unconsciously, I almost pouted, but quickly pulled my lips back in, albeit a little too late. Sup. Lips back in, please. Muff. Tang Sowol pressed my lips in with her palm. The warmth and softness of her hand, along with her familiar scent, filled my senses, mixed with a bit of dissatisfaction. And then, lick. Kayak. Why would you stick your tongue out like that? You could have just spoken. You're the one who covered my mouth so I couldn't talk. That's true. Nodding in understanding, Tang Sowol casually rubbed her now moistened hand on my back. I brushed it off and checked my attire again. The Tang Clan's distinctive green martial uniform. Not just any uniform, but a fairly high-quality one. The kind of garment whose quality alone would suggest one's status. However, such clothing might work on commoners, but it holds little sway among martial artists. Whether they have backing or not, martial artists are always prepared to cut or be cut. That's just how they live. So, when trying to project intimidation through clothing among martial artists, a different approach is needed. For example, a threatening presence, like someone who's survived countless battlefields. Back in my previous life, when I'd just reached the peak stage and earned the Blood Wolf sobriquet, how many martial artists came looking for trouble once I started making a name for myself? Those who wanted to defeat me to gain fame, those who wanted to make me submit, and even those who sensed my growing power and wanted to eliminate me preemptively. It wasn't until I had cut down countless unorthodox jackals that I realized. They found it easier to pick a fight because I looked too young, too soft, too easy. And so, after some trial and error, I found what worked, what became today's appearance. Ever since I adopted this battle-hardened aura, the number of provocations dropped dramatically. I looked into Tang Sowol's green-tinted eyes and saw the reflection of my current self. Instead of wearing new clothes, I wore the uniform from my battle with the Black Sky Sword Emperor. It was neat, but if one looked closely, their eyes would naturally be drawn to the sword marks on the collar and sleeves. Evidence that I had dodged blades by a margin of less than an inch. And then, there was the sword at my waist. A black blade, already considered a fine weapon even when sheathed, radiating immense presence. Though I had polished it until it gleamed like new, I'd wrapped the hilt in the worn leather of my previous sword handle. Most wouldn't notice it. But someone with sharp eyes, or someone already trying to judge me, would see it differently. They'd think, this is someone who values his sword, yet doesn't hesitate to wield it. If the above was something I wanted others to notice on their own, what follows are things I needed to actively project. The most important is one's gaze. A calm, unwavering gaze that seems unshakable in any situation. And a glance that sweeps others as if searching for weaknesses. That alone gives a sharp impression, like I could cut them down at any moment. But a gaze alone isn't enough. That's where momentum comes in. The raging wave death-stealing art naturally blends in killing intent, and so my presence has become quite ferocious. I didn't plan to flaunt my power, but if used well, this aura could seize the entire room instantly. Only after confirming my reflection in Tang Sowol's eyes did I nod to myself. No matter how I look at it, this seems fine. Eep. Perhaps because we were standing so close our breaths nearly touched, Tang Sowol blushed and turned away. A moment later, she snuck glances at me and hesitantly spoke. "WL. I think you look very much like yourself right now. Cool, even. Kind of like when we first met. If it looks fine, then isn't it okay to go as is? But for gatherings like this, dressing more modestly is usually. If it's fine, let's just head out now." Ugh, no. This isn't right, really. For some reason, Tang Sowol looked conflicted. Her steps were slower than usual, and as a result, we ended up arriving a bit late. This dragon and phoenix meeting was being held at the Namgung clan's residence. Surprisingly, the Namgung clan had even gone so far as to purchase a villa in Wuhan City, just so they could have a comfortable stay during the dragon and phoenix gathering, which only happened once every 5 years. The Tang Clan doesn't have anything like this? If we did, we wouldn't be worrying about lodging. Honestly, among the 5 supreme clans, the Namgung clan is especially excessive. Of course, it's not like the Tang Clan or other families lack the money to buy a residence in Wuhan City. It simply isn't worth the investment. Besides, there's a general belief that the dragon and phoenix gathering is meant to take the heirs out of their homes and into the wider world. So why did the Namgung clan go out of their way to build a mansion here? Simple. Their family motto is to be the best in everything everywhere. Maybe the arrogance of the emperor sword form had etched itself into their family psyche. Or maybe it's the other way around. Their ambition and pride led them to create a technique like the emperor sword form. Regardless, being second best was never acceptable to them. So now, after winning, they were inviting everyone to their mansion in Wuhan. They probably thought even the best guest house wouldn't meet their standards. The Namgung clan was also a family that often produced dragon and phoenix gathering winners. Now that I think about it, is there a participation requirement for the dragon and phoenix meeting? The Yun clan is coming, so it's not limited to just the 5 supreme clans and 9 great sects, right? There isn't. The meeting isn't an official event. It began as a gathering for those who stayed behind after the dragon and phoenix gathering. Just a chance to socialize before going back. But if there's anything close to a condition, it's the host's invitation. I see. That makes sense. So it didn't have to be one of the 5 supreme clans or 9 great sects. As long as someone was reputable or showed promise, they could be invited. As we walked, Tang Sowol repeatedly sighed, then glanced at me and smiled, only to sigh again. Before long, we arrived at the massive mansion. It wasn't quite on the level of the Tang Clan or the Zhongnan sect, which were large enough to contain a small village within their grounds. But for a single residence, it was huge and extravagant. A clear display of the Namgung clan's need to show off. The Namgung martial artist at the gate narrowed his eyes as he spotted me and reached for the hilt at his waist. "Who are you? Some unorthodox scum dare show up at the Great Nam, huh?" Of course, that was before he saw Tang Sowol's Tang Clan uniform and realized something was off. He looked back and forth between me and Tang Sowol, then finally seemed to understand the situation and bowed. And my apologies. I didn't realize you were from the Tang Clan. I was. Huh. Tang Sowol closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she had a resigned, weary smile on her face. We'll overlook that little slip. It was an understandable mistake. Even though she said it was fine, the gatekeeper still couldn't lift his head. Only after we passed through did he finally straighten his back. Tang Sowol linked arms with me naturally and glanced back at the man. Oh, and for the record, young Masters is incorrect. Did I mess up again? This is my fiancé. Grinning at the dumbfounded gatekeeper, Tang Sowol confidently stepped inside. I whispered quietly to her. So you've finally realized how efficient this is? Hardly. If I could, I'd make you change clothes right this moment. If it bothered you that much, you should have said so before we left. And who was it that leaned in so close and silenced me? Though Tang Sowol glared at me, her shoulders slumped soon after as if deflating. Iha. It's too late now anyway. I'll leave it to your method this time. Don't worry. Have I ever failed to meet your expectations? If only you'd stop talking. She shook her head but couldn't hide her smile. Since I was already close to sub-perfection, the easiest way to assert presence was to casually release a bit of momentum. Even if I held back my killing intent, the aura produced by combining my current level with my past life experience would be hard to handle for most young elites. Of course, I wouldn't go that far. Tang Sowol wouldn't like it if I were too blatant. So I'd just let it leak, subtly. As we entered, we saw that many of the young martial artists had already arrived and were enjoying the banquet. The moment we stepped in, all eyes turned to us. Probably because we arrived a little late. Feeling the weight of those stares, or perhaps simply nervous being in such a setting for the first time in a while, Tang Sowol tightened her grip on my arm. I stayed close to her, slowly surveying the room and subtly raised my momentum. At once, expressions across the room stiffened. The exceptions were martial artists from the Zhengnan sect I was acquainted with, Tang Sowol's friend Wei Jisulian, and the host himself, Namgung Jiang. I figured this much was enough to show proper decorum, and I allowed myself a moment of satisfaction. Pinch. Tang Sowol pinched my side. Then, quietly mouthed a whisper into my ear. Withdraw your aura immediately. I promptly reined in my presence, feeling a bit sullen. She caught me. Sword Dragon Namgung Jiang. Today, he was in a particularly good mood. The reason was simple. After winning the Dragon and Phoenix gathering and receiving the epithet Sword Dragon, many had showered him with praise or looked on with envy. As the heir of the Namgung clan, raised under constant pressure to always be the best, being publicly acknowledged as the best filled him with an indescribable joy. Even his father, who always held him to strict standards, had smiled broadly for the first time in a while. Thus, it was only natural that this year's Dragon and Phoenix meeting, hosted by Namgung Jiang as the winner, would be held in grand and splendid fashion. Excellent. An overwhelming spread of delicacies piled high on the banquet tables, fine liquor gathered from every guest house across Wuhan City, and a room filled with promising young elites. The pillars of the current Orthodox Murim, the 5 supreme clans and the 9 great sects, were here, along with those who once belonged to such groups or aspired to challenge their standing. Additionally, many who lacked powerful backgrounds but possessed great talent and potential had gathered in small groups, chatting among themselves. Some were deep in discussion about martial arts, while others spoke of clan businesses. Occasionally, one would try to recruit an unaffiliated talent into their fold. To Namgung Jiang's eyes, it looked like a gathering of refinement, far removed from a rowdy street tavern. He was genuinely pleased. Of course, fights breaking out into sparring matches, or young men and women sneaking off into secluded corners after making eyes at one another, those things happened often enough that this wasn't too different from any drinking party. But for Namgung Jiang, who had spent his life swinging a sword and was hosting such an event for the first time, he was still unaware of such nuances. So he sat at the head table, smiling contentedly as he downed a cup of liquor. Since it was his first time drinking, his face quickly scrunched up, but mindful of those watching him, he forced himself to wear a calm expression again. Bitter. And the scent is strange. Why do people drink this stuff? Whether anyone knew what he was grumbling about internally, a large man approached with booming laughter. Ha ha, As expected of brother Namgung. Even the way you drink is bold and vigorous. I don't recall becoming your brother, Wangbo Guang. Aren't you quite a bit older than me? Don't worry about the little details. Once you've shared a drink together, you're like brothers, aren't you? Here, let this younger brother pour you another. No need. Not everyone's arrived yet. I can't be the one drunk before the guests. I didn't even consider that. Very well, we'll drink together later then. Ha ha. Feigning admiration, Wangbo Guang retreated, but Namgung Jong's gaze toward him remained cold. Wangbo Guang. All muscle and no spine. A prime example of preying on the weak and bowing to the strong. I've heard even his own Wangbo clan tries to hush up his disgraceful behavior. He's someone I'd gain nothing from befriending. The Namgung clan always aimed to be the best. For Namgung Jang, being selective with those around him was a given. So while he kept his distance from someone like Wangbo Guang, that also meant he was extremely open toward those who were useful or deserving to stand beside him. Are you young Master Namgung? Thank you for inviting me to the Dragon and Phoenix meeting. It's been such a delight. Oh, Lady Yi of the Plum Blossom Sword Peak, isn't it? I've often heard that the swords of the Huashan sect are both beautiful and deadly. To see one in person, it's truly impressive. If it's all right, may I speak with you for a bit about the sword? Eh? Yes. Getting especially friendly with Yi, one of the most promising elites of the Huashan sect, was natural for Namgung Jong. Of course, part of that came from his interest in Huashan swordsmanship, and partially because Yi appearance happened to be quite close to his ideal type. In any case, as Namgung Jong continued the enthusiastic conversation, determined not to miss the opportunity, two people entered who had recently been the talk of the town. Tang Sowol of the Sichuan Tang Clan, and her fiancé, Cheon Hwi. Public opinion of Cheon Hwi wasn't great, due to the way he had been helplessly kidnapped. But Namgung Jong didn't share such prejudice. There's no way someone could fight back properly against a flowering stage martial artist. Having grown up watching his father, the Sword King, Namgung Jong understood all too well how terrifying someone of the flowering stage was. Even he would have fared no better in that situation. Rather, he held Cheon Hwi in high regard for managing to bring the flowering stage martial artist who kidnapped him into the Tang Clan's fold. And he couldn't fully gauge either Tang Sowol or Cheon Hwi's martial prowess. That meant, at the very least, they had reached the peak stage, possibly more. That alone was enough reason for Namgung Jong to want to befriend them. He was just about to pause his conversation with Yi and go greet the new arrivals. The couple walked in, arms linked, and from Cheon Hwi's side, an eerie pressure began to radiate. Hup! This is... No way! Gasps rang out from all around. Though it wasn't aimed directly at anyone, they instinctively knew. Cheon Hwi's subtle but overwhelming presence was blanketing the surroundings. For some reason, Namgung Jang himself, as well as Yi beside him, felt unaffected, but everyone else couldn't tear their gaze from Cheon Hwi. Though he sensed something strange in the atmosphere, Namgung Jong was briefly puzzled by the lack of any oppressive pressure on himself. Lady Y is a childhood friend of Lady Tang. And I'm the one who sent out the invitation as the host. I suppose he's showing a form of respect. Normally, one would feel offended at someone causing a stir at their own banquet. But Namgung Jong felt differently. Rather, he was slightly pleased. It felt as though Cheon Hwi was recognizing and respecting him as the winner of the Dragon and Phoenix gathering and the host of this meeting. Namgung Jong was, by nature, a positive person. As he twitched the corners of his mouth in amusement, it seemed Tang Sowol noticed her fiancé's antics and sent him a discreet warning. Cheon Hwi reigned in his presence. But that didn't mean it vanished completely. It simply no longer extended outward, yet the chilling pressure still clung around Cheon Hwi's frame. Only after the storm passed did Namgung Jong get a proper look at him. He looked quite young. Unlike Tang Sowol, who had clearly passed her coming of age, Cheon Hwi didn't even seem to have reached 20. But youth did not equate to inexperience. Though his outfit was neat, it wasn't stiff with newness. It bore clear traces of battle, his usual clothing well worn. The sword at his waist was impeccably maintained, a constant reminder that it could be drawn at any moment. He carried the air of a veteran who had lived through the martial world for decades. And that presence he had exuded earlier, though Namgung Jong had never experienced it directly. He knew that everyone gathered here today was a prodigious elite of the Orthodox Murim. To have overpowered them all, even briefly, that alone proved Cheon Hwi was no ordinary man. But what drew Namgung-jong's attention the most was Cheon Hwi's gaze. He's supposed to be from a vagabond background. Even if he'd spent several years in the Tang Clan, adapting to such formal banquets wouldn't be easy. The opulence alone was overwhelming, not to mention the reputations of those present. Yet Cheon Hwi didn't seem to care at all, gazing around with indifference. They were clearly human eyes, yet it felt as if one were looking into a blade reflecting light. And then, by chance, their eyes met. Namgung-jong understood. In those eyes, there were only two kinds of people. Those he could cut and those he couldn't. Like a blood-hungry wolf. Or a sword always ready to test itself. That overwhelming impression hit Namgung-jong head-on. Blood-flame sword demon. An epithet too ominous and grand for a young elite, but because it had been publicly endorsed by the Black Lotus sect master, no one dared to object. Rumors said Cheon Hwi had single-handedly annihilated a sword sect and even slain a sub-perfection level martial artist. Though most dismissed it as exaggerated nonsense, with some even assuming the epithet was given in mockery by the Black Lotus sect master. Foolish talk. What Namgung-jong saw in Cheon Hwi was the real thing. This encounter would surely shift others' opinions as well, slowly but surely. Namgung-jong nodded inwardly in admiration. I'm glad I got the chance to meet him today. Like the elders of his clan, Namgung-jong aspired to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Though it was still a distant goal, he knew that well. Someone like Cheon Hwi would undoubtedly help him on that path. Suppressing the ambition that flared within him in just that brief moment, Namgung-jong smiled at YG Sulien, who was now staring dumbfounded at the pair. It was a pleasant conversation, Lady Y. But it seems new guests have arrived. I'll take my leave. Yes. I'll come with you. I wanted to greet Seoul anyway. So together, they made their way toward Tang Sowol and Cheon Hwi, crossing the banquet hall. When they arrived, though no sound was heard, Tang Sowol was clearly mouthing something rapidly, probably a voice transmission. Cheon Hwi, on the other hand, wore a sullen expression, grumbling quietly. The sharp aura from earlier had vanished. It was clear. He'd been scolded by his older fiancé for needlessly showing off. Just moments ago, Cheon Hwi had seemed powerful but dangerous. Now, he looked just like any other young man his age. Namgung-jong gave a short laugh and opened his mouth to speak. Welcome. Hold it right there, little brother. Even if he was invited by Brother Namgung, don't you think that was incredibly rude? This won't do at all. I, Iron Fist hero Wangbo Gwang, younger brother of Brother Namgung, shall personally teach this junior a lesson. Wangbo Gwang had stepped in, loudly berating Cheon Hwi before Namgung-jong could speak. For a moment, Namgung-jong looked dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. Then Wangbo Gwang grinned at him. Only then did Namgung-jong realize Wangbo Gwang was trying to curry favor with him by acting tough. He tried to stop him, not wanting unnecessary trouble. More importantly, their levels were simply too different. Cheon Hwi hadn't even tried to suppress anyone. He had merely let out a sliver of his presence. That alone had briefly overwhelmed the elites gathered here. But perhaps Wangbo Gwang had mistaken that for Cheon Hwi's full strength. Or perhaps he simply couldn't fathom someone so young being at such a level. Like a rampaging boar, Wangbo Gwang charged in. Stop, Wangbo Gwang. It's true there was a disturbance, but there was no killing intent. That doesn't warrant. Namgung-jong reached out to grab Wangbo Gwang's shoulder to stop him. Whack. The moment he touched him, Wangbo Gwang screamed like someone had slashed him and collapsed. He clutched his neck, and a moment later, a wet stain spread between his legs. Namgung-jong's expression contorted. Now it looks like I'm the one who scared Wangbo Gwang into wetting himself. He clicked his tongue internally. In front of him, the true culprit, Cheon Hwi, smiled faintly. Thank you for the invitation. But the smell is a bit much. Would you mind if we moved elsewhere to continue this conversation? Faced with that brazen comment, all Namgung-jong could do was nod. A noble young master as if drawn from a painting, but looking somewhat tired today, Namgung-jong let out a long sigh and opened his mouth. At the very least, the Wangbo clan won't file any complaints, so don't worry. I know. In the previous life, Wangbao Guang lost everything, his life, his honor, when all his hidden deeds were exposed by the Hungry Ghost Division. He had neglected his training, acted like a thug, and despite his large, imposing frame, he wasn't much. When he was killed by the Hungry Ghost Division in the past, it was revealed he hadn't even fully reached the sub-perfection stage. He was in the same half-step state as I am now. Being born into a prestigious clan means starting several steps ahead of others. Exceptional talent, advanced martial techniques, an abundant supply of elixirs, and an environment where one can focus solely on martial arts. What others struggle their whole lives to gain even one of, he was born holding many only to throw them away through his own lack of effort. I don't know why the Wangbao clan continues to protect someone like that, but with so many skeletons in his closet, they likely won't raise their voices over just this. So I seized the moment when Namgung placed his hand on Wangbao Guang's shoulder to try and stop him, and focused my killing intent there. I didn't expect him to wet himself, though. As I nodded while chewing on the prepared food, Namgung's eyes gleamed with interest. You knew. There were things I'd heard. HMHM. So you didn't just flare up, but acted with calculation. Nodding with a satisfied expression as if pleased, Namgung was the opposite of Wangbao Guang. Obsessed with the sword, he trained day and night. He didn't cause trouble, and his name was often mentioned in tales of good deeds. When the demonic cult invaded, he was one of the first to step up. Though he fell at the hands of the heavenly demon in the end, unlike the barely sub-perfection Wangbao Guang, Namgung had reached the complete flowering stage before he died. Someone you lose nothing by befriending and risk much by turning against. Personally, I was more interested in his swordsmanship than anything else, but Tang Sowol and the Tang Clan probably thought differently. Since we'd moved seats, I clasped my fist and offered a formal greeting. I seem to have delayed my greetings. I am Cheon Hwi-da of the Tang Clan. Also, I apologize for what happened earlier. As I told Wangbao Guang, you didn't imbue it with killing intent. It wasn't so rude as to warrant an apology. Well, there's still the matter of what happened to him. That too is fine. Had you drawn your sword, it would have been a much bigger problem. The fact it ended here is fortunate. A surprisingly accommodating attitude. Whatever the reason, my actions had disrupted the mood at a banquet hosted by Namgung. I narrowed my eyes and stared at him. A princely face as if sketched by a master, but behind his gaze surged a deep, swirling ambition. Similar to the Black Lotus sect master, but fundamentally different, this was blatant desire. This guy, could it be? I withdrew from the Dragon and Phoenix gathering due to poor health, but I watched the entire event. All of the participants were impressive, but the most memorable bout was yours, young Master Sword Dragon. Ha ha. To hear that from none other than young Master Cheon Hwi, I'm honored. My epithet may sound fierce, but it was recognized by the Black Lotus sect master. Now I see, there was no exaggeration in the rumors after all. As I gently set the tone, Namgung eagerly took the bait. That's right. What I saw in his eyes was a raw thirst for recognition. If the Black Lotus sect master was filled with a desire to own and dominate the world, then Namgung was filled with a desire to be admired by the entire world. This kind of overt person was rare, but not unheard of among unorthodox martial artists. I recognized it immediately. Even accounting for the Namgung clan's tradition of pursuing excellence, it was excessive, but well, no one is perfect. If you have good character, talent, and a great family, then you're bound to have a flaw somewhere. So then, which match did you enjoy most? The genius from the Shandong clan? Or the heroine from Jiamchang sect? Was it the monk from Shaolin I faced in the finals? They were all strong, so I feared my shortcomings might have been exposed. Though his words were modest, his face screamed, "Please praise me in detail." Shaking my head inwardly, I answered, "Just as you said, they were all excellent martial artists, and the matches were stirring, but the duel with the Shaolin monk, Wonyu, burned in me most." That final display of the Emperor Sword form truly showed why the Namgung clan is called the foremost sword family in the world. Young master, you've a talent for making a man blush. The Namgung clan may hold that title, but I still have far to go. That's just how much it impressed me. And that's true. If I fought Namgung now, I'd probably win. But that's separate from the sword technique itself. The Emperor Sword form was unlike any I'd seen before. I haven't seen your sword yet, but I can tell it's no ordinary thing. May I ask, where did you learn it? It doesn't feel like the Tang Clan swordplay. I don't belong to any specific sect. I've had the fortune to learn bits and pieces here and there, and I've been building up my foundation from that. I've received much help from the Tang Clan. Who? Is that so? I glanced sideways. Tang Sowol, in the middle of a cheerful conversation with Yi turned her head with a curious tilt. But it didn't last long. As I continued looking, her lips twitched, and she broke into a silly smile. I answered with a faint smile of my own. After that, I continued to offer modest praise to Namgungjong and built rapport. I greeted Yi and exchanged a few light words with Jean Beck of the Zhongnan sect, who arrived later. Perhaps because everyone here walked the path of martial arts seriously, the initial awkwardness quickly faded, and we soon delved into impassioned discussions about martial techniques. To me, most of it was ground I had already covered, so it wasn't particularly moving. But seeing how clearly each clan and sect's philosophies emerged from their discussions, it was still interesting. Surprisingly, the fiercest debate was between Yi and Jean Beck. The Huashan sect and the Zhongnan sect both share the roots of the Chuanzhen sect and live in proximity. I had assumed this closeness led to mutual understanding, but that didn't seem to be the case. The debate centered around whether one should preserve a constant center amid change, or throw oneself into change to pursue progress. Honestly, I barely understood half of it. I know almost nothing about Taoist philosophy. Seeing Namgungjong and Tang Sowol understand it at least somewhat reminded me why Seo Munwaran in my past life had forced me to study. Had I known even the basics of Taoist teachings, I might have gained much from this discussion. And such knowledge expands one's perception and awareness, often becoming the seed of insight. Perhaps this line of thought only came to me because the matter of the Black Sky Sword sect had been resolved, a chapter closed. Once you've looked within, it's only natural to start looking outward. Anyway, we were enjoying a spirited, if not quite heated, martial debate, when we heard a sharp voice from not far away. You think you can say that and walk away? Did I say something unacceptable? This is why people call you ignorant. You dare. I've had enough. Get out to the sparring yard at once. Only one of them, the man, was shouting in a rage. The woman facing him wore a cold expression, smiling faintly as if mocking him. I looked around to see what had started the commotion. Just then, Tang Sowol mouthed a voice transmission to me. Brother Cheon. Those two. What about them? They're the heirs of the Tang Clan and the Yun clan that you were looking for. The sound escaped me without thinking. I widened my eyes and looked at the two again. Earlier, Wangbo Guang had wet himself trying to throw a fit, but the man now fuming with anger was even larger than him. He must be over 7 chiak, maybe even 8. Impressive in size, but even more terrifying was that his entire frame was packed with muscle. You'd wonder if he was really the same kind of human as me. And the great sword on his back, more like a hunk of iron, was about the length of a full-grown man. Just swinging something like that with that body, how many people could withstand it? No doubt he was the heir of the Tang Clan. Meanwhile, the woman glaring coldly at him was the exact opposite. Petite even for a woman, no visible muscle to speak of. She looked more like a doll or a living corpse. No visible weapons, so she must use bare-handed techniques. But her body seemed too frail for that. Still, if you asked whether she was weak, she was not. The pressure emanating from her was on par with the Tang Clan heirs. Her skin was pale like a corpse, and her joints moved with a strange stiffness, but the energy flowing from her body was unmistakable. Demonic aura. I recognized it well. It was the same aura Seo Lihyang once wielded in my previous life. Unlike pure Qi, which was inherently destructive, ghostly energy wasn't that potent in itself. But it had a special function, weakening the opponent. When someone is touched by demonic aura, it chips away at their mind. Hesitation grows, fear devours reason, and eventually, they're left trembling, unable to act. Many evil techniques make use of this, inducing hallucinations, disorientation, or short-term loss of consciousness. I'd seen it often in the hands of Seo Lihyang and other martial artists who manipulated ghost energy. Of course, it's not almighty. To someone with firm willpower and refined discipline, its effects would be diminished. And such sorcery-like powers would be rejected by orthodox sects. If the Yun clan hadn't built decades of trust, they likely wouldn't have remained part of the orthodox world. Still, despite its drawbacks, Its strength lies in consuming not the body but the mind, a poison that targets the spirit. With that much demonic aura swirling around her, even someone born with immense strength would find it hard to gain the upper hand. Just as I began to assess their full presence, I remembered. If these two were the heirs of the Tang and Yun clans, then they were the ones who, in my past life, ultimately committed suicide together. I had heard they were lovers, driven to despair by the feud between their families. I narrowed my eyes and raised my internal energy, expanding my chi perception. The world grew clearer. And within it, the two, who looked moments away from breaking into a fight, were silently exchanging a flurry of hand signals and voice transmissions. Huh. What a tiresome way to live. The heirs of the Tang and Yun families growled at each other. At a glance, their relationship seemed almost hostile, like sworn enemies. Sigh. When I expanded my chi sense, I saw they were secretly exchanging sound transmissions and simple hand signals so others wouldn't notice. How exhausting. In my previous life, they both took their own lives at the same time, so I knew how deeply they cared for each other. But I hadn't expected them to pretend to be so hostile in public. As I shook my head inwardly, the argument, as fights between martial artists usually go, was turning from a war of words into a full-blown confrontation. Follow me to the dueling arena. I'll make you pay for insulting the great Tang family. You think I'd be scared just because you said that? Don't forget I won our last match. Stomping heavily, the huge man approached us, unable to contain his anger. Following behind him was a pale, slender woman. At the sight, Tang Sowol looked over in panic. She even let out a hiccup from the surprise. Hiccup. Originally, I had planned to approach them naturally, strike up a conversation, and gradually hear out their situations. I was going to talk to the heir of the Tang family, and Sowol to the heir of the Yun family, figuring it would be more comfortable to speak with someone of the same gender. But with the atmosphere like this, that plan was clearly going out the window. Well, using a slightly different approach wouldn't hurt either. Honestly, I thought of a far more realistic way than trying to make friends with them directly. I handed a cold glass of water to hiccuping Tang Sowol, then turned to the side. There was Namgung, wearing a troubled expression and sighing as if he knew this would happen. I poured him a drink and asked, "Sir Sword Dragon, this is my first time in such a gathering, but surely not for you. Are those two always like this?" "Who?" "Unfortunately, yes. Every time they meet, they quarrel over trivial things, borrow the dueling ground, and end up leaving on bad terms." "I see." I knew the Tang and Yun families weren't on good terms, but I didn't think it was this bad. Those two, in particular, are worse than most. Since they're the same age, they must have been compared often. So every time they gathered, they pretended to duel and went home separately? I could guess what really happened. They probably said they were going home, but met up in secret somewhere. To be honest, it's a headache for me as the host. I can't not invite them, but if I do, they always end up fighting. Tisk. I even asked the Tang family personally as a favor, but it ended up like this anyway. You seem to have gone through quite a bit. If it's all right, may I offer some help? It would be appreciated, but how? Well, first, I'll try talking to them. Most problems can be solved through conversation. When I smirked, Namgung paused for a second and then shook his head. Those two are among the most skilled of the young generation. On top of that, they're the rebellious type. The more you pressure them, the harder they push back. They're not like Wangbo Guang from earlier. For a moment, I didn't understand what he meant, but then I realized he thought I was going to suppress them with killing intent like before. I gave a wry chuckle and shook my head. Nothing like that, don't worry. But I will need some alcohol. We've got plenty of that, but... He still looked doubtful, but I just gave him a calm smile. Soon enough, the two hot-tempered ones arrived, their atmosphere menacing. The Tang heir's massive frame blocked the light and cast a long shadow across the table. I exchanged a quick glance with Namgung and put on a slightly softened expression as I turned toward the two. Well, no choice then. Let's do this. Pingwu Jin, that bastard. He should at least pretend to hold back a little. Namgung rubbed his temple, clearly irritated, and I took the chance to extend my presence toward the two heirs. I excluded any threatening intent, just enough for them to notice, like knocking on a door. Nice to meet you both. I'm Cheon Hwi-da, betrothed to the Tang family. HM? And you are? The blood flame sword demon. My apologies. Peng Wujin raised a brow, while Yun Jiehai, realizing my nickname had been coined by Lord of the Black Lotus sect, apologized belatedly. I offered a polite cupped fist salute to both. It's fine. I'm sure you didn't mean anything by it. I'm Peng Wujin of the Peng family. Thanks for the greeting, but now's not really the time. I'm Yun Jiehai of the Yun family. I appreciate your understanding, but yes, perhaps we should continue this conversation another time. With that, they glared at each other again. I quietly focused my inner power and sent a split sound transmission to both. Sound transmission, after all, is the art of using internal energy to project your voice to only one person. And with enough control, you can send different messages to multiple people at once, like I was doing now. Since I'm speaking to both of you at once, no need to talk to each other. Just listen. What are you? Yun Jiehai tried to respond via sound transmission, but I cut her off. I know about your relationship. Even with the families at each other's throats, it seems the heart doesn't follow reason. If you don't want this widely known, sit down quietly without causing a scene. After the banquet, don't go home. Head to the inn behind Chongsan guest house and wait there. What are you talking about? You're threatening us based on baseless assumptions? Peng Wujin glared at me in place of the flustered Yun Jiehai. In response, I subtly mimicked the hand signals they had exchanged earlier. I didn't know the meaning, but they would. The way I did it made it seem like I actually knew something. Yun Jiehai turned even paler, and Peng Wujin let out a real glimmer of anger. He was 2 heads taller than me, and his presence was certainly intimidating, but I'd still win in a fight. I met his gaze head-on and raised my aura again, not to draw attention this time, but to suppress him directly with killing intent. It was directed only at Peng Wujin, so to everyone else, it would look like we were having a conversation, and he suddenly frowned. Eventually, Peng Wujin turned his gaze from me to Namgung. Come to think of it, today's supposed to be your celebration for winning. Took you long enough to remember. Namgung stared between me and Wujin with an incredulous look. He could tell we'd exchanged sound transmissions, but didn't know the contents, so he was curious about the sudden change. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I just laughed it off. Meanwhile, Peng Wujin sat down and spoke. I know how much my friend here appreciates praise, so I won't ruin the mood. Let's settle this duel another day. Fine by me. I did feel a bit bad about disrupting things for Brother Namgung. Stop the slander about me. Yun Jiehai also sat down after a moment of hesitation. Namgung half-heartedly denied Wujin's comment, but no one paid attention. Yurian sat awkwardly between the still tense Wujin and Jiehai, and Tang Sowol looked like she had no idea what just happened, blinking rapidly. Blink, blink. Cheon Hwi-da? What on earth did you say to make them calm down like that? She finally gave in to her curiosity and sent a sound transmission. It'd take too long to explain. Just know we agreed to meet separately after this. Huh? Okay. She nodded, still looking unsure. Later, Namgung, now in a better mood, brought out some rare wine, and Yurian lightened the atmosphere by asking Tang Sowol about her recent life and about me. Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai awkwardly laughed and acted like they were ignoring each other, though they occasionally threw me probing questions and exchanged glances. Not that it meant much. As night deepened and the guests began to disperse, a slightly drunk Namgung, who had been subtly venting his drunkenness away from others, placed a hand on my shoulder. Brother Cheon Hwi-da. How old are you again? I'm 18. I'm 25. Is that so? Post-generation juniors refers to martial artists who have not yet reached their 30s. So there can be significant age gaps even within the same group. In this case, Namgung wasn't old, I was just young. But why ask suddenly? Didn't the Plum Blossom Sword Maiden already ask you all those questions about her fiancé? I'm 25. He repeated his age instead of answering. As I stared at him in confusion, he avoided my gaze awkwardly. From now on, just call me brother. I'll call you little brother. So he wanted to become sworn brothers now that we'd grown a bit closer? He didn't seem particularly experienced with relationships, which made it amusing. Clearing his throat, he continued. Ahem. I know your martial skill is extraordinary, but I'd like to know how skilled you really are. Are you suggesting? Come visit the Namgung clan someday. You said the Namgung sword techniques left an impression, didn't you? It might help both of us on our paths. How could I refuse a chance to see the swordsmanship of the greatest sword clan in the world? I'll contact you soon. Good. I'll remember that. See you next time. Stay safe. After exchanging polite salutes, Tang Sowol followed me out of the manor, subtly watching me for cues. Once we were far enough away, she naturally looped her arm through mine and whispered, "Now will you tell me? What exactly did you say to make the Pang and Yun heirs so quiet? And what do you plan to do next?" "It's nothing serious." After hearing the details of what I said via sound transmission and what I was going to do, Tang Sowol jabbed my side repeatedly in alarm. It tickled a bit. "You're kidnapping again." That's a harsh way to put it. I merely made sure my new friends, who were too drunk to walk, had a place to stay at a nearby inn. That's all it was. The plan was simple. First, I'd threaten catch the attention of Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai by letting them know I was aware of their relationship. After the Yongbang gathering ended, when the two gathered at the designated location, I'd confirm they were both overly intoxicated. Then I and Tang Sowol would escort them to the nearby inn. And lastly, when they've sobered up, we get the honest truth out of them. Isn't it a perfect plan? Perfect. You just said it was a threat. You misheard. And they didn't even drink that much in the first place. There's no way they'd be so drunk they couldn't stand. If they can't stand, then they're drunk. Simple. Whether it's because of demonic chi flow being blocked or due to paralysis poison, either way, they're intoxicated. Poison? Are you planning to drag me into this too? Tang Sowol shrieked. I gently cupped her face with both hands. Her small face fit perfectly in my palms. Admiring the softness of her cheeks, I lowered my voice. They say husband and wife are of one body and mind. Since we'll be a couple one day, it's not a bad idea to start practicing. Husband and wife of one mind. Besides, what we're doing is not only to uncover what the demonic cult is scheming after they tried to kill us, it's also to clear the misunderstanding between the Pang and Yun families and help them reconcile. It's definitely not a bad deed. It could even be called righteous. Are righteous? Yes, righteous. A just cause, pure enough to face the heavens with no shame. Her green-tinged eyes began to spin. Her face grew increasingly red. Good. It's working. At this rate. I was about to smirk when. Tang Sowol snapped back to her senses, her gaze sharpening. You scoundrel. Did you really think I'd fall for that smooth talk? Didn't you? Of course not. Then why are you still holding my hand? She placed her hand on mine, which was still cupping her cheek, seemingly to push it away, but then just left it there. She pouted briefly in my direction, then finally pulled away with a reluctant and hesitant motion. Brother Cheon. Are we really doing the right thing? Honestly, even I was surprised at how easily you were swayed just now. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean kidnapping the heirs of the Pang and Yun families. It's not kidnapping, it's temporary protective custody. Besides, I intend to make sure it ends up being the right thing. I don't think this will be a simple matter. You always seem so worried, Brother Cheon. What exactly is bothering you so much? To be honest, I don't understand it. You're more than just a genius. You've achieved something that only comes once in a generation. Well, to me, regaining my martial prowess from before the regression makes this progress feel slow. From Tang Sowol's perspective, without knowing I'd regressed, I had trained on my own, reached the peak stage in just a few years, and then within 3 years was already stepping into the sub-perfection realm. Of course, I'm not the first of my kind in Miram's history. There was Zhang Sanfeng, founder of the Wudong sect, Damo of the Shaolin Temple, and the Blood Buddha, who once ruled the Western Miram. They were like me. Well, even without regression, they achieved even greater things at a younger age or pierced through unseen realms. That's probably why people are surprised but not suspicious of me. As I silently nodded, Tang Sowol continued with a serious face. Brother Cheon, I still don't quite get it. The Pang and Yun families might be on bad terms, but at most they're fighting over influence and arguing. Maybe a harsh duel now and then. No one's getting killed, are they? That's for now. Sure, the relationship between Pang and Ian's children is unfortunate. Wait, did you just say for now? Tang Sowol flinched and questioned me, trying to persuade me not to go through with it. Yes, for now. But it's going to get worse. I suspect that's exactly what the demonic cult is aiming for. Given their recent behavior, subtly stoking chaos in the Central Plains, it does make sense. But the Miram Alliance has already warned both families. Before regression, the cult had concealed its ambitions until the moment they invaded. But this time, I managed to reveal a few of their schemes. Still, due to old biases, no one took the threat seriously yet. At least the Muram Alliance is on guard. That's how they quickly noticed the demonic cult's potions spreading in Hebei province. By now, the cult must be frustrated that their plans keep getting disrupted. But, you think the demonic cult will just give up? I only faced them once, but I agree, they don't seem like the type. The cultists are all lunatics. You can't expect rationality from them. Plans disrupted? Might fail? I survived against them until the very end in my previous life. I know exactly what comes next. They won't back down. They'll go even more extreme to achieve their goals. And if that doesn't work, they'll burn everything down out of spite. They don't value their lives. They don't know how to give up. Their relentlessness is beyond comprehension. Even though their power, besides the heavenly demon, is comparable to only a single elite clan, they were never easy to defeat. It never hurts to be cautious. And it doesn't hurt to act fast either. Didn't they say it's already been a while since that potion started spreading in Hebei? So that's why you're calling it kidnapping. There's another reason. Honestly, I just don't see myself becoming friends with people quickly. But you got close to Namgung pretty fast, didn't you? That was just because Namgung Hyang is strange. I showed a bit of pressure, congratulated him on his win, gave him some face, but I didn't think he'd latch on so fast. Turns out he really craves recognition, just like Peng Wujin said. I think anyone would like being treated that way. Well, he does seem to crave approval. Still, he's not the kind to let just anyone near him. Remember how he looked at Wangbo? That was cold. Honestly, like he was looking at trash. Which isn't entirely wrong. It's not widely known yet, but before regression, Wangbo Guang's crimes had been exposed by a Guibu. People knew he bullied civilians and weak martial artists, but the truth was worse. Even if Namgung's weak to flattery, he still has discernment. Anyway, that's not what matters now. We're almost at the meeting point. What's important is how we take down Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai. You're really going through with this. I started the moment I sent that first sound transmission. Once we've protected them, what then? First, we hear their side. Then we share our information. Hopefully explain why it had to be this way. Though I'm not sure they'll accept it. Then we'd better do it right. If we fail, it'll just get worse. I don't plan to fail. But that means you're in this with me, right? We're already in this together. There's no backing out. And besides, a perfect ambush isn't even possible. True. They'll both be on alert. Then how about this? There's a type of poison that's harmless by itself, but causes strong paralysis the moment the two meet. In a cautious tone, Tang Sowol whispered her plan to me. It actually made a lot of sense. Later that night, the clouds covered the moon. It was a pitch-dark night. I stepped out in front of Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai, who had arrived first, and gave them a casual wave. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm a bit late. You bastard. What's your goal, threatening us like that? What do you, the Tang family's son-in-law, expect to gain? Depending on your answer, we won't stay quiet. Despite my polite greeting, Wu Jin growled like a wild beast and Yun Jiehai coldly gathered her inner power. Threaten? That's harsh. I just had a few questions. Huh. What a coincidence. I've got some questions too. Peng Wu Jin scoffed and strode toward me, his large frame and unchecked aura like a wild predator. But as he walked, his expression subtly twisted. What's this smell? Cough. His face crumpled instantly, like he'd inhaled something foul. Clutching his neck, he forcibly summoned his chi and drew the massive blade on his back. Poison. Was this the Tang family's doing? Of course not. Just my own decision. I responded flatly and drew my sword, swinging it toward his blade. Chang. His chi was weak, he was too busy purging the poison and rushed to attack, but the strength of his arm was impressive. The rebound force in my hand was no joke. Still, if brute force alone could defeat chi, inner techniques wouldn't have evolved this far. Now that I'd gauged his strength, my second strike came with a higher level of chi. Slice. The sword's fiery aura cleanly split the large blade in two. What the? Wu Jin had expected a clash or a stalemate. Caught off guard, he was a half-beat too slow. I used ghost shadow steps to close in and pressed on a pressure point. Thunk. Maybe I hit too hard because of his thick muscles. The sound was like a punch. Wu Jin's body froze as I struck his meridian. Just a pressure point. He tried to brute force his way out, something his exceptional physique almost allowed, but don't worry. Nothing bad will happen. As if I'd just stand and watch. I struck him again, hitting a second point to seal his voice too. Then I turned around. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tang Sowol was holding Yun Jiehai, who had collapsed, and apologizing profusely. First, she used an odorless poison in the darkness. Once they were partially affected, she released a strongly scented poison to paralyze them. Of course, this alone wouldn't have worked. Two dangerous poisons weren't an option, and subtlety limited the choices even more. Also, both the Pang and Yun families were physically resistant to poison due to their strong bodies. So with Wu Jin slowed down, I struck his pressure point, and as Yun Jiehai moved to help, Sowol sprayed another dose to neutralize her. It was an improvised plan, but it worked. Wu Jin was still glaring daggers at me. I sighed and slung him over my shoulder. I admit it. You've got a talent for kidnapping, Tang Sowol. Please, shut your mouth, brother Cheon. Tang Sowol, carrying Yun Jiehai, closed her eyes tightly. Now all that was left was to have a quiet conversation at the end. When I unsealed his speech point, Peng Wujin shouted in solemn defiance. Ugh. Kill me. Didn't I just say I have no intention of doing that? His first words gave me chills for some reason. Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai, subdued by Tang Sowol's poison and my acupoint strikes. We carried them into a nearby and run down, but the room was spacious enough. At least, it seemed that way until. He's practically twice the size of a normal person. All Tang Clan members are like this. And they get even bigger as their cultivation deepens. Even bigger? I shook my head as I looked at his hulking frame, which made the room feel cramped even though he was just lying on the floor. While I dealt with Peng Wujin, Tang Sowol gently laid the much smaller Yun Jiehai on the bed before returning to my side. Looking at the two of them lying still, only their breathing visible, I began to speak. You may not be able to move, but your minds are clear, so just listen. I know it's hard to believe, but neither I nor Tang Sowol intend to harm you. We don't want anything from this either. Cheon Hwi, even if you say that, I doubt they'll believe it. You did poison and dragged them here by force. I know, but I still have to say it. Tang Sowol fidgeted like someone attempting their first kidnapping. To ease her nerves, I explained further. Considering the situation they're in, they're probably feeling anxious about what's coming next. But people naturally pay attention when the topic they're most concerned about comes up. Right now, they can't move or argue back, they can only listen and reflect. It's the perfect opportunity to think deeply. That's true, I suppose. But why do you look so smug while explaining all this, Cheon Hwi? Well, now that we've cleared that up, let's move on to the real topic. Cheon Hwi? Hello. I let Tang Sowol's exasperated voice drift in one ear and out the other as I continued. As I said earlier, we didn't do this to harm you. But yes, we did have a purpose. If not, we wouldn't have gone this far to protect you. What does it matter if you change your wording now? Tang Sowol pouted and poked my side, clearly displeased at being ignored. Honestly, I wanted to tug on those lips of hers, but I held back. Didn't want to ruin the mood I worked so hard to build. Definitely not because I was afraid she'd get back at me. There are several minor reasons, but the biggest one is this. I wanted to have a real, honest conversation with no secrets or pretenses. If I had approached you normally, tried to get close the usual way, you two would have kept up your little act of mutual hostility, wouldn't you? Even Namgung Jang, who said he was an old friend, didn't know Peng Wujin's secret. Maybe no matter how long we'd known each other, he wouldn't have told me. So why is a candid conversation necessary? That's the most important part. You both know, don't you? That the strange elixirs spreading in Hubei province are from the demonic cult. I think it's a serious warning sign. I crouched in front of Peng Wujin as I spoke. My fiancé and I have already been targeted by the demonic cult once. We even fought them. Sure, they haven't caused much visible turmoil in the Central Plains yet, but that doesn't mean they should be underestimated. I placed my fingers on Peng Wujin's sealed pressure point. At the same time, Tang Sowol moved to place her hand on Yun Jiehai's abdomen. Now that we've said everything, let's release you. With a brief glance between us, Tang Sowol began extracting the poison from Yun Jiehai's body. I, too, removed the needle sealing Peng Wujin's pressure point. GGH. Kill me. I already said I'm not going to. He only got his voice back, and that's the first thing out of his mouth? I couldn't help but sigh. If I released his movement now, would he just start fighting again? While I hovered my fingers over his still-sealed vital point, glaring down at him growling like a beast, a voice came from behind. Flat, mechanical even, but oddly laced with clear embarrassment. Ping, that's enough. Neither of us is hurt. If the Bloodfire Sword Demon had brought this up normally, we would have kept pretending not to know. It started off rude, yes, but it's not completely unreasonable. And he's not exactly who we expected, either. If Jie says so, then fine. What the? Just moments ago, he was yelling, "Kill me," like a madman, radiating bloodlust, and now he calmed down in an instant because his lover spoke. I was dumbfounded, but at the same time, I could understand. Though reversed in direction, I too had once risked my life for Tang Sowol. The emotion behind it was probably the same. Once I saw that Yun Jiehai's stiff arm was slowly regaining flexibility after the detoxification, I finally released Peng Wujin's remaining pressure point. As soon as his body was free, he rushed straight to Yun Jiehai's side. "Are you alright?" "I just had my weapon broken and got pressure pointed. But you were poisoned. Thanks to Miss Tang's clean detoxification, I'm fine. But weren't you also poisoned? Is it really okay to be moving around like this?" "It wasn't a deadly poison. It tingles a bit, but I can move. Most people would not call that okay." Yun Jiehai replied in her usual flat tone, clearly unimpressed. When she turned to look at us, Tang Sowol took the cue and reached out her hand. Soon, a thick brown miasma was pulled from Peng Wujin's body. The pungent-smelling poison was instantly absorbed into Tang Sowol's palm. Yun Jiehai flinched slightly. It was strange before, too. Instead of giving an antidote, she draws out the poison directly. "Poison techniques are my specialty." Tang Sowol replied with a relaxed smile, but I knew. She was a bit flustered right now. Though she didn't administer a second dose like with Yun Jiehai, she hadn't expected Peng Wujin to remain so unaffected by a compound paralytic poison that required 2 toxins to activate. Still, it didn't mean her poison was weak, it was just that Peng Wujin's body was absurdly strong. The Yun Clan trained their bodies using medicines derived from techniques used to create undead martial beings. When trained properly, their skin and bones became resilient enough to block even sword qi, but it was purely physical reinforcement, resulting in stiffness of movement. The Ping Clan, however, had naturally gifted physiques, further refined by external martial arts training. Not only did they have tough skin and hard bones, but their muscles were massively developed, granting great strength and durability. Even internal injuries were rare, and most poisons had little effect. I'd fought with a collateral line of the Ping Clan before my regression, so I knew. If that side branch was already like that, Peng Wujin, the mainline heir, had to be even more remarkable. That is, assuming he lives long enough. I gently tapped Tang Sowol's back to comfort her sulky mood, then opened my mouth. "You've had time to check on each other. Now talk to me too. I've been wondering, why is the conflict between the Ping and Yun clans so much more intense than usual lately? It's probably the demonic cult. We've suspected it for a while. Me, Jiehai, and even the elders of both clans." "What?" I was surprised, not just by how unexpectedly rational and calm Peng Wujin was, but by the fact that they already knew. "Then why are you still fighting?" The one who answered wasn't Peng Wujin, but Yun Jiehai, leaning against his shoulder. "It's simple. The elixirs worked better than expected. We pretended to argue, but in reality, we were competing to monopolize the supply. The short distance between Xingang and Hebei, and underestimating the demonic cult's power also played a part. Do you know what those elixirs are made of? Humans at least, that's what the Muram Alliance's intelligence suggests. So they weren't disclosing the ghost shadow thieves, Zhang Qiak, involvement. Just attributed it to a Muram Alliance informant. Well, Zhang Qiak had technically retired. And considering his plan to stage a flashy funeral, revealing his identity could be a problem. Still, that wasn't the part that bothered me. You make it sound like Hebei's version is different. I heard it was a lower quality batch. As I tilted my head, Peng Wujin continued. It is different. According to the Ping Clan's medicine hall, it's made from animals, not humans. Still brutal, they're turned into pills alive, but technically, it's no worse than eating meat. Ian Clan's medicine hall reached the same conclusion. That's why we're not accusing each other out of real concern. It's about who gets to claim the remaining supply. Though yes, our mutual dislike adds fuel to the fire. So even though the demonic cult's involvement was exposed, the situation hadn't changed from my previous life. Actually, it might be worse. The demonic cult must be on high alert now, ready to flip the table if needed. But the Pang and Yun clans, knowing full well what's going on, are still playing into their hands. I couldn't help but sigh. If it were me, I wouldn't touch that stuff even if it made me stronger. That's because you're an individual, Cheon Hwi. Leading a great clan is different. Tang Sowol shook her head with a troubled look. When I gave her a curious glance, she explained with a bashful smile. Individuals are limited in how much they can benefit from elixirs. The effect often drops drastically with repeated use, and for those with deep cultivation, minor elixirs aren't much help. So from a long-term perspective, it's often better to skip dangerous ones. Right. And you can always make up for lacking inner energy through insight. Who even says stuff like that? Tang Sowol rolled her eyes, then nodded. I suppose you could. But it's something only you could do, Cheon Hwi. Really? I always thought how you use your chi matters more than how much you have. Before my regression, I often struggled with a lack of inner energy, but I never lost a fight because of it. Well, judging by the way even Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai were staring at me like I was an alien, maybe it really was just me. Anyway, forget about me. What did you mean when you said it's different for a clan? To strengthen and maintain a large group, everyone, not just individuals, needs to grow stronger. That's why family martial arts techniques, even secret ones, sometimes get partially open to the public as the clan expands. And for the same reason, elixirs, especially mid to low-grade ones, are useful in bulk. They help build up the backbone of the clan. I see. Even after spending a long time in the Tang Clan, I still had trouble understanding that kind of mindset. But I suppose this was another lesson. After nodding once, I turned my gaze back to Peng Wujin. I get why the clan wants the elixirs. But you speak like you two think differently. Why's that? It's nothing special. Our elders had dealt with the demonic cult's problems in the past. Since nothing serious happened to them, they took it lightly. But the real reason is something else. One day, while Ping and I were secretly sharing information and investigating the cult behind our families' backs, Yun Jiehai paused, then scowled, her expression twisting in rare visible anger. We received a letter. It said they knew about our relationship and warned us to stop poking around if we didn't want our secret revealed to our families. Probably from the demonic cult. I think I finally understood why the two of them died before my regression. Before I ever approached Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai, a suspicious letter had arrived during their independent investigation into the demonic cult. It was a threat. The sender claimed to know about their relationship and warned that unless they stopped poking into the demonic cult, the secret would be exposed. Only then did I understand why they had died before my regression. Of course, it was still just a hypothesis. To be sure, I slowly opened my mouth. This may be a strange question, but what would you do if your families found out about your relationship? I'd try to persuade my father first. Same here. Though I doubt he'd listen, and I'd probably be confined. Yun Jiehai's face darkened slightly, and seeing that, Peng Wujin added calmly, It's all right. If it comes to that, I'll come get you. What? I feel bad for my father, but I'm lucky to have an excellent younger brother. He may not match me in martial arts, but he's far more qualified to lead the clan. I'm proud of him. W8, are you saying? Yes. It may sound selfish, but if it comes to it, I'd give up the Peng clan name and leave. That is, if you'd still be willing to be with me, Jiehai. Of course. Do you think I love you because you're from a prestigious family? Absolutely not. Even if you become a wandering rogue, my feelings won't change. If that happens, I'll leave with you. Jiehai. Ping. The two clasped hands and gazed into each other's eyes with deep emotion. I flinched at the sudden flood of affection, but at the same time, I felt reassured. They truly loved each other despite their family's bitter rivalry. No doubt it was painful. But was that alone a reason to die together? That's what didn't sit right with me. The Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai I knew were people of strong will. Even now, they were clearly prepared to go their own way rather than succumb to despair. So then, if they truly died together in my previous life, perhaps it wasn't by their own will. Maybe they were driven into a corner or murdered by the demonic cult, and their deaths were staged as a double suicide. Personally, I lean toward the latter. Ian Jie might despair. But Peng Wujin? He would more likely charge through the front door. This might be more dangerous than I thought. So you think so too, Cheon Hwi? I understand how sincere their feelings are, but thinking ahead, it's not going to be easy. Especially since the Young clan has no other successor. Unlike the Ping clan, Yun Jiehai is the only heir. That's the only reason a woman like her could become acting clan head. That's not what I meant, but okay. Even if she's a woman, she's direct blood, which is more important than being from a side branch. That's why she was given the role. But if she runs away, I doubt even hiding in Outer Muram would keep her safe. Wait, this wasn't the point. I chuckled at Tang Sowol's genuine concern for their future and replied, "They're not planning to run away now. That's just a worst-case scenario. They're simply saying there are things they can't give up, even if it means bearing the consequences. I'm the same. So, you're saying that if I caused trouble one day and had to flee the Tang Clan, you'd come with me? Of course. Though just the two of us would be tough. If needed, I would. So I'm not enough for you. You know that's not what I meant. Foo-foo, just teasing. I wouldn't want to see Cheon Hwi gloomy all day, so when the time comes, I'll try to drag along Hyang and Waren as well." That whisper from the Dragon and Phoenix gathering came to mind. She had said she understood I still had lingering feelings for Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaren. Yet, every time it's brought up, I can't help but feel uncomfortable. Tang Sowol, watching me fidget and roll my eyes, grinned. "So, what did you mean earlier when you said that's not what I was talking about?" "Oh, I meant their lives might be in danger right now, not in the future." "Cheon Hwi? Didn't you say earlier you wouldn't hurt them?" Apparently hearing that, both Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai flinched and looked this way. "Why does it sound like I'm the bad guy? Even if I had malicious intent and kidnapped you, hostages are more valuable alive." "You say that like it's experience talking." Tang Sowol admired me while the two looked, slightly disturbed. Feeling a bit too much like a villain, I quickly clarified. "I meant the demonic cult might be targeting you." "What do you mean targeting?" "At most, they'd tell our families." "You really think they'd come after the Peng Clan heir?" Ping Wujin sounded incredulous. I shrugged. They already tried to kill the Tang Clan's precious daughter. Why would the Peng Clan be any different? Huh? No way. The two turned toward Tang Sowol with wide eyes. With all seriousness, she nodded. "It's true. They didn't try to kill me directly, of course. But they rallied people who hated the Tang Clan and incited them to attack me. The demonic cult's goal hasn't changed, destruction of the martial world. They want every martial artist dead. But their methods, those are different now. In the past, the demonic cult had been a band of vengeful ghosts. No wonder the Peng Clan elders dismissed them as nothing more than savage brutes. That's exactly what they were. But once the heavenly demon Kianma rose to leadership, everything changed. Instead of rushing blindly into Central Plains with blades, they plotted. They shifted blame to others and stirred up internal strife. Before my regression, I never knew this. Only thanks to certain coincidences in this life did I begin to uncover it. I've been thinking about why they targeted Tang Sowol. The simplest answer is, since the demonic cult absorbed the assassins of Sal Valley, they needed to unify the group. Targeting the Tang Clan, their sworn enemy, would serve that purpose. Wait, did you say Sal Valley joined the demonic cult? Not just working for them, but actually part of it. Oh? You hadn't heard that yet? Well, don't go spreading it. The informant who brought us that info confirmed it firsthand, barely escaping from Sal Valley with his life. Monsters really do find each other. Ping Wujin shook his head. That's not even the shocking part. If they really wanted Tang Sowol dead, they'd have sent their best assassins. Instead, they hired second-rate thugs. Why? Because the goal wasn't to kill her. It was to provoke a feud between the Tang Clan and the dark sections. Huh? Really, Cheon Hwi? I think so. Imagine if I hadn't been there. If you had died, or barely escaped the clutches of a back-alley killer, what would have happened? My father would have been furious. Furious doesn't cover it. He would have reminded the entire martial world why he's called the Poison King. In my past life, Tang Jinshin had raised through the dark sects, reducing anyone remotely involved in the attack to a heap of poison-ravaged corpses. As a result, the Tang Clan's relationship with the Black Lotus sect worsened drastically. Many died, some of them even Black Lotus officers. The Tang Clan already had many enemies, but after that, their numbers multiplied. Most of their strength went towards surviving the backlash. If the demonic cult's goal is to divide the martial world, then it makes sense to kill Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai and make it look like suicide. Staging a fight to the death is harder, you'd need martial traces. But faking a suicide? That's easy. Even if the conflict between their families quiets down temporarily, the emotional rift would deepen. And the demonic cult walks away clean. Right now, the Peng and Yun clans are at odds, but under the banner of righteousness, they could unite against a common enemy. But once they lose their heirs, that changes. They failed to unite, and one by one, the heavenly demon wiped them out. Of course, I couldn't say that out loud, because that was from a future that hadn't happened yet. Trying to phrase it like a guess only triggered the mental restriction. My body tensed. My chest tightened. Sensing my discomfort, Tang Sowol gently stroked my back. Are you all right, Cheon Hwi-da? I'm fine. I just lost my train of thought for a moment. Once I gave up on finishing my sentence, the restriction eased and my body relaxed. Tang Sowol smiled warmly at me. You care so much, even though this is someone else's problem. I guess you were seeing a bit of our story in theirs, weren't you? Can't say that's entirely wrong. Both were suffering because of the demonic cult. In that, we shared a bond. And deep down, I wanted to foil the cult's plans and maybe help the Peng and Yun clans reconcile so they could one day stand with us against the heavenly demon. With a shrug, I concluded, that's as far as I've thought. To sum it up, they're in more danger than they realize, and if possible, I'd like to help them and strike back at the demonic cult. Ahem. I appreciate the intent, though I still have plenty of complaints about the method. Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai coughed awkwardly. Tang Sowol, on the other hand, struck a proud pose, hands on her hips, nose in the air. The sudden warmth of the atmosphere made me avert my eyes. Well, it's not like I have a clear plan. I just know something has to be done. So Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai might die at the hands of the demonic cult. But why did the demonic cult spread mid- and low-tier elixirs all over Hubei in the first place? If it was just to start a fight, using elixirs seemed like overkill. One side would clearly grow stronger. The demonic cult may lack martial power, but in terms of mental restrictions and poison-induced pain, they're second to none. Could they be planning to use the distributed elixirs for something else? If so, how do we stop it? The questions piled up with no easy answer. Just then, Tang Sowol's eyes lit up as if she had a great idea. Cheon Hwi-da. In the end, what you want is to expose and crush the demonic cult's plot, right? In short, yes. But charging in blindly is risky. I don't even know where to start. There's a way to solve all of that at once. My ears perked up. I leaned in. Instead of going home, let's head to Hubei together, with Hyang and Warren. What? If anything happens, Sister Warren is a flowering stage master. She'll keep us safe. And Hyang could gain some real-world experience. And you don't have to worry about the investigation either. If the threatening letter was in response to their current path, then that means they're on the right track. Just keep going. Everything you're saying makes sense, but no way your father would approve. He already worries every time she leaves. There's no way he'd allow this. But Tang Sowol tilted her head like she didn't understand. Huh? Who said anything about asking permission? You did say we're doing it the same way as last time, right? She beamed. Let's quietly run away. What the hell kind of suggestion is that? Let's do it immediately. The next morning. From early on, Tang Sowol called Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran out, asking if they'd like to get some fresh air. It wasn't as though they had packed anything extravagant, and she even greeted Tang Jinshin like always. A perfectly ordinary day, a perfectly ordinary outing. However, isn't this a bit too far for a simple outing? This one doesn't mind, since Wuhan City was so crowded and tiring, but there's nothing but paths and grass around here. You're right. If we don't head back soon, we'll probably miss breakfast, won't we, Sister Tang? The clan head really enjoys having breakfast with you. Seo Munwaran tilted her head as she looked around, while Seo Lihyang, seeming a bit hungry, rubbed her flat stomach. Tang Sowol, who had been walking in the lead while chatting casually, suddenly turned around. Without stopping, she began walking backward and said, "We're heading to Hubei province from now on." "Pardon? Where did you say we're going, Sister Tang? What nonsense is that? Why would Hubei province come into this?" "Because we're planning to run away from home." As if she were casually mentioning what they'd be having for breakfast, her tone was calm and natural. Maybe that's why the two blinked, not immediately understanding, only realizing a beat later what she meant. "Our run away? Just like that? What do you mean, as if it's the most natural thing in the world? Running away? And you're even taking me with you? This will only cause more misunderstandings with the Poison King." "But Sister Siren, that wasn't a misunderstanding. You really did follow us with one foot out the door, sniffing around to see what was happening. That was all because of you too." Seo Lihyang teased mid-surprise, and Seo Munwaran, as always, played along. As the two bickered briefly, Tang Sowol let out a giggle and continued. "No need to worry too much. I left a proper letter for father at the residence. Sister Tang? I just want to clarify that leaving a letter doesn't mean it's okay to run away, right? Cheon Hwi, you're her fiancé. Why didn't you stop her?" Seo Lihyang asked with concern, and Seo Munwaran directed a scolding glare at me. At this point, there was really only one thing I could say. There were valid reasons for all of this. Everyone has their reasons. Seo Munwaran crossed her arms and came to a halt. Her posture clearly conveyed she wouldn't take another step unless we convinced her. When I glanced at Tang Sowol, she gave a small nod. Only then did I speak. "Well, we've come this far, so I suppose it's time to explain. It'll be a bit long, so please have this while you listen." I pulled out a piece of candy I had prepared in advance. Seo Munwaran scoffed. "Huh. Do you think this one would be appeased by something as simple as munch munch, huh?" Seo Munwaran instinctively accepted the candy and popped it into her mouth. Her sharp eyes had suddenly softened. Seo Lihyang, watching from the side with a baffled expression, had a very valid question. Though she had regained her youth through rejuvenation, Seo Munwaran was still around the same age as Tang Jinchen. Was it really possible for someone like her to become this simple with just one candy? Surprisingly, it was. Rejuvenation was certainly incredible. It defied natural lifespan and replaced an aging body that even great martial cultivation couldn't avoid. But it wasn't a miracle gifted by the heavens, it was a feat achieved through one's own strength and will. Naturally, it came with side effects. The biggest of which was how a youthful body could heavily influence one's mind. Smirking to myself at how things were going according to plan, I suddenly noticed Seo Lihyang narrowing her eyes. "Hey, Cheon Hwi. Just what are you planning to say that you had to go this far?" "Shoo." Of course, she was quickly silenced by Tang Sowol's firm hand pressing down on her shoulder. "Hyang, I get that you're not thrilled, but Cheon Hwi was just about to explain. We'll know everything soon enough, right?" "Why, yes." Softening under Tang Sowol's presence, Seo Lihyang relaxed. With everyone now ready to listen, Tang Sowol and I exchanged a brief, satisfied glance. Let me start from the beginning. When father-in-law mentioned that the situation in Hubei seemed suspicious, it sparked a thought. "So you had to go because he told you not to?" I was reminded of the time I was attacked under the demonic cult's orders. Kuhiam. Seo Munwaran cleared her throat awkwardly and quietly listened, still munching on the candy. "Well, that's how it happened." "I see. So your plan is to investigate the demonic cult in Hubei along with Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai?" "Yes. That seems too dangerous." "Of course, Cheon Hwi, you're beyond what people would call a late-stage first-class warrior, but even the demonic cult has sub-perfection masters. It's just that they lack flowering stage warriors and are underestimated because of it." Seo Munwaran looked at me with worried eyes. Her blatant concern softened me a bit, and I shook my head. "There's no need to worry. If we're facing a sub-perfection master, I can't guarantee victory like you said, which is why I brought you along, senior. So you're saying you'll rely on this one's protection if it gets dangerous? Is that a problem?" "Of course not. You're free to rely on this one as much as you wish. Still, since there's risk involved, how about you learn a few more martial arts from the Seo Mun clan this time? If this is going to end with you saying that since I learned your clan's secret techniques, I must now be considered a member, then I'll have to refuse." When I gave her a suspicious glare, Seo Munwaran clicked her tongue in disappointment. "TCH. Then at least learn a few of this one's golden hand techniques. If you promise that, I'll gladly help you." "Well, in that case." As I reluctantly nodded, Seo Lihyang shook her head and asked Tang Sowol, Sister Tang, is it that I just don't understand Miram very well yet? Or is this whole situation just weird? Of course it's weird. Normally, people would give their entire fortune just to learn anything from a top-tier master like Sister Warren. So, what are you gonna do, Hyang? Me? Well, it'd be kind of awkward to go back alone now, right? And you probably called me because you need me. So, what should I do, Sister Tang? I guess. You could gain practical experience when we run into appropriate opponents. After tilting her head, Seo Lihyang finally realized why she had been brought along. Wait, you brought me along even though I'm not that useful, just so I could gain some experience? Amen, Cheon Hwi? Since Hyang is joining us too, let's get moving. Sister Tang? Sister Tang? Ignoring Seo Lihyang's desperate tug on her sleeve, we headed to the designated inn. There, Ping Woojin and Yun Jiehai were already waiting, dressed slightly differently. The martial robes they used to wear proudly emblazoned with their family crests were gone. Now they wore plain, black uniforms with no patterns or text. Well, Tang Sowol and I were still in the Tang Clan's green martial robes, so I supposed we'd need to change before we left. Adding that to my mental to-do list, I gave them a small wave. Any trouble getting here? No trouble. But still, I'm not sure this is really the right thing to do. Ping Woojin and Yun Jiehai let out heavy sighs. It seemed sneaking out to meet each other was fine, but secretly leaving home to see the world weighed more heavily on them. I lightly patted Ping Woojin's shoulder in consolation. It's fine. We're just keeping our identities hidden while continuing the investigation in Hubei. Even if we aren't, you two are just making a trip outside your front gate. That's why it's more concerning. What if someone who knows our faces sees us? Snapping in frustration, Peng Woojin then sighed again and finally turned to look at Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran behind me. I heard we'd have companions. Is it those two? I recognize one of them. That's Lady Frozen Melody Blossom. A close junior to the Poison Dance Empress and someone with such talent that she lived in the Tang Clan as a guest since childhood. As for the other, Yun Jiehai glanced at Seo Lihyang, then her gaze moved to Seo Munwaran. Seo Lihyang quietly stepped behind me, seemingly intimidated by Peng Woojin's large frame. Just then, realization struck Peng Woojin, and he stood up in shock. Could it be? Senior White-Haired Rakshasa. This one is indeed known by that title, but it is not one I am fond of. My apologies. I heard through the Miram Alliance that the Seo Mun clan has once again chosen to walk the path of the righteous. Kuhiam. Yes, that is so. However, I can't call a senior of the same generation as my father by name. What should we address you as? Despite his huge build, Peng Woojin was extremely respectful, an appropriate attitude, considering she was one of the few flowering stage warriors in all of Miram, with a long-standing history in the martial world. Still, I thought to myself, our group really does treat Seo Munwaran a bit casually. From the beginning, we treated her more like a new friend. And in my case, I had eaten meals with her in my previous life for years, so there was a sense of familiarity. Above all, Seo Munwaran never acted dignified around us, which was why we didn't treat her formally. Kuhiam. Kuhiam. She puffed her chest slightly and looked back and forth between me and Ping Woojin. Though she didn't say it out loud, she was clearly asking to be treated better going forward. Then she opened her mouth. This one will be helping you for a while, so we'll be seeing each other often. As long as you don't call me Rakshasa, call me whatever you wish. Ping Woojin hesitated, but Yun Jiehai spoke up instead. Thank you for stepping forward for people you don't even know, Elder. While we won't be able to rely on our family's strength for a while, we'll do our best to make sure you're not inconvenienced. Elder. Seo Munwaran's expression turned glum. Her eyes held a trace of sorrow as she looked our way. See? I told you she wouldn't be happy being treated like an elder. I smirked slightly at Ping Woojin and Yun Jiehai, who were clearly confused by her reaction. By now, my father-in-law and likely the Poison King and the Fist King had all read the letters we left behind. I'm a bit hungry, but let's skip breakfast and head out. The road to Hubei was long. After leaving Wuhan City and arriving in Hubei, we soon headed toward a small house where Peng Woojin and Yun Jiehai had occasionally met in secret to share their findings. But all that remained was a burnt-down, abandoned village and the charred remains of a few buildings. However, There are traces of demonic techniques here. It didn't seem like this was just bad luck. There's a saying that a word without feet travels 1,000 li. By the time our group arrived in Hubei province, the rumor that the heirs of prestigious families had run away together had already spread throughout the region. Even though we traveled at the speed of Xiao Lijiang, who was the slowest among us in lightness skill, the speed at which the rumors spread was still unnaturally fast. They were probably deliberately spreading the rumors using the beggar's sect, trying to locate us. Just as expected. If I were to offer one defense, Tang Jinshin might clutch the back of his neck, but he wouldn't be too worried. Not only because of my martial strength, but because he knows Xiao Munwaran, a master of the flowering stage, is moving with us. Of course, this only applies to Tang Jinshin, who knows that despite Xiao Munwaran's notorious reputation, she's righteous in nature, and that any opponent we face will likely be dealt with by either me or Tang Sowol before it comes to her. As for the heads of the Tang Clan and Yun Clan, I imagine they're in a frenzy by now. After all, the heirs of two families that hate each other have disappeared at the same time. They were such good actors that even Nam Gungjiang, who calls himself their friend, believes that Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai genuinely hated each other. Now rumors must be flying with all sorts of wild, negative speculations. For now, we're safe, but we don't have all the time in the world. Do you have a destination in mind? Of course. Jiehai and I have a house we use for secret meetings. Wait, not a cave? That's the reason? I looked at Tang Sowol in disbelief, but she just blinked at me innocently, as if she didn't understand what was strange. Even if my senses have sharpened due to regaining the realm of divine sword unity, she hadn't whispered, so she must have heard it too. I couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, but before I could dwell on it, Yun Jiehai asked cautiously, as if something fell off. Did you just say cave? I understand that blood flame sword demon so high up may not have had much wealth stored up, being a wanderer, but you, Lady Poison Phoenix, would be in a different position, no? You're absolutely right. I couldn't afford anything extravagant, but I could have at least bought a small house in a small village. That said, well, I didn't really have a choice. I was kidnapped by Cheon Hwi-da, after all. Now they understood. Yun Jiehai's eyes widened, and Peng Wujin nodded dumbly. Their impression of me was taking a solid dive. Not that I could deny it. Everything she said was true. So I just shrugged once and changed the subject. I get that the two of you have a secret house, but is there a reason we have to go there specifically? Of course. It's located between the territories of the Tang Clan and Yun Clan, a place that skillfully avoids both sides' attention. It's ideal as a base. And most of the information we've gathered so far is stored there. We've shared what we could remember or describe verbally, but everyone sees things from different perspectives and with different knowledge, so if you all read it, you might notice something new. She had a point. Especially for me, because everything related to regression is sealed by mental restrictions. Jumj, being able to check what they've recorded is a great help. I still don't know the principle behind it or whether it can be undone one day, but phrasing things as if they're logical deductions in the right context avoids triggering the restriction. If we can catch the tail of the demonic cult again this time, if we can spread word of their plans and the heavenly demon's might, then we won't be crushed individually like in my previous life. We arrived at the small village that Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai mentioned. But it was no longer a village. The ground was pitch black, covered in ash and soot. Only traces remained where houses once stood. What is this? Peng Wujin looked around in shock. There were no signs of life. Either the villagers had long since fled or they had all died. Usually, even after such a fire, survivors returned to rummage through the ruins for anything salvageable. The complete absence of people meant one of two things. The fire happened some time ago, or everyone in the village was killed. Who would do something so horrific? Wait, no, it can't be. Yun Jiehai looked around with the same expression as Peng Wujin, her face twisting in horror. We'll find out soon. Let's check a few houses, then head to your secret residence. Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai nodded silently, and we split up to investigate the remains. I lifted a pile of charcoal that barely held its shape. Clearing away the collapsed roof and pushing aside broken pillars, the interior was revealed. There, I found two burned bodies, one large, one small, locked in an embrace. It looked like a parent shielding their child until their last breath. A tragic scene, yes, but something felt off. I stared hard, trying to identify the cause of the unease. Then I saw it on the scorched back of the body. A sword wound. A sword wound. Seo Munwaran reached the same conclusion at the same time. Seo Lihyang furrowed her brows. A sword wound? I can't really tell, but if Cheon Hwi is right, someone wiped out an entire village and then set a fire to make it look like an accident. That's highly likely. There are only a few reasons to burn the dead. To hide their identities. Or to prevent anyone from examining how they died. Even for someone confident with a sword like me, all I could tell was that their heart had been pierced cleanly. I couldn't guess what sword technique was used. Which was likely the point. This one agrees with Cheon Hwi's reasoning. But for now, we should check more houses. We don't have enough evidence to draw conclusions. Yes, Sister Warren is right. Everyone has their circumstances. This house might be a special case. With a more solemn expression, I moved on to another house and cleared away the debris. This time, I found no sword wounds, but bodies that looked like they had died writhing in agony. Unlike before, where the bodies were static, here you could see their desperate will to live. The sight darkened Seo Lihyang's face immediately. I gently ran my hand along her back to calm her and continued speaking. Usually, when there's a fire, most people die from smoke inhalation. Death by burning is rarer than you'd think. I knew this all too well, having seen it countless times when Ire Bloodhall fell in my previous life. Those who suffocate on smoke pass quietly. Even if they struggle, it's never this violent. This kind of death is from someone burning alive. I remember a few who died like that when the Seo Mun clan was exterminated. Recalling the past, Seo Munwaran's aura turned cold. I gently patted her back with one hand and turned to Tang Sowol, who had been searching another ruin. What about you? It's the same. Here, the victim's head was crushed. She spoke in a rare, cold tone. Perhaps the reality of an entire village being slaughtered and burned was especially hard to bear for someone raised in the Orthodox sects. We regrouped with Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai. Their findings were similar. Even if there were no visible sword wounds, many of the bodies had clearly died before the fire started. The death toll was too high to call it an accidental blaze. It was likely that no one escaped alive. Maybe, just maybe, one person survived. Ping Wujin, who had at least some rapport with the villagers, clenched his jaw. This was the work of the demonic cult, wasn't it? We can't be certain yet. It could have been bandits. This is a remote village, after all. Or it could have been a rogue martial artist from the unorthodox sections. This is Hubei. Who would dare do something like this? You said it yourself. It's located between the Pang and Yun territories, where neither clan's influence fully reaches. The Central Lands are vast, and many martial artists possess power beyond the norm. But the weapons of the government don't reach every corner. That's why the 5 supreme clans and 9 great sects came to be. This place, though within Orthodox territory, was left unprotected due to the dispute between the 2 clans. That must have hit home. Both Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai looked downcast. This wasn't your fault. It happened long ago. This is something that requires both clans to act, not 2 individuals. No need to blame yourselves. Thank you. For now, we should head to your house. We've learned all we can here. What's the point? Even if it's a bit farther, it was still part of this village. It must have burned down with everything inside. Yun Jiehai's voice was resigned. But that was precisely why it was important. You're right. We can't expect it to be intact. But, at the very least, we might be able to tell whether it was the demonic cult. Huh. You wouldn't have left important documents just lying around, would you? You'd have buried them or hidden them somewhere difficult to find. Why, yes. We didn't make it fireproof, but we did hide it in the deepest spot. If I were with the demonic cult, there would only be one reason to come all the way out here, to kill you both, since threats didn't work. Or, to destroy all your records and evidence. Naturally, they would have searched thoroughly. And burned everything even more thoroughly. But such deliberate destruction often leaves its own traces. Guided by Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai, we arrived at the house slightly removed from the main village. As expected, even after digging through the wreckage, all that remained were blackened coals and shattered debris. Not a single structure had kept its shape. But most importantly, we found the hidden vault beneath the half-buried floor, just as Yun Jiehai had said. And there, we found a trace. A melted and scorched stone surface, marked by winding, snake-like grooves. I recognized them instantly. Blood Flame Serpent Demon Art. A demonic art that slithers like a living snake and intensifies its flames when it smells blood. The martial art of Bloodflame Fist Demon, a foe I had fought before the regression, but never defeated, until Tang Sowol came to help. It's true that the martial prowess of the demonic cult's followers, aside from the heavenly demon, wasn't all that impressive, but that didn't mean they were devoid of powerful figures. Take Shadow Ghost, for instance, the one I defeated before. In my previous life, he had eventually reached sub-perfection and even rose to the rank of Elder. Though the demonic cult lacked any true top-tier masters at the flowering stage, they did have a few warriors who had attained sub-perfection. One of them was Jik Yonggu, the Blood Flame Fist Demon, another elder of the demonic cult who had reached sub-perfection long ago. The difference between him and Shadow Ghost? Shadow Ghost would reach sub-perfection in the future, but the Blood Flame Fist Demon had already attained it a while ago, even by current standards. Though infamous, there were likely quite a few people across the Central Plains who recognized his name. I brushed my fingers lightly over the melted stone floor, which bore tracks like those of a snake slithering through molten rock. Naturally, no heat or demonic energy remained. All that was left was the cold, smooth texture. As I quietly ran my hand over the floor, Tang Sowol crouched beside me and joined in brushing away the soot, asking, "This is definitely unusual. Even if the house caught fire completely, it shouldn't have melted the stone floor like this. It's a trace of a demonic art. Excuse me, maybe if the evidence is right in front of me, the mental restriction won't activate." This time, my thoughts came out of my mouth without being blocked. "I suspect it's Blood Flame Serpent Life demonic art. If it's that technique, you mean the martial art of the Blood Flame Fist Demon? You know of him?" "Well, not as much as you do, Cheon Hwi, but since I learned that the demonic cult was behind the attempt on my life, I've looked into many things. He's the one who caused the blood calamity at the Kunlun sect around 30 years ago, right?" She didn't know the exact timeline, but it was true. The nickname he earned from that incident had become widely known. As I nodded, Seo Munwaran narrowed her eyes and chimed in. "This one has heard of the Blood Flame Fist Demon as well. Although Changhai and Jiangxi are far apart, the event was so infamous that even I heard rumors of it." "What kind of incident was it, Sister Siren?" Seo Lihyang, though she knew the basics now, still had far more she didn't know when it came to the affairs of Miram. At her calling Seo Munwaran sister, Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai, who had been respectfully calling her elder, wore complicated expressions, but Seo Munwaran remained unshaken and explained. "The story goes that the Blood Flame Fist Demon, seeking revenge for his father who was beaten to death by a Kunlun Taoist, set fire to every young disciple of the Kunlun sect he came across. Sure, it's sad when a demonic cultist goes overboard with revenge, but it's not really surprising." "Are you saying the Kunlun Taoist actually did that first?" Seo Lihyang widened her eyes in disbelief. She had learned that righteous sect members, especially Taoist warriors, would never commit such acts. But there are always exceptions. These are only rumors, so I can't confirm every detail, but they say a notorious merchant's son paid a massive donation to enter the Kunlun sect and couldn't fix his rotten habits. He supposedly caused an incident while secretly drinking. So he was a bad person from the start. But why did the Kunlun sect accept him? Was it really because of money? I can't imagine a group like Kunlun stooping so low. There may have been financial reasons, but more than that, it's likely due to the Taoist belief that accumulating virtue leads to enlightenment. Guiding the lost is considered a significant act of virtue. She was right. Though many Taoists today have grown more secular, they still pursue virtue. Unlike noble clans, which value blood ties and tend to keep their own close whether they're good or bad, sects can choose whom they accept. That doesn't mean Wudong or Mount Hua only take in talented people either. Most of those accepted into Taoist sects are orphans who lost their parents in incidents, or children abandoned by families too poor to raise them. It's rare for a sect to accept a rich family's child or a genius with great talent. They mainly take in those who have nowhere else to go, those who wouldn't survive on their own, or those who have wandered for a long time and truly want to change. From a practical standpoint, this may seem inefficient. But when viewed through the lens of accumulating virtue, it makes sense. That said, some wealthy families still try to dump their problem children on the sects from time to time. If the child is truly incorrigible, the sect will reject them, of course. But if they're only moderately troublesome, they'll usually be accepted. Still, things don't always go well. Every so often, incidents and accidents happen. Murder is rare, but not unheard of. Seo Lihyang nodded with a complex expression. I think I get it now. So the Blood Flame Fist demon held a grudge against the Kunlun sect for not managing their disciple properly and got his revenge after joining the demonic cult. Your understanding is correct, but you can't call that revenge. He didn't just go after the person responsible, he burned countless innocent people alive. Revenge usually lacks righteousness, but this was just the rampage of a mad killer. That's why he was called the Blood Flame Fist Demon. I see. I'll remember that. So that nickname wasn't just because he was good with fire and his fists, huh? Seo Lihyang tilted her head, and this time, I answered her. The blood flame part comes from his yang-type demonic art, blood flame serpent life demonic art. And yes, fist is there because that's his primary technique. But the demon part wasn't because he was from the demonic cult, it was because he truly earned it through his actions. You and Sister Siren both speak so decisively about him. I've heard the term blood calamity before, but what exactly did he do? It's good you remember. Then here's a question. What do you think happened to the Kunlun warrior who beat the blood flame fist demon's father to death? Huh? Let's see. Seo Lihyang tapped her chin with her finger and tilted her head. Well, since he committed murder, he was probably handed over to the authorities, or maybe locked up in Kunlun's prison. Considering the blood flame fist demon sought revenge later, I guess he didn't die right away. Close. He was imprisoned in Kunlun's dungeon and released about 10 years later. He sincerely repented and lived out his life helping others up until the moment he was killed by the blood flame fist demon. Huh? Seo Lihyang blinked in shock, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. But it was true. In my previous life, after narrowly surviving a battle against the blood flame fist demon, I had gone around gathering information about him, speaking with seasoned masters and survivors of the Kunlun sect. From what I learned, the Kunlun warrior who had killed his father changed completely after the incident. He never turned a blind eye to injustice. He spared even the most vicious opponents, making them pay in other ways. Whenever he had time, he sought out the blood flame fist demon, hoping to give back everything he had, his wealth, and even his life. Most people don't change. But he spent over a decade in the dungeon, tormented by guilt, and only found peace by performing good deeds. The Kunlun sect must have recognized this, since they officially reinstated him as a disciple after his release. So when the blood flame fist demon finally returned, already at sub-perfection, he could have easily taken his revenge. But by then, it wasn't so simple neither for him nor for the Kunlun sect. He'd spent his whole life sharpening his blade for revenge, only to learn it was unnecessary. He exacted his justice, but everyone pointed fingers. He came face to face with the emptiness of it all, his purpose shattered. And when that moment of denial hit, a person breaks. Sounds like he was still sane up to that point. Which only made his fall worse. He was already suffering from the side effects of blood flame serpent life demonic art, and that was the final push. He completely lost his self-control. Blood flame serpent life demonic art is among the most powerful demonic arts. It relies heavily on the practitioner's innate yang energy, and for those with enough, it becomes one of the most destructive techniques in all of Mirim. The problem is that it burns even its own master. As a technique that intensifies in the presence of blood, it begins to burn the practitioner's own blood as well. Once someone reaches a certain level in it, they constantly feel searing pain. And the stronger they become, the worse it gets. They can't sleep, they burn with agony at all hours, and become irritable and unstable. The blood flame fist demon had managed to hold on to sanity through his obsessive focus on revenge. But once he lost that purpose, all that remained was his still smoldering grudge, and a martial art that burned everything it touched. And so, after completing his revenge, he returned to Kunlun. There, he began burning alive every disciple the man had helped, all the young ones he had raised. What? Seo Lihyang nodded faintly, her expression blank. Over the years, how many lives had that man saved? Surely dozens, perhaps even hundreds of people died by the blood flame fist demon's hands. The Kunlun sect didn't sit idle, of course. But since he avoided direct confrontation and only targeted the weak, they were driven to despair. He slaughtered over half of the next generation of Kunlun disciples, along with countless civilians in surrounding villages. Only then was he caught by Kunlun's heaven-net formation. Not only the elders at sub-perfection, but even the sect leader at the flowering stage came out to personally cut him down. He had no escape. The issue was, Cheon, unlike other regions, shared a direct border with Xinjiang, where the demonic cult resided. Upon hearing of it, the cult sent reinforcements. And in the end, they managed to extract the blood flame fist demon. Of course, most of the cult's elite were slaughtered in the process. But still, he survived. After that, he continued committing massacres large and small. He became one of Miriam's greatest threats. Then, at some point, he vanished. Everyone assumed he had finally succumbed to the art's backlash, burning himself alive. Or that a passing swordsman had taken his head. It wouldn't be unusual. That's how many like him ended. But from what we learned while interrogating demonic cultists alongside Tang Jinshin, I reached a different conclusion. The heavenly demon. The blood flame fist demon's disappearance coincided exactly with the rise of the heavenly demon within the cult. And now, seeing him move in secret like this, I was certain. He had become utterly devoted to the heavenly demon and was now following his commands. But unlike the story of the blood flame fist demon, this theory triggered the restriction. I couldn't say it aloud. I was finally starting to understand the rules of the restriction. It seemed I was allowed to speak freely about things many people already knew, like the story of the blood flame fist demon, especially with people like Cheon Hwi-da or Tang Sowol around, who also knew the tale. But the heavenly demon? Too few people knew of him. Even mentioning him lightly would trigger a powerful mental block. I sighed inwardly and looked over to Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai, who had been listening silently. With this, I think we understand the nature of our enemy. What will you do? There's no reason to turn back now that we've come this far. I agree. They answered without hesitation. But after speaking, they both started glancing nervously at Cheon Hwi-da. She tilted her head, not understanding their looks. I gave a dry laugh and added, right. With a flowering stage master like Senior Cheon Hwi-da supporting us, sub-perfection, Muriam's enemies, or even yang-based demonic arts aren't much of a threat. This one, you mean me? Only then did she realize why everyone had been looking at her. She glanced around the group, then placed her hands on her hips. Her expression full of pride. Her heels lifting slightly in a triumphant pose. Her lips quivering as if trying to suppress a smile. Cheon Hwi-da raised her chin and declared, unmistakably showing off. Indeed. You may rely on this one. Be it the blood flame fist demon or anyone else, this one's fists are stronger. Oh. Truly reassuring. Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai clapped in admiration. But for some reason, seeing Cheon Hwi-da that excited only made me feel more uneasy. While pursuing the blood flame fist demon, I ended up isolated with Xiao Lihyang. Are we screwed? Not yet, so shut up. A strange sense of déjà vu crept over me. Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai were both warriors who had reached the peak stage. Of course, with their innate talent and their clan's renowned martial arts, it might seem natural that they attained the peak stage in their 20s. But putting their backgrounds aside, in terms of pure martial strength, they were undeniably powerful anywhere in the Central Plains. If one truly wished to eliminate them, it wouldn't be enough to send just a few average peak stage experts. A sub-perfection level master would be needed. Someone like the blood flame fist demon, for example. But the demonic cult wouldn't have expected that we have Senior Cheon Hwi-da on our side. You may leave it to this one. I had been quietly troubled that I could only watch when you fought the Black Sky Sword Emperor, but now it seems I have a chance to repay that debt sooner than expected. A debt, you say? I made that decision back then because I believed it was the best option, and I stepped up because I wanted to. That may be how you feel. But the feelings this one holds are this one's alone. I've been thankful and sorry toward you, so I intend to settle those feelings now. Well, if that's how you feel, then I won't argue. Honestly, I do feel reassured. Cheon Hwi-da, noticing how the group relied on her, puffed out her chest proudly, clearly pleased. But the reason I brought this up wasn't to cheer up Cheon Hwi-da, who'd been slightly sulky from everyone calling her elder during the journey. Then we'll trust in Senior Cheon Hwi-da and begin tracking the blood flame fist demon. Amen? You said tracking? He went to great lengths to erase his traces and silence any witnesses, committing atrocities to hide his presence. Do you have a way to pursue him? It would be difficult alone, but with help from others, I believe it's possible. Huh. I don't know what you have in mind, but do as you see fit. I nodded to Seo Munwaran, then turned to Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai. This has grown into a significant situation, but it's too late to seek aid from the Ping or Yun clans now. You both know why. That's true. Yes, I feel the same as Brother Peng. A sub-perfection level demonic cultist had infiltrated Hubei and committed these atrocities. Regardless of the circumstances, the right move would be to ask for help from their clans. After all, both the Pang and Yun clans were righteous families rooted in Hubei province. A massacre of an entire village wasn't something that could be ignored just because of interclan tension. But there was a reason they couldn't act so freely. We don't know where the spy is hiding in your clans, so we can't risk leaking information. Once this matter is over, we'll flesh out that rat and make them pay. That's right. There was a spy from the demonic cult hidden within both the Pang and Yun clans. The two realized this after comparing information they had gathered separately and noticing discrepancies. That's also why they chose to store their findings in a separate, secret location, believing it would be too dangerous to hide anything within their own households. Of course, that secret house was eventually discovered, and all the evidence they had gathered was turned to ash. Still, what they had memorized wasn't gone. And thus, the Blood Flame Fist Demon's next targets would likely be the two of them. As I nodded internally, Peng Wujin let out a deep sigh. Phew. If the spy had access to information meant for the clan head, they must hold a fairly high position. What on earth made them betray the Ping clan? Let me just say this. They might not have betrayed you of their own will. What kind of nonsense is that? Betrayal that isn't betrayal. I'm saying there are times when someone becomes a spy against their will. Have you heard of mental restrictions or poison-induced pain? I've heard of mental restrictions. The Ping clan has a few techniques similar to that. But poison-induced pain. I thought that was just an exaggeration. Normally, yes. But not with the demonic cult. Their martial arts might be inferior, but when it comes to sorcery, no one in the Central Plains has deeper expertise. Sounds like something they'd do. Are you suggesting the spy was forced to act by such means? I'm not certain. Just that the possibility is high. And besides, even if they were manipulated through mental restrictions or poison-induced pain, that doesn't erase the fact that they betrayed you. That's true as well. Peng Wujin sighed again, his expression complicated. After a moment, I waited for Yun Jiehai to finish gently patting his back before continuing. In any case, while we can't rely on your clans for help, we can rely on Senior Seo Munwaran. That's why I intend to track the Blood Flame Fist Demon from here. You know tracking techniques? To an extent. Before my regression, as the war against the demonic cult grew longer and more brutal, I had to learn more than just swordsmanship to survive. To prevent future threats, you had to chase down fleeing enemies. And to survive pursuit, you had to learn how to erase your own tracks. So yes, I had learned the basics of tracking techniques. Of course, that alone won't be enough to find the Blood Flame Fist Demon. Even if the fire erased some traces, it's rare for things to be this clean. The cult knows how to fight, but not how to hide. It's the work of the Soul Reapers then. I slowly nodded at Yun Jiehai's grim voice. Most likely. We've already eliminated many of their capable fighters, but just because they lack combat power doesn't mean they're easy to catch. The fact that someone like the Blood Flame Fist Demon is moving so discreetly means these assassins are likely helping him cover his tracks. That's reasonable. But that makes it even harder to understand. How do you plan to track down someone with traces hidden that thoroughly? Not everything has to be solved with one's own power. I'll use Tang Sowol's poison. Excuse me. Poison can be medicine too, if used correctly. You sound very much like someone from the Tang Clan right now. Yun Jiehai gave an admiring nod, and I continued. Anyway, there's a reason I'm telling you this. Even with Tang Sowol's help, it'll still be difficult to perfectly see through the work of professional assassins. So I want to narrow down the possibilities first. Narrow them down, how? Peng Wujin. Yun Jiehai. Tell me every single place you've used for your secret meetings, leave nothing out. If they already knew about your hideout, then their investigation on you is complete. That means the Blood Flame Fist Demon's next destination will likely be one of the places you two frequented together. The two of them exchanged glances, blushing deeply. After a long moment, Peng Wujin broke the silence with an awkward cough. Kuhiem. If that's the reason, then of course I'll tell you, but what you're about to hear must remain strictly confidential. Understood? Obviously. Don't worry. I nodded without hesitation, and Peng Wujin leaned in to whisper. And that's when I understood why the two of them had reacted like that. These two had really been doing everything, huh? After accidentally learning a bit more about Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai's private life than I wanted to, I made my way to Tang Sowol, who was digging into the ground with the others. What are you doing? I didn't feel right just leaving. The village isn't that big, and we've already overturned half the ruins. I figured we should at least bury the bodies. I'll help. We dug up the rest of the half-finished graves and gave the dead a proper, if simple, burial. Only after that did I speak. I need poison. What kind of poison? One made from equal parts of Yilhanko, Jawankwa, Samyofweza, and the venom of the Baitgakko gong. If you need it to interrogate demonic cultists, there are far more efficient poisons. It's for me to take. I don't know why young Master Cheon wants to leave this world, but please know that I intend to follow you soon after. I appreciate the sentiment, but no. If I die, Tang Sowol, you're to live on. Besides, I'm not taking it to die. I value my life too, you know. Not sure about that. Judging by your usual actions, you act like you could drop dead any day. I always had full confidence that I'd survive. This time's no different. Tang Sowol tilted her chin skeptically, signaling me to explain further. I chuckled and clarified. You know as well as I do, those poisons I listed are all extremely potent yang-based poisons. They're not just yang-based. Each one is lethal enough to melt internal organs. But too much of anything is bad. When mixed, the toxicity drops significantly. I know that much. But the poison doesn't disappear completely. Even when neutralized, the remaining effect may not kill, but due to the nature of yang poison, it'll be extremely painful. But in return, the user's senses are heightened to their limit. So you're saying in a long-winded way that it'll hurt like hell. That's where Seo Lihyang comes in. Tang Sowol blinked in confusion, and I gave her a small smile. With Seo Lihyang's yin energy, I'll neutralize the pain. What remains is only heightened sensitivity. It's a clever approach, but there's no guarantee it'll work. I'm not saying I'll take it immediately. We'll test it first, maybe on a mountain beast or something. If the results are acceptable, then you can administer the poison to me. In that case, I don't mind, but I still wonder if it'll work. Despite her doubt, Tang Sowol began producing droplets of different poisons from her fingertips. It would probably be fine. In my previous life, after I was beaten senseless by the blood flame fist demon, Tang Sowol had developed this very poison mix for me, telling me to strike first next time and avoid being caught off guard. Back then, Seo Lihyang wasn't around, so Tang Sowol had done the neutralization herself. But with Seo Lihyang here, that wouldn't be necessary. If Tang Sowol had unmatched talent in poisons, then Seo Lihyang had similar innate skill in handling yin energy. Not to mention, this Tang Sowol, unlike the one in my past life, was still somewhat unpolished. That's why I chose this method. As Tang Sowol mixed the poisons with a doubtful expression, we called over Seo Lihyang and tested it on a bird flying nearby. As expected, the bird flew off completely unaffected. Only after confirming that did Tang Sowol approach, poison dripping from her fingertips. Where on earth did you learn something like this, young Master Cheon? It's a secret. But I can tell you this. I heard it from the person who developed the formula to improve the poison spirit constitution. Don't tell me. Another woman. She was a woman, yes. But you don't have to worry, she's no longer of this world. That was long ago now. The day after I defeated Shadow Ghost, I'd told Tang Sowol, who had snuck into my room, about it. Recalling that memory, she nodded with a somewhat awkward expression. Well then, I'll administer the poison now, so please open your mouth. Hyang, put your hand on his back and be ready to neutralize the poison immediately. Yes! Seo Lihyang trotted over and placed her hand on my back. Meeting her wide-eyed gaze, Tang Sowol slowly inserted her fingers into my mouth. Her fingers filled my mouth, and before I could even process the sensation, the thick poison slid down my throat. My body flushed with heat in an instant. Just as I was about to cry out from the unbearable pain surging through me, cool energy flowed from Seo Lihyang's hand into my back. The pain that had risen like a storm quickly subsided. Before long, my 5 senses expanded. And faintly, very faintly, things I couldn't normally perceive began to come into view. Found it. Now, we would be the ones doing the hunting. The pursuit was going smoothly. Originally, tracking techniques relied more on the five senses than on chi perception. Thus, the foundation of tracking arts could be said to be cultivating martial arts that heighten one's senses over a long period of time. And now, with the help of Tang Sowol and Xiao Lihyang, I had temporarily acquired enhanced senses. A field of vision where the world felt clearer. Though it was not mine, but a borrowed perception, and thus would be of no help in martial arts cultivation. It was more than enough to fulfill my original purpose of chasing the faint traces of the blood flame fist demon. Leaving behind the blackened village, I followed the faint, unnaturally clean traces. And whenever I came upon a fork in the road where no signs remained, I continued choosing the path based on the places Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai had mentioned. How many times had I repeated this process? Perhaps thinking they were far enough from the massacred village, familiar traces began to appear one by one. They were signs of someone writhing from the side effects of the blood flame serpent demon art. No matter how emotionless an assassin may be, they couldn't completely eliminate fatigue. Thinking they were safe, they had likely grown complacent and failed to erase several traces entirely. However, one strange thing stood out. It doesn't seem to be the trace of just one person. What do you mean, Brother Cheon? Exactly as it sounds. There's a chance it's not just the blood flame fist demon traveling with a few assassins. Oh, did you discover traces of a different demonic technique? No. They're all from the blood flame serpent demon art, but the traces differ in physique and level of mastery. They might not be direct disciples, but it seems others trained in the same art are moving with the blood flame fist demon. Even within the demonic cult, martial arts are practiced, but like most martial artists in the Central Plains, they don't revere martial arts themselves. To them, martial artists are enemies, and martial arts are merely the enemy's sword. They learn martial arts out of necessity, but have no desire to monopolize them. No matter how incredible the technique, to them, it's just a tool. If asked, they willingly teach it to others. It sounds noble when put like that, but the problem is, most of them are obsessed with revenge, and all the techniques they teach are demonic arts. In any case, because of that situation, even in my past life, there were others besides the blood flame fist demon who practiced the blood flame serpent demon art. Even after learning from the already accomplished blood flame fist demon, they all either went mad from the side effects or ended their own lives. Back then, it was a thing of the distant past. But now, it might be a matter of the present. Even if their numbers have increased, most of them are first class. At best, barely at peak stage, so there's no need to worry too much. Still, it's good to know. I understand. I'll inform the others as well. Tang Sowol nodded and relayed the information to the rest of the group following behind. While watching her for a moment, I once again set out to trace the next clue. How many times had we repeated this process? Before long, a wide river and a long, stretched-out riverside village came into view. It was the perfect spot for boating. This looks like a great place for boating, Sister Tang. Shoo. Don't say things like, a nice place to secretly have fun out of sight, when we're out in a scenic place like this. I didn't mean it like that. Xiao Lihyang shook her head with an awkward look, while Tang Sowol gave her a mischievous smile. Of course, Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai were trembling with their eyes tightly shut, and for some reason, Xiao Munwaran had also turned bright red, hiccuping repeatedly. Shaking my head, I lightly tapped Xiao Munwaran on the shoulder. Senior Xiao Munwaran. Hike. This one wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. This one just thought, since the boat will sway on the water anyway, we wouldn't stand out. I'm always impressed by your imagination, Senior, but that's not the important thing right now. What's wrong with this one's imagination? Still, I suppose you're right. Just wait a moment. If this was one of the places Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai frequently visited, then the chance of the blood flame fist demon being here was high as well. Of course, he may have already left, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Xiao Munwaran stood still and closed her eyes. Faint energy began to spread out from her body. It was so subtle it would be hard to detect without focused attention. Even that gradually weakened until it extended far beyond the range of my own chi perception. It felt like dough being spread thin and wide with heavy pressure. Upon reaching the flowering stage, when one can refine inner energy through willpower, techniques previously impossible become attainable. like moving objects without touch, creating sword chi condensed to unnatural density, and the massive chi field currently covering the village. These are all such techniques. After quietly scanning the surroundings, Seo Munwaren's eyes suddenly snapped open. There is a suspicious presence. Is that certain? Of course. If they notice this one is watching, they'll flee, so this one didn't look in detail, but from a brief scan, there was a spot with faint demonic energy. I'll leave it to you. Kuhiem. You can rely on this one. But even this one only has 2 hands. Someone may try to flee, so let's proceed with a slow encirclement here. Reasonable. Then, I'll place Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai, the targets of the enemy, with you, Senior Seo Munwaren. That should be the safest position. Even an assassin or martial artist trained in Yang River Chi techniques could suffer defeat if they lack experience, regardless of their level. Understood. Let's do that. Yes. I'll stay with Seo Lihyang, who is the least skilled, and Tang Sowol. As I turned to the side, Tang Sowol spoke up confidently. Since the Blood Flame Fist Demon, now at sub-perfection, will be taken by Sister Waren, it's actually easier for me to fight the rest alone. I can bring out my extreme poisons. Well, unless someone has resistance like yours, Tang Sowol, having them near you would only get in the way. Hehe. It takes some time, but Brother Cheon, you'll get there too, so don't worry. I've never been worried. I'll be expecting it. I gave her a small smile and turned to the others. Everyone okay? If you have any objections, speak now. Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai nodded silently. Their expressions were already filled with resolve. However, hey, we're going to fight now, right? Yes. If you're scared, you can stay in a safe place. No. I knew this kind of day would come eventually, living as a martial artist. I've heard it from you and Master often. I'm just nervous, that's all. Just nervous. Seo Lihyang took a deep breath and before long, the disordered flow of her chi settled. All right. I'm ready. There won't be any danger. I'm not worried about myself. I mean being ready to kill others, even if they're from the demonic cult. I know I'll be safe. You're here, Cheon Hwi. So that's what she had been thinking. While admiring her silently, Seo Lihyang played with the whip at her waist and spoke. Let's go. Understood. Where should we go, Senior Seo Munwaren? After a nod, she replied with a faint smile. Follow this one. With that short instruction, Seo Munwaren stepped forward. We followed her quickly, weaving through the crowd again and again. In the distance, a group that clearly looked like outsiders came into view. Seo Munwaren, who spotted them within visual range, whispered quietly. Any closer and we'll be detected by that Blood Flame Fist Demon's chi perception. From here, we'll split according to plan. Exchanging silent glances, we spread out and maintained a wide triangle formation. With so few people, a tight encirclement was impossible anyway. At most, this was just a precaution for any unexpected situation. This should be enough. Apparently thinking preparations were done, Seo Munwaren suddenly dashed toward the man in front. Tat. Not full force, but still a glimpse of the prowess of a top-tier master at the flowering stage, swift and powerful. The intensity was such that it seemed the natural chi in the area was being sucked toward her. Around the time she took her second step, the Blood Flame Fist Demon sensed her presence and, without even looking back, hurled one of his subordinates and began fleeing in the opposite direction. What the hell? Though dumbfounded, Seo Munwaren smashed the skull of the demonic cultist who had been thrown. Puck. There wasn't even time for last words. The scream of surprise he involuntarily let out was his only farewell. Wiping the blood off her hand, Seo Munwaren shouted angrily, running away without even looking back. And you call yourself a martial artist? Whoever said it, there's a saying in Murim, beware of women, children, and the elderly. I don't know who, but they were right again this time. The Blood Flame Fist Demon yelled while using full-speed Lightfoot technique. Come to think of it, Seo Munwaren was a woman, had the body of a child, and was elderly in age, so all three applied. As expected of a former escapee from the heavenly net of the Kunlun sect, his instincts were sharp. The other demonic cultists and assassins, who belatedly grasped the situation, all rushed at Seo Munwaren to buy time for the Blood Flame Fist Demon to escape. In the demonic cult, where true experts are few and vengeance is taken on each other's behalf, it was a rational choice. Of course, no matter how many came, they couldn't hold Seo Munwaran for long. At best, it would buy a few breaths. But the Bloodflame Fist Demon was an expert at fleeing, contrary to his fearsome nickname. He had a plan, charging toward the river using the shortest path without hesitation. At that speed, he'd reach the river before being caught by Seo Munwaran. Whether he'd escape safely or be caught in the turbulent waters remained to be seen. What was certain was that he was running directly toward me. "Get far away, Seo Lihyang." "Huh? Oh, okay." Realizing she couldn't interfere, Seo Lihyang quickly stepped back. But maybe that made her look like an important figure. Narrowing his eyes, the Bloodflame Fist Demon suddenly swung his fist at Seo Lihyang's back. Whoosh! The internal energy ignited from his fist shot forward. It wouldn't kill, but if hit wrong, it could cause severe burns across her body. An obvious ploy to create a wounded party and slow pursuit. But more than that, what bothered me was that he dared ignore me and attack Seo Lihyang in front of me. Pathetic move. I drew my sword in an instant and slashed. The sharp sword wind split the air and collided with the internal energy flame released by the Bloodflame Fist Demon. Pung! With a near-explosive sound, the flame was split in half and dissipated. I stood in his path and pointed my sword at his brow. "If you want to pass, you'll have to defeat me. Then I'll go around." Without hesitation, he veered off and jumped straight into the river. The sight of him without even a shred of pride made me flinch for a moment. This guy, is this really the infamous demonic cultist? He was far too different from the Bloodflame Fist Demon I had known before the regression. Before the regression, the Bloodflame Fist Demon was a true demon befitting his name, both in strength and temperament. My memory of seeing him for the first time was still vivid, which said it all. A monstrous figure who burned all the reinforcements sent by the Orthodox Alliance and laughed maniacally atop the charred corpses. When I found him, his flames had turned the night sky crimson, and the moment he noticed me, he swung his fist without hesitation. It was a surprise attack, but since I hadn't let my guard down either, I was able to block it without much difficulty. The problem was the fist technique that followed, imbued with the nature of extreme yang. It was a condensed internal energy that rippled like fire, called chi flame, and, in his case, it was actual flame. Where my killing intent constricted him, and I aimed to slice his stiff neck with my sword, the Bloodflame Fist Demon repelled my blade and tried to incinerate me with heat so intense it was hard to even keep my eyes open. There were no words exchanged. The moment our eyes met, we battled to kill one another. The old man, whose eyes didn't even seem properly focused, perhaps truly insane, kept laughing madly even as sword wounds etched themselves onto his arms. I hadn't taken a direct hit, but the rising heat rapidly drained me, both physically and mentally. I was certain that if it went on, I'd collapse first, so I overexerted myself to retreat and return to Tang Sowol's side. The battles that followed after that encounter felt similar. Because of all that, to me, the Bloodflame Fist Demon was a deranged arsonist, a cruel demon who found solace in burning people alive, and one of the few powerful foes I failed to surpass by the slimmest margin. I had heard rumors that he targeted only the weak and fled whenever necessary. But regardless, to me, he was strong, tricky, and completely insane. And yet, then I'll go around. The Bloodflame Fist Demon twisted his body without a moment's hesitation and leaped into the river. His utter lack of pride made me flinch and react a beat too late. He was far too different from the Bloodflame Fist Demon I had known before the regression. Back then, he was a lunatic willing to burn everything before his eyes, even if it meant using his own body as fuel. And now, the moment he realized Seo Munwaran was a flowering stage expert stronger than himself, he fled without hesitation. Right. I already knew that this was his true nature. That the Bloodflame Fist Demon I remembered as a formidable foe only saw me back then as someone worth testing his strength against. I knew, but still. And you call yourself an elder of the demonic cult? Splash. Instead of a reply, came the sound of his body plunging into the river. So he hadn't gotten too far yet. I dashed toward the direction of the sound using lightning thunder steps. Having taken a step into the sub-perfection realm, my body had become significantly stronger. Through Yangchen Acupoint, I could now explosively release more internal energy, allowing for even faster movement. Crunkrang. A sound now resembling thunder accompanied my accelerating body. My vision stretched like molasses, and the distant river came rushing near. The water's surface rippled gently. The river was wide. If he were swimming to escape, he'd still be in the middle of crossing, which meant he hadn't crossed fully and was likely hiding somewhere. Clicking my tongue, I released all the killing intent I had been restraining. A thick wave of murderous intent blanketed the surroundings. Yet, nothing was caught, just a few moored boats swaying in place. Though my chi perception, connected to that killing intent, could pick up fine details, its range was still average. Left frowning by the riverbank, I soon noticed Cheon Hwi-da approaching. She had taken down or killed the remaining demonic cultists and assassins. Where did he go? I'm not sure. I did hear him fall into the river, though. Wait just a moment. Cheon Hwi-da closed her eyes and released her energy outward again, just like when she first detected the blood flame fist demon's position. Her expansive perception as a flowering stage expert easily covered an area the size of a small village. Even the blood flame fist demon couldn't completely escape that. But this is troubling. She narrowed her eyes and stared toward the flowing river. What's wrong? Don't tell me. It's not that. Even the king of assassins, the pinnacle of assassins, couldn't completely hide from my perception. Naturally, I can still sense the blood flame fist demon's location. But with a helpless expression, Cheon Hwi-da sighed deeply and pointed downriver. Seems he's learned water techniques. He's submerged in the middle of the river and moving quickly away. What? I can still sense him now, but not for long. Chasing him. Seems like it's already too late. Even with your speed, senior? If it were on land, I could easily catch up. But he's hiding deep underwater. According to her explanation, running over water using surface stepping or airwalking slows you down significantly. She didn't have the speed to catch someone like the blood flame fist demon, who was swimming downstream with the current while using sugong. And using fist force from land was also impractical due to the width of the river. Unless this one had trained in the Shaolin's 100 Steps Divine Fist, it'd be hard to land a blow. Once you reach a certain level, it becomes possible to maintain the form of internal energy released outside the body. When Tang Sowol reached peak stage, she could imbue her poison weapons with qi, and I had imbued my sword wind with qi to protect Xiao Lihyang from the blood flame fist demon. Though it varies by talent, anyone can do it by the time they reach first class, or certainly by peak stage. But still, since you're releasing internal energy externally, the efficiency naturally drops. No matter how powerful the qi, the speed of a projectile is relatively slow. Unless you've trained in martial arts that specialize in external energy attacks, like Kengi arts, or something like the Shaolin's 100 Steps Divine Fist, you can't overcome that issue. In the end, as Cheon Hwi-da said, capturing the blood flame fist demon right now was impossible. I sheathed my drawn sword and looked quietly at Cheon Hwi-da. Why are you looking at this one like that? It's nothing. Nothing, my foot. If you've something to say, speak without holding back. I have nothing to say. I just thought something. Then tell this one what you were thinking now. She stomped one foot with a pout. After watching her somewhat ridiculous gestures, I slowly spoke. Well, for someone who spoke so confidently, didn't you produce rather underwhelming results? Gia. She clutched her flat chest and collapsed dramatically. It was a pitiful sight, so I patted her round shoulder. Don't take it too hard. It's not that you were useless, Senior Cheon Hwi-da. Just a bit unlucky this time. Don't look at this one with those eyes. It's fine. I don't blame you. Next time, you'll do better. Why can't you say such commendable things all the time, not just now? We may have lost the blood flame fist demon, but you still captured a good number of demonic cultists. It's a shame, sure, but still a solid outcome. Let's interrogate them and pass them to the Ping and Yun families. As for the blood flame fist demon, well, I'm sure we'll get another chance. I will catch him next time. Remember that. Got it. Cheon Hwi-da jumped in place, making angry noises, swinging her arms wildly like she wanted to smack me, but couldn't. Smiling faintly, I turned around. Of course I'll remember. Now let's head back. Everyone's waiting. Kuhiem. Very well. With Cheon Hwi-da now somewhat composed, we returned to where the others were. Some of the enemies had been killed by Cheon Hwi-da, but most had just been rendered unable to move, their limbs shattered. Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai bound those squirming figures tightly to prevent them from committing suicide. Tang Sowol neutralized them with poison, and Seo Lihyang lined them up. Watching the demonic cultists lying in a neat row, I smiled in satisfaction. Seo Lihyang frowned and asked in a half-annoyed voice, Cheon, why? Isn't that a bit too much joy? Think about what these guys did to the previous village. Of course I'm happy. I shrugged and brushed off her gaze, then squatted down in front of the nearest demonic cultist. Greetings. Guff. Interrogation won't work if they can't speak. Tang Sowol, can you free their mouths? That's simple. Tang Sowol drew a feather needle from her sleeve and stabbed the cultist's face without hesitation. Not to perform acupuncture, but to administer a mild dose of poison, as evidenced by the faint purple shimmer. Soon after, the cultist finally regained the ability to speak. Ugh. The moment he opened his mouth, he tried to bite his tongue, so I quickly inserted a finger wrapped in internal energy to block him. Where do you think you're going? From now on, even dying requires my permission. MMPH. MMPH. He cursed with my finger in his mouth, though the foreign object made his words unintelligible, not that it mattered. The cultist, weakened by the poison, squirmed weakly in resistance. I placed my palm on his chest. Vung. I injected internal energy and traced the meridians in the order I remembered. It was a technique developed by the Orthodox Alliance before my regression to neutralize both the mental restrictions and poison-induced pain implanted in demonic cultists. The internal energy, far more refined than when I used it in front of Tang Jinshin, ransacked the cultist's body. Then, phew hack. He suddenly coughed up blood and stared blankly into space, as if his soul had fled. He looked like a complete fool now, and if left alone, he'd become one for real. But until then, he'd have no choice but to answer any question I asked truthfully. Thankfully, we had plenty of captives. I'd extract as much information as possible, step by step. First question. What's your purpose for sneaking into Hubei province? We're targeting the Peng and Yun families. He murmured weakly. His sudden betrayal caused the surrounding demonic cultists to stir and seethe with rage. But, relax your eyes. You're all next. The interrogation didn't take very long. It was something I had done dozens of times before my regression, and the captured demonic cultists weren't of a particularly high level, so it was only natural. However, there was one issue. Brother Cheon, could it be that you've had a long-standing grudge against the demonic cult? The interrogation proceeded so smoothly that not only Tang Sowol, but the rest of the group also gave me curious looks. After a brief pause, I shrugged nonchalantly. There were some incidents in the past. This is the same technique I used with father-in-law when we interrogated the demonic cultist who orchestrated the attack on you. That's why. The family head must have been quite terrifying too. That's only natural. His daughter's life was in danger. What sane parent wouldn't act the same? Though I had invoked Tang Jinshin's name, everyone accepted it without much suspicion. Seo Munwaran looked over expectantly as if hoping for something more, but when she got no further reaction, she sulked slightly. Still, the situation smoothed over easily. I turned to Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai, both of whom wore serious expressions, deep in thought. We knew the situation was serious, but it was worse than expected. What will you do now? I'd like to continue pursuing the Blood Flame Fist Demon, but you both seem to have more urgent duties. I'll return to my clan. This must be reported immediately. Same for me. If it's all right, may I take a few of the prisoners with me? Peng Wujin let out a deep sigh, and Seo Munwaran gestured toward the cultists we had intentionally left alive. I nodded to them. There are still plenty left alive. Aside from the ones we'll turn over to the Muram Alliance, take whoever you want. But until you reach your clans, we'll accompany you. The Blood Flame Fist Demon is a persistent one. If you move separately, you may not make it back alive. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. I will make sure this favor is repaid when I return to my clan. Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai bowed quietly. Unlike their initial confident demeanor, they had become extremely cautious, which was understandable, given what they had just heard. The information we uncovered through the interrogation had been shocking. As expected, the demonic cult's goal was to worsen relations between the Peng and Yun families and, if necessary, to kill Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai in the process. But that wasn't the only problem. To think they would use poison-induced pill like that. The demonic cult's inferior version of a spiritual pill, referred to by their members as the blood pill, contained the heart of poison-induced pill. It wasn't made from spiritual herbs or beasts, but by extracting the vital essence of ordinary animals. The process was cruel, and the resulting energy was murky. Ironically, this made the blood pill the perfect place to hide the faintly foreign energy of poison-induced pill's heart. Still, I had no idea what the purpose of placing the heart of an already dead poison-induced pill, and only the heart, into the pill could be. The captured cultists knew very little, perhaps because they were merely accompanying the blood flame fist demon, so it was hard to learn everything through interrogation. Fortunately, there were many to question, allowing at least for some guesses. As the Pang and Yun families had already suspected, the blood pill itself was merely an ordinary pill with severe side effects. However, the demonic cult seemed to have a method to tamper with those who consumed it. Exactly what kind of trick it was, I didn't know. Perhaps it allowed them to inflict pain at will on the user, or to perform evil methods using the pill as a medium. Whatever the method, one thing was certain: it benefited the demonic cult and would bring great harm to the Pang and Yun families. I briefly recalled how things unfolded before the regression. After the deaths of Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai, the two clans fell into a catastrophic relationship. While they stopped short of drawing swords, their feud was at its worst. In the end, even when one side faced total annihilation, the other did not come to their aid. Thus, the Ping clan of Hubei and the Yun clan of Jinju were both defeated separately by the demonic cult before the Orthodox alliance could even be formed. Their destruction had come unnaturally fast, but that wasn't so different from other places where the heavenly demon had intervened directly. If anything, the difference was that fewer survivors remained in their clans compared to the other fallen sects and houses. Of course, most of their direct lineage and first-generation disciples were killed, with maybe one or two lucky enough to escape. But the demonic cult was less persistent in hunting down collateral bloodlines and young, weak third-generation disciples. Thanks to that, a good number survived and were able to bear witness to the fall of their clans and sects. I wasn't sure if that was related to the current plan. Well, it didn't matter much now. The demonic cultists who had pursued Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai had either been turned into fools or completely subdued. The only one who had gotten away was the Bloodflame Fist Demon, who fled in terror from Seo Munwaran's martial power. It was a shame we hadn't killed him on the spot, but right now it was more important to ruin the demonic cult's plan than to capture the Bloodflame Fist Demon. Letting out a long sigh, I turned to the others and spoke. For that reason, I plan to head for the Yun clan next, since it's closer. Is that all right? Please proceed as you see fit, Brother Cheon. I'm fine with it too. But won't it be tough to transport this many prisoners on foot? This one also agrees with you, Cheon Hwi. While it's a pity we let the Bloodflame Fist Demon escape, protecting those two and delivering this information must take priority. Seeing the others agree without complaint brought a small smile to my lips. Thank you. And like you said, Seal Lihyang, it would be difficult to bring all these prisoners on foot. But fortunately, this is a riverside village. We'll travel partway by boat. Boats? I've never ridden one before. Maybe it was the relaxed atmosphere after the fight, or maybe she was just excited to try something new. Seal Lihyang giggled with anticipation. Not far from the Yun clan's territory ran a river called Yoha, and this stream connected to it. Including our group of 6 and the surviving prisoners, we needed transport for over 10 people. There was no way a small village like this would have carriages that large. It was much better to travel by boat to the nearest point than send a message and wait for an escort. Well then, let's depart. But before that, we should handle some things first. I drew my sword and pointed it at the mindless demonic cultists. Watching me, Seo Lihyang hesitated for a moment, then asked, "You're going to kill them?" "Yes. Just so it's clear, even if we left them alive, they'd die soon anyway. They can't even feed themselves in that state." I'm not going to stop you. We saw what these guys did when they burned that village. They deserve to die. It's just... I got a little scared. Scared of what? That even these guys probably have their own grudges, and since they had no other outlet, they turned to martial arts. But in the process, they hurt others and created more grudges. That cycle, it just felt overwhelming. Let me be clear. Even if resentment and vengeance are important in Murim, the demonic cult has long since crossed the line. As Senior CO Munwaran said before, what they're doing is just madness and slaughter. I know that too. It's just. I nearly died just now, remember? If you mean the fist technique the blood flame fist demon used, no, you wouldn't have died from that. I'll always block it. No matter how many times. Huh? Thanks. Seo Lihyang blinked, then looked away. After taking a deep breath, she continued. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. That? I really thought I might die. And I worried about what would happen to you and Sister Tang if I did. What do you mean what would happen? Obviously, I'd have to get revenge. That sort of thing won't happen in this life. It won't, but if Seo Lihyang were to be killed for any reason, I would absolutely avenge her. Just like I had in my past life. Seo Lihyang looked stunned at my immediate answer, then shook her head. That's exactly what I'm worried about. That it'd be too much. Of course, I want to live long too, but if something happens, I'd rather just go with Sister Tang and... Stop. Don't say anything so unlucky. That's enough of that talk. Perhaps it was because I suddenly recalled Seo Lihyang's end from my previous life. I cut her off with an unusually cold tone. She flinched, then forced a bright smile. I guess I went a bit far. Sorry. I'll go with Sister Tang and check on the boats while you finish up here. All right. I reverted to my usual tone, but Seo Lihyang had already darted off, grabbing Tang Sowol's arm and heading toward the villagers. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I efficiently cut down the mindless demonic cultists. Then I handed the still conscious ones over to Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai and approached Seo Munwaran, who had been silently observing from nearby. Senior Seo Munwaran. I have a request. I already know. If the Bloodflame Fist Demon hasn't given up, his last chance to strike will be during the boat journey. I'll remain vigilant until we arrive. Thank you. But you look troubled. It doesn't seem to be just about Seo Lihyang. This one also wishes to ask something. What is it? This one knows you once had a master from the Seomun clan, like me. And I understand your grudge against the Black Sky Sword sect. Seo Munwaran looked up at me, her expression more serious than usual. But now I see, your grudge against the demonic cult isn't ordinary either. You accepted the risk of ruining your reputation and even your life for this one. I am deeply grateful for that. Helping me like this and watching over my martial arts occasionally is more than enough. This one is not trying to pressure or pry anything out of you. Just, I want you to know, not only this one, but everyone here is on your side. I closed my eyes for a moment, avoiding the faint crimson gleam in Seo Munwaran's eyes. I still didn't know the reason for my regression. Just thinking of the heavenly demon was overwhelming. The demonic cult was more meticulous than expected, and their mental restrictions were airtight. Even I couldn't help but feel stifled. But still, I was making progress. I had become stronger than before my regression, protected people I hadn't saved before, and was uncovering and preventing the demonic cult's schemes one by one. I might never forget the past, but I didn't need to keep reacting so sharply to it. Taking a deep breath, I spoke. I should talk with Seo Lihyang on the boat. That's a wise choice. Seo Munwaran smiled and gently patted my back with her small hand just as Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang returned. Brother Cheon. There aren't any boats big enough for all of us, so we just borrowed several. Some of the local fishermen will act as guides and oarsmen. I figured as much. When fighting the Bloodflame Fist Demon, I had already noticed the docked boats were all similar in size. At most, they'd hold 3 or 4 people, not counting the boatmen. It's a bit different from the boat ride I imagined, but at least I get to be on the same boat as Brother Cheon. Sorry. Would it be alright if I rode with Seo Lihyang this time? My tone and expression were calm, but my answer came a beat late, and it created a subtle pressure, so I quickly added. There's something I need to talk to her about. I'll head over to your boat right after. If that's the case, sure. Satisfied, Tang Sowol nodded with a bright smile. Relieved, I boarded the somewhat cramped boat. And then, the Bloodflame Fist Demon, whom I had thought long gone, reappeared. Kwang. Together with a torrent of mud and stone as he collapsed the embankment nearby. The boat carrying Seo Lihyang and me capsized. It's something I occasionally think about. Martial artists often have a poor imagination compared to others. That's because, the higher one's level becomes, the more problems they can solve with strength alone. If your body is strong, there's little reason to use your head. But that's only a tendency, not an absolute rule. Before the regression, the martial artists of the Zhuge clan and the Sama clan racked their brains to buy time against the demonic cult, and now, the Bloodflame Fist demon, who revealed himself from so far away that even Seo Munwaren's chi perception couldn't reach, was doing the same. Flames erupted from the tiny, distant silhouette. Without that fire, we might not have even realized it was him. Kwang. What was that? Seo Lihyang jumped to her feet mid-conversation, startled by the explosion echoing from afar. A quick glance told me the other boats were in similar confusion. Not because they were frightened by the Bloodflame Fist demon's attack, but because of its consequences. He must have prepared in advance. He brought down the embankment we had passed in a single blow. At the same time, the contents of a small reservoir, previously blocked by the embankment, poured into the river. Kak. The surge of earth and rock, unleashed from the collapsing sides the Bloodflame Fist demon hadn't yet destroyed, overturned the once calm river. Perhaps to avoid Seo Munwaren's detection, he did this from a considerable distance, but that didn't mean we had the luxury to leisurely dock and escape. Someone like Seo Munwaren or myself could manage to avoid it, but the others wouldn't be so lucky. Of course, it wasn't likely anyone would die just from this debris flow. As intense as it looked, it wasn't quite at the scale of a full landslide. Besides Seo Lihyang, everyone else had martial strength beyond peak stage, and their bodies were strong. As long as they avoided drowning, they should be fine. And Seo Lihyang was right next to me, so I'd protect her no matter what. But that's only if things go well. If we made a mistake. I didn't want to imagine what could happen. Even if no one died, severe injuries were more than likely. And it wasn't just us. There were the fishermen we'd brought from the previous village as guides and rowers, and the captured demonic cultists. Most of them wouldn't survive. Seo Munwaren must have had the same thought. She scowled and shouted loudly. Everyone, hold on tightly to the boats so you don't get thrown off. A surprising order. Not to disperse and escape, but to cling to the boats? As if she intended to hold it off head-on. And shockingly, she was right. Seo Munwaren unleashed her vast internal energy without restraint and struck toward the approaching debris flow with a fist glowing red from chi energy. Pung! Her punch, formed purely from condensed chi, crushed the surging earth and stones, splitting even the river to reveal its bottom for a brief moment. But that only pushed back the debris flow for now. So Seo Munwaren didn't stop. Pung! 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 There was no finesse in her movements. She simply threw her fists as fast and as hard as she could. And that alone was enough. Her punches shattered the furious debris flow head-on. The rocks and dirt lost their momentum and began to sink. The water, previously held back, split around us and flowed harmlessly past. It was like watching someone defy the laws of nature with sheer human power. But the moment of awe didn't last. Though Seo Munwaren blocked most of the debris flow, a problem arose at the final moment. The redirected water surged and rolled back in waves, making the boat rock violently. And as she stood on unstable footing, pouring all her power into her fists, her punch skewed, just slightly. Ordinarily, that wouldn't be an issue. But with such overwhelming force clashing, even the smallest mistake could lead to disaster. In simple terms, Seo Munwaren's punch barely missed, and a chunk of debris and rushing current came crashing straight toward my boat. There wasn't enough time to jump to a nearby vessel. Jumping higher would mean more time spent suspended midair. There was no choice. Cheon Hwi-da. Seo Munwaren turned toward me with a panicked expression, but I shook my head and drew my sword. Don't worry. Just focus on your part. We'd nearly blocked the whole thing. It'd be a waste to make a mistake now. I poured all my inner energy into the raging wave death-stealing art and swung my sword. Skakuk. The blood-red flame of my sword sliced cleanly through the boulder barreling toward me, splitting it in two and parting the rushing current behind it. Though I couldn't match Seo Munwaren's power, I'd seen enough of her to replicate at least this much. Oof. Maybe because I sliced rather than smashed, the two split rocks didn't fly off completely. One grazed the end of the boat. Quajik. A sharp cracking sound as one side of the boat was torn open. The violent water surged through the gap and, before I could react, the boat rocked hard. Just as I pulled Seo Lihyang into my arms, the boat could no longer hold. It capsized completely and the current swept us away. A chilling cold seized my whole body. I unknowingly inhaled river water through my nose. I caught a glimpse of our little boat growing distant. That's when I realized Seo Lihyang and I had been separated from the others. Puah! I gasped for breath and threw myself onto the welcoming land. While helplessly swallowing water, my foot happened to hit something. I didn't miss the chance, kicked off it with all my strength and crawled ashore. Anyone watching might have likened me to a fish leaping from the river. Ugh. I gagged out the mud and river water I'd gulped. My vision cleared. Once I regained my senses, I checked the unconscious Seo Lihyang in my arms. She's still breathing. She must have just passed out from the shock. At a glance, she didn't appear to be seriously injured. With a sigh of relief, I sent chi through every part of my body to assess my condition. Unlike Seo Lihyang, I'd taken some hits, but I had used internal energy to protect myself, so other than some bruises, I had no serious injuries. It hurt, sure, but I could move. I stood up and looked around. I have no idea where we are. The only clear thing was that there were no signs of human habitation nearby, and a short distance away, there was a gap between some rocks. Sighing again, I picked up the unconscious Seo Lihyang and carried her to the spot I had seen. It was just large enough for 2 people to fit. Damp, buggy, not a place to stay long. But I couldn't let her stay soaked. This would have to do for now. First, I released a light wave of killing intent around the area. Soon, bugs and small animals began fleeing. That should keep them away for a while. After laying Seo Lihyang down gently, I drew my sword and used concentrated sword chi to slice off part of a nearby rock. I hammered the cut piece into the floor of the crevice to create a rough platform where she could lie more comfortably. Then I gathered some dry grass and branches, lit a small fire a little away from the entrance, and angled it so that the smoke would drift out while the heat stayed in. With that, I finally laid Seo Lihyang down inside and sat back, leaning against the wall. I took off my soaked shirt and draped it over a protruding rock to dry. I guess I'd grown accustomed to roughing it. This was surprisingly manageable. Phew. As I exhaled, the tension left my body. While my body was still relaxed, I adjusted my posture and began circulating my chi to recover. I didn't have any major internal or external injuries, just too much chi expended. I had used internal energy constantly to protect my body during the entire drift. How long had I stayed in meditation like that? I hadn't let my guard down, so I could still feel faint movements around me. I paused my breathing technique and opened my eyes. There, Seo Lihyang was slowly regaining consciousness. Cock. Cock, bois. Just like I had, she coughed a few times and vomited out a good deal of water. After wiping her mouth with her sleeve as if nothing had happened, Seo Lihyang blankly looked my way. Her eyes were unfocused, like someone just waking up. But it didn't last long. Like light shining through murky water, her eyes quickly regained clarity and settled right on my bare chest. What? Why are you undressed? Flushed red, she panicked. Her eyes started, arms flailed, voice trembled. It was obvious what kind of misunderstanding she was having. Frankly, it was amusing, so I decided to let her play it out. I mean, I wouldn't never consider it, but there's a proper order to things, right? I should settle things with Sister Tang first, and there's still a lot we need to do, so doing this now is a bit. Mumbling nonsense, Seo Lihyang looked around, and finally realized something was off. Where are we? Tell me what else you think we should do first, and I'll tell you. Aight. She shot up, still bright red, and began furiously smacking my head. She didn't hit hard, more like harmless swats. Forget it. Forget everything you saw and heard just now. Unfortunately, I have a very good memory. I'll probably remember this even after dying and being reborn. Kaya. Even if I fail to defeat the heavenly demon and regress once more, I doubt I could ever forget this moment with Seo Lihyang. That was all I meant, yet for some reason, she screamed and shook my shoulders like crazy. I let her for a moment, then gently placed my hand over hers. Calm down. I can't. I'd rather bite my tongue and die here before Sister Tang finds out. She won't kill you. You don't know that. If it were me, I'd be so annoying about it. I recalled the Seo Lihyang from before the regression. After spending the night together, she'd slowly approach and give me side eyes if I so much as talked to another woman. The only exception was Seo Munwaran, maybe. Even then, when we sparred late into the night, she would wait in my room to see when I came back. Smiling wryly, I gently lowered her hand and wrapped both of mine around it. It's all right. Calm down. Ugh. Seo Lihyang glared as if asking how I could stay calm. I continued, still holding her hand. Do you remember what happened? When the Bloodflame Fist Demon's trap made us fall into the river. Yeah, I remember. I clearly recall clinging to you for dear life so I wouldn't be swept away. But after that, it's a blur. What happened? Not much. You must have hit your head, just passed out for a bit. We ended up here by luck. I don't know exactly where, but it's clear there are no people nearby. Passing out doesn't sound like not much, but okay. I guess if we keep going downriver, we'll find something. Our destination was downstream anyway. You're right. A river this big must have at least 1 or 2 villages that rely on it. But there's just one concern. That the Bloodflame Fist Demon might know we got separated. Judging by his past behavior, he would definitely try to find us and take us hostage. He couldn't beat Seo Manwaran, so he'd likely try to make a deal with us in exchange for Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai. In the demonic cult, completing the mission matters more than a comrade's life. If it were any other enemy, I might have simply vowed to cut them down if they dared target us, but the opponent is the Bloodflame Fist Demon. He had remained just short of sub-perfection for years, so there shouldn't be much difference between now and before the regression. But even back then, when I was stronger than I am now, I never once had the upper hand against him. I had no intention of going down easily, but if you asked whether I could win, honestly, he was a difficult foe. With all these thoughts spinning in my head, my mouth moved on its own, expressing what I truly felt. How about we just live in hiding for a while? What? What? Seo Lihyang made a strange noise, like a machine malfunctioning. How about we hide out together for a while? Heck. Seo Lihyang suddenly let out strange noises. She kept gasping, but couldn't exhale properly, and her limbs flailed about without rest. Even in that state, her eyes kept scanning over my upper body. I gave a hollow laugh and shook my head at her odd behavior, like she'd short-circuited or something. It's a joke. Don't take it seriously. Hey, what kind of joke is that? Did you think I was serious? A little. Maybe it was because she had just shouted, but Seo Lihyang seemed slightly calmer now. She let out a deep sigh and leaned back against a nearby rock. It looked like she was facing me. Though her eyes were closed, as if exhausted, she continued speaking. The situation is what it is. Even if you seem reckless, Cheon Hwi, I know you've thought this through. I was prepared for at least a month or 2. After all, the Bloodflame Fist Demon will come after us, right? He probably will. If he wants to gain the upper hand over Senior Seo Manwaran, he'll have no choice but to take one of us hostage. Maybe it was because he was so easy to read. Seo Lihyang seemed to be slowly understanding the Bloodflame Fist Demon's mindset. Whether or not he could actually find us, I didn't know, but I was certain he'd thoroughly search the path downstream from the river. It would come down to whether Seo Manwaran or the Bloodflame Fist Demon found us first, and how long we could stay hidden. That would be the key to this entire situation. Nodding, I added jokingly. So we're screwed. Not yet, so shut your mouth. Don't you know words have power? A strange sense of déjà vu in this conversation. Seo Lihyang must have felt it too, as she reflexively shrieked. Afterward, she looked like she was mulling something over, her lips moving silently for a while before she finally spoke. If the Bloodflame Fist Demon finds us first, she continued in a voice full of certainty, the kind only someone who had truly thought things through could manage. Then just use me as bait. What did you say? You're going to get stronger, Cheon Hwi. There's so much you still need to do. But I'm not at that level, right? Besides, I'm only alive thanks to you. You said the Bloodflame Fist Demon reached sub-perfection while we were still crawling as babies. And yeah, you're at peak stage now. But it's still dangerous, isn't it? So if it comes to that, just leave me behind. If there's only one hostage, he won't be able to kill me easily. Come back later with Sister Siren and save me, okay? I didn't respond, just listened to Seo Lihyang's words. After turning them over in my mind for a moment, I slowly stood up. What? You said the Bloodflame Fist Demon is strong and evil, and that we only got away because of Siren. Isn't it better that at least one of us survives rather than both getting caught or one dying? Maybe she sensed something unusual as I stood up, because she started rambling in a panic. I covered her mouth with my hand. MMP. The soft feel of her lips and the tickle of her breath against my palm, warmth that should have been calming, only made things worse. I took a deep breath to settle the whirlwind of mixed emotions swirling within me. Then, with a bit of resentment, I grabbed Seo Lihyang's cheeks with both hands and pulled. Stretch. Stretch. Ow. That hurts. What the heck, why are you doing this all of a sudden? That's what I should be asking you. I kept pulling her cheeks as I continued. Yeah, I might have said something weak. Things aren't going great right now. What I couldn't say was that I had already challenged the Blood Flame Fist demon multiple times before regressing and lost every single time. But so what? If I'm the type to run away and leave my people behind out of fear, I wouldn't have picked up a sword to begin with. Swinging a sword whenever you feel like it is disgraceful, but not being able to draw it when you must, that's just pathetic. I never wanted to become that kind of person. So don't go around saying crap like, leave me behind. Got it? Nope. I don't get it. Still in the same cheek-pinched position, Seo Lihyang reached out and pinched my cheek in return. She stared at me with an indignant, sharp gaze and continued. Then what? We all die together. At least one of us should make it back alive. You think you'll be able to sleep peacefully if you survive that way? I know I wouldn't. You're right. But do you have a plan? If you don't have a method, you need to be prepared for the worst. Then we just win. That's the plan. And how exactly are we going to win? We'll figure it out now. That means you don't have a plan. Seo Lihyang pinched my cheek harder. I also kept pulling on hers, and we went back and forth like that for a while. Eventually, I let go, wondering what the hell we were even doing. Huh. What now? She also let go awkwardly after I released her first. I shook my head at her. We're too old for this nonsense. 18's not too bad, right? In the face of a real 18-year-old's cautious logic, the fake one in me couldn't say anything. Instead, I sighed deeply and sat down beside her. Seo Lihyang, still rubbing her reddened cheek, looked at me for a moment before letting out a small laugh. Doesn't this feel kind of nostalgic? Nostalgic. All right. We did have a similar talk when we first met. Back in front of the pavilion master of Hongweru, when I kidnapped Seo Lihyang and had to shake off the pursuing house sect members. When I was getting worn out, Seo Lihyang had said something similar back then too. She brought her knees together and rested her forehead on them, speaking in a slightly subdued tone. Actually, I think the same way you do, Cheon Hwi. I didn't want to be a burden in times like this. That's why I decided to learn martial arts. Is that why? Yeah. I thought if I got strong, I could be helpful like Sister Tang. But it's not easy. Nothing in life ever is. You know, sometimes you talk like an old man. Like, just now. She didn't know I had regressed, so that's not what she meant, but still, it felt like a gut punch for some reason. I just stared at her instead of answering, and she stared right back without flinching. It felt like I'd lose if I looked away first. As our sudden staring contest continued, I found myself peering into her dark eyes, and then a thought came to me. Could you focus your inchi on me with your sound arts, but make sure it doesn't harm me? Huh? You mean just cool you down? I already do that all the time. Seo Lihyang hadn't been in the martial world long, so while she had learned martial arts, she wasn't constrained by a martial artist's traditional thinking. Unlike the orthodox sect warriors who treated their swords as sacred objects and hesitated to even cut meat with them, saying swords were only for battle. Seo Lihyang freely used her martial arts for practical purposes when needed. When it got hot, she'd come into my or Tang Sowol's room and release inchi to cool the place down. When we drank water, she'd chill it with her internal chi to make it icy. During particularly hot nights, Tang Sowol often hugged Seo Lihyang to fall asleep. But what I was asking for now was different. It's similar, but not quite. Before, you just adjusted the intensity to make things cool. Now, I want you to go all out and try to freeze me, but keep the chill on the surface only, not letting it enter. Like clothing then. Exactly like that. I had never once beaten the Blood Flame Fist demon. But that didn't mean I was absolutely weaker than him. It was more about me not being able to withstand his blazing yang qi. Natural qi is fundamentally balanced, with yin and yang in harmony. Martial arts techniques usually absorb this balanced qi, making one's internal qi neutral as well. But some rare techniques build up either yin or yang exclusively, like Seo Lihyang's glacial true qi or the Blood Flame Fist demon's Blood Flame Serpent demon art. Normally, such imbalance causes side effects, but those with special constitutions like Seo Lihyang or those willing to endure the side effects like the blood flame fist demon, can wield terrifying power. It turns their internal chi into a weapon, like a sharp awl. A slip and that unbalanced chi will tear through an opponent's insides. That's why Xiao Lijiang had been able to fight so effectively against those stronger than her at the Yongbang gathering. And why, despite my sword not being inferior to the blood flame fist demon's fists, I was still overwhelmed. Even a small mistake would lead to internal injury. Even with sword chi for defense, the heat would make my sword too hot to grip properly. And just raising my chi caused intense heat, draining me quickly. I couldn't show my full strength, but the blood flame fist demon could. That's why martial artists hide their techniques and only pass them down to disciples or blood relatives. Once a technique becomes known, counters arise. And if there's a counter, the technique's power becomes meaningless. Techniques like extreme yin or yang-based arts are rare, so counters are less known. That's why I knew what the problem was but couldn't deal with it until now. Because Xiao Lijiang was right beside me. Her cultivation level was lower, but her purity and control of yin chi were second to none. And everyone with even a basic understanding of martial arts knows yin cancels out yang. If I fought in front while Xiao Lijiang backed me up with yin chi, maybe, just maybe, we could do this. That's why I asked. Can you do it? I'll try, but it's hard. I've never done it this way. Of course. It's basically asking someone to swing a sword with full strength and stop just before it hits. That's not easy for Xiao Lijiang right now. While I nodded to myself, Xiao Lijiang scratched her head with a complicated look. You want to use my glacial true chi to block some of the blood flame fist demon's chi, right? I get what you're thinking, Cheon Hwi. But even if it works, you'll still be moving all over the place during the fight, right? I don't think I can keep up. Oh, I hadn't considered that, but she was right. Even if Xiao Lijiang had a genius talent for handling yin chi, it would be hard for her to match the speed of a sub-perfection master and maintain yin coverage around me. It's practically saying she'd have to follow the battle between two sub-perfection level experts using pure chi techniques. If she could do that, she'd be at sub-perfection herself already. After a short pause, I came up with another solution. Then I'll just have you inject the yin chi into me from the start. How? Xiao Lijiang gulped and asked. I shook my head at her. Don't be dirty. It's not what you're thinking. How do you know what I'm thinking, Cheon Hwi? Besides, we haven't trained in seduction techniques. Even if we did unite, it wouldn't change much. You unite? I wasn't thinking that. Despite her protests, she hid her face in embarrassment. I let her flustered excuses go in one ear and out the other as I continued. Just place your hand on my back and inject the chi. As long as you guide the purest yin chi into me while avoiding my meridians, I'll handle the rest. Oh, if it's just that. Xiao Lijiang nodded, eyes still tightly shut. After that, we spent a few days traveling along the river, practicing with her yin chi in various ways. Then, the blood flame fist demon appeared in front of us. It's not easy. Who was the one saying, just give me pure internal chi and I'll handle the rest? Xiao Lijiang giggled as she pulled her hand away from my back. After taking a day to rest, we carefully traveled along the riverbank, trying out various methods to see if I could make use of the yin chi she had transferred into me. Like suppressing a spreading poison by concentrating it in one place using internal chi when afflicted. I tried encasing Xiao Lijiang's yin chi within my own internal chi, binding it to a corner of my body and releasing it when needed. Or instead of drawing it into my meridians, simply pushing it out to coat the surface of my body. We tried several other methods too, but most of the results were underwhelming. Well, of course, they weren't my internal chi. I couldn't operate them directly, and the longer I held on to them, the more chills I got, with minor side effects as well. Even worse, when I tried drawing up my chi to swing my sword in earnest, my focus would scatter, interfering with my power. Still, I figured it was worth trying for a simple reason. At the very least, it's better than before. That's true. The more I repeated the process, the more familiar it became. That was partly thanks to Xiao Lijiang's incredibly refined yin chi and also due to my own skill at managing internal chi. But more than that, it was likely due to my past life's experience of syncing up with her. Our martial techniques may differ, but the yin chi at their core originated from Xiao Lijiang herself. I was quickly adapting to her chi. Also, by cautiously infusing me with only the most purified chi every day, Xiao Lijiang's own internal chi control had visibly improved. I still can't keep it for long or use it like my own, but since the point is just to block invading Yang Qi momentarily, it shouldn't be a problem. But I'm not sure if this is the right way. When I was learning from my master, they told me never to accept someone else's internal qi or inject mine into someone else. They're not wrong. From a conventional viewpoint, what I'm doing is practically suicidal. What? Wait, you mean it's that dangerous? It's fine. I'm a bit of a special case. After all, why is it dangerous to mix internal qi with someone else's? It's because energies of differing nature can clash, tearing through the meridians. In other words, the risks lie in internal injury or qi. But those are things I'm all too familiar with. The internal qi of the raging wave death-stealing art is soaked in the killing intent I've accumulated. And after defeating the Black Sky Sword Emperor, that intent no longer grew darker, freeing me from the risk of qi. In other words, I had been living side by side with qi until recently. It's not like Xiao Lihyang is violently forcing her qi through my meridians, she's gently pushing it in. So there's no real danger from this. So don't worry. It's all right. Ugh, if you say it's okay, then I'll keep going, but can we really make it in time? In time for what? I mean for your fight with the Blood Flame Fist Demon. Can you get used to it enough before then? There's no way to know. But since I don't know, I figure I should try as much as I can. Actually, looks like we're about to find out. Huh? What do you mean? A familiar presence, if you could call it that, was approaching from ahead. Xiao Lihyang hadn't noticed it yet, probably because her sensory range didn't reach that far. She only tilted her head, puzzled. But not me. It wasn't just the range, it was the unmistakable demonic qi, unpleasant yet impossible to ignore. There was only one person in the area with that level of Maggie. Bloodflame Fist Demon. Why are you suddenly saying his name, huh? A sudden gust of wind rustled the long-hanging branches near the riverbank, revealing the landscape beyond. A wide, open gravel field. At its center stood a middle-aged man I had seen once before, arms crossed, waiting for us. Though he was still far enough away to just barely register at the edge of my senses, it wasn't far enough that we could escape now. I might be able to get away if I was lucky, but Xiao Lihyang? She wasn't fast enough. Perhaps aware of this, the man didn't even bother telling us not to run. He simply smiled with leisure. He looked completely different from when he faced Xiao Munwaran, which was a little amusing, but the quiet pressure emanating from the Blood Flame Fist Demon's body was very real. With a tense expression, Xiao Lihyang carefully hid behind me and gently pressed her hand to my back, beginning to infuse yin qi. Maybe worried he'd notice, she did so slowly. I opened my mouth to stall for time. Hey, after running away once, shouldn't you have gone home quietly? Why the hell are you wandering around outside so dangerously? Heh, mouthy for someone so young. Though I suppose you've got the skills to back it up. Unless you've been through some rejuvenating transformation like the white-haired Rakshasa, are you just a genius? A shame, but you'll still have to die. One hostage is enough. The Bloodflame Fist Demon uncrossed his arms with a smirk. He didn't look like he was going to attack immediately, but it didn't seem like he'd drag out the conversation either. I calmly placed my hand on my sword hilt and observed him. Red hair streaked with gray, thick muscles defying his age thanks to the overflowing yang qi, and skin tanned like he lived under constant sun. Then there was his twisted mouth, perhaps from the constant burning pain caused by the Blood Flame Serpent Demon art side effects, making it impossible to tell if he was smiling or crying. Altogether, a man with an unsettling appearance. Who's going to die is still up in the air, but before one of us does, I want to ask you something. Do you also think, like Shadow Ghost, that all martial artists deserve to die? I heard Shadow Ghost was killed by the Tang Clan, but to think he lost to such a young one. The Bloodflame Fist Demon clicked his tongue in disbelief, then suddenly grew serious. Of course not. I'm not that extreme. I just believe that things like the 9 great sects and 5 supreme clans need to be wiped out. You're Tang Clan's son-in-law, aren't you? That kid behind you doesn't even wear the green robe. She's probably just a guest, if anything. That's right. Hostages are only useful when alive. You can't take someone you're about to kill hostage. So that's how it is. Blame your talent, and blame marrying into the Tang Clan. Yeah, I already knew. It's not like I hadn't fought him several times before my regression. Shadow Ghost wanted the death of all martial artists, including himself, so there would be no more innocent people harmed by the martial world. The ghost-eyed witch, though I didn't know the details, sought the destruction of the Salma clan. Other martial artists in the Central Plains only killed when necessary. But the Bloodflame Fist Demon didn't seek the eradication of martial arts or vengeance against any specific group responsible for his misfortune. He simply wanted to eliminate the powerful, specifically, the 9 great sects and 5 supreme clans. No, more precisely, he believed that any group which gained too much power had to be destroyed. So even if the current great powers were wiped out and new ones began to rise, the Bloodflame Fist Demon would try to burn those fledgling forces to the ground. He hadn't said it, but given the chance, he'd likely want to burn the Imperial Court too. What he desired was one thing: a single set of rules applied equally to all. No excuses like, he's strong, he's rich, he was born into a good family, or he saved many lives. He hated the idea of such reasons becoming excuses to overlook a person's sins. It was as if he were trying to correct a world where the man who beat his father to death was praised, and the one who exacted rightful revenge was condemned. But there's a huge flaw in that thinking. You're full of crap. So you want to destroy the 9 great sects and 5 supreme clans? Sure, I know your backstory, so I can guess your reason. Let's say you succeed. Then what? What do you think? I'd burn anyone else who starts amassing too much power too. Then you'd better burn yourself first. Or maybe you already are. After all, that technique of yours is a demonic art for a reason. I grinned as I mentioned the side effects of the Blood Flame Serpent Demon art. The Blood Flame Fist Demon's expression hardened. What did you just say? What do you think I said? It's obvious. You're a monstrous killer who believes in his own strength and massacres innocent people. Massacre? It was all necessary. A justified sacrifice for a greater cause. Do you really believe that? Of course not. He didn't want to admit it, but the Bloodflame Fist Demon knew all too well that at some point, he had become the very kind of person he once despised. It's not rare. Whether we like it or not, we're shaped by vivid memories, and we often swear to never become like someone from our past, only to end up that way. Even I became a dark martial artist, killing for money and martial arts, just like the Black Path bastards who killed my parents. Sure, there's a difference between killing powerless civilians and killing martial artists ready to die, but still. There's no need to feel ashamed. Everyone's like that. Everyone thinks they're the exception. I'll be fine. I can do it. I'm different. But it's all meaningless in the end. Shadow Ghost wanted the death of all martial artists. That included even the heavenly demon he revered, and himself. That's why, when asked, he could easily say that once his mission was complete, he would take his own life. But look at this guy. The Bloodflame Fist Demon was spouting words he didn't truly believe. That contradiction, that unresolved inner demon, is why even after more than 10 years at the sub-perfection level, he's still stagnant. As I stared him down, the Bloodflame Fist Demon answered with a calm, composed look. The gaze that saw me as a mere child was gone. In a more serious tone, he spoke. You seem to know quite a bit about me. Don't tell me, you knew I was in Hubei? Hardly. I've just always kept an interest in the demonic cult. Isn't it odd not to recognize one of its most famous names just because of his age? I see. Then all the more reason to kill you. You'd be a hindrance to our great work. With a growl, the Bloodflame Fist Demon clenched both fists, and crimson-black flames rose from them. At that moment, Xiao Lihyang removed her hand from my back and stepped away. The weight of the Inchi settled deep in my core. I grinned and raised my sword. In the end, you're no different, but you still call it some great mission. 2 warriors with no intention of backing down had drawn their weapons. Kill or be killed. Only one ending awaited us. I drew my sword and leveled it. A movement I had repeated hundreds, no, thousands of times. My internal energy flowed naturally, awakening every sense in my body. My 5 senses sharpened, allowing me to perceive the world more precisely, and the killing intent that exuded instinctively merged with my aura, responding to any hint of hostility in the surrounding area. And then my sword. From the blade, now wreathed in a crimson-red aura close to the color of blood, rose the history I had carved out with every battle, thick with killing intent. All of it for one purpose: the death of the Bloodflame Fist Demon. He flinched when he faced the full force of my killing intent and narrowed his eyes. Why are you standing over there? You acted like you were about to fight any moment, and now you're asking me that? No matter how intense my killing aura was, it wasn't enough to make a sub-perfection master hesitate. At most, it would slow them down a little. Instead of striking with his flame-wreathed fists, the blood flame fist demon opened his mouth to talk. Your aura, it's certainly not ordinary, but I've seen that kind of killing intent before. There were quite a few maniacs in the demonic cult who carried that same stench. How can someone like you stand on the side of the orthodox sects? What nonsense are you spewing now? He must have felt something from the imagery within my killing aura and deluded himself into thinking we shared the same ideals. If our goals are aligned, if you're hiding in the Tang Clan just to wait for the right time, then perhaps we can talk. Are you suggesting I join the demonic cult? I'm saying, if you want to, I'll help you. Huh. I let out a short, incredulous laugh. Sure, the darkness I harbored might resemble the demonic cults, but still. Typical cultists. Always thinking they're the victims of the world. No more talk. Raise your fists or offer your neck. If there's anyone I need to take revenge on, it's people like you. The inchi I'd received from Seo Lihyang wouldn't last long. I had stalled for time earlier to let her finish the transfer, but now I had to strike before that energy dissipated meaninglessly. Instead of continuing the conversation, I exploded my internal energy from my Yangshan point and stepped forward using Thunderclap Step. Kwang. The distance between us closed in a flash. I aimed for the nape of his neck, attacking that thin margin, just outside his fist's reach, but within my sword's range. Huh. The blood flame fist demon scoffed, casually thrusting his fist toward me. I could already guess what he was thinking. He figured that even if my level was high, I didn't have the accumulated energy to match him, and he'd simply overpower me with brute strength. It was a logical conclusion. My internal energy was pitiful compared to his. But when fists and blades clash, it's not just about the amount of energy. There's something far more important. Skakak. What the hell? The blood flame fist demon recoiled in shock as his sleeve and the back of his hand were lightly sliced. Shame. I had aimed to cleave him wide open while he was caught off guard. How? What did you just do? I didn't do anything. Guess your fists got soft, only ever picking fights with those weaker than you. Half of it was just to provoke him, but the other half was the truth. Fist masters harden their bodies and refine their techniques to withstand bladed attacks when facing armed opponents. But the blood flame fist demon always swung his fists to efficiently burn weaker enemies. As a result, he could manipulate his blood flame serpent demon art with more heat, more range, more finesse. He had extended his mastery beyond normal limits, stepping into the realm of advanced external energy techniques. But in doing so, he'd strayed from the essence of what it meant to be a fist master. An indestructible body that cannot be cut. An absolute fist that nothing can block. That's every fist master's dream. But the blood flame fist demon gave that up in pursuit of a more efficient way to incinerate the weak. Naturally, with gain comes loss. His energy became more potent, his control more refined. But as a fist master, he had regressed. Meanwhile, my sword had been honed to cut down those stronger than me. I couldn't burn down houses or shatter levees like him. But my blade was sharp. And even if he had let his guard down, the fact that he was wounded so easily was proof of that. He seemed to realize it too, as his face turned red, then pale, and he drew up his energy even more fiercely. You bastard! Unlike a moment ago, when it had just been hot, the distinct heat of yang qi now began choking the air. At the same time, the yin qi from Seo Lihyang responded instinctively, beginning to spread within me. I guided it through my body and spoke. So now you're finally taking this seriously. Fine. If you truly can't stand with the demonic cult, then I have no choice. The blood flame fist demon lowered his stance, assuming a ready position, but it was unlike any typical fist stance. Most guard stances are designed to allow for swift movements or easy responses to enemy attacks. Even though forms vary, they generally minimize openings and allow for efficient strikes. But his was different. He spread his arms wide, elbows bent in an awkward position. It looked full of openings, even if it allowed quick strikes. But I knew better. I'd faced him too many times before I regressed. That posture wasn't for punching, it was to discharge internal energy through his fists. He channeled the blood flame serpent demon art to its limit. Flames erupted even more violently from the fist I had cut earlier. The fire consumed his blood and flared up even higher, then suddenly burst forth. Whoosh! Like a snake slithering along the ground, the flame twisted through the air in a sinister curve. I slashed through it with my sword, which was cloaked in dense energy. The flaming snake scattered the moment my sword passed through it. But the heat remained. Sharp yang qi seeped into the surrounding air, making it hard to breathe. Even the scattered remnants of his fist aura penetrated my sword aura, trying to burn my palm. Just as Xiao Lihyang had infused yin qi through a weapon, the blood flame fist demon was doing the same with his flames. Normally, this is where my body would begin to dry out. Even if I countered his strange technique and cut through it with my sharp blade, the mere graze of his energy would scorch my internal qi and send yang qi into overdrive. But once again, Xiao Lihyang's yin qi responded. A cool current swept through me, quenching the rising heat. I tightened my grip on the sword. Before this yin qi runs out, I need to defeat him. With that single-minded determination, I swung my sword. HN. My sword, brimming with killing intent, aimed for his vital points, his forehead, neck, heart, wrist tendons, armpits. Each sword swing naturally became the setup for the next, never allowing a pause in my onslaught. I refined the boiling killing intent born of completed vengeance, focusing it solely on the enemy before me. And every time my blood-colored blade carved a dazzling arc through the air, red lines appeared on the blood flame fist demon's body and droplets of blood splattered. He couldn't fully take advantage of his yang qi, and thus, despite being sub-perfection, he wasn't overwhelmingly dangerous. He could dominate the weak, but against someone of equal or greater level, he couldn't bring out his full strength. I may not have reached full sub-perfection yet, and both my energy and physique were inferior. But my sword had long surpassed his fists. So this outcome was natural. Of course, he wasn't going to just take the beating. You freak. I don't know how you're holding up, but it won't last long. The blood flame fist demon had realized I had a way to endure his overwhelming yang qi, and that it was only temporary. His blood flame serpent demon art blazed fiercer than ever, feeding off both his fists and his fresh wounds. Black-red flames now covered his whole body, looking almost like protective qi armor. But unlike true qi armor forged through willpower, this was a crude imitation. He was simply flooding his internal energy outward. It was inefficient. But unfortunately, it was effective against me. The yin qi from Xiao Lihyang wasn't my own, so I couldn't control it. It only responded instinctively to the surrounding yang qi, trying to restore balance. Even if the enemy's energy didn't carry clear intent, as long as it was yang-based, the yin qi would react by matching and canceling it. If the blood flame fist demon kept wasting his energy like this, the yin qi would be wasted too. Like snow falling onto a hot stove, it melted in an instant. And the heat I had been ignoring until now suddenly surged into awareness. The strand of coolness that had been inside me thinned and finally vanished. Now, every time I blocked his fists or cut through his flames, yang qi rode the attacks in and threatened to cause internal injuries. The burning pain within, and the mental and internal energy it took to resist it. Even with the perfect unity of sword and spirit, my momentum faltered as my strength waned. Kwang! Instead of a slicing sound, I heard the sound of a collision. For the first time, my sword failed to cleanly cut through his fist. The blood flame fist demon grinned. Looks like your trump card's already used up. Now it's my turn. No, not yet. I grit my teeth and swung my sword again. Ignoring the pain, I refocused and condensed my sword energy. Xiao Lihyang's yin qi was gone, but the blood flame fist demon had also overexerted himself. And he was still being slowed by the residual killing intent swarming from all directions. I could still fight. Or so I thought. Sweek. Quaduk. My sword slashed toward his waist, ready to slice him in half, but was blocked by his flame-wrapped hand. It didn't block everything, as blood flowed from his palm, but even before it could hit the ground, it ignited and added fuel to his fire. Got you. Like hell you do. I tried to pull my sword back, but the blood flame fist demon held it tight, ignoring the wound on his palm, and began forcing his energy into the blade. Whoosh! The flames reacted to the blood from his palm and instantly swelled. The heat devoured the blade. I tried to counter by forcing in my own energy, but at most, it bought me a few seconds. It wasn't just a matter of energy quantity, his control was on another level. Even if his fist techniques had stagnated for over a decade, his mastery of internal energy had steadily advanced. In the end, my sword, crafted from solid black iron, turned red-hot. The blade, which should have felt like an extension of my own body, now began burning me. SSSKKK. The searing pain in my palm was joined by the stench of burning flesh. I should let go. But I couldn't. The only advantage I had over him was my swordsmanship. If I let go, I might live a little longer, but soon, the flames would jump to my body. So I endured. Even if I lost the use of my hands, I could not back down now. Just as I tried to pour all my remaining internal energy into the blade to sharpen it, a familiar song drifted through the air. At the same time, the heat from the blood flame serpent demon art noticeably weakened, and the oppressive presence of Yang Qi dropped. Both the blood flame fist demon and I turned to look, only to find Xiao Lihyang, who should have been in hiding, standing tall before us. Frost sparkled at her feet. Her eyes gleamed with chilling resolve, and her voice rode a wave of energy that tore through space. Oh, in that moment, she looked just like she had before my regression. I hate fire. To be exact, I hate the memories fire brings back. The helplessness I felt watching someone die in my arms, unable to do anything. The despair of holding a sword in my hands, yet having no one left to swing it at. And the resentment that kept piling up with nowhere to go, that alone was enough to twist the core of my mind. Of course, now I've gone through something that can't even be explained as mere regression. I've saved those I couldn't save before, killed the enemies I once couldn't. So the demon in my heart has settled, and I no longer boil with uncontrollable rage. But fear, that still remains. Part of it is a vague fear of the heavenly demon, but at its root, it's fear of loss. Yes, I have to admit it. What remained after I cast off my inner demon was fear, and a weakness I had long ignored. Coming face to face with what I once couldn't see through the haze of killing intent was not a pleasant experience. In that sense, the scene unfolding before my eyes now held no small significance. The frost sparkling beneath her feet, the cold gleam in her eyes, the qi that wrote her song and pierced the space between us. Xiao Lihyang, who had leapt out in spite of the danger, looked, strangely, like her former self before my regression. And I didn't mean just in appearance. The heat from the blood flame serpent demon art that had engulfed the area had weakened. Just breathing moments ago felt like it would burn my lungs, but the violent yang qi had now subsided. The sword held by the blood flame fist demon, who had seized it and poured his internal qi into it, was still hot, but no longer searing my skin. She had said she couldn't keep up with the speed of the blood flame fist demon and me. I had tried to solve it by receiving yin qi directly from her, but the answer Xiao Lihyang presented was far more daring. Just as the blood flame fist demon had recklessly unleashed his internal qi across the area to gain the upper hand, Xiao Lihyang, unable to follow our movements, had instead poured all of her yin qi into the entire battlefield. Normally, that would be impossible. Even though she'd reached the cusp of peak stage after gaining insight at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, she was still just a first-class warrior. The blood flame fist demon, on the other hand, had reached sub-perfection long ago. His fist techniques may have stagnated, but his control over internal qi had only improved. So Xiao Lihyang's effort should have failed, her power insufficient to produce any meaningful effect. At least, that's what would have happened under normal circumstances. But Xiao Lihyang possessed the pure yin physique, not quite as extreme as the extreme yin pulse, but still a natural constitution that allowed her to produce several times more yin qi than usual, with a refinement even greater than that of extreme yin pulse. And the glacial true qi, while difficult to master, was a rare technique, even among the masters of the North Sea Ice Palace. Not only that, it specialized entirely in the control of cold qi. But most importantly, she wasn't just someone with these two gifts. She was Xiao Lihyang, a song echoing as if from every direction. Beautiful, yes, but laced with a murderous chill that made my spine tingle. This was the first time in this life Xiao Lihyang had directed killing intent at someone. And it was so chilling that the cold itself was almost secondary. It wasn't the kind of killing intent I carried. It wasn't overflowing with power or suffocating in its thickness. It was perfectly controlled. And fanatical to the point one could hardly believe it came from a human being. I knew what to call this all too well. Demonic aura. Xiao Lihyang now, just like in my previous life, was emitting Gigi with nothing but her own human body. No, it wasn't real Gigi. But it looked the part because she was throwing everything of herself into it. Over her dark eyes shimmered a cold blue gleam, reminiscent of the demonic sound which I had known in my previous life. So that's how it is. Though fully conscious, she was not in her right mind. It was a state I knew too well. Seo Lihyang was ready to burn her core essence if necessary. Maybe it's because she grew up watching a martial artist like me from up close. She developed a strange habit, stepping even deeper into danger when things got dangerous. But this wasn't a reckless, thoughtless act. Unlike the deadly chill in her eyes toward the blood flame fist demon, her gaze toward me was full of unwavering trust. Seo Lihyang remembered. She remembered me saying that if we could just neutralize his yang qi, we might be able to defeat the blood flame fist demon. She believed in that single statement and staked her life on it. And if that's the case, then I must respond in kind. You wretched wench. Do you think this pathetic interference will? The moment the blood flame fist demon tried to separate part of his qi into a flaming mass and hurl it at Seo Lihyang. Silence. Skukuk. A slash of crimson sword qi sliced across his wrist, cutting through the flame just as it began to surge forward. You. He recoiled in shock. The blood flame serpent demon art flared again in response to his spilling blood, but it no longer felt threatening. No matter how fierce his fire was, if Seo Lihyang was suppressing that heat, it wouldn't reach me. There's no time. Within the span of a single quarter hour, one of us will die. It was a resolve I had long since accepted, but I said it aloud anyway. Not for myself, but for Seo Lihyang to hear. A plea: hold on just a little longer, don't burn your core essence. Whether it reached her or not, I didn't know. But I knew what I had to do. I withdrew all the internal qi I had used to protect my body, and all the killing intent I had released to suppress him, and I poured it all into my sword. FWHHH. The dark red aura burning on the blade grew brighter, transforming into a visible flame. Unlike the fire of the blood flame serpent demon art, it radiated no heat. It was so dense with killing intent that it felt almost cold. A fire that wasn't a fire sword flame, and it devoured the flames of the blood flame fist demon. Yes, yang qi is like a sharp awl. Even protected by internal qi, it pierces through. But this level of density, combined with the killing intent within, could not be so easily overcome. You think that'll change anything? I don't need hostages anymore. I'll kill that woman first, and then burn you. No, that's not going to happen. I no longer felt pain in my battered hands. I had forgotten pain, becoming one with my sword. And trusting myself fully to the state of divine sword unity, I spoke. I've already decided. Because I would make it happen. I swallowed the rest of my words and swung my sword, a simple, horizontal slash. Nothing fancy. Just a clean, fundamental strike. One of the first 3 sword techniques I learned, the basics everyone scoffed at, yet no one could deny. This was the 3 fundamental sword, the technique known as heaven-cleaving slash. Huh. And here I thought you were about to pull something. Skukuk. The blood flame fist demon scoffed as he punched forward, only to find a long cut scored along the side of his forearm. What the? He stared at his wound in shock. He wasn't surprised because I cut through the blood flame serpent demon art. He'd already seen that once. What? I couldn't even see it. What truly shook him was that he hadn't been able to react at all. But I didn't waste time celebrating. I swung again, expressionless. Skukuk. A strong vertical slash, mountain pressing down peak. Straightforward, but immensely powerful. Another cut opened on his opposite arm. Neither wound was deep. Slightly worse than the first, but nowhere near fatal for a sub-perfection master. In fact, the blood only fueled the flames of the blood flame serpent demon art. But so what? My sword had only just begun. As he expanded his aura to keep me at bay, I pierced through it with a flash of light. Some called it raging winds of 8 directions, others path of the sage's blade. But it was nothing grand, just a simple, direct thrust. The carefully built-up aura scattered in an instant, and I kept swinging at the flustered blood flame fist demon. The red snake sword I stole with my eyes from the red snake sect master. The blood wolf blade that persistently targeted wounds. And the unstable swift blade I bought with nearly all my money from a nameless vagabond. Every technique I'd ever learned now flowed out in succession. It was a kind of consolidation, a deep examination of myself from the bottom up. I may have housed a hellcape within my mental realm, but it wasn't only filled with fire. There was also the scent of a pear left behind. a camellia blooming red across a snowy field. And always, always, there had been a sword in my hand. Though I'd saved Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran and slain the Black Sky Sword Emperor, marking an end to much of my inner torment. The sword had been the sole exception. Back then, I held a sword. And now, even now, I held a sword. So I retraced my steps from the beginning, searching for the path ahead. At first, my strikes were simple and lacked depth, but they grew ever more refined and complex. The Bloodflame Fist demon thrashed wildly and summoned ever more spectacular flames. But that alone couldn't block my sword. The moment I grasped the essence of Forceful Blade, his pinky flew off. When I understood the subtleties of balance and flow, a cut stretched from cheekbone to collarbone. When I could finally wield true Swift Blade, a shallow wound opened on his chest. I then learned how to maximize impact through rotation and adapted it for defense, developing a technique to blend and break flame like blossoms grafted into one. What had once only wounded his fists and forearms now carved into his entire body. This can't be. It shouldn't be like this. Now drenched in blood, the Bloodflame Fist demon screamed in anguish. The flames of the Bloodflame Serpent Demon art roared wilder than I'd ever seen, even before my regression. But neither his cries nor his violent flames could reach me anymore. I kept cutting, and cutting, as if I had become a blade myself. Maybe a piece of my inner self reached him, because his face twisted in realization. You're no different. That hatred of yours, it's not even aimed at me or the demonic cult. You must have someone else to take revenge on. What right do you have to cut me down? He's not wrong. Technically speaking, there aren't many I truly need to take revenge on. The Black Sky Sword Emperor. The Heavenly Demon. A few other demon lords. The Bloodflame Fist Demon wasn't one of them. In fact, in this life, none of the wrongs I sought vengeance for had even happened yet. I'd slain the Black Sky Sword Emperor not for what he had done, but for what he would do. I burned with hatred toward the Heavenly Demon not because he had invaded the Central Plains or killed Tang Sowol, but because he would. My hatred had become directed at the entire demonic cult. In that sense, I wasn't all that different from him. But you're mistaken about one thing. I'm not swinging this sword for vengeance. Or hatred with nowhere to go. Then what? People should know restraint. Know when to step back. Know how to reflect. That kind of righteous talk isn't for me. I swing my sword for the one who believes in me. There is someone who believes in me without condition. Who's willing to risk her life for me? Then it's only right that I return that trust. The Bloodflame Fist Demon's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting that answer. It was the perfect opening. But my sword technique had just reached its conclusion. From the first sword I ever held to the most recent insight I'd gained. Even after pouring out everything I had, I was one strike short. Then I'd simply take one more step forward. As if pushed by all the time I'd spent to get here, my body moved on its own. Even I couldn't follow the strange arc my sword traced, as if it moved beyond my control. Not quite the divine sword unity, but something deeper. An unknown unity. And then, the sword lodged itself in the Bloodflame Fist Demon's throat. The blood that gushed forth could no longer become flame. The sword was half buried in the neck of the Bloodflame Fist Demon. Blood spurted out and soaked the clothes, but it didn't ignite into flame. Rather, the heat seemed to subside. Kuhuk. The Bloodflame Fist Demon spat out a mouthful of blood. With a faint voice that sounded like air leaking from a broken bellows, he spoke. Who am I? A pitiful sight, far from someone known as one of the most infamous demonic warriors of the demonic cult. His expression was like that of an old, exhausted man tormented by years of anguish, and I didn't like it. No matter the reason, he slaughtered innocents and even turned those flames against me. More than anything, I was worried about Seo Lihyang. I'm not going to listen. Skukuk. With the last of my remaining strength and internal energy, I slashed the rest clean through easily. After confirming the head rolling across the ground and the lifeless body collapsing, I finally turned around. There she was, Seo Lihyang, curled up on the gravel, panting heavily. Are you all right? I whipped my exhausted body into motion and ran over. She barely managed to lift her head. I supported the back of her neck with my arm. The chill I felt from her forearm sent shivers through mine. Seo Lihyang's body temperature was usually low, but this was abnormally cold. I was flustered and at a loss, but she managed a faint smile. Hee. Did we win? Yeah, thanks to you, we did. Now we just need to make sure you're okay. I'm fine, just a little cold. Cold? This was Seo Lihyang, born with a purine physique. She had such immense energy that she was practically immune to cold. If anything, she was vulnerable to heat. Yet now, in the middle of summer, someone like her was shivering. Something was clearly wrong. I pulled her trembling shoulders close and held her tightly. It's okay. It'll be okay. You didn't use your true sourcing energy, right? You said you'd finish it before I had to, so I endured it. I did good, right? Her eyes were half closed, and she gave a silly smile. I nodded and grabbed her hand. I'm not a physician, but I'm a martial artist well-versed in the body. Even if I don't know how to treat, I'd know if something was wrong. With that, I gently pressed her wrist to check her pulse. Just as she said, her true source in energy was intact. She collapsed simply from exhaustion, and because her body, having never handled this much in energy at once, was overwhelmed. Like how a fever follows body aches, the overexertion of in energy caused her temperature to plummet unnaturally. Her chills were severe, and her body felt like ice, but it wasn't life-threatening. Warm clothes, a good meal, and plenty of rest would be enough. A tonic would help speed recovery. Phew. I let out a sigh of relief without meaning to, but Seo Lihyang misread it and wore a wistful expression. Amen? So, that's how it is. It's okay. I have no regrets. My life was basically a gift from you anyway. I'm just glad I could help in the end. Wait, what's with the sudden? So it's okay, but I do feel a bit of regret. If I knew it'd be like this, I would have been honest with myself a lot sooner. I think you're misunderstanding something. No, I'm not just getting sentimental because I think I'm dying. I've thought about this a long time, and I finally decided to say it. That's not it. Hold me tighter. Just a bit more. Are you even listening to me? I was speechless, but I hugged her tightly as she asked. She needed body heat right now anyway. Of course, to Seo Lihyang, who was clearly misinterpreting everything, it probably felt different. She closed her eyes slowly, as if to absorb my warmth. When she finally opened them again, they had a strangely wistful look, reminding me of the last moments before my regression. Thank you, Anne. I'm sorry. Seo Lihyang. The truth is, I like why. You just caught a cold. Both of us cut off mid-sentence, then blinked at each other in silence. What was that sound? Seo Lihyang, what were you just about to say? Silence again. Like synchronized puppets, we tilted our heads left, then right. Suddenly, her face flushed bright red in realization. Forget it. What? Forget what? Just forget it. You mean that thing you were about to say? Like, the part where you said you actually yell. Kaya! She screamed and buried her face in my chest. Just like a child who believes if they can't see something, others can't see it either. Even Seo Siren, suffering side effects from rejuvenation, wasn't this extreme, so she must be so embarrassed she can't bear it. I gently patted her on the back. It's okay. It's not okay. I didn't hear anything. You heard more than half. But I don't know what came after. You're lying. You totally know. Sharp. Honestly, I already knew Seo Lihyang liked me as a man, ever since that song she sang at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. I'm not the only one who knows, Tang Sowol does too, which is a problem. Still, her words now were a clear insight. She must have thought she was really dying and decided to confess at the end. Best to pretend not to know for now. I kept my face serious and spoke. I don't know what you're talking about. More importantly, that's not what matters right now. Suspicious. I said it's like a cold, but sometimes a bad one can leave you on death's door. You said I wouldn't die. I don't intend to let you, so don't worry. You'll suffer like hell, though. That's not comforting. That makes me more anxious. Explain properly. Kook. Mid-sentence, Seo Lihyang started coughing. I just turned my head slightly to avoid the spray. She stiffened up and asked in a cracking voice. Is this really okay? I've never even properly coughed before, only sneezed. Don't worry. Your energy is depleted, but your body's still trying to absorb in energy both internally and externally. That's what's causing this. Explain that in simpler terms. Your body can't handle in anymore, but it's still drawing it in like usual. Even simpler. It's like you ordered a ton of food while starving, then realized your coin pouch had a hole and you've got no money. That's dine and dash. Exactly. So soon, your whole body's gonna feel like you're getting beaten up. She finally understood and opened her eyes wide, back to their usual deep black. As if that triggered it, her body slumped and leaned heavily against mine. W8. It's really cold now. So cold it hurts. I told you. Your body's in bad shape right now. Don't just say it, give me a solution. What do I do? H&N. A shiver shook her body mid-sentence. Her temperature had dropped again. Through chattering teeth and a pale face, she murmured, I really feel like I'm going to die. I said you won't. Just hang in there a bit more. I hoisted Seo Lihyang onto my back and headed toward the blood flame fist demon's corpse. I stripped off his upper robe, wrapped his severed head in it, and tied it to my waist. Then I secured Seo Lihyang's thighs tightly so she wouldn't slip. Hyatt. Where are you touching? If you don't like it, put some strength into the arms around my neck. They won't move. Then stay still. Is this really the best method? She sighed, eyebrows twitching. Even her breath against my nape was cold. She acted nonchalant, but she must have been in unbearable pain, like her blood vessels were freezing. Thanks for pretending otherwise so I won't feel guilty for being late, but I've already checked your pulse. It won't work. Before we left, I rifled through the blood flame fist demon's belongings one more time. A pouch with a strange texture, like leather or silk. It had burn marks, but remained intact. Must be fire-resistant or immune to internal energy. Hopefully something useful inside. Usually, such pouches carry valuables. A first aid elixir would be ideal. I dumped out the contents. Several tightly sealed letters, a small container of ointment, a few gold coins, and an elixir I recognized. You've got to be kidding me. The letters must be messages to the demonic cult, the ointment likely a wound salve like golden wound bomb, and the gold for expenses. The elixir? A demonic explosive pill. The demonic cult gives this to its warriors. If you're dying, better to explode. It grants power beyond your limits, but at the cost of death. At best, you'll survive but never use martial arts again. That's why the blood flame fist demon didn't use it. He cared more about saving his own skin. All useful evidence against the demonic cult, but nothing helpful for Seo Lihyang right now. No choice. This'll be rough, but cling to me as much as you can. What for? We've walked far enough. There should be a village nearby. This looks like a river with moderate flow and lots of fish. More importantly, the blood flame fist demon hadn't been chasing us, he was waiting ahead of us. Meaning, he probably found a nearby village, learned our route, and decided to ambush us. We're close to a place where we can rest and get treatment. I'm tired from the fight, but I still have the strength to carry one person. After explaining this, Seo Lihyang nodded. Okay, I'll follow your lead. But first, one little problem. What is it? I let my guard down and now I've got the urge. Ugh. I really have to go. Like, soon. I might leak. I carefully set her down. After a moment of internal conflict, I asked, do I have to pull your pants down for you? Wait. I'll try on my own. Fortunately, Seo Lihyang still had enough strength left for that. How many times had I walked with Seo Lihyang, warm and soft yet on the verge of biting her tongue from embarrassment, carried on my back. My stamina was finally starting to run out, and even the internal energy I'd recovered was almost fully spent. I was barely able to drag my feet when, at last, we came upon a village. It was a fairly large one, and perhaps because the blood flame fist demon had prioritized tracking us over destruction, there were no burn marks, just the usual signs of meat having been grilled over fire. A perfectly ordinary village. Thank goodness. I was honestly thinking of digging a hole and crawling into an underground burrow if I had to. Wow, a soft bed, a warm meal. I'm so glad. What's wrong? Don't tell me your conditions worsened so much you can't even talk. No, that's not it. Then why the lackluster reaction? Because I'm still embarrassed, okay? You managed to pull your pants down and back up all on your own. Even cleaned up neatly. What's there to be embarrassed about? You watched me, Cheon Hwi. My eyes were closed. Your ears were open. Ears are always open. It'd be a much bigger problem if they weren't. As I shook my head, Seo Lihyang sank her teeth into the back of my neck. Of course, in her exhausted state, it was more of a tickle. Ugh. All right. I won't bring it up again, so quit it. You're making me damp with spit. It's not that much. Hearing the word spit, she quickly released her teeth. She seemed to be coming back to life. A foreign man walking around in broad daylight carrying a girl on his back, especially one who was biting his neck, must have been quite the sight. The villagers had been sneaking glances at us, pretending not to be curious. If I hadn't been openly wearing martial attire with a sword at my waist, someone might have already come up to say something. Suppressing a chuckle, I approached the middle-aged woman closest to me. She had a stall with cheap trinkets laid out. I handed her a handful of copper coins and asked, "I'm looking for a place to stay. Could you point me to the nearest inn and also the best pharmacy here?" "Eh? Oh, of course, young master." Indeed, money makes people kind. Satisfied, I nodded as she explained the way. Fortunately, there was a pharmacy along the path to the inn. Though it was just a regular town with no top-grade elixirs, I bought every herb that seemed nourishing before heading to the inn. It was a bit run down, but thanks to good upkeep, the inside was cleaner than expected. I rented a decent room, endured some odd looks while borrowing a brazier in the middle of summer, and brought up food that would be easy to eat. As soon as the door was shut and carefully locked, "You rented only one room. Are you planning to do something to me?" Her voice carried both a strange sense of hope and intense embarrassment, but she was so weak, it came out more like a squeak. Without a word, I laid Seo Lihyang on the bed, brought the lit brazier close, sat beside her, scooped up a bite of the food, and held it out. "Eat. I mean, if you don't say anything, it's kind of embarrassing for me." She took the spoon with an awkward expression and began to nibble. I was hungry too, so I took the next bite for myself. And so, one bite for me, one for her, we alternated until the meal was done. Afterward, I pulled the blanket over her still feeble body, then climbed in beside her and gently embraced her from behind. What are you doing?" "Raising your body temperature." "There's a brazier though?" "Honestly, it's making me too hot. This way's more comfortable. You owe me a bit for carrying you all the way here, so think of it as being my body pillow for now." "Body pillow?" You say it like that, and it sounds weird. I'm a taken man, you know. Then don't do things that cause misunderstandings. It's for your recovery, so it's fine. What kind of? Seo Lihyang gave a baffled snort, but her pale cheeks were slowly regaining color, as if pleased in spite of herself. Of course I knew. This was risky. But after realizing her feelings and seeing her so willing to risk her life for me, how could I treat her coldly? So this was my way of showing gratitude and warmth without crossing the line. Stiffened for a completely different reason now, Seo Lihyang was too flustered to argue. I let her reaction pass and pulled out the ointment I'd taken from the blood flame fist demon's pouch, applying it to my hand. Most of me was uninjured, but my hand, burned from gripping the overheated sword, still needed treatment. I had already applied some earlier while on the move, but I'd wiped it off while eating, so this was a reapplication. Once I'd carefully finished, I gingerly pulled out the letter from the blood flame fist demon, making sure not to smudge it. Could you open this for me? Huh? Oh, because of the ointment. Yeah, forgot and applied it before reading. Should have waited. I can still move a bit. Just give me a second. Taking the letter from me, Seo Lihyang swallowed once and broke the seal. We read it together over her shoulder, and the contents were shocking. Seo Lihyang reread it several times in disbelief before asking in a shaken voice, "Cheon Hwi, is this really true?" "It must be. It's too detailed to be fake." No one from the demonic cult would have expected the blood flame fist demon to die so meaninglessly after escaping even Kunlun's 6,000 net heaven trap. What is the demonic cult thinking, planning something like this? She instinctively recoiled, her shoulders trembling. Anyone with a sane mind would react the same after reading it. The letter outlined two main plots. First, how to kill Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai, and use their deaths to drive a wedge between the Peng and Yun clans. Second, a plan involving the distribution of high blood pills throughout Hebei province. I already knew of the first plan, its results had played out before my regression, and the scheme's outline was visible in this life as well. The plan in the letter was even crueler than I remembered. In my previous life, Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai had committed joint suicide. Their deaths deepened the grudge between their clans, but at least ended immediate conflict. But that was their best choice, made only after realizing they couldn't escape the demonic cult scheme. The original plan? The blood flame fist demon would kidnap both, subdue Peng Wujin's mind using drugs and sorcery, and then command him to brutally kill Yun Jiehai. Afterward, Peng Wujin would be taken to the demonic cult and made to disappear, while the scene would be staged, traces of Tang Clan swordsmanship and signs of arson, but no intact body. That would have been more than enough to drive Yun Jiehai's father into a frenzy. Even righteous clans would stop at nothing if pushed that far. Had the plan worked, one of the two clans would have surely been annihilated. In my previous life, Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai likely chose to die together to prevent that outcome. The demonic cult, unfamiliar with their martial techniques, couldn't forge every detail of a faked scene. No wonder the mere thought of it left me feeling heavy. And the second part, what do we do about that? What else? We inform the clan heads of Peng and Ian, report it to the Muram Alliance, and do everything we can to prevent any deaths. The second plan involved spreading a mid-grade elixir, high blood pills, across Hebei. At a glance, it looked like a generous act, but of course, the demonic cult wasn't doing it out of kindness. Their real goal? To use the people who consumed the pills as ingredients for another elixir. It sounded absurd, but the logic behind it was horrifyingly sound. High blood pills were made from animal blood, various herbs, and the result was called poison-induced core, a monstrous embodiment of poison and curse. These pills offered murky internal energy and carried the risk of deviation, but were otherwise considered relatively safe. Two clans had even been fighting over the rights to monopolize them. But here's the truth. Whoever took in the poison-induced core's core would eventually become another poison-induced core. A poison-induced core is created by locking multiple poisons together and letting them fight. Only the survivor remains, infused with dark power. Depending on the poison and the environment, the resulting poison-induced core takes on different natures, ones that control minds, inflict pain, or override bodily autonomy. Among these, the most basic type is one where the toxin multiplies the host's venom exponentially. Martial artists who consume high blood pills become like those poison-induced core. When they fight, the victor gains a massive boost in internal energy. Not earned through righteous means, so it leads to deviation. But that doesn't matter. Because they're not people anymore, they're ingredients. And the pill they become? We already knew its name. It was the same one the ghost shadow thief had seen in the demonic cult, an elixir made from human beings. Blood vitality pill. The high-quality blood vitality pills made this way would, of course, be reserved for the heavenly demon. Now I finally understood the overwhelming demonic energy I'd seen in my previous life. Back then, Peng and Yun hadn't gone to war, so the poison-induced core didn't mature. But this time, the demonic cult could just lead its poison followers into Hebei to attack. These are fanatics. If it meant vengeance, they'd gladly die for it. No wonder so few survived from Peng and Yun in my previous life. They were all fattened up like poison-induced core, then squeezed dry to make the blood vitality pill. The only fortunate thing is, we figured this out in time. With such a monstrous plan in motion, the Muram Alliance wouldn't just raise their guard, they'd take real action. I let out a breath of relief and put the letter away. We've done all we can for now. Once we regroup with the others, we'll share what we've learned. For now, we rest and recover. Let's focus on recovery. Seo Lihyang gave a small, resolute nod. She tossed and turned a little, but before long, both of us, exhausted, drifted into sleep. The next morning, the door, supposedly locked, burst halfway open, and a familiar voice jolted me awake. Cheon Hwi-da. You're Seth, huh? Wait. Let me explain. I can explain everything. So please, take your hand out of your sleeve first. Experiencing the unexpected isn't all that surprising in itself. After all, how often in life do things really go according to plan? Even the simplest things, what to eat today, when to train, or where to take a walk, often go awry. You might suddenly crave a different dish, or it could rain, forcing you to use a different training ground, or Tang Sowol might beg to walk a different path. Even when it comes to one's own matters, full control is extremely difficult. If anyone claims otherwise, they must be the very definition of arrogance. That's because most things we think are entirely our own actually involve others too. Yes, like yesterday. I thought it'd be fine to relax for just one day, so I fell asleep holding Seo Lihyang in my arms, only for our separated companions to find the room we were in the very next morning. Clack. The door opened with a half-shattering sound. Cheon Hwi-da. You're safe, huh? Tang Sowol, who had been rushing in with a voice full of worry and urgency, froze mid-step. Actually, it wasn't just Tang Sowol. Seo Munwaran, who looked like she was barely holding back her anger, Ping Woo-jin, who radiated a heavier, more mature aura, and even Yun Jie-hai, who had a determined look in her eyes. All the companions from the Hubei trip, who'd arrived with serious expressions, now had blank looks of stunned disbelief. And it didn't take long for that bewilderment to turn into contempt. Wait. Let me explain. I can explain everything. Yes, Uncle said something similar when he got into trouble outside and ran back home to the main house. I guess it runs in the family. Uncle, did she mean Tang Yujin, the personal guard of Tang Jinjin? I think I heard he had 3 or maybe 4 wives. A cold sweat trickled down my back. Maybe the commotion woke her. Seo Lihyang rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up. Ugh, what's going on? Is it morning already? I was tired yesterday, so I thought I'd sleep a little, huh? Seo Lihyang's drowsy eyes gradually sharpened. And the moment she was fully awake, she opened her mouth in shock, slowly turning her head back and forth. Once toward Tang Sowol and the others, once toward where I was. There wasn't much to think about. Faces filled with betrayed expressions, as if we were traitors to our country, or as if they were looking at human trash. And what about our side? A man and woman clinging tightly together under one blanket in the middle of summer to warm Seo Lihyang, whose yin energy was surging out of control. The green robes I wore as a member of the Tang family were nearly shredded, like they'd been torn apart. They were burned during the fight with the blood flame fist demon. Seo Lihyang's clothes had slipped, revealing the curve of her shoulder, from absent-mindedly brushing it in her sleep while shivering. And to top it off, she'd just said something ominous about sleeping more because she was tired yesterday. We were exhausted from fighting the blood flame fist demon. To anyone looking, this was unmistakably the scene of a scandal. Seo Lihyang's face turned pale as she grasped the situation. Her yin energy outburst should have subsided by now, yet her shoulders trembled as if she were freezing. Sister Tatang? Yes. I see you still call me sister, huh? Her lips smiled sweetly, but her eyes didn't budge an eerie smile. Seo Lihyang's breath caught in her throat. As she stood frozen like someone who had forgotten how to breathe, I tried to speak up. Cheon Hwi-da. I did say it would be fine if you had permission. Permission, remember. I'll just say this now, I have no intention of saying anything stupid like, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. You kidnapped me on a whim, and this time you run away with me too? Well, I had no excuse. As my words dried up, my eyes darted nervously. Watching this, Tang Sowol sighed deeply. Huh. I suppose it can't be helped. You'll listen to me, right? At this point, the only option is to kill Cheon Hwi-da and then die myself. Tang Sowol slid her hand into her sleeve. Seeing her eyes turn a deeper shade of green, I panicked and lunged at her. Just take your hand out of the sleeve first, and then we'll talk. Fortunately, the surprise tackle was a success. To be precise, Tang Sowol let herself be pinned down without resistance. Holding Tang Sowol's hand tightly, I led her to sit on the bed. Seo Lihyang had already adjusted her clothes and made room beside us. Tang Sowol, knowing how things would play out, allowed herself to be caught in the smooth flow of events. But now she was the one grabbing my wrist, maybe to stop me from running. Letting the thought pass, I calmly explained everything that had happened over the past few days. How we barely escaped the river, finding solid ground at last. How we moved cautiously along the river and eventually encountered the blood flame fist demon. How Seo Lihyang and I worked together to defeat him. And how Seo Lihyang's body froze due to the rebound from the yin energy. That's everything that happened yesterday. Sharing a blanket and sleeping close was all for emergency treatment. Is that really true? Of course. If you don't believe me, ask Seo Lihyang. It's true. Nothing happened between us. Sister Tang was so kind to me, there's no way I could, but what did you mean earlier by permission? Waving her hands to calm Tang Sowol, Seo Lihyang tilted her head in confusion. Tang Sowol let go of my hand, then cupped Seo Lihyang's ear and whispered something. Whisper, whisper. Huh. We'll talk about the details later, Hyanga. What I was really asking was something else. Something else. Instead of answering, Tang Sowol held out one hand to each of us. Drawn by instinct, I reached out and took it. Seo Lihyang followed suit. Tang Sowol gently clasped our hands together and let out a deep sigh. I meant, was it really true that you fought the blood flame fist demon? He's a seasoned martial artist who reached peak stage long ago. Did either of you suffer serious injuries? I have a few burns here and there, but I'm fine. I did push my internal energy a bit too far, but the internal injuries were minor. However, Seal Lihyang. MN. I'm okay too, Sister Tang. I still feel a bit cold, but it's definitely better than yesterday. I think a few days of rest will do the trick. Actually, maybe I even grew stronger? I almost grasped something during the fight. That's a relief. Tang Sowol gave a faint smile, paused as if thinking, then gently pulled Seal Lihyang closer. Eh? Sister? Surprised, but not resisting, Seal Lihyang was drawn into Tang Sowol's lap and embraced from behind. Just like I had done the night before. If you're still not fully recovered, someone needs to warm you up. It doesn't have to be Cheon so high up. I can do it, right, Hyanga? Why yes, of course. Seal Lihyang responded stiffly, her body frozen in awkwardness. Tang Sowol chuckled and whispered something again. And this time, Seal Lihyang melted like a limp doll, becoming Tang Sowol's cherished plush toy. I shook my head and spoke up. Anyway, now that the misunderstanding's cleared up, I'd like to move on to the next matter. Next? There's something else? Didn't you explain everything just now? Seo Munwaran, who had been quietly observing, blinked. Ping Wu-jin, now composed again, and Yun Jiehai, who at some point had placed a hand over his eyes, also looked puzzled. Did she cover his eyes earlier when Seal Lihyang was disheveled? Thorough. I gave a small nod of thanks in Yun Jiehai's direction. She responded with a faint smirk, as if saying it was no big deal. With the greetings done, I unfolded a cloth that had been stashed in the corner. Inside was the severed head of the blood flame fist demon, eyes wide open in death. What the? I thought you were just shoving something gross in our faces, but yes, that's definitely the blood flame fist demon. He was ranked above the Black Sky Sword Emperor, and his flame yang technique was no joke. You did well. I couldn't have done it alone. As I said, it was thanks to Seal Lihyang's help. Her chi might not have matched him in volume, but the coldness of her energy wasn't easily overwhelmed by his heat. Huh. The companions now looked at Seal Lihyang with admiration. But Seal Lihyang, still mentally drained and curled up in Tang Sowol's lap, didn't even notice. Shrugging, I continued. Anyway, this happened after we took him down. Neither of us were in good shape, so I searched the blood flame fist demon's body for anything useful. There were no elixirs, but I did find this letter. A letter? Don't tell me it contains orders from the demonic cult. Something like that. It seems to be a mid-mission report meant for the demonic cult. I pulled the letter from my robes. It details everything the plan to capture the heirs of the Ping and Yun clans, the reason for spreading elixirs in Hubei province. Oh, that's a relief to uncover. But the contents are pretty serious. It's beyond what we can handle. This needs to be reported not only to the heads of the Pang and Yun clans, but also to the Muram Alliance leader. I handed the letter to Seo Munwaran. She hesitated for a moment before looking around. Ping Wu-jin, who had just regained vision, and Yun Jiehai, quietly watching her. Tang Sowol, still holding Seal Lihyang. Maybe she felt some pressure. After a moment, Seo Munwaran began reading the letter aloud. If you succeed in capturing the Ping and Yun heirs, use the shaman sent with this letter too. Her voice echoed through the room. Though it sounded like a child reading an essay, the content was far from innocent. By the time she finished the last line, the room fell completely silent. Some gasped. Others trembled in anger. But in the end, all were left speechless. So, they planned to use sorcery on me to make me kill Jiehai? And use me, who died at the hands of the Ping clan, to pit our families against each other. Grinding down those turned into living poison vessels to make elixirs. It's too horrific. Even demonic paths should have limits. The three of them sighed heavily. Tang Sowol, meanwhile, remained quiet for a long time before speaking softly. I understand now that the situation is worse than we thought. I also agree that everyone should be informed. So, what will you do now? You said the Yun clan is the closest, right? Let's head there first. We need to inform the clan heads who are probably investigating elsewhere right now. And tell father too. Yes, the father-in-law should come as well. Whether I should hide behind Tang Sowol or kneel and beg first, that's what I need to start thinking about now. I wanted to leave immediately, but though I was fine, Seo Lihyang's condition was still too serious, so we decided to rest for a few more days. It's absolutely not because the time to face Tang Jinshin again is getting close. Instead, Yun Jiehai sent a letter to her clan asking them to send an escort, so we wouldn't be staying long anyway. But hey, where did you get all banged up like that? He only swung his sword using pure physical strength without internal energy for a moment, but my gaze naturally shifted to Peng Wujin, who was silently stretching nearby. His impressively muscular frame remained as enviable as ever, but unusually, thick bandages were wrapped all around his body. Well, it wasn't as bad as what you two went through, but I did have my own run-in with demonic cult members and got these wounds from that fight. Maybe they were the sorcerer and guards the Blood Flame Fist demon had on standby. I don't know their exact identities. What do you mean? I thought I had sealed his blood channels and suppressed him, but the guy suddenly went berserk, as if he fell into chi deviation. He went straight for Jiehai, so I blocked him with my body in the heat of the moment. This is the result. Demonic explosive pills. Maybe it was a kind of delayed trigger technique. But one thing was clear, when Yun Jiehai was in danger, Peng Wujin didn't hesitate to throw himself in front of her. As a fellow man, I had no choice but to respect that. Though what he said next left me a bit speechless. After that, the elder didn't care about gathering intel or anything. He just made sure not a single one of them got out alive. So we still don't know who they were. Maybe he was frustrated about losing sight of Seo Lihyang and me right in front of him. Seo Munwaran probably has a lot pent up inside. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Since you're out and about, your shoulder injury must not be too serious. It was serious. If it had gone even a little deeper, I might have lost the use of one arm for life. But you look fine now? That's thanks to how effective the emergency treatment was. The Tang Clan's medicine lives up to its name. He must be referring to the golden wound salve Tang Sowol always carried. Considering how much Tang Jinshin cares for her, it's likely filled with the Tang Clan's secret formulas. It might not help internal injuries, but for external wounds, you'd be hard-pressed to find anything better. Of course, only the surface wounds healed. I still can't perform martial arts properly, and I'll have to avoid intense movement for a while. Then why come all the way out here? Wouldn't it be better to rest by Yun Jiehai's side? I stayed so still trying not to tear the wound open that it was making me restless. I just wanted to move around a bit, avoiding the injured arm. Well, since you say you're okay, I guess there's no point in me nagging. I won't say more. There's also something I wanted to thank you for in person. I stopped swinging my sword and turned around, confused by his sudden tone. There stood Peng Wujin, bowing deeply toward me. Thank you. The method may have been a little aggressive, but thanks to you, Jiehai and I are alive, and our clans avoided falling into the demonic cult's trap. Well, Tang Sowol and I have our own history with the demonic cult, so we may have been meddling a bit. Like I said, the method was pretty extreme, so don't worry too much about it. Still, the outcome was good, so that's what matters. Though technically, we kidnapped the successors of the Ping and Yun clans and ran away with them. Under normal circumstances, we'd be severely reprimanded. It was also a stain on the Tang Clan's reputation. That's why I brushed it off as no big deal since it worked out well, but Peng Wujin still kept his head bowed. Even with all that in mind, I'm sincerely grateful. I know it's not much, but would you visit the Peng clan sometime? I'll do everything I can to repay you. Are you serious about that? Of course I'm serious. I couldn't help the smile creeping up my face. I casually covered my mouth with a hand and gave his shoulder a pat. I had sworn brotherhood with Namgungjong, and I was always a bit reluctant to call his close friend Brother Peng. Wait, suddenly. The ever-serious Peng Wujin twitched at the abrupt change in tone from me, who had never changed facial expressions and only spoke casually before. But considering I was 18, and if he was Namgungjong's age, he'd be at least 7 years older than me. Peng Wujin inherited a strong physique thanks to his clan's bloodline and cultivation methods, but the downside was a prematurely aged appearance. Honestly, his face could easily pass for someone in their early 30s. More importantly, considering what I planned to get from him, calling him brother was hardly a loss. How long are you going to keep bowing in front of your younger brother? Raise your head. You call me younger brother, but you talk just like before. Kuum. That's not important. You said you'd give anything you could in return. If that's true, could you provide an elixir? Of course. Judging from the fact you brought it up right away, I take it you're having a hard time with internal energy cultivation. Unfortunately, most of the Tang Clan's elixirs are tailored for poison techniques. To me, they're more like toxins. But the Ping Clan's should be different. Kuum. It's not for me to brag, but Ping Clan's elixirs are known for being widely applicable. A wise choice. Just like how the Wudong sect pursues Taiji and the Namgung clan seeks the Azure Sky, the Ping Clan of Hebei pursues origin. They aim for something more fundamental than yin and yang, or the five elements. I'm not too versed in such philosophical stuff, but I know they're obsessed with the fundamentals. Their secret martial art, only taught to the clan head, is even called Origin Thunder Saber. They believe that before becoming a martial artist, one is human and the foundation of a human is the body. So the Ping Clan focused on finding a way to pass down exceptional physical qualities and developed external martial arts to maximize them. As a result, like Shaolin's elixirs, the Ping Clan's medicines are effective on anyone. They may not raise internal energy as much as Shaolin's, but they significantly strengthen the body, which suits me better right now. The reason I know all this is simple. In my past life, the last place I was driven into was Hebei province. We from the Orthodox Alliance all made sure to learn everything we could about the fallen Ping Clan, hoping we could salvage something. All we found were some undiscovered remains, but still. That old hope resurfaced as I asked. Then could I possibly get a Hunyondan? That's a bit much for me to decide. TSK. Clicking my tongue reflexively, I saw Peng Wujin look at me with a sour expression. I shook my head and spoke. Then what can you offer, Brother Peng? I'm pretty sure you just called me that earlier. How about a heavenly tiger pill? That, at least, should be possible. He nodded reluctantly, as if seeing something outrageous. Too much? Maybe. But for a heavenly tiger pill, I'll let it slide. The heavenly tiger pill, earth tiger pill, and human tiger pill are symbolic elixirs of the Ping Clan, ranked by power. Human tiger pills are low-grade, helpful for second- and first-class martial artists. Earth tiger pills are mid-grade, helpful even to peak-stage warriors. Heavenly tiger pills are high-grade, given only to blood relatives or those who've done great service to the Ping Clan. For reference, the Hunyondan is a top-tier secret elixir reserved only for the clan head or the young master. I asked knowing I wouldn't get it, just to try. In my past life, I couldn't even get a human tiger pill. But now I'm getting a heavenly tiger pill? Satisfied, I nodded and added. Make it 2, please. 1 for Xiao Lihyang too. What? She helped me take down the blood flame fist demon. If you're thanking me, you should be thanking her equally. But 2 is. Oh, and if possible, I'd like 1 for Tang Sowol as well. She's the one who suggested we get involved, even if it meant running away. Still sweating from his lingering injuries, Peng Wujin groaned and replied in a crawling voice. Fine. But I can't promise. I'll speak to the clan head. That's good enough. By the way, Brother Ping, it's almost mealtime. Shall we head in together? Ping Wujin gave me a look that said, what even are you? But I had nothing to be ashamed of. It's not every day you get a high-grade elixir from one of the 5 supreme clans. Cheon Hwi-da. When sister gets to the Yun clan, she said she'll make sure we each get an elixir. I said I'd bring it up, not that it's certain, so don't get your hopes up too high. I'm still excited. Aren't you? Even while still recovering, Xiao Lihyang's radiant smile was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Whoever taught her, she learned well. 3 days later, martial artists from the Yun clan arrived with carriages. Xiao Lihyang had mostly recovered by then, but since the carriage was already here, we decided to ride comfortably. When we arrived at Jinju Yun clan, my first thought was, it's eerie. Shoo. They might hear you, Cheon so high up. I muttered unconsciously, and Tang Sowol whispered urgently. I glanced toward Yun Jiehai. It's fine. I feel the same way. But once you get used to it, it's actually quite a nice place. Don't worry. I didn't mean anything bad. It's just so different from typical martial clans, I was surprised. It's really fine. To begin with, our Yun clan only became a martial family a little over 100 years ago. As Skywinged Poison Phoenix once said, the different atmosphere is inevitable, and it means our ancestors were remarkable. It's something to be proud of. Thinking that way makes me feel better. Tang Sowol finally relaxed a little and smiled faintly. though she still kept jabbing my side, which I accepted quietly since it was my fault. Still, saying it aloud may have been rude, but I wasn't wrong to feel it. Jinju Clan is originally a family renowned for zombie arts. That art is now practically extinct, just like Taoist spellcasters disappeared from the Daoist sects. But back then, the Yun clan developed various martial arts based on jiashi techniques, building a strong lineage. In other words, jiashi arts are the root of the Yun clan, and it's only natural that they give off demonic aura. Even if that's understandable, the discomfort that demonic aura causes is real. Except for one person, Xiao Lihyang. She looked more lively than usual, as if the place energized her. Demonic aura falls under Yin energy, so it makes sense for someone with a pure Yin physique like her to feel at home. Yun Jiehai noticed something unusual in Xiao Lihyang and watched her with interest for a moment, then turned her gaze and stood beside Ping Wujin, who had a bandaged shoulder. Then she leaned gently against his thick arm about as wide as her waist. Shocked and disbelieving gazes poured in from all around. Regardless, Yun Jiehai calmly declared, "I'll explain everything once the clan head arrives, but these guests provided great help to the Yun clan. Treat them as honored guests and see that they lack nothing. Shall we go, Peng clan?" Peng Wujin nodded with a hardened expression. Seems like they'd already agreed to make their relationship public. While I was admiring the situation internally, Tang Sowol latched onto me and locked arms. The soft pressure at my elbow warmed my heart, but the words that followed were anything but sweet. "I think we should make it obvious, too, that we're also engaged, like those two." I couldn't say a single word. Yun Jiehai had ordered that we be treated as honored guests, but to be honest, I expected to hear some gossip behind our backs. And understandably so, since the fact that she was kidnapped by Tang Sowol and me hadn't simply vanished. But contrary to my expectations, they really did treat us with respect, showing not only no hostility, but not even curiosity. The reason was simple, all their attention was focused on Ping Wujin. The Ping boy must have gone through a lot. Watching from a distance as Peng Wujin stood surrounded by Yun clan's retainers, sweating profusely, Xiao Munwaran shook her head. "Well, thanks to that, we're quite comfortable, aren't we?" "True, but..." I can't help feeling a little sorry for him. To a certain degree, I agreed. The Peng and Yun clans had long been on bad terms, and in recent years, their conflict had reached its peak. So it was only natural that the man Yun Jiehai brought home as her chosen one, Peng Wujin, wasn't met with warm looks. Still, because Yun Jiehai had clearly instructed them to be respectful, and because Peng Wujin had thrown himself into danger to protect her, they weren't openly hostile. Instead, they watched him with extremely critical eyes, questioning him thoroughly whenever something came up. And it wasn't just one or two people, every Yun elder he encountered was like that. It had to be driving Peng Wujin insane. Well, even if we wanted to help, it'd be awkward for us to step in. Not to mention, the real show hasn't even started yet. When is the clan head of the Yun clan supposed to arrive? Considering the time it took for the letter to arrive and the journey here, they said it would take about 7 days and nights. I see. So we've got some time. In the meantime, try resolving things between Seoul and Hyang. I've been trying, but it's not easy. It's not like they had a fight. The misunderstanding about them sleeping together had been cleared up. In fact, Tang Sowol still talked to Xiao Lihyang like usual, sometimes teasing her playfully. But lately, Xiao Lihyang had started avoiding Tang Sowol, and me as well. As if she was guilty of something. I could guess what she was thinking, but I couldn't just let her keep running away. So I kept trying to talk to her. Even now, Tang Sowol was probably chasing after Xiao Lihyang somewhere. Then why are you here right now? Because I have business with you, Senior Xiao Munwaran. With me. She tilted her head in confusion. Her long white hair flowed to the side, and her sparkling red eyes blinked curiously. No matter how I looked at her, she still appeared to be just a cute young girl. But I knew better. Inside that form dwelled a veteran martial artist whose age, combined over my past and present lives, still surpassed mine, someone on the level of a clan head or sect leader. If you have business with me, then surely. For some reason, her expression flushed as she suddenly bounced with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with hope, and I nodded solemnly. Yes. So you've finally decided to become my adopted son after seeing how amazing I I feel like I gained a small insight recently. Would you be willing to spar with me for a bit? We blinked at each other in confusion. Then, realizing what kind of misunderstanding she had made, Seo Munwaren's eyes went vacant. And then, as if something inside her had short-circuited, she plopped down in place, her face blazing red. Kaya. Wait, don't be so embarrassed. It's a common misunderstanding. Kaya. People tend to notice only what they're focused on. I was preoccupied with my insight, and you, senior, well, you were focused on that. Kaiwa. Curled up on the floor with her ears covered, Seo Munwaren still reacted to every word I said. She was clearly listening, despite the attempt to block out sound. Her sensory perception as a flowering stage master couldn't be dulled that easily. Oh, and while we're at it, my answer hasn't changed. I'm sorry. Stop. That's enough. Please, just stop already. Mempi. Maybe she really couldn't take it anymore. Still sitting, she suddenly leapt up and clamped her hands over my mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes from sheer embarrassment. Now sparkling again for a slightly different reason, Seo Munwaren nodded furiously. Fine. A duel. That's what you want, right? Then let's just do that. Just stop stabbing my heart with your words. I don't recall stabbing you, but all right, let's go to the training ground. As I led the way, Seo Munwaren followed behind, completely deflated. The training ground we arrived at shortly after had a strangely calming atmosphere. It wasn't that the Yun clan had installed a formation to induce mental clarity or gathered natural energy here. They had simply taken some precautions to ensure the demonic aura that pervaded the rest of the Yun estate didn't leak into the sparring area. It's not like the surrounding demonic aura could drastically impact one's martial arts, but still, it was better to be without it. It wasn't about whether I was used to demonic aura or whether it got naturally suppressed by my killing intent-enhanced chi. It was just different. Unfamiliar. Nodding inwardly, I took position a short distance from the center of the training ground. And then, as if nothing had happened, Seo Munwaren stood across from me, exuding sharp, refined energy. Her face was still a little flushed, but her expression was now that of a seasoned martial artist. She took a deep breath and spoke. I know your level is half a step short of sub-perfection, but in a life-or-death duel, you can take on even established masters at that level. I saw it myself when you beheaded the Black Sky Sword Emperor. Yes, with enough internal energy, I could reach sub-perfection at any time. But the Blood Flame Fist Demon wasn't just any sub-perfection master. His refinement was formidable, and his Flame Yang technique was extremely tricky. To be honest, I thought you'd die or come very close. You were right. If it had been the usual me, I wouldn't have won. Just like how I'd lost to him multiple times before my regression. I heard that Hyang's martial arts helped reduce the Flame Yang technique's advantage. Even with that, we were still a step short. By some stroke of luck, I was able to take that final step. You still don't believe that step is truly yours, do you? As she said, I had meditated and swung my sword countless times, trying to replicate that final strike. But it always felt just out of reach, like a shape in the mist. I understand how that feels. At times like that, you need an opponent who can take your full strength. You've come to the right person. I can handle everything you've got, so don't hold back. Thank you. I bowed deeply to Seo Munwaren, who puffed out her chest with pride. She had often helped me in my past life too, offering guidance or helping me embody insights. Even now, she was supporting me like this again. I couldn't help but feel grateful. I'll make sure to repay you someday, senior. You've already done more than enough, but I am a little curious. How do you plan to repay me? I suppose the fairest way would be to grant you one request? As long as it's not anything too outrageous. A wish token. Something about that seemed to fire her up. Seo Munwaren clenched her fists, her voice filled with excitement. Then come. Let's begin. Who? I chuckled at her sudden good mood and drew my sword. Here I go then. Dark blade. From its surface, a blood-red energy rose like smoke, soon coiling into the shape of roaring flames. A martial technique formed by pure internal energy without any willpower mixed in. Logically, without the support of proper energy channels and chi flow, this blood flame sword aura should have been weaker than in my past life. Yet somehow, it felt just as powerful. That alone would have been good news. But the problem was I had no idea why. My dantian and energy channels hadn't changed drastically. So why did my control of internal energy feel so much more fluid? And it wasn't just internal energy. Hup! I dashed forward, but not using the explosive leaping of thunderclap steps. Instead, I took short, rapid steps. Boom! Boom! Internal energy exploded through my pressure points in rapid succession. Though quieter than a typical thunderclap acceleration, it echoed ceaselessly through the training ground. In truth, this was a half measure that didn't make full use of thunderclap steps. But when mixed with the core of ghost shadow steps, it became something else. Each step carried a different rhythm and speed. Even though I was moving in a straight line, it was impossible to get used to. Seo Munwaren's eyes sharpened with interest. I knew you weren't limited to thunderclap steps. This is quite amusing. It's about to get more so. Originally, I developed this movement technique to help reduce the consumption of Seo Lihyang's energy during our battle with the Blood Flame Fist Demon. I refined it further afterward, and the results exceeded expectations. Grinning, I swung my sword. A sword that always targeted the opponent's vital points with uncanny accuracy. Every strike contained the best possible trajectory and method based on the situation. The collarbone, waist, armpit, neck, wrist, eyes blows that, if even one landed, would be fatal or crippling. Sometimes fast, sometimes heavy, sometimes flashy to deceive the eye. I'd done this countless times before. But each strike now felt familiar, yet strangely different. Had I always been able to swing my sword this quickly? This forcefully? No. I had now re-examined what I once believed I had already fully internalized and made it truly my own. This was proof of that. Ever since I grasped divine sword unity and gained full control over my sword, I thought that was the limit of my precision. But now, as the mental image of each move became clearer, the path of the sword grew sharper too. Of course, it still wasn't enough to land a hit on Seo Munwaren, but... impressive. Kang. Kagakak. It sounded like metal against metal, but that wasn't the case. Her chi-enhanced fists had shattered my sword aura, broken its rhythm, and struck my defenseless blade aside. Despite the fierce assault, she didn't even blink. She didn't counter, just focused on receiving my strikes. Seeing that, I decided to push further. No holding back, I focused solely on cutting down the opponent before me. My concentration rose to a peak. The sense of unity from divine sword unity heightened, and the sword in my hand felt heavier, more alive. Just like in the fight with the Blood Flame Fist Demon, the history of my sword flashed before my eyes like a revolving lantern. Following my own path, I swung. At first, Seo Munwaren tilted her head at the sudden simplicity of the strikes. But as the swordplay continued, her eyes widened. And when I finally poured out everything, my body moved before I could think, carving a trajectory I couldn't even comprehend. TCH. Seo Munwaren frowned and threw a punch. Kwang. Her first strike not to defend, but to counter. It was the first time Seo Munwaren had thrown a punch not for defense, but for a counterattack. A fist imbued with red chi burst forward so fast and straight that it gave the illusion of swelling in size. The moment it entered his sight, instinct told him, that can't be blocked. Even if the energy surrounding his sword were not sword flame, but solid sword chi, it would be the same. Better to dodge than try to meet it head-on. There would be no one who could stop that fist in a frontal clash. That was how overwhelming the force of the strike felt. But once a sword is swung, it cannot be recalled. The fiercely burning sword flame collided with the tightly condensed fist imbued with fist chi. And then, it shattered the sword flame as it pushed forward, an unrelenting blow that allowed not a single moment of resistance. Even a sword that traced an incomprehensible trajectory thanks to divine sword unity could not be compared to Seo Munwaren's fist. As he clenched his teeth in anticipation of the impact, suddenly, the momentum radiating from Seo Munwaren's fist weakened. The fist chi remained, but the oppressive aura that had been present a moment ago vanished. And then, Kwang. With a tremendous roar, his body was flung backward. Kuhuk. Are you alright? You could have just let go of the sword. Why were you being so stubborn? Seo Munwaren flapped both arms as she rushed over, anxiously examining his arms. Her reaction drew a helpless chuckle from him. Still, wasn't the difference between when she clenched her fist and when she didn't a little too drastic? Of course, Seo Munwaren, displeased with him smiling to himself, puffed out her cheeks and glared at him resentfully. What's so funny? You're not fully recovered, just like Hyang, and yet you're grinning like a fool. Do you want to end up flat on your back again as soon as you're up? It's not like that. Then why were you gripping that sword so tightly? I know you're serious about your sword, but you're not some Taoist who believes he must never let go of it under any circumstance. Well, if letting go of my sword would let me win, or if I could just get a little hurt instead of dying, I'd gladly let it go. But in this case, I really had no choice. Explain. It becomes difficult to let go of the sword while maintaining divine sword unity. I see. The state of becoming one with your sword. I hadn't thought of that since I'm a fist user and my fists have always been a part of me. No matter how urgent the situation, it's hard to just detach your own arm. Yes, that's why I have to deliberately break my concentration to disrupt divine sword unity or intentionally build a technique around letting go of the sword. However, Seo Mun-werin tilted her head, and he continued, clenching and opening his fist as though trying to grasp the lingering sensation. The final sword strike was beyond my understanding. I don't even know how I swung it. How could I control it? That had been the issue tormenting him these past few days. Divine sword unity is a state where one can swing their sword exactly as they envision. It allows for flawless execution, but it also means one cannot go beyond what they themselves understand. And yet, the final strike that felled the blood flame sword demon was the most perfect sword technique he had ever performed. No, it was beyond that. At a level that surpassed his own comprehension. No matter how many times he tried to replicate it alone, it was impossible. It had been a good decision to ask Seo Mun-werin for help. Even if it took a bit of time, to succeed in just one spar was. It was like chasing after someone running just ahead rather than running alone in uncertainty. One runs faster that way. He nodded inwardly and continued. Isn't it strange? I know that enlightenment often comes like that. At first, you don't understand it, but retracing your steps helps you grasp it little by little. You keep swinging your sword, guided by that vague understanding and lingering sensation, until it becomes part of you. But even so, no one denies the enlightenment they've already attained, do they? So that's what's been troubling you. Yes. Divine sword unity is the highest realization I've attained, and the one most tied to my life. I don't know if it's right to deny it. The sensation he felt when he fought the blood flame sword demon was gradually fading. Unable to recreate the sword from that moment, his body couldn't internalize it. With effort, he could reclaim it. It would just take longer than usual. That wasn't the part that truly bothered him. What did disturb him was the idea that divine sword unity, born of the lament of a wretched swordsman who had lost everything and clung to one sword, might have been wrong. He didn't want to deny it. How could he? It was a realization born from the very heartscape that formed the foundation of who he was, even if he had undone those tragedies through regression. If someday his heartscape changed, and divine sword unity changed with it, that would be fine. But he didn't want to suddenly prioritize some unfamiliar enlightenment over what came before. Even if that new insight might lead to the future. Yes, he knew it well. This was obsession, another form of inner demon. Maybe sensing his inner turmoil, Seo Mun-werin spoke with a faint smile. I didn't think you'd face it so soon. But in truth, your confusion is surprisingly common. What? The sword strike you just performed. Do you know why you couldn't understand it, or why I was shocked enough to respond seriously? I do not. It's because that strike, though only faintly, contained willpower. Willpower. It was an utterly unexpected answer. The biggest barrier between peak stage and flowering stage. In his previous life, he had faced death countless times and even died once, but could never reach it. Willpower. They said willpower was the embodiment of will and thought. Most martial artists use it consciously or unconsciously, but the effect is minimal, almost imperceptible. Much like how all living things possess chi, but not all are martial artists. Even the killing intent he frequently used was a basic application of willpower, where thought is given form. But once one began wielding willpower in earnest, everything changed. Just like how salt water will no longer absorb salt at a certain point, no matter how much internal energy one pours into a point, it can't condense beyond chi flame. But willpower forces that to happen. It forges massive amounts of internal energy, many times stronger than chi flame, into something denser, harder. That's why willpower can only be countered with willpower. Even with defensive chi, a swarm of peak stage masters would struggle to land a proper hit. With it, one could split rivers with a punch, stir up deadly poison that kills both man and chi, or ensure an attack always hits its target. In short, willpower made the impossible possible. You're saying I used willpower? Correct. It was crude and clumsy, but it was unmistakable. That's a little shocking. Certainly, the insight he gained from battling the blood flame sword demon had expanded his limits. But no matter how large a single step was still just that, a step. He'd assumed it would be a long road to willpower. Seo Mun-waran chuckled at his bewildered expression. Why so surprised? You've always infused your swordsmanship with killing intent, haven't you? There are many martial artists who exude killing intent. But that doesn't mean all of them wield willpower. True. But your case is special. How many people carry such dense killing intent as you? That was hard to deny. It's simple. Until now, your sword swung first and killing intent, some willpower followed. This time, willpower stirred first and the sword followed. So that's why I couldn't understand or reproduce it. I didn't consciously swing. Exactly. And that's also why it's not a contradiction to divine sword unity. You said it yourself, divine sword unity turns your ideal sword trajectory into reality. But where does that ideal trajectory come from? From all the swords I've swung until now. Then isn't it natural that you couldn't imagine, let alone execute, a sword you've never even considered before? I understand. But there's still one thing that bothers me. What is it? If that was my willpower, why couldn't I feel it? If willpower is will and thought, shouldn't I be the first to notice? You already did. You just didn't realize it consciously. Of all things, self-control was what he prided himself on. So that stung a little. But what she said next made perfect sense. Well, your willpower is only at a fledgling level. It's just a clue leading toward the flowering stage. But don't get too arrogant or excited. Many martial artists cling to this clue their entire lives and die without advancing. I'll keep that in mind. Still, a little advice wouldn't hurt, would it? I suppose. I can offer vague, general advice. That much is fine. That's why I too imbued my last strike with willpower. But I can't tell you what it was. Why not? He asked, a bit hurt. Seo Mun-waran's eyes flickered slightly, then she shook her head and spoke firmly. As I said, your willpower is still in its infancy. Who knows what kind of person a child will grow into? If I define it now, based on a faint impression, I'll only be placing limits on you. You are still young and not someone who will stop here. So don't rush, don't settle. Just think fiercely and yearn deeply. Don't cage your own martial path. With those words, she raised her fist toward him. Then, somewhat sheepishly, she added, "Of course, if you want general advice, I can always offer that. To me, even that is precious." He bowed his head, and Seo Mun-waran lightly tapped his forehead with her raised fist. Willpower is just single-minded thought. Don't forget that. I'll remember. As he raised his head again, she withdrew her fist with a slightly regretful look. Then, after glancing at it, he cautiously asked, "Senior Seo Mun-waran, there's still a lot of time until dinner. Would you be willing to spar with me a bit more?" Her eyes widened, then she smiled brightly and nodded vigorously. "Of course. Come at me again." What followed was an absolute mess of a spar. Willpower is single-minded thought. I could roughly grasp what that meant in my head. Fundamentally, willpower is a power that makes the impossible possible. However, its direction varies depending on the individual, and it is heavily influenced by the heartscape of the martial artist. There was a time before my regression when multiple masters who had reached the flowering stage gathered their strength. While the fact that they were still defeated by the heavenly demon was significant, what mattered now was that I had, from a distance, been able to witness the martial arts of those at the flowering stage. The abbot of Shaolin, symbolizing the Buddha's compassion, was simply solid, unwavering, and his presence reached the very edge of one's perception. The Lord of the Black Lotus sect, wielding 2 spears of varying lengths, unceasingly pressured and overwhelmed his opponent. From start to finish, one could feel the path of tyranny, the desire to dominate. The Muram Alliance leader, having risen from the Beggars sect, displayed a determined, unyielding palm technique that conveyed his resolve to stake everything in the face of injustice. Other flowering stage masters each revealed their own supreme techniques. I couldn't say I fully understood each of their martial arts, having only seen them once or twice, nor could I make comparisons. But what they represented came through clearly. The abbot of Shaolin sought to become a Buddha. The Black Lotus Lord sought to become a tyrant above all others. The Murim Alliance leader simply pursued righteousness. Surely, these are what Seo Munwaran meant when she spoke of willpower and single-minded thought. In other words, it is the destiny that a martial artist strives to fulfill over their entire life. Then what is it that I seek to accomplish? At first, I swung my sword because I was hungry. But at some point, even when I was no longer hungry, I continued to swing it. To eat better food, to live in a better house, to be admired by more people. And because I simply liked the sword. But even that didn't last long, because vengeance began to mix into my reason for wielding the sword. During the peak of the Heavenly Demon's invasion, I fought to survive. Yet, in the final moment, when I saw Tang Sowol fall, my sword once again carried the flames of revenge. If I had to choose one thing that defined my sword, it would be vengeance. But if asked whether that's something worth pursuing for a lifetime, I would hesitate to say yes. After all, I've already failed once, and now I'm making up for it through regression. I even defeated the Lord of the Black Sky Sword sect before he became the Black Sky Sword Emperor. In my previous life, maybe. But in this life, vengeance is no longer a lifelong goal. It's difficult. The sparring with Seo Munwaran had lasted until sunset. During that time, I had managed to reproduce a few sword strikes with faint traces of willpower, but that sensation still felt far off. As I loosened my increasingly sore shoulders and muttered to myself, Seo Munwaran chuckled and said, "That's only natural." Awakening one's willpower is akin to reflecting on oneself and redefining who one is. For people like you and me, it can't be easy. What do you mean by people like you and me? Obviously, I mean martial artists of the unorthodox faction. I may not look like it, but I'm from the orthodox faction. That's only your affiliation. Of all the martial artists I've seen, you're the second most unorthodox. Was it that bad? I asked, slightly sarcastic. Then who's the first? Who else? The Black Lotus Lord. I suppose I can't argue with that. If a martial artist who uses martial arts for personal gain is to be called unorthodox, then none could rival the Black Lotus Lord, at least in this era. I nodded a few times and sheathed my sword. Still, being in this position makes me understand why so few high-ranking unorthodox martial artists reach the flowering stage. Indeed, people say it's because they constantly fight among themselves, or that their martial arts aren't preserved and easily fade, but that alone isn't the reason. In fact, proportionally speaking, the unorthodox faction has more experts. That's true. The orthodox faction often accepts disciples even if they lack talent, whereas in the unorthodox faction, someone dies almost every day. The biggest difference comes from real combat experience. Orthodox martial artists are only allowed to enter the Murim world after they've become decently strong, sometimes even under the grand title of First Step into Murim. But unorthodox martial artists are always thrown right into the heart of the Murim. They face far more life-and-death situations, and if they survive, they inevitably grow stronger faster. Unorthodox martial arts also tend to focus on rapid strength gain. That's why, at the same level of cultivation, unorthodox martial artists are generally stronger in real fights than those of the orthodox side. Even among the 5 supreme clans and the 9 great sects, most individuals barely measure up by comparison. Their true strength lies in their massive organizations. So, despite the orthodox faction having superior scale and cohesion, the balance of power between orthodoxy and unorthodoxy is roughly maintained. This remains true even at the flowering stage, the realm beyond mere mastery, where one is considered an absolute master. The cause is slightly different, though. Even at the same cultivation level, unorthodox flowering stage masters are usually stronger in terms of pure combat power. The Black Lotus Lord is one of the youngest among the flowering stage, yet is evaluated as being among the strongest. But the numbers tell a different story. While many unorthodox martial artists die young, very few of them ever break through to the flowering stage. Up until now, I thought it was due to the impurities in their internal energy, their vulnerability to mental deviation, or that orthodox techniques, built on strong fundamentals, were more suited for reaching greater heights. But now that I've faced it myself, I understand. Those were just excuses added after the fact. Even if one's internal energy is impure, there are ways to compensate. My Raging Wave death-stealing art, for example, uses killing intent to balance it. Vulnerable to deviation? That only happens when one recklessly reaches for the next realm without qualification. Those who lose control were never meant to ascend in the first place. And while a strong foundation is certainly important, it's no guarantee. If it were, only those born into great martial families would reach the top, and yet, how many nameless individuals have risen to the highest heights? How many masters spent their whole lives on fundamentals and still died in mediocrity? If you bring talent into the discussion, then the argument ends there. Some are born to reach the flowering stage, others are not. So why is it that, despite being stronger on average, unorthodox martial artists struggle to reach the flowering stage? The answer is simpler and more fundamental. This is no different from the path of ascetic cultivation. They say that, long ago, people became immortals through martial arts. I think that's an exaggeration, but perhaps it's not entirely baseless. Reaching the flowering stage through willpower requires introspection and endless refinement. Such open-ended cultivation is foreign to most unorthodox martial artists who are preoccupied with survival and wealth. But for orthodox martial artists, it's familiar. To be honest, it's a little overwhelming. That's how walls are. Once you get past them, sometimes they weren't that daunting after all. You told me not to rush, not to compromise, and to struggle and seek with intensity, right? Indeed. I let go of myself and endured over 10 years of contemplation to reach my current level. Rushing won't get you anywhere. And then, considering your age, Senior Cheon Hwi-da, isn't it more like nearly 20 years? For the record, I'm 18. Don't say that out loud. Suddenly struck by the cruelty of reality, Cheon Hwi-da glared and began pounding my shoulder with clenched fists. Unlike during the spar, they held no real strength, more like playful taps. I accepted the blows and nodded. Understood. Actually, it's a good thing. I have more urgent matters right now anyway, so it's a good time to slow down and focus on training as you advised. And what do you mean by more urgent matters? Why do you need to train leisurely? Well, compared to my insight, my internal energy and body are a bit lacking. I don't have enough internal energy to maintain sword flame for long, and my body's so frail that just a few repetitions of movements under divine sword unity leave me exhausted. Huh. Cheon Hwi-da blinked rapidly in disbelief. But it was true. Xiao Lihyang had suffered during her fight with the blood flame sword demon due to depleted stamina and the inability to suppress her pure Yin physique's energy. Meanwhile, I had simply collapsed from pure exhaustion. Well, external arts are a bit lacking, but that's not a huge concern. As long as I keep training, they'll catch up. More importantly, I haven't stopped growing yet. You mean height? Not as much as before, but a little, yes. Cheon Hwi-da stared up at me with silent envy. Come to think of it, she was shorter than even Xiao Lihyang. Maybe she'd been a little taller before her rejuvenation, but probably not by much. The real issue is my internal energy. I was originally planning to supplement it with the summoning pill, the prize from the Dragon and Phoenix Summit, but as you know, I was disqualified. Sorry. It's not your fault, Senior. Besides, Xiao Lihyang arranged for me to receive a special elixir from the Tang Clan head, and I'm getting one from Clan head Peng too, so it'll be resolved soon. But neither of them has even arrived yet. What are you talking about? They've already promised me. If they have any pride, they'll honor it. Your compatibility with Hyang is almost too perfect. It's just unfortunate that it's in such bandit-like ways. I shrugged at Cheon Hwi-da's grumbling and headed out of the training hall. On the way, I told to bring Cheon Hwi-da's dinner tray to my room instead of hers, as we'd be eating together tonight. Unlike Cheon Hwi-da, who still looked fresh and dry, I had gone all out in our sparring, so I quickly washed up and changed clothes before returning to my room. My head had been full of martial arts all day, but the moment I saw the scene before me, all thoughts vanished. Understandably so, since Tang Sowol was pinning Xiao Lihyang to the floor, sitting on top of her with both knees pressing down on her arms, completely restraining her. Hee. You're not getting away this time. Let me go, Sister Tang. Nope. You're the one who kept running, so this is your fault. Tang Sowol grinned with oddly ragged breath, and I couldn't help but blurt out. What the hell are you two doing? In my room? At my voice, Tang Sowol jerked her head toward me, looked between herself and the pinned Xiao Lihyang, then quickly shook her head. Please wait. I can explain everything. A line I'd heard many times before. After sparring to my heart's content, receiving guidance from Seo Munwaran, and even, albeit dazedly, grasping the thread of willpower, I had been in a rather good mood. That is, until I entered my room, only to find Tang Sowol, panting heavily, pinning Seo Lihyang beneath her. "What are you two doing?" "In my room." Please listen to me for a moment. I can explain everything." "Is that so? Is that how it is?" "Why do you sound convinced? You're making me seem like some kind of weirdo." Tang Sowol practically shrieked as she jumped to her feet and strode over to me, grabbing my hand. Hyang kept running away, so I had no choice. "So when someone runs, you just pounce on them. Then what happens if I run away now?" "I'd collapse on the floor and cry my eyes out." "Well, that would be a problem." With a faint chuckle, I sat down on the edge of the bed. I then reached out and gave the cheek of Seo Lihyang, who still looked dazedly at her own arm, a gentle tug. "Streech. What was that for?" "Jealousy. Why take it out on me?" "Well, I can't exactly pull Tang Sowol's cheek, can I?" I looked over at Tang Sowol. She was in the middle of dragging in Seo Munwaran, who seemed to be debating whether to stay or leave. After a brief hesitation, Tang Sowol tightly closed her eyes and stuck her face forward. "I'm ready now." "A little's fine." I stared at her determined expression, then slowly extended my hand and... boop. I grabbed her nose instead of her cheek. "Eh?" Tang Sowol looked confused, speaking in a nasal tone. I simply shrugged and said, "Isn't it more fun to grab something unexpected? Besides, I never thought anything actually happened." "I'm sure there's a story, just like there was with me." "Why, yes. That's right." I really had no choice but to take her down forcefully. I looked over at Seo Lihyang again. She seemed a bit guilty, shrinking her neck and glancing at us with a sidelong gaze. So there was something. Now I'm honestly curious, what exactly happened? Well, Tang Sowol trailed off and began explaining what had happened earlier today. While I was sparring with Seo Munwaran, as expected, Tang Sowol had been chasing down Seo Lihyang, who had been avoiding us lately. She went to Lihyang's room, searched around places she might visit, and even asked the servants where she might be hiding. Eventually, she found her in a surprising place, near the old training hall of the Tang Clan. It was the old hall from the days when the clan specialized in jiashi techniques, with a completely different structure from the current martial training ground. Though now closed off, it still bore the traces of the Tang Clan, and so outsiders were not permitted entry. She was sitting alone in a corner not far from the hall, just quietly, with a troubled-looking servant beside her. "What's that about?" I turned to look at Seo Lihyang, who averted her gaze and spoke, looking into empty air. I didn't realize it when my body wasn't normal, but once I got better, I could tell. Circulating internal energy became unbelievably easier. With that, she lifted the whip from her waist. It shimmered with frost-white chi as if covered in ice, and faint white haze rose from its surface. Though the output was weak, the flow of sword chi was stable. It wasn't forced. She had clearly reached peak stage. "I see. So the reason you've been avoiding us and seeking places filled with demonic aura, or more precisely, yin chi, was to sort through your enlightenment. But if that was the case, why didn't you just tell us?" "I spent the whole day sparring with senior Seo Munwaran for the same reason." I nodded with admiration. I already knew, better than anyone, how talented Seo Lihyang was, even in my past life. With the right martial arts and the right environment, and though it was a bit reckless, she had gone through an experience that shattered her limits. It wasn't surprising she had broken through the peak stage barrier so suddenly. Even before, she had reached peak stage at a young age using self-taught martial arts and a half-finished cultivation technique focused only on inflating her internal energy. However, her next words caught me off guard. "No, I just woke up and could do it." I was drawn to that place because of the yin chi and went there to cultivate, but I had already sorted through my enlightenment by then. Back in my past life, when I first reached peak stage and awakened sword chi, I spent 3 sleepless days and nights swinging my sword non-stop, barely eating, in an attempt to internalize the feeling before it disappeared from my fingertips. That allowed me to reach a fully realized peak stage quickly, but it seemed Lihyang didn't even need to go through that. Her natural constitution really was something else. Feeling a surge of bitter jealousy, I pinched her other cheek a little harder this time. "Streech. Ow. What was that for? You just pissed me off." You're saying that?" Seo Lihyang stared at me in disbelief. I just shrugged and steered the conversation back on track. If it wasn't to sort out your enlightenment, then why were you avoiding us? I needed time to sort out something else. I didn't need her to say it, I could guess. Maybe she thought she hadn't been obvious, but since the Dragon and Phoenix Summit, Seol Lihyang had been more openly showing her feelings toward me. Considering the time we spent apart after the ship flipped and I was separated from the others, and everything that happened after I defeated the Blood Flame Sword Demon, she was probably feeling exposed, maybe even frightened by how obvious her feelings had become. It seemed I wasn't the only one who thought that. Sitting beside me, Tang Sowol spoke in a serious tone. No. She was cut off immediately by Seol Lihyang. Lihyang shook her head, turned to face Tang Sowol directly, and said, I can already guess what you want to say. You've hinted at it before, even if you never said it outright. She added. But what I want to say is a little different. Then she summoned a chilling cold over her palm. When I was lying there, sorting out my enlightenment, I thought about what pushed me to that point. And the answer was simple. She clenched her fist, and the swirling cold air gathered all at once. Then she turned to face me. It was when I saw Cheon Hwi being overwhelmed by the Blood Flame Sword Demon. I suddenly thought, he might die. A faint gleam flickered in her eyes, sharp like a blade, cold like a winter wind. It was the look I knew well from the demonic Sound Witch. I was scared of losing Cheon Hwi, much more than I was afraid of dying myself. Though it wasn't directed at anyone, the sincerity behind her words was tinged with something close to killing intent. Everyone in the room went still. Now I understood why Seol Lihyang had gained enlightenment so suddenly. Why her atmosphere had become more like it was in the past life. Those who have faced the deepest depths of life often develop a peculiar intensity, a kind of aura of despair. And apparently, I occupied a larger place in her life than I'd thought. As the tense atmosphere lingered, Seol Lihyang softened her expression and gave an awkward smile. Hee. Once I realized that, it kind of scared me. I felt like I had to step back and sort out my thoughts at least once. So while Sol and I were taking turns looking for you, you were desperately running away, because she decided to drag you back by force this time. Yeah, I got strong enough that unless Sister Tang used her full power, she couldn't catch me. What you saw earlier was me getting caught after a long chase. Seol Lihyang gave a self-deprecating shrug and smile. Before her fight with the Blood Flame Sword Demon, back when she captured a demonic cultist and still hesitated, unsure if she could kill. That same girl had now been willing to risk her life, without hesitation, to kill someone. The sudden depth of her emotions probably frightened even herself, prompting her to take some space. For her, I wasn't the only one. Tang Sowol was also someone who had saved her. Tang Sowol, who had been quietly listening, finally opened her mouth in a low voice. Since Hyang told her story, I'll share mine too, just briefly. Sister Tang's? Seol Lihyang looked confused, but Tang Sowol seemed more nervous than anyone. She looked to me for reassurance, then took a deep breath and said, with a serious face, the truth is, I may not be able to bear children. Wait. I thought we already talked about this. 3 years ago, even before I became Tang Sowol's fiancé, I had shared with her a special chant, a secret art, created by the Poison Queen in her previous life and verified by Tang Jinshin in this one. A technique meant to mitigate the effects of the poison spirit constitution, which worsens fertility as one's martial cultivation grows and internal poison intensifies. At my words, Tang Sowol flinched like a child caught hiding something and spoke cautiously. I didn't tell you before, but there's been a problem. What kind of problem? It was fine at first. But as I advanced and mastered the chant, I started feeling something was off. That's impossible. That chant had been designed by no one other than Tang Sowol herself, tailored to her own body. It shouldn't be wrong. But her next words made it all make sense. After I absorbed the purple flower poison-enhancing grass, the poison inside me grew much stronger. The chant alone can't control it anymore. The chant was fine. But unlike in her past life, this Tang Sowol had absorbed the purple flower poison-enhancing grass, a rare and potent herb potent enough to alter the very nature of her condition. Even if she fully mastered the chant, it might not be enough to suppress the side effects. Tang Sowol bit her lip and sighed. It's not like I don't want to monopolize my fiancé. But there's already someone in his heart, even if she's no longer in this world. And with my condition unresolved, how could I greedily cling to him without any plan? Thankfully, Yang is a very good person. That's why I mentioned all this to you before. So that's what it was. I'd assumed the infertility issue had been resolved. Knowing how much it bothered her, I was lost for words, but before I could say anything, Tang Sowol acted first. She got up, sat down in front of Seo Lihyang, and gently took her hands. They didn't exchange any words. Only small, soft gestures and eye contact passed between them. As the atmosphere grew unexpectedly tender, I found myself wondering if I should reach out and join their hands too, but then, I have nothing to do with any of this. Seo Mun-werin, who had unintentionally heard a rather delicate conversation, looked like she was about to cry. Why am I even in this room? She looked like she wanted to go back to her own room. But it was too late, she'd already heard everything. I shrugged and whispered quietly, "I'll let you go after dinner." Seo Mun-werin's eyes filled with betrayal. 3 days after Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang made up, the long-awaited Yun clan head and Pang clan head finally arrived. Even Tang Jinshin, who now looked 10 years older, had come with them. The Jinju Yun clan, which had been under a subtle tension for some time, was finally thrown into chaos. Not because Yun Jiehai, who had vanished without a word, had returned. Not even because she had returned after exposing a plot by the demonic cult. And certainly not because she had become part of the group that defeated a major figure like the Blood Flame Fist Demon. What? A marriage with that simple brute's son from the Ping clan. Huh. What's so wrong with my son, huh? But, Wu Jin, what you just said, was that true? No. The real cause was that the two masters at the flowering stage, who had been quietly measuring each other, finally began to growl openly. Of course, there were people around, and it wasn't something worth a real fight, so neither drew weapons nor released their auras. The atmosphere, however, was undeniably grim. Masters who've reached the flowering stage often emanate a certain presence reflective of their lifelong pursuits. What the people nearby saw now felt less like an argument and more like a confrontation between a massive tiger and a ghost wreathed in terrifying demonic aura. Normally, fear would be the natural response. And yet, even amid that tension, Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai stood there tightly holding hands. Those two, they really were something else. Their courage and resolve were far from ordinary. Well, I guess we weren't that different either. So, can you explain what happened, son-in-law? It wasn't animosity per se. Just a bit of pent-up frustration that had spilled out with a bit of force. Understandable. His only daughter nearly died out there, and the son-in-law who saved her is constantly sticking his neck into danger. Even a supreme master at the flowering stage is still human. He has feelings. Sometimes, those feelings get the better of you. Still, even that small burst of emotion was enough to make it feel like I'd stuck my head into the fanged jaws of a venomous snake. Not that it works on me. After all, even the heavenly demon, hailed as the greatest of all, hadn't drawn his sword on me. Though, to be fair, he did die immediately afterward. I believe there's been a misunderstanding, father-in-law. It wasn't me who ran away, but Tang Sowol. I was merely dragged into it. Brother Cheon? So no, I wasn't scared or running from Tang Jinshin's anger. I just couldn't bring myself to lie to my father-in-law as his son-in-law. I had to tell the truth. You've betrayed me, Brother Cheon. Betrayal? That's a harsh word. How could I lie to father-in-law, who was so worried and has helped us so much behind the scenes? Certainly not just because he said through sound transmission that he'd go easy on us if we were honest. Father, you told me the same thing via sound transmission. What kind of cross-examination is this? Tang Sowol covered her mouth with a slightly shocked expression. But having watched her closely both before and after regression, I knew. She was faking that surprise. She was trying to soften her father's anger, even if just a little. Though maybe scheming isn't the right word. She probably picked up on my intent as soon as I spoke. So, spontaneous teamwork might be more accurate. But we overlooked one thing. No matter how much time I'd spent with Tang Sowol over multiple lives, Tang Jinshin had been her family for over 20 years since she was a baby. Our little trick was seen through instantly. Huh. So you think you can smooth things over like this? They look busy over there, so let's have our talk separately. This isn't something others need to hear. Tang Sowol and I clamped our mouths shut like mute idiots. And then. Then we'll excuse ourselves for a bit, clan head. Kuhiam. Yes, that's best. Even family needs time to catch up. Taking the opportunity, Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran tried to sneak out quietly. Naturally, I wasn't about to let just the two of them get away. Father-in-law. Seo Lihyang was instrumental in helping us defeat the Blood Flame Fist Demon. And Sister Heron stayed with me while I was separated from Brother Cheon. She protected me and helped wipe out the remaining demonic cult forces in Hubei. No matter what is discussed, both of them played vital roles. Whether she read my mind or not, Tang Sowol backed me up again, perfectly in sync. And the response was dramatic. Cheon Hwi-da. Again, you've. Seo Lihyang trembled from the sting of betrayal, and Seo Munwaran, clearly still bitter, twitched from being dragged into another serious conversation. That's right. You think you can slip away alone? No way. We're all going to be uncomfortable together now. As Sowol and I exchanged satisfied looks, we suddenly heard a deep sigh. Fine. Everyone, just come along. For some reason, his voice was softer now, less sharp than earlier. I didn't know why, but I was grateful for it. The place Tang Jinshin led us to was my room. No special reason, my room had somehow become a sort of communal area. The guest room given to me by the Tang Clan was large enough for everyone. So Tang Jinshin sat in the center, and the others gathered before him like children facing a stern elder. Then he asked with genuine confusion. The white-haired Rakshasa, no. Why are you sitting there, Lady Seo Mun? The flow of the conversation? Seo Munwaran awkwardly scratched her head and scooted over to the side. Well, it made some sense. They're both from powerful lineages and both flowering stage martial artists. Though Seo Mun's clan had fallen, she was once the head of a thriving house. Really? Why were you sitting there, Senior Seo Munwaran? As I asked, honestly puzzled, she waved her arms in frustration. It's because you keep treating me like a peer. The kids from the Pang and Yun clans show me proper respect, but you. That's only because if we treated you like an actual elder, you'd get depressed. Coo. Flinching like I'd struck a nerve, she lowered her flailing arms quietly. Well, I suppose that's one of the side effects of rejuvenation. Even if I haven't experienced it, everyone knows it messes with your self-image. Tang Jinshin, understanding this, brushed it aside and finally spoke up. Anyway, I'm just glad you're safe. It was pure luck. No, that's not your usual humility talking. It really was luck. Don't forget that. He looked over me and Seo Lihyang, checking carefully. After confirming that neither of us had major injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. There's so much I wanted to say to you in Seoul. I even debated for a while what to bring up first, but in the end, the first question was obvious. What is it? Please, go ahead, father. Why did you run away in the first place? Did you think I wouldn't approve? If you'd told me, I wouldn't have stopped you. I had to come up with excuses to tell the Pang and Yun clan heads. Do you know how hard that was? A voice tinged with disappointment and frustration. From the way he glanced to the side, he was probably thinking, you brought Seo Munwaran but kept it secret from me? Seo Munwaran shot a sharp look at us, but we had our reasons. Father-in-law. Actually, it wasn't that we decided to sneak off without telling anyone after coincidentally hearing about the demonic cult from Ping Wu-jin and Yun Jiehai at the Yongbang gathering. What do you mean? Remember the strange medicinal incidents in Hubei you mentioned? They bothered me. So we kidnapped the two and interrogated them. Did you just say, kidnapped? The information we got turned out to be extremely dangerous. And we learned the cult was already targeting Wu-jin and Jiehai. We had to act fast and discreetly. Then you could have just discreetly and quickly told me. You're too well known, father-in-law. Plus, you already helped stop one of their plots with house sex help. They probably got suspicious. You could have just been honest. Honestly? We figured you wouldn't give permission since we always cause trouble every time we leave. You damned son-in-law. Oh, and the whole plan to leave a letter and sneak out while calling it a runaway, that was Tang Sowol's idea. You damn daughter. Should he hit us both or not? In the end, Tang Jinshin could only let out yet another deep sigh. Well, I understand why you did it now. No one expected you to encounter the Blood Flame Fist Demon. Actually, about that, I have something to share. More important than how you beat him? Both you and Lady Sewol feel like your presence has changed significantly. That's important too, but this is about something we found after defeating him. I stopped speaking and took out the letter from the Blood Flame Fist Demon, which I'd kept carefully tucked away. Tang Jinshin read it slowly, his expression hardening as he went, until eventually, he became expressionless. The pressure in the air grew heavy, far stronger than before. And then, letting his killing intent flow freely, he spoke. Is this letter real? Are they really turning people into man-eating ghosts? We believe it's true. This is escalating quickly. I'll stop by Wuhan again on my way back to Sichuan and meet the alliance leader. Since you'll already be in Wuhan, would you mind stopping by Anhui before heading to Sichuan? Why Anhui all of a sudden? I made a promise to have a sparring match with the young lord of the Namgun clan. If there's no set date, can it wait? Well, actually. Before I could answer, Seo Munwaran spoke up first. Poison King. From what I've seen, why needs broader exposure to sword techniques right now? Sword experience, you say? Yes. The Tang Clan is a fine house with its own swordsmanship, and I'm sure they've trained him well, but you and I are not swordsmen. She continued with a somewhat regretful tone. I offered to teach him the Seo Mun clan's techniques, but he declined. So he should at least duel another swordsman. That way, the willpower he just awakened can grow sharper and stronger. Did you say willpower? He's found the beginning of it. Though he can't fully control it yet. I only felt his presence get a bit stronger. You know better than anyone that your son-in-law isn't someone who can be judged by appearances. His internal energy is still unstable, so you probably missed it. Tang Jinshin looked at me, eyes filled with awe, surprise, and a touch of guilt. I smiled and shook my head. Even if there's still more to grow, the inner energy problem will be resolved soon. Most Tang Clan elixirs contain poison. They'd be dangerous for you. Which is why I arranged to receive them from the Peng and Yun clans. As Tang Jinshin blinked in confusion, I added proudly. As thanks for saving their lives, Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai promised to request elixirs on my behalf from their clan heads. Since I'm technically their savior, they'll probably oblige. I understand now. So you're saying, you kidnapped people, then saved them, and now you're getting elixirs in return. You make it sound like I'm some vicious criminal. Tang Jinshin finally relaxed, letting out a laugh as he raised the corners of his lips. I was joking. It was a joke, right? It had been 4 days since the heads of the Yun and Peng clans returned. At first, the two of them acted like they were just itching to fight, and the atmosphere around them had been nothing short of bloodthirsty. But once they learned of the demonic cult's plan targeting all of Hubei province, and how Peng Wujin had risked his life to protect Yun Jiehai, escaping with only an injured arm, their attitudes started to change. They still bickered, but it no longer had the sting of real hostility. In that context, the two clan heads summoning me and Seo Lihyang separately was likely because the situation between Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai had reached a resolution. Their eyes, now calm and composed, were different from when we first met. Not cold, on the contrary, their gazes now held clear friendliness and curiosity. In fact, when looking at me, there was even a bit of admiration. Honestly, when Wujin first told me, I thought he might be exaggerating a bit, but now I'm a little jealous of the Poison King. It's not that your son is lacking, it's just that young hero Cheon is exceptional. Why are you getting so sensitive about your own son? Because, unlike some people's sons, he's a well-mannered young man. And besides, just as he's your son, he's my future son-in-law. Jiehai also turned out to be a very kind and well-raised child, unlike someone else's daughter. Of course she is. She's my daughter, after all. Clan head Ping let out a long sigh with a face that said he had a lot to say but was holding back. It seemed the marriage between Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai was being resolved in a positive direction. Well, considering the various circumstances and conditions, forcing them apart would have been a poor choice. After all, while the Peng and Yun clans were busy feuding, the demonic cult tried to use that opportunity to wreak havoc in Hubei. For the sake of justice, which the Orthodox sects treasure so highly, letting go of old grudges and joining hands was the wise move. And Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai now had a history of running away from home together, which, well, Tang Sowol and I may have encouraged secretly. On top of that, the fact that the two of them had already done everything had started to circulate quietly. Given all that, uniting them was the best choice for both them and their clans. Just as I felt quietly proud of how differently things had gone compared to my past life, clan head Peng turned toward us. We've gone on long enough. The reason we called you two here is to thank you. Thanks to you, both my daughter and Yun Jiehai avoided great misfortune. As a father, and as a clan head, I bow my head in gratitude. With that, clan head Peng bowed deeply. Clan head Yun followed a moment later. For a martial master at the flowering stage, and a leader of a powerful clan, bowing to someone not yet even in his 20s was no small gesture. Even Seol Lihyang, unfamiliar with the customs of Murim, looked flustered and quickly bowed in return, her face showing the weight of the moment. And no, really. If we'd known and didn't act, that'd be different, but once we knew, of course we had to do something. And honestly, we were just really lucky this time. Exactly. If you continue like this, we'll feel too burdened. Please raise your heads. As I bowed as well, the two clan heads finally lifted their heads. Then let's end the sappy part here. What do you mean sappy? You're trying to gloss over proper etiquette again. This is exactly why people think the Hubei Peng clan is so crude. And yet they also say we're refreshingly bold. Anyway, in this case, I just thought showing our gratitude in another way would be more appropriate. You stubborn Yun bastard. Ah, right. That? Nodding, clan head Yun pulled out a wooden case from his sleeve. From what my daughter told me, your martial techniques are excellent, but your inner energy is lacking, making it difficult to fully spread your wings. I also heard you've learned a form of Yin-based Qi cultivation, which has some parallels with the Yun clan's techniques. So I prepared this. He opened the wooden case slowly, and immediately, a chilling energy poured out from within. Dark Spirit Yin Pill. An elixir made to enhance Yin energy and guide demonic aura into the Dantian. Wow! As if drawn to it, Seol Lihyang stared blankly at the dark violet pill. Clan head Yun, with a proud smile, pushed the box toward us. As you likely know, most of the Yun clan's martial arts are based on demonic energy, remnants from our past days of using jiashi techniques. But absorbing demonic energy into a living body is difficult. That's why this pill was created, to prepare the body before practicing our core martial arts. I thought it'd be perfect for a young lady like yourself who just reached the peak stage. TSK. He talks like it's just a basic body prep elixir, but that's a rare pill usually reserved only for direct bloodline training. If he had one more child, he probably wouldn't have had a spare. At clan head Peng's comment, Seol Lihyang's dazed eyes refocused. Huh. Is it really okay for me to accept something that valuable? Of course. You've more than earned it. Unfortunately, most of the Yun clan's elixirs are infused with Yin or demonic energy, so we couldn't find one suitable for young hero Cheon. Instead, we recently captured a spiritual creature, one that uses an extremely potent poison. So we've brought the elixir from that. He handed me a different wooden case, larger, heavier, and tightly sealed, much more secure than the box with the dark spirit Yin pill. From the way it was sealed, it was clear this was a pill so toxic that just exposing it to air could cause poisoning. Even if I couldn't use it myself, it would be incredibly valuable for Tang Sowol and the Tang Clan's research. Thank you. While spiritual centipedes appear from time to time, it's rare to find one with a toxic core, and even rarer for it to be refined into an elixir. Father-in-law will be pleased. We owe the Poison King quite a bit for this incident. I'm glad it'll be appreciated. Clan head Yun smiled warmly. I never thought Tang Jinshin's behind-the-scenes efforts to keep things smooth would pay off like this. I'd originally planned to give it to him directly, but now I'll pass it to him quietly instead. He can either use it for research or prepare it himself and give it to Seol later. Since he's had a rough time with all of this, I should give him a moment to save face now and then. As I nodded inwardly, clan head Peng smirked and spoke. Don't look so disappointed. What I brought is specifically for the blood flame sword demon himself. You mean me? Don't play dumb. Didn't Wu Jin specifically say to thank you with Heavenly Tiger Pill? I'm not blaming you, after all, you've more than earned it. I only pretended to be surprised out of politeness. But wait, didn't you say you were just going to consider it? How did you find out? Well, neither my son nor I are good at lying. It was written all over our faces. I just asked a little and he spilled everything. He chuckled, then pulled out a case and a hefty pouch as if he'd had them ready. I'd gladly give you a couple Heavenly Tiger Pill, but unfortunately I only have one on hand. I brought it as an emergency pill just in case. Instead, I've included a body-fortifying pill I personally use. A body-fortifying pill? It wasn't the name of any specific elixir, just a general term for pills that strengthen the body. Useful only when one's health was failing, but not particularly helpful to most martial artists. Seeing my doubt, clan head Peng shrugged. I get why you're unsure, but the Ping clan's version is a little different. I'm not disappointed, just surprised. If it's a pill used regularly by someone with Ping clan's natural physique, it's probably no ordinary thing. That's good. You know how some energy retention pills taste better than others? This one's like that. Among all our body-fortifying pills, this one's especially effective. Even useful for the Poison King? Heh, absolutely. But it's not like a regular pill that boosts stamina the moment you eat it. Then how does it work? Take one before and after your training. Your physical development will progress at a different pace entirely. So it's a supplement for external martial training. While the name fits, it works on a different principle than traditional energy replenishing pills. Of course, it's tailored for Ping clan's physique and techniques, so I don't know how effective it'll be for you. It's not something we normally let outside our clan. But it's good for your body regardless, so I brought it in hopes it'd help. It's exactly what I need right now. At first, I wasn't sure, but after seeing you a few times, I figured it out. Your body and inner energy just haven't caught up to your recent realizations, right? That's right. The Poison King really has his hands full. Given your age, your marriage into the Tang Clan, and their unique practices, I'm sure they didn't hold back their support. All I feel toward my father-in-law is gratitude and guilt. The Tang Clan was fiercely loyal to its own. While wary of outsiders, they were warm and generous once someone entered their circle. After my formal engagement to Tang Sowol, I'd frequently received elixirs. Even so, the speed at which I recovered my former strength was extraordinary. Especially considering Tang Clan's elixirs were usually poison-based and had to be substituted with externally sourced ones for me. With the Heavenly Tiger Pill and Body Fortifying Pill, you should be able to address your current issues. Yes, these are exactly what I need. Thank you. Not so fast with the thanks. They're some of the best we can offer outside the clan, but don't you think it's a bit unbalanced if we end it here? Raising a finger, clan head Peng continued. One request. As long as it doesn't harm the clan or go against justice, I'll grant a single favor. Even with limitations, this was a promise of help from a master at the flowering stage. Various thoughts flashed through my mind, but before I knew it, my mouth moved on its own. Then, would you spar with me sometime? Not right away, of course. I'll need time to absorb the pills properly. For a moment, clan head Peng looked stunned, but then he burst into hearty laughter and nodded. Ha ha. Of course. Right now, we're all busy with the demonic cult situation, and you'll need time to absorb the Heavenly Tiger Pill. But contact me when you're ready. I'll prepare a full feast and be waiting. Good. I thwarted the cult's plans, revealed their danger, helped mend the Pingyun feud, and now secured a future sparring match with the Ping clan head. I'd say the goals of this trip to Hubei were more than achieved. Feeling proud, I nodded to myself, only to hear Seo Lihyang grumble beside me in disbelief. Honestly, how can someone be this consistent? If only you gave even half as much attention to other people as you do to martial arts. I could guess exactly who she meant by other people, so I quietly pretended not to hear. With everything wrapped up at the Yun clan, it was finally time to depart. But not to Sichuan, where the Tang clan resided, rather to Wuhan City, home of the Muram Alliance. When Seo Lihyang and I quietly handed over the poisonous spirit core, Tang Jinshin received it with a pleased smile and said, "We plan to depart tomorrow, but clan heads Peng and Yun won't come themselves. They'll only send a few people along with the blood vitality pills to oversee those who've taken them." I expected as much. It makes sense. Even though the demonic cult's infiltration had been rooted out, the blood vitality pills had already spread across Hubei province, and many martial artists from various clans had likely taken them. The two clan heads would be busy handling the aftermath, so their external activities would probably be limited for a while. Don't you feel anything about this, son-in-law? That nothing in this world comes free, so we should never rely on luck and must always use our own will as a guiding light. Nice words, but what I mean is, once again, I'm the one stuck with all the troublesome follow-up. Isn't that a good thing? It means the Tang clan's contributions are being recognized and your influence within the Muram Alliance is growing. The Tang clan is already strong, with or without that. It's not like we've been politically active, so what's the point of having more say? That was true. The Tang clan was inherently an insular family, maintaining its status as one of the 5 supreme clans with only the bare minimum of external interactions. There was even a saying that the Tang clan's greatest external activity was revenge missions. The exact opposite of the Namgung clan, who were always eager to show off. Tang Sowol called the Namgung clan excessive, but honestly, the Tang clan was just as eccentric in its own way. So it was understandable why Tang Jinchen was grumbling. But really, what could he do at this point? In any case, your son-in-law has done a good thing. You can be proud of him, father-in-law. Huh? Tang Jinchen grabbed his forehead, looking baffled. How did I end up like this? Speaking of which, what were you like back in your youth, father-in-law? I mean, when you were our age and went on your own martial journey. Why bring that up all of a sudden? We've only experienced martial adventures like this, and we know this isn't exactly normal. I'm just curious what the typical journey was like. I remembered the head of the Jiangnan sect once mentioned traveling with you back in the day. What exactly did that brat tell you? Just that the 2 of you wandered Miram together, and that you met my late mother-in-law during those days. That's about it. We wandered around, beat up any villains we saw, avenged our injured or fallen friends when needed, and when it came time to inherit the clan, I returned home. That sounds pretty similar to what I'm doing now. The enemies I fought were different, you reckless brat. Sure, I wasn't as strong as you at your age, but I wasn't as foolhardy either. Foolhardy? I only take action when I see a chance of winning, even if that chance is a bit slim. We call someone who throws himself into danger on a sliver of hope a reckless fool. Clicking his tongue in exasperation, Tang Jinchen continued with a look that said he truly didn't know what to do with me. In any case, considering the situation, you should take your elixirs today. I can assist with energy guidance if needed. I'll be fine, but... I was asking Miss Sewol, not you. Eh? Me? Seo Lihyang blinked wide-eyed, then quickly shook her head. I appreciate it, but I think I'll be fine. I know your physique is unique, but handling vast energy is a different matter. Are you certain? It's hard to explain, but I really feel like I'll be okay. In fact, I think it might be easier if I do it alone. Very well. Soul's poison spirit body also reacts better without my guidance when handling poison. You're probably the same. Trust your instincts, but make sure you have someone watching over you just in case. Yes, I was thinking of asking Sister Seomun. If it's clan head Seomun, she's reliable. But the way you address her. Tang Jinchen shivered slightly at the idea of Seomun Waren, who was around his own age, being called sister or ordering others to call her that. Still, he ended with a short sigh. If you're sure, I won't say more. I have some matters to discuss with the others about this incident, so I'll be off. I wish both of you great success. Waving his hand, Tang Jinchen walked off. Seo Lihyang and I gave a polite bow, then returned to our room. I decided to take the elixir while under the protection of Tang Sowol and Seomun Waren. The initial consumption was the toughest part. Afterward, I'd be able to absorb it gradually, even while on the move. Open it up already, Cheon Hwi-da. I already saw mine, remember. Judging by the nature of Heavenly Tiger Pill, it won't give off a unique aura like the Dark Spirit In Pill did. Still, I'm curious. Right, Sister Tang? Sister Seomun? Seo Lihyang turned to the two with a grin. They both nodded enthusiastically. It's rare to see secret elixirs from other clans. Each one is fascinating. Indeed. I've consumed many elixirs, but I've rarely seen one worth truly studying. In that case, since they were all so curious, I nodded and opened the box alongside Seo Lihyang. From hers, the same cold aura I'd sensed earlier poured out again, filled with een and demonic energy. Mine, on the other hand, was much subtler. A refreshing, mind-clearing fragrance. It had a mild, calming energy, abundant, but not sharp or overwhelming. In fact, elixirs that leak too much energy tend to be less effective. Even the Dark Spirit In Pill would only release a faint aura. Its chilling presence was due to its een nature, not because it was actively dispersing energy. All done? I'd like to take mine now. Yes. I'll watch with Sister Heron, so don't worry, Brother Cheon. That was my plan from the beginning. Chuckling softly, I popped the Heavenly Tiger Pill into my mouth and immediately understood why it was considered a top-tier pill even among the Pung clan. The moment it touched my tongue, it melted like water. At the same time, a massive wave of energy erupted from within it. Crunkrang. A roar of energy so fierce it almost made a sound. Like a slumbering tiger awakening, it surged down my throat, racing toward my dantian. Too impatient. I activated the raging wave death-stealing art at full strength, wrapping the incoming energy. Rather than wrapping, it was more like reining it in. I forcefully restrained the energy from rushing into my dantian, guiding it instead through rhythmic chi circulation in line with the art's formula. 1 cycle. 2 cycles. Then 3. By that point, the once unruly energy, intent on charging toward my core, began to settle. Like a tiger slowly bleeding under relentless attacks from a pack of wolves, the energy shrank. As the energy of the heavenly tiger pill weakened, the death-stealing art grew stronger. My internal energy continued to cycle and reshape the heavenly tiger pill's force until it turned the same color as my own. Until the once pristine tiger was dyed red in blood, matching my own hue. Only then did I guide the refined energy to my dantian and opened my eyes. I had successfully absorbed around 80% of the heavenly tiger pill. The rest had dispersed into my body early in the process, but would be slowly absorbed through future meditation. The real issue wasn't the missed portion, it was how the absorbed energy would affect my body. Crack. A sensation of something breaking inside me. But not a bad sign, this wasn't damage or internal injury. It was the sound of constraints, consciously or unconsciously placed to protect my body, finally being released. For the first time in ages, my dantian felt full, and that fullness transformed my entire body. The energy stretched beyond major meridians into even the smallest of vessels, sharpening my senses to the extreme. It was like perceiving the world not through my eyes, but through my skin. Thanks to this energy reaching my micromeridians, my entire system became interconnected, efficient, and unified. The energy spread naturally through my limbs, enhancing my tactile awareness of the world. Meridians are different from blood vessels. Though invisible, they serve as channels for chi, intangible yet real. But if chi flows throughout the body, like blood through veins, the two become nearly indistinguishable. Though my dantian remained the energy's base, the new core of circulation had shifted slightly toward the center of the body, near the heart. This was what Murim called the middle dantian, a realm where chi and body unite, where one moves chi as if moving the body and the body as if moving chi. The result was a body naturally fortified with energy, even without conscious effort, like something beyond human. This was called sub-perfection master. Finally, I had reached sub-perfection. A balanced, stabilized form that I could sense instinctively. My body felt lighter, filled with energy. Now I could use sword flame without strain, and I no longer needed to worry about injuring myself from uncontrolled enlightenment. Of course, I wasn't quite at the peak of my past life. Back then, I stood at the very end of the sub-perfection stage. Now, I had just stepped into its beginning. Still, reaching the same realm carried great meaning. Though I lacked the endurance and raw strength of my former self, I could now do everything I used to. In fact, thanks to the sword techniques I'd gained post-regression, I might even surpass myself in certain ways. This was a turning point. Not a restoration of my old martial strength, but the beginning of something greater. Flowering stage. In this life, I had to reach it. At the very least, I needed that level if I hoped to stand a chance against Kyanma, the heavenly demon. That resolve stirred briefly within me until I noticed Seo Lihyang seated in meditation nearby. Frost had formed over her body. Each breath she exhaled froze the air, and yet she wore a serene smile. Summer wasn't even over, and she was already forming a winter of her own. Wait, she's not going to surpass me before I even reach the flowering stage, is she? Apparently, I wasn't the only one thinking that. Tang Sowol approached, sweating nervously, and whispered, "Brother Cheon, at this rate, Lihyang's going to surpass me in a few years. How's that going to look? I'm her older sister, you know. Shall we begin a top-secret training regimen together starting today?" Secret training. Tang Sowol's eyes lit up with anticipation. So devious. After Seo Lihyang and I absorbed our elixirs, we gave a brief farewell and left the Yun clan. Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai said their final goodbyes with serious expressions, declaring that next time, they would be the ones to help us. But honestly, I'm not expecting much. Even if those two grow rapidly, by the time the demonic cult launches its invasion, they'll be somewhere around the late peak stage or just reaching sub-perfection. After all, Even Tang Sowol, who reached the flowering stage before turning 40 and after the Tang Clan had been annihilated, was an extreme outlier. So I don't expect much from Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai. It's more than enough if they simply become a symbol of alliance between the Ping and Yun clans, just like now. In my previous life, Hubei province was the final bastion during the demonic cult's invasion. But back then, the Ping and Yun clans were destroyed in the blink of an eye, like beans roasted over lightning, and over half the province was breached before we even realized it. That won't happen in this life. What remains now is to report our findings to the Muram Alliance and ensure no one dares laugh off the demonic cult again. So, Brother Cheon, you'll be doing it tonight too, right? You'll let me, won't you? Right. There was still one more daily task left, secret training with Tang Sowol. What are you even saying? Also, could you stop using wording that causes misunderstandings? Tang Jinshin's gaze is terrifying right now. Tang Sowol giggled as if that reaction was exactly what she'd hoped for. Then, rising on tiptoe, she leaned in to whisper into my ear. Her warm breath tickled. My goodness. What exactly were you thinking? I was just asking how tonight's secret training would go. It's not really a secret anymore, is it? The so-called secret training was a promise I'd made to Tang Sowol when she felt a bit neglected. But during group travel, it's nearly impossible to sneak off at night with just the two of us without anyone noticing. Now, it's become something everyone knows. Even knowing that, Tang Sowol smiled as if she were thoroughly enjoying herself. She pulled away slightly. A soft sigh escaped me at the sudden loss of warmth, only for her to link arms with mine and cling to my side. Still, it's been a while since we've had some quality time together. Naturally, I'm excited. Quality time. If that's what you call trying to kill me every night. The only kind of training we could do together was sparring, and there was a considerable gap between us. Which meant most of our matches on the road from Hubei to Wuhan took the form of instructional sparring. Typically, I would counter and break through Tang Sowol's techniques, after which she would exhaust herself trying new ways to land a hit. It wasn't just because I'd just entered sub-perfection, I also knew her martial arts extremely well. Yet, even knowing she couldn't defeat me, Tang Sowol always came at me seriously. So yes, trying to kill me wasn't just a joke. Though to her, it was clearly seen as a lovely nightly date. Good heavens. You have such a beautiful fiancé obsessed with you. Aren't you the least bit happy? Aren't you embarrassed saying that about yourself? Tilting her head, she stretched her neck toward me. Close enough that her green-tinted eyes reflected my startled expression. So close I could hear her breathing. Maybe even her heartbeat. Her eyes curved into half-moons as she smiled. So, do you think I'm pretty or not, Brother Cheon? Long lashes, playful smile, and unmistakable affection radiating from her eyes. For a moment, my brain stuttered like it had short-circuited. Then I replied, You don't have to get that close. I already know, don't worry. You still didn't say I'm pretty. So shy. Tang Sowol giggled openly, like she'd seen something unbearably cute. Tang Jinshin's gaze grew more intense, but Xiao Lihyang and Xiao Munwaren's looks weren't any less sharp. The difference was, Tang Jinshin's eyes held a mixture of affection and resentment. Xiao Lihyang's gaze had a hint of jealousy, while Xiao Munwaren's was filled with admiration and longing. Noticing their reactions, Tang Sowol smiled meaningfully. A kind of pecking order-established smile. As if she'd gotten her full dose of self-satisfaction, she nudged me toward them, continuing in a bright voice. Anyway, isn't it amazing how strong Brother Cheon became from just one elixir? Sister Heron, did you expect this? You two spar often, right? Well, I more or less anticipated it. His comprehension had already reached sub-perfection. It was only his inner energy holding him back. I doubt anyone in our party, aside from myself or the Poison King, could even touch Y's sleeve now. Wow. Tang Sowol gaped in disbelief. Then again, our whole group just consisted of her, Xiao Lihyang, and 6 martial artists from the Yun clan, 3 peak stage users who had taken the blood vitality pill, and 3 first-class martial artists. I could easily handle even people like the Master of the Black Sky Sword sect or the Blood Flame Fist Demon, who I'd already defeated once. As you ascend the martial path, even minor differences in level lead to massive disparities. And between peak stage and sub-perfection, that gap was vast. Lost in thought, Tang Sowol suddenly rushed over to Tang Jinshin and asked, Father, could you spar with Brother Cheon sometime? Huh? That's sudden. Well, I've sparred with him so much, and since he's seen so much of the Tang Clan's techniques, he counters poison and hidden weapons effortlessly. I can't even figure out how to beat him anymore. That is a bit problematic. But honestly, it's best to just consider him an exception. Huh? Even you, father. Seeing her skeptical face, Tang Jinshin spoke seriously. Of course not. I could still beat him using Tang Clan techniques. I'm just saying, I could only do it once. What do you mean, only once? Tang Sowol tilted her head, and Tang Jinshin explained calmly. You've been feeding him all kinds of poisons and herbs since he entered the Tang Clan, right? That's true. By now, minor poisons won't work on him at all. Even if they do, they wouldn't be strong enough to take him down. Then, you mean if you used a real poison? If I used extreme poisons, they'd work. But I couldn't guarantee his safety. No way. Sparring with Brother Cheon is forbidden, father. Tang Sowol crossed her arms in an X over her head and shook her head furiously. Tang Jinshin let out a helpless laugh but pressed on. Same goes for hidden weapons. Surprisingly, for someone his age, he uses sword techniques on par with the best swordsmen I've seen. Unless I unleashed a lethal move like 10,000 petals of death, I doubt I could defeat him. What kind of person turns Brother Cheon into a pincushion during sparring? I said I could, not that I would. Also, I don't remember you ever raising your voice at me like this, except now. Raising a daughter really is thankless. Though clearly a little wounded, Tang Jinshin kept walking without slowing. And so, for several days, we continued traveling, absorbing the lingering energy of our elixirs, training when we could, and occasionally cheering up a sulky Tang Jinshin. Until at last, we reached Wuhan City and returned to the Muram Alliance. Is this really true, Poison King? If you're unsure, examine the handwriting in the letter. An organization like the Muram Alliance must have dossiers on someone like the Blood Flame Fist Demon. And we've brought plenty of blood vitality pills for separate analysis. I'm not exactly doubting you. It's just so unbelievable I'm having trouble processing it. The Alliance leader reread the letter several times. With each pass, his expression grew more grim. Though he was now better known as the leader of the Muram Alliance, in the past, he was famed as the righteous heavenly saint, a warrior of unshakable chivalry. To someone like him, the demonic cult scheme in Hubei and the actions of the Blood Flame Fist Demon would be absolutely intolerable. As if coming to a decision, the Alliance leader nodded. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly. Perhaps we've underestimated the demonic cult for too long. Finally, the fact that those words had come from the mouth of none other than the Alliance leader himself. In my previous life, not even half of the Orthodox Muram had been wiped out before they started to take it seriously. I struggled to suppress the overwhelming sense of accomplishment, but even so, it was too early to be pleased. This wasn't yet a matter of life and death to him. He was merely enraged by the demonic cult's cruelty, acting from a sense of duty as a righteous warrior. He wouldn't form an alliance and strike preemptively, nor would he ready Muram for war. Still, at the very least, he would raise the alert level. More than simply keeping an eye on things, we'll send those skilled in stealth to gather intelligence on the demonic cult's recent movements. Exactly like that. If the situation is worse than we thought, the Muram Alliance will have one more war to fight. Sharp eyes. A firm voice. The Alliance leader was declaring his readiness to act if necessary. We'd gone through so much to reach this point. Of course, when compared to the demonic cult's meticulous preparation and the heavenly demon's overwhelming power, this was only the beginning. But every great endeavor begins with a single step. Just as I nodded in quiet satisfaction, the Alliance leader's hardened expression softened. In any case, you've accomplished something tremendous. White-haired Rakshasa, no, clan head Seomun, you as well. What? Honestly, while I knew you sincerely wanted to leave the demonic path behind, I thought it best you'd remain neutral or mildly friendly toward us. I'll admit, I'm a bit offended that you only half believed me. But it's also true that I got involved mainly because of Y's request. So if you're giving out credit, give it to him. Then young hero Cheon Hwi must be a blessing to Muram itself. You flatter me. I bowed lightly and the Alliance leader chuckled, patting me on the shoulder. Flattery? Hardly. You uncovered and crushed the demonic cult's sinister plan. You defeated the infamous Blood Flame Fist Demon. And you even brought clan head Seo Mun into the fold. You deserve the recognition. Actually, it was Peng Wujin and Yun Jiehai who first uncovered the plan. And I only defeated the Blood Flame Fist Demon thanks to Seo Lihyang's help. As for clan head Seo Mun, she's always had a good heart. All I did was bring people together. I see. Then, shall we cancel your reward? But if a senior offers a gift, wouldn't it be impolite to refuse? If possible, I'd like to request one martial art from the Muram Alliance's library. I was only joking. Don't worry. So, what kind of martial art are you looking for? Truth be told, I had been hoping for this. After all, I had done something that helped steer all of Muram in a better direction. With the ideals the Muram Alliance was founded on, it wasn't unreasonable to hope for a reward. And I already had something in mind. Do you happen to have any sound-based martial arts? If Seo Lihyang would eventually cultivate a sound-based art like in my previous life, then I wanted her to learn the best from the start. As I told Tang Jinshin earlier, we left for Anhui province right after obtaining a sound art for Seo Lihyang. And in front of the Namgun clan, I saw a familiar face. Familiar, not in the pleasant sense. What was his name again? Something Wangbo, I think. Tang Jinshin remained behind at the Muram Alliance, stating that he needed to investigate the blood essence pill and the martial artists who had consumed it. So, as previously discussed, the rest of us headed to Anhui province, and we arrived at the Namgun clan without any issues. Well, to be more precise, it would be better to say the problem arose after we arrived at the Namgun clan. Just as we stood before the main gate to notify the gatekeeper of our arrival, we locked eyes with another group who had arrived ahead of us. A familiar face. Not quite as large as Peng Wujin, but still a massive frame. However, despite his fine clothing, he lacked any sense of nobility, and his aura was unmistakably unimpressive. What was his name again? Wangbo something. As I watched him furrow his brows anxiously, the name slipped out unintentionally. At that, Seo Lihyang widened her eyes and shouted, the one who wet himself at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Hup. Realizing a beat too late that she'd spoken far too loudly, she quickly covered her mouth, but it was already too late. Everyone who could have heard, had heard. Wangbo something glared at Seo Lihyang, his face flushed red and pale by turns. You wench! How dare you slander the heir of the great Wangbo clan? Slander? I may have mocked him as Wangbo something earlier, but I knew his name well. Wangbo Guang. Even in the already poorly reputed Wangbo clan, he stood out as one of the worst. In my previous life, he had died at the hands of the Shadow Ghost, and all his filthy deeds had been exposed. In this life, he was the one who fled the Dragon and Phoenix gathering after wetting himself in terror when I released my killing intent. The strange thing was this: even if Wangbo Guang was all show and had neglected his training, he should still recognize killing intent when it's right in front of him. Then what's with this reaction that seems genuinely enraged? Oh, don't tell me. He knows exactly what happened, but is gritting his teeth and pretending it never occurred? It's a common human tendency to mask humiliation with anger. It's not an act that would fool me, or Tang Sowol, or even Seo Munwaran, but it seemed to have worked on Seo Lihyang, who hadn't been at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering and was still somewhat naive. I am sorry. I must have heard a false rumor. You think an apology is enough? Words alone aren't enough. Show me sincerity through action. With that, Wangbo Guang swept Seo Lihyang with a lecherous gaze, making his disgusting intentions clear. This bastard. He was thoughtlessly acting the same way he did back home in Shandong province. Most likely, he didn't even consider someone a person unless they belonged to a prestigious clan or sect. And accusing someone of slander to pressure and take advantage of them, ironically, it was the exact tactic he had once used on the woman who later lost her daughter and became the Shadow Ghost. Anger surged through me, but was this enough to justify drawing my sword? The corruption of the Wangbo clan was well known, and Wangbo Guang's depravity was worse than most demonic sections. But without solid proof, there wasn't much we could do. That is, unless I responded in a way that left no evidence. He'd pissed himself once, he could do it again. I could also leave him with a fear so deep, he wouldn't be able to meet anyone's gaze for a while. As I began sharpening my killing intent, it was Seo Lihyang who stepped forward half a beat before I could act. Come to think of it, she was never particularly docile. Around allies like me, Tang Sowol, and Seo Mun-werin, she could be a bit snippy. But with others, she was either perfectly polite or coldly hostile, nothing in between. I couldn't forget. Even when she had nothing, she once stood before a group of assassins from the Hao clan, gripping a rock and ready to fight to the death. As we hesitated, Seo Lihyang narrowed her eyes. So, you're the heir to the Wangbao clan? That's right. Surely you've heard of me? I'm none other than Wangbao Gwang, the Iron Fist hero. Really? You're not lying. Lying? What nonsense is that? Snarling as if he might leap forward at any moment, Wangbao Gwang tried to look intimidating. But Seo Lihyang, who had felt my killing intent firsthand before, simply scoffed. The Wangbao clan might not be one of the 5 supreme clans, but it's still a prestigious one. Huh. So now you're scared. Doesn't seem very impressive though. You look like you're in your early 30s. And if that's all you've got, aren't you just some branch family member or something? Let me tell you, mister, faking your identity like that can get you in real trouble. You insolent little. And you've been speaking so rudely this whole time. What if you run your mouth like that to someone stronger than you and end up in a fight you can't handle? Huh. Who could possibly lay a hand on a Wangbao clan heir? Maybe a member of another prestigious clan, but if that were the case, I'd know them by face. Wangbao Gwang snorted mockingly, clearly thinking he was making sense. Seo Lihyang tilted her head in genuine confusion. But if everyone dies, there'd be no one left to report anything. Who'd know it was the Wangbao clan? Wangbao Gwang stared blankly at her, dumbfounded by her casual mention of massacre. With her petite frame and soft appearance, amplified by the heavying energy in her body, Seo Lihyang looked the picture of fragility, which only made her words more jarring. But then again, every conflict she'd experienced had ended in death. From the Hao clan's branch leader to the blood flame fist demon, her battles had always been life or death. To her, actual combat wasn't about sparring, it was about survival. A fight ended when someone died. To outsiders, her words probably sounded like she was ready to kill them all without hesitation. You little. Before Wangbao Gwang could react, one of his guards stepped forward, raising a fist surging with internal energy. At that exact moment, I unsheathed my sword, and Tang Sowol followed suit, hiding her fingertips beneath her sleeve. A tense standoff. But honestly, I wasn't even nervous. Not just because this kind of petty conflict was common in the martial world, but because Wangbao Gwang and his guards weren't strong enough to warrant concern. Even without me, Tang Sowol alone could handle them easily. What happened to this once proud noble clan? Had they become drunk on power and neglected martial arts? Or had they lost their martial strength and begun abusing what little authority they had left? Either way, I didn't care. Just as things were about to explode. Creak. What the hell is going on out here? And Wangbao Gwang, I told you not to come back. You're disturbing my training. Sword Dragon Namgungjong appeared, drenched in sweat and dragging his feet with a sword at his waist, looking as if he'd just finished training. His face was filled with annoyance and disdain until his eyes met mine, and his expression instantly turned into a broad smile. Well, if it isn't Brother Cheon, what brings you here without warning? Didn't you say to visit whenever it was convenient for you, brother? Of course. I've always wanted to cross swords with you someday. With Namgungjong's warm welcome, the tense atmosphere from just moments ago vanished completely. It helped that he and I addressed each other as brothers, and that since walking out, he hadn't spared Wangbao Gwang a single glance. Brother Namgung. Why? Wangbao Gwang wore the expression of a man betrayed, but Namgungjong remained firm. I'll say it again. I'm younger than you. And I already rejected your crazy suggestion to hold another dragon and phoenix gathering just to save your face. I said the Wangbao clan would cover the cost. I said we don't need it. Namgungjong cut him off at every turn, while Wangbao Gwang desperately tried to keep the conversation going. I was starting to get the picture. The Namgung clan, among the 5 supreme clans, currently enjoyed the most prestige. Wangbao Gwang was trying to force a connection, offering bribes to make up for the embarrassment he suffered at the last Dragon and Phoenix gathering. But the Namgung clan wouldn't ally with the Wangbao clan just for money. They had likely rejected him several times already. He just kept showing up, refusing to give up. And tell me, if you came to ask for a favor, why were you causing trouble at the inn? Did you really think we wouldn't notice what was happening right outside our gates? Watching Namgung Jong seethe in irritation, I suddenly had an idea and sent him a sound transmission. If it's alright, could you loudly issue an official expulsion? Seriously? Actually, that's not a bad idea. He seemed shocked at first, but after a subtle nod, Namgung Jong raised his voice. Still don't get it, Wangbo Gwang? I want nothing to do with you. Now get lost. As he shouted, I focused my killing intent discreetly and aimed it straight at Wangbo Gwang. Kuhuk. He fainted before he could even cry out in pain, his pants soaking wet again. Why, young master? No way. Wangbo Clan's guards panicked, rushing to pick him up. Then, without another word, they bowed and retreated the way they came. Namgung Jong chuckled. Huh, that felt great. You wouldn't believe how annoying he's been these past few days. I don't know how he found out father wasn't home. You mean the Sword King? Right. With father here, no one would dare act so blatantly repulsive. I suppose the world is big, and there's always someone stupid enough, but it sure wasn't Wangbo Gwang. Well, he is someone who values background more than skill, and he clearly preys on the weak. No wonder he wouldn't even dare approach the Sword King. As I nodded, Namgung Jong smirked and fully opened the half-closed gate. You've all had a rough trip. I'll do my best to make sure you're comfortable while you're here. Please come in. And like that, we became the guests of the Namgung clan. You useless fools. You just came back like that. Wangbo Gwang kicked his guard's shins furiously. Still unsatisfied, he began hurling nearby objects in rage. Among the things he tossed were the corpses of the innkeeper and his daughter. Only after his tantrum subsided did he crouch in a corner and start anxiously biting his nails. Damn it. With this, those creepy bastards won't leave me alone. Gone was the arrogant man from earlier, now he trembled in fear. His guards, seemingly used to this, calmly began cleaning the room. But it didn't last long. Suddenly, the guards stopped and silently stepped aside, as if terrified to even be in the same line of sight. Through the path they made, an old man with a hunched back walked in. TSK. So, you're not completely brainless. Of course, we can't leave you alone. Elder. Despite his massive frame, Wangbo Gwang trembled like a leaf. The old man gave a deceptively kind smile. But don't worry too much. We're family after all. I'll give you one more chance. He extended a liver-spotted hand. Resting in his palm was a round pill, the size of a fingertip, reeking with a foul stench. Swallow it. Wangbo Gwang's trembling hand took the pill. His father, and his father's father before him, had never disobeyed this man. Wangbo Gwang was no different. As I had already sensed during the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, the Namgung clan was absolutely sincere when it came to flaunting their power. The Tang Clan, the Zhongnan sect, and the Yun clan all had vast estates as well. Each was practically the size of a small village, enough to make one instantly understand why the masters of such powerful forces, those at the flowering stage, were sometimes given the honorary title of king. But then again, what could you say about a clan that had gone so far as to embed emperor directly into their martial arts? Brother Namgung, I'm asking out of sheer curiosity, but how exactly do you manage a clan of this scale? It was enormous. So much so that even the errand boys were trained in moment techniques to a decent degree. And it made sense, really. If you sent a servant to fetch something and it took them forever to get there, what use would that be? But still, a household so large that even its servants had to train in martial arts. It was difficult to wrap my head around. At this scale, it wasn't just a household. This city was practically the Namgung clan itself. What do you mean, how? If you're asking about daily operations, it's not that different from other clans. We simply employ more people and only take in thoroughly vetted retainers. That's not what I meant. With this much land and this many martial artists, isn't it basically a small country? You mean that? Well, again, not that different from other clans. Any flowering stage master has the capacity to build their own little nation on the frontier. From the imperial family's perspective, the number of people beneath you isn't that big a deal. Is that so? The imperial court had always been largely indifferent to the martial world. Not because they had no reason, but because the previous dynasty had tried to control the martial world, caused all sorts of chaos, and had been overrun by barbarians during that moment of weakness. Later, martial artists and survivors banded together, drove out the invaders, and helped re-establish the current imperial lineage. So the policy of non-interference was both a courtesy extended to their founding allies and a promise not to repeat past mistakes. Thus, the court refrains from interfering in martial disputes unless the scale is massive, innocent civilians are harmed, or clear evidence of treason emerges. Of course, there are always exceptions. When the demonic cult invaded, the court belatedly allied with the Orthodox Alliance and then died together with them, so that wasn't of much use. In any case, my point was this: even if the court claimed to follow non-interference, didn't the Namgung clan's overwhelming scale provoke suspicion or attempts to rein them in? The one who answered wasn't Namgung Jong, but Tang Sowol. Brother Cheon, I mentioned this before, but you might not remember. The Namgung clan is a rather unique case among noble families. What do you mean? They're actually of royal blood, descended from a line of feudal lords. The imperial court grants them certain privileges because of that. Come to think of it, I had heard something like that before. So that's why they were able to rule over Anhui province like kings without facing serious opposition. That part is a bit of an exaggeration. Pardon. At Namgung Jong's casual comment, Tang Sowol's eyes widened. Our clan is indeed a branch of the old Zhou royal family, and we did rule Anhui from ancient times, but that's not the only reason. Then what made the court set aside its suspicions of the Namgung clan? Those who know. It's no great mystery. We simply handed over the Namgung clan's martial arts to the imperial court. Wait, what? You mean the imperial sword forms? And the sky-cleaving free sword art as well? Not only I, but also Tang Sowol and Seo Munwaran were shocked. Even Seo Lihyang, though less knowledgeable about martial affairs, paused mid-gasp to ask carefully. Young Lord Namgung, no, Sword Dragon, you're really okay with that? I was taught that passing down secret arts, whether from a sect or family, should never be done lightly. You gave them everything. Namgung Jang, who had initially looked regretful at being called Young Lord, now wore a pleased smile at the title Sword Dragon and shook his head. There's nothing to regret. And when I say we handed them over, it was more like teaching them to a royal prince. It's a rather honorable arrangement. Like a royal martial tutor? Something like that. Though our duty is strictly to instruct in martial arts. To teach the imperial heirs personally, and it's not like the court would go around spreading those techniques far and wide. There was little to worry about. Namgung Jong nodded with a proud expression and continued. Thanks to that, we expanded the clan size, gained a more prosperous environment for training, and in doing so, drew closer to the end of the sword. It was a net gain. The end of the sword. Seo Lihyang murmured in a daze. Namgung Jong added a brief explanation. It's a fairly well-known saying. I'm sure the pure sound Frostflower Sword woman has heard it too. The Namgung clan is said to never be satisfied with anything less than the best. Why yes. And that they spare no effort in their pursuit of it. That's good to hear. In essence, what I mean is simple. Everyone in the Namgung clan suffers from a disease, a refusal to be content with anything short of the best. And we're all obsessed with the sword. With the sword. Seo Lihyang slowly turned her gaze to me. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? I was wondering if there were more people like you in the world. Ha ha. So Brother Cheon is also that obsessed with the sword? No wonder I felt a strange affinity the moment I saw you. Namgung Jong laughed heartily. I couldn't laugh with him. Up until now, I had brushed off the Namgung clan's unique disposition as just another inherited trait. But the truth was more interesting than I thought. It wasn't about hoarding martial arts. It was about climbing higher, wielding a more perfect sword. Praise and recognition were fine, but they were just accessories. What I truly desired was one thing: to see the end of the sword. From the court's perspective, it was like raising a vassal prince who stayed loyal, developed powerful martial techniques, and willingly presented them. How could they not adore the Namgung clan? And since they posed no threat and responded well to simple flattery, it was more beneficial to let them be. That was from the imperial perspective. But as a fellow swordsman, I couldn't help but think it was honestly kind of cool. To live for nothing but the blade. My opinion of Namgung Jong's sword, only to be followed by a sudden question. If the Namgung clan was so focused on sword training, what kind of situation would require the Sword King, their clan leader, to leave his post? Thank you for broadening my perspective, brother. By the way, you said the Sword King is currently away. Do you know when he'll return? If he's not too delayed, I'd like to greet him before I leave. Father is on a light inspection tour. He's just making a round through Anhui province. It's been 6 days, so he should be back within 10. I really want to introduce you, could you wait? Of course. I'd like to meet the famed Sword King myself. Still, I didn't expect a flowering stage master to personally inspect the province. Well, he is a Namgung, so it's only natural. I suppose so. The sword is important, but so is fulfilling one's duties and responsibilities. I'm sure staying cooped up swinging a sword all day is suffocating. It's good to get some air, hear some applause, loosen up a little, don't you think? Wait, did he just say the inspection tour was for applause? Maybe the Namgung clan are just attention-hungry geniuses born with sword talent. I mused silently as we walked, and soon arrived at a building even more splendid than the one where the Dragon and Phoenix gathering was held. These are the guest quarters. There are plenty of rooms, use whichever you like. Thank you. I'll just drop off my things. Namgung Jong looked puzzled. I gave him a knowing smile. You invited me here. I rushed over right after wrapping up my business. There's only one reason for that, isn't there? Indeed. And if I've only got 10 days to spare, then I believe in cherishing today rather than wasting it. Don't you agree? Namgung Jong's smile mirrored mine. I'm glad I'm not the only one who is looking forward to this. Very well. I'll wait here. Take your time. Next stop, the training hall. Despite all the detours, my reason for coming to Anhui and visiting the Namgung clan remained the same. A duel. Or rather, to see the Namgung clan swordsmanship for myself. Sure, Namgung Jong had won the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, held the title of Sword Dragon, and was praised as one of the top late-stage juniors. But he was still far below me. However, he was strong enough to properly demonstrate the Namgung clan's martial arts. As Namgung Jong and I smiled at each other like mischievous kids, Tang Sowol sighed and asked, Hyanga, I'll be following Brother Cheon. What about you? Should I come too? That is, if Sword Dragon So Hyop is willing. Haha, if you're my brother's fiancé and friend, then you're like family to me as well. Of course you're welcome. In fact, how about we take turns and all have a sparring session? Oh my, that's not a bad idea. Hyanga, it would be a great help to you too. You've only recently reached peak stage, haven't you? Oh? When I last saw her at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, she was still just first class. What happened? I guess it's true, great people attract other great people. Isn't that right, Brother Cheon? You flatter me. Though it's true that Seo Lihyang has great talent. As we young people chatted and laughed, my eyes drifted and spotted Seo Munwaran, standing alone and awkwardly nudging the ground with her toe. Right. Last time, she'd grumbled about being dragged into every major moment. Senior Seo Munwaran, what will you do? You don't have to come, feel free to rest if you'd like. Then I'll come too. Eh? But I doubt our little duel will be up to your standards. Eh? You drag me around all the time and now you're trying to exclude me. You told me not to bring you last time. I have no memory of that. In any case, you can't leave me out. I'll come watch and offer a few tips if needed. If you say so. Still unsure of what she wanted, I nodded vaguely. Meanwhile, Namgung Jong, currently the de facto head of the Namgung clan in the Sword King's absence, grinned. Tap. To think I'll receive guidance from another flowering stage master besides my father. Brother Cheon, this is all thanks to you. He just smiled, like someone who had struck gold on a good investment. After dropping off my belongings in the guest room, I followed Namgung Jong to the training grounds, a satisfied expression on his face as he walked ahead. By the way, you looked like you were training just a moment ago. Aren't you tired? I'm fine. I sweated a little, but not enough to say I'm tired. And even if I were, I wouldn't want to miss an opportunity like this. Well, it's not every day you get the help of a supreme master. Before or after regression, I had regularly sparred and received instruction from Siren. After Tang Sowol reached the flowering stage, she too had taught me. So, while I consider it somewhat routine, in truth, receiving instruction from a flowering stage martial artist is an incredibly rare experience. It's not just because they are hard to come by in the vast Central Plains. Each one of them has reached the pinnacle in their respective fields. Their pride, as well as the circumstances of their families or sex, often make them hesitant to offer their guidance freely. Take the Sword Demon, for instance. By now, he's probably quietly gaining power in the demonic cult's territory. On the surface, he seems like a perfectly normal person. Though whether a person who does nothing but eat and swing a sword can be considered normal is up for debate, he's still about average by Miram standards. Back when the Orthodox Alliance was being pushed back by the demonic cult, he had even hidden himself within the Namgung clan, disguised among martial artists on the run. Still, a cultist is a cultist. While the sword demon is an odd one, he definitely harbors a darkness deep in his heart. He waited for the right time, opened the back gate, and lured in other cultists, eventually revealing his true colors. Though the heavenly demon at the time was off battling Shaolin alone and wasn't there, the sword demon was one of the most powerful martial artists even within the demonic cult. The cultists are known for their tricks and temporary power boosts. The Sword King, who had once been wounded after being overwhelmed by the heavenly demon despite setting up a joint formation, as well as Namgung Jang, then known as the Azure Sky Sword Master, and other key members of the Namgung clan, all joined forces. Yet, they were unable to overcome the sword demon and his assisting demons, and in the end, the clan was annihilated. There's still a long way to go before that happens, and I intend to prevent it as much as possible. Still, the fact that the prestigious Namgung clan, famous for its swordsmanship, was wiped out and that I'd never again witness their blades, that part was truly regrettable. That's why having the chance to experience it firsthand like this is quite exciting. I did watch from afar during the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, but facing them directly is an entirely different matter. As I was inwardly brimming with anticipation, Namgung Jang slowly shook his head. That's not what I meant. Then, I meant the opportunity to cross swords with a martial artist like you, Blood Flame Sword Demon. Startled for a moment, Namgung Jang quickly added when he noticed my reaction. Oh, that's right. Didn't you say you dislike that nickname? I wouldn't say I dislike it. So it's fine. It's the same nickname I had in my previous life. And even now, it was given by the same person. So, I do feel strange hearing it, but that's all. Unlike Siren, who truly dislikes being called by her nickname, I don't mind. I was just surprised that you'd evaluate me so highly. What nonsense. If someone has even seen you fight once, they'd say the same as I did. Anyone with some discernment would. That's a little embarrassing. I mean it. I might be wrong, but... Brother Cheon, haven't you become much stronger than you were during the Dragon and Phoenix gathering? How did you know? That caught me off guard. I've indeed reached full sub-perfection mastery, but I've never been the type to exude my presence everywhere I go. Whether then or now, the energy I release externally hasn't changed. That means he didn't sense it from my aura alone. And it's not like it was my first time reaching the stage, so things like steady footsteps or balanced movement wouldn't be obviously different. Unless we had already crossed swords, figuring it out this fast shouldn't be easy unless he's someone of a higher realm than me. As I tilted my head in puzzlement, Namgung Jang gave an awkward smile and spoke. It's nothing special. It's just that both the Skywinged Poison Phoenix and the Pure Sound Frost Flower were clearly stronger than when I last saw them, so I figured you must be as well. I didn't expect you to deduce that much. Well, rumors probably spread quickly about how our group ran off with Ping Wujin and Yun Jiehai. The clan heads, having no way to contact us, must have been panicking. Then they all suddenly gathered in the Yun clan and, a few days later, showed up looking for us. And now, if the growth of my companions is noticeable, it clearly means something happened. Something they overcame successfully. Martial artists are like seeds that bloom under hardship. Namgung Jang's guess was quite sharp. Though what he really cared about was something else entirely. Now that we've finally met, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Is Wujin alright? What happened to him? Oh, he got a little hurt, but with treatment, he'll be fine. As for what happened, let's save that for later. Either rumors will reach your ears soon or Brother Peng will come greet you himself. Rumors? Brother Peng? Well, as long as Wujin's alive and well, that's what matters. If he's alive, he'll reach out before dying. Namgung Jang exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. Around that time, we arrived at the Namgung clan's training grounds. I've been to the training grounds of the Tang Clan, Jiangnan Sect, the Miram Alliance, and the Yun Clan, but the Namgung clan's grounds were far wider and more extravagant. Why a training ground needed to be fancy, I had no idea. As Namgung Jang stepped into the ring and placed a hand on the hilt at his waist, he asked, "Shall we begin right away?" Brother Cheon, if you need time to rest after the trip, I can wait an extra quarter hour. A quarter hour sounds too short. Still, I'm fine. With a light smile, I drew my sword and stood across from him. Namgung Jong's eyes lit up as he observed my blade. Heavens! Is that sword really made of solid black iron? It is. You're the first to recognize it. Haha. Well, there aren't many sword users around you. But the sword looks excellent. It doesn't quite suit you. It's not originally mine, so it can't be helped. It wasn't originally yours. It belonged to the master of Black Heaven Sword Sect, the one who gave me my nickname. I'm planning to have it reforged by a Tang Clan blacksmith to suit me. I see. So that's the story. Brother Cheon, how about a little wager? A wager? I already know I can't beat you in a duel. Our realms are different, after all. But don't you wonder what would happen if we fought using only pure swordsmanship? Huh? Blinking at the unexpected words, Namgung Jong continued with a confident smile. Let's duel using only the bare minimum of inner strength focused purely on swordplay. If you win, our clan's blacksmiths will reforge that sword for you. I know the Tang Clan smiths are more skilled in general, but when it comes to swords, I believe the Namgung clan is a step ahead. I glanced at Tang Sowol. She nodded vigorously. So Namgung Jong's claim must be true. While Tang blacksmiths may be better overall, swords are the Namgung clan's specialty. Alright then. If you win, Come to think of it, I don't have much to offer. Sure, I could ask Tang Sowol to give him something, but with his status, he could probably get anything the Tang Clan offers on his own. He's not just a beloved son of his clan like Sowol is, he's the next head of the Namgung clan. And of the 5 supreme clans, the Namgung clan is currently the strongest. He lacks for nothing material. There's only one thing I truly own that he might want. If you win this duel, I'll teach you a sword technique of mine. His eyes sparkled, just as I expected. How much are you willing to teach? I'll show you during the match. You may choose any except the final technique. Perfect. You're saying you'll show me all your sword techniques, aren't you? Not all, really. No worries. I wasn't expecting everything to begin with. But if you're going that far, I'll do the same. I'll show you everything I've got. Ever since I learned the Namgung clan served as the imperial family's sword instructors, I had suspected it. If it meant improving his swordsmanship, Namgung Jong would be willing to reveal some of his clan's techniques. The same goes for me. The real problem comes only when one's true martial art spreads and people learn how to counter it. Hiding everything else is just selfishness. Most don't share their techniques because they want to use them to gain power or status. In my case, even if someone learned the key phrases of the Raging Wave death-stealing art, they'd probably end up losing their mind before they ever got to use it properly. Anyway, from what I've seen, Namgung Jang is someone who obsesses over the sword, not profit. So, this approach should work, and it did. Smiling brightly, he assumed his stance. His well-maintained blade gleamed as he spoke. I'll begin with the Great Evolution Sword Art. It's the first sword technique we learn after mastering the basics. Every member of the Namgung clan learns it at least once. Then I'll show you the Blood Wolf sword. It's nothing special. I learned it from a drunk third-rate martial artist after buying him some honey water. It's the matching sword technique to the Blood Wolf art, the first martial art I ever learned. Honestly, the original Blood Wolf sword was absolutely pathetic. A third-rate technique that matched its third-rate foundation. Compared to the Great Evolution Sword Art, which is low-grade but well-grounded in fundamentals, it's no match. But in the end, more important than a strong martial art is the strength of the person wielding it. I've seen swords stronger, faster, and more precise than mine, but most of those wielders died by my hand. It should be somewhat useful at least. Heh, I'm sure it is. With a smirk, Namgung Jong suddenly kicked off the ground. Pot. A step focused on maintaining balance, with little in the way of flourish. His sword cut through the air in a clean arc. Kang! And my roughly swung blade deflected it cleanly. Thus, the duel began. Big Sis Tang, is there any real point in dueling with those outdated, low-level sword techniques? Of course there's value. Though not necessarily great. Martial arts branch out like trees, your current skills usually encompass your past ones. So you're saying that if they use their strongest martial arts from the start, they'll already understand everything they could have learned from the weaker ones. Something like that. In Cheon's case, his martial background is quite mixed, so it's hard to tell, but at least in Sword Dragon's case, that holds true. Then why are they doing this? Because it's fun. Saying this with a questioning tone, Tang Sowol's comment made Seo Lihyang's expression twist. Yet even then, Tang Sowol didn't take her eyes off the duel, smiling softly. Just let them enjoy themselves. Okay. Seo Lihyang nodded, though her face showed clear confusion. Great evolution sword art. Namgung Jong had said it was a simple technique, the first to be learned after mastering the basics. But having now experienced it directly, I could say with certainty it was anything but simple. Kong. A sharp metallic clang echoed throughout the training grounds. The sword trajectory, which should have been clean and simple, felt particularly fierce. Neither of us was using sword chi, and we had matched our physical capabilities after a few exchanges, yet Namgung Jong's sword carried something beyond just strength. No, it definitely did. His obsession with the sword, his deep understanding of it, flowed through each stroke. That is what made it great evolution. A technique that becomes heavy when it must be heavy, light when it must be light, and flashy when it must dazzle. And all of this felt strangely familiar. While I don't have any set sword forms, my basic combat style shares several similarities with the great evolution sword art. Kagek. I struck the flat side of his sturdy downward stroke with a sideways blow, pushing it aside with force. Then I lightly pushed off the ground. It wasn't to throw Namgung Jong off balance. If all other conditions were equal, that sword would be unstoppable. So instead, I used the recoil to propel myself to the side, avoiding the clash and immediately thrusting forward. It was a modified technique, originally meant to deflect the opponent's sword and immediately follow up with a thrust. The sword, rising from below the waist like a wolf that never missed its chance, resembled the fang of a predator. Hup! Namgung Jong pulled back, spinning in a wide arc. My sword lost its power and momentum against the silvery arc his blade traced. Like a wolf getting smacked before it could even bite. That was the general feel of the clash between his great evolution sword art and my blood wolf sword. I would respond to each of Namgung Jong's techniques with counterattacks. At times, I initiated the offense, only for him to face it head-on. Though our combat styles were similar, the gap in our martial arts level was too wide. Namgung Jong swung using the forms of great evolution exactly as they were taught, while I subtly modified each of my moves. Perhaps because we understood so well when and how to swing the sword, and which technique to use, the duel felt more like a stage performance. Still, it was enjoyable. Of course, neither of us could stick to just one martial art forever. Perhaps thinking the same, Namgung Jong stepped back and opened his mouth instead of charging in again. I think that's enough for now. Shall we move on to the next? Very well. The technique I'll use next has no name. The martial artist who taught it to me said it was still incomplete and died before naming it. Still, for a martial art not to have a name, especially one someone remembers and practices, that's too sad, isn't it? How about giving it a temporary name at least? That made sense. Then, following its original purpose, I'll call it Slash the Drop Sword. It was an incomplete second-rate sword technique I had learned by offering up everything I owned at the time. Of course, what I had may have been everything to me, but to him, it was likely pocket change. Even so, he'd willingly passed it down to me. Why? He believed that one day, he would create an exceptional martial art and, with it, found his own sect. His only condition for teaching me was that if he ever founded that sect, I'd be its first disciple. The technique he taught was actually quite decent. Had it been completed, it might well have been recognized as first-rate. But he died before achieving that dream, cut down during a merchant escort job by Green Forest bandits. Though he was greedy for money, he was one of the more decent sorts among the unorthodox faction. Anyway, his life goal had been to complete that martial art. A technique that could slice even falling raindrops. That's why I named it Slash the Drop Sword. To cut raindrops, it must be an exquisite speed-based sword. I'll show you now, so you can feel it for yourself. Oh, I've filled in a few gaps since it was too incomplete. Will that be all right? That's still your sword, Brother Cheon. I want to see your sword, not that of some nameless swordsman. In that case. I smirked and stepped forward. At the same time, I lowered my upper body and twisted sideways. Namgung Jong's eyes gleamed as he adjusted his stance in response to my peculiar posture. As I thought, a speed sword. Then I shall face it with a speed-based sword as well. He dropped his shoulders, the tip of his blade lowering as a result, a perfectly relaxed stance. In that state, any stroke of the sword would flow naturally, no matter the direction. As I tensed every muscle, Namgung assumed a posture that was the complete opposite of mine. This technique is called Heavenly Wind Sword Art. It's also focused on the mystery of speed. I don't think that's all it is. Then you'll just have to find out what else is hidden within. Namgung chuckled, and that chuckle signaled the start. We swung our swords simultaneously. Ankles, knees, hips, shoulders, elbows, and wrists, every joint and muscle in my body moved solely for the purpose of slashing. Right now, I was a bow, firing the sword like an arrow. My twisted joints unwound, my muscles added recoil, and I unleashed a speed slash so fast it was hard to follow with the eyes. Kong! It was blocked by Namgung's sword, slightly slower than mine, but fast enough to counter. Had this been the original slash-the-drop sword, it would have ended here. A technique built for a single, fastest strike to split a raindrop, nothing beyond that. In other words, it had no follow-up. That's why I never used it on its own, despite incorporating bits and pieces of it elsewhere. But now, things were different. After studying the seamless flow of Zhongnan's sex techniques and imitating them even just a little, I had changed. Hup. I forcefully connected a technique that was meant to end in one strike. Huh. A startled Namgung hurriedly deflected my next slash. But that wasn't the end. Even my broken posture became a stepping stone for the next strike, and the onslaught continued. Controlling one's body to perfection, and always seeing at least one move ahead, only then could one wield this kind of swordsmanship. Slash-the-drop sword was designed to slice raindrops. But rain doesn't fall in single drops. It fills the heavens and earth in countless, uncountable streams. To cut all of that, one must strike again and again, like a torrential downpour of sword strikes. How can you call this an unfinished technique? Namgung let out a wry chuckle, arms working overtime to match my strikes. No matter how quickly or from what angle I attacked, his sword responded aptly. This was beyond a simple speed sword. I see now. Heavenly Wind Sword Art, so that's what the name meant. Oh? You already figured it out. After seeing that much, how could I not? Heavenly Wind. Just like its name, wind that roams the sky, Namgung's sword was free and unbound. Speed was just a means to reach that freedom, not the goal. Unlike slash-the-drop, which aimed solely for the fastest cut, Heavenly Wind was fundamentally different. But so what? A sword that mimics the wind may be noble, but swords were never created for noble purposes. More importantly, slash-the-drop sword was made to cleave through such lofty ideals. Try taking this one too. This was a friendly duel, not a life-or-death match, so I gave a slight warning and then accelerated even further. A sword aiming to resemble wind, and a sword that had to become the rain to slice it, our blades collided chaotically. Like a violent storm, neither side giving an inch. And it was I who gained the upper hand. Tung! Namgung's sword flew back as he took a half-step back. Not enough to decide victory, but proof that my slash-the-drop sword had surpassed his Heavenly Wind Sword Art in that exchange. Namgung lowered his sword instead of continuing. Excellent. Truly excellent. That sword was definitely incomplete. At first, I thought you had just mixed in some other techniques, but to complete the incomplete with your own hands. Thank you. Your Heavenly Wind Sword Art was also outstanding. It truly lives up to the Namgung name. You flatter me. Honestly, I thought I'd take the upper hand. Well, everyone thinks that. I had indeed completed slash-the-drop sword in my own way. If it was a sword with no follow-up, then I'd just keep repeating it endlessly. Still, this was merely a rushed patchwork. It couldn't compare to the refined and time-tested Heavenly Wind Sword Art. If we were to compare purely the level of swordsmanship, his technique was far superior. After all, it was a definitive advancement-type martial art. And Namgung's mastery over it was no joke. The only reason I had beaten him was simple. My understanding of the sword surpassed his. Brother Cheon, you wield the sword better than I do. You flatter me. It's no flattery. I've known people with more strength, more intelligence, or deeper internal energy than me, but I never thought I'd meet someone who understands the sword better. Namgung's admiration was sincere. His eyes made me feel just a little guilty. After all, strictly speaking, I'm not young enough to be considered part of the younger generation. I've wielded a sword longer than he's even been alive, of course I should be better. Not that I could ever say that aloud. So I'll let him keep misunderstanding. Guilt aside, the duel with Namgung was deeply rewarding for me as well. I think I caught a glimpse of what the Namgung clan's swordsmanship aims for. Siren had once told me not to compromise, to aim higher. I hadn't understood her fully then, but now, seeing the Namgung style in action, I think I get it. The Great Evolution sword art, which manifests only when understanding overflows and translates into the power of forms. The Heavenly Wind sword art, which seeks freedom, striving to become wind itself through swift strikes. To me, they sounded like lofty ideals, but maybe, just maybe, they're meant to help one see beyond the immediate opponent. Just like Siren said, so that you aim higher, never compromising or yielding, always advancing. If the scenery at the end of that path becomes your singular will, then Namgung clan's swordsmanship must be seen as a whole to be truly understood. Feeling a bit thrilled, I opened my mouth. I still have several techniques left. What about you, Brother Namgung? I've only got 13 lightning strikes of the Sacred Sword and Solitary Soul Blade. After that, only Limitless Sky Blade art and Sovereign Sword form remain. I have a few more than that. Would it be alright if I proceed at a slightly faster pace? I didn't expect that. By all means. I'll switch to the next technique at the right moment myself. Understood. Then, let's continue. Thus, our duel continued for a long while after. From the miscellaneous techniques I had picked up to solid advancement-type martial arts. Traces of my past life, where I had struggled to make up for my shallow foundation, began to show. And Namgung responded to each of them joyfully, countering with his own techniques. Sometimes I was pushed back, sometimes he was, but overall, I had the clear upper hand. Even when he moved on from Limitless Sky Blade art to the Sovereign Sword form, the result didn't change. The pressure from all directions, the overwhelming aura of his sword, worthy of the title Sovereign, was intense. But to me, who had now fully wielded the Raging Wave death-stealing art, it felt clumsy. No matter how domineering the presence, it couldn't suppress my killing intent. And his overwhelming technique that aimed to crush opponents head-on fell apart when my sword found the slightest opening and tore into it. The final clash ended with a whimper. The duel ended in my victory, but instead of celebrating, I blurted out something before I realized. Brother Namgung, you are better suited for Limitless Sky Blade art than the Sovereign Sword form. I now understood why, in my previous life, he had been known as the Azure Sky Sword Master. Namgung was left speechless, flustered not just from losing the duel, but also from being given advice on martial arts. But I was being sincere. In my view, the sword of the Namgung clan ultimately seeks to reach the heavens, to become the heavens. Am I wrong? You're not. And the Limitless Sky Blade art and the Sovereign Sword form, they must all be different interpretations of what the heavens mean, correct? That too is true. Then, Brother Namgung, what do the heavens mean to you? Perhaps, because the Sword King uses the Sovereign Sword form, you thought you should primarily master that form as well, since you'll be clan head someday. Guh. Namgung faltered, swallowing hard as if struck. But I wasn't finished yet. It's presumptuous of me to speak on the Namgung clan's martial arts or about you, the future clan head, but, as a fellow swordsman, allow me to say this. The sword hilt must always be held in your own hand. My own? Yes. Following in the footsteps of a great father like the Sword King is admirable. But that must be a choice made wholly by your own will. I have always wielded my sword by my own will. Do you truly believe that? Could it be you never gave it much thought, believing that, as the future clan head, you had to master the Sovereign Sword form, since only the clan head may learn it? Cool. And perhaps, somewhere in your heart, you wanted the Sword King to acknowledge you. Stop. Why did you falter just at the end, after doing so well? Doesn't this feel like an anticlimactic conclusion? Of course, it's not wrong to desire recognition, or to want to carry the Namgung clan's legacy. Nor is it wrong to admire someone and wish to emulate them. What I'm asking is, was that truly a decision made by your own desire? If it was simply inertia from childhood, a vague habit taken for granted, then I'd say it's worth reevaluating. Just like you did today. Do not be swayed by anything. Just hone the sword you hold within your heart with complete will. And the moment you grip that blade forged by your true self, That is the path that leads to divine sword unity. I didn't say that last part aloud. Partly because I felt I was forcing too much of my own path onto him, and partly because I had known from before regression, that Namgungjong would eventually find his own way. Also, a small part was due to Siren, who, off in the distance, was flapping her short arms and motioning for me to zip my lips. The mood had quieted. Siren cautiously stepped forward and cleared her throat. Kuhiam. From what this one sees, Sword Dragon, you're not entirely in the wrong. Everyone must pass through such trials once. But your approach to martial arts is just far too different from Y's. Pardon. The wall you just hit, Y had to overcome that one first. Meanwhile, what you passed easily may appear to Y as a towering cliff. Namgungjong had grown up in a good home, learned excellent martial arts, and carried the expectations of his family. He worked to meet those expectations and produced real results. Meanwhile, Y found himself suddenly cast among bloodied blades. He swung his sword to survive. It was the same for this one, and probably the same for most of the unorthodox faction. Well, yes. My first wish when I picked up a sword was just to have a full meal. As I nodded, Siren shrugged as if to say, see. People like Y or this one know all too well why we train in martial arts, feel it with every breath. We had a reason first, and martial arts were merely the method to reach it. But Sword Dragon, you were the opposite. You start by picking up the sword. You build a body fit for martial arts while your energy channels are open. You train quickly to get ahead of others. Why you wield the sword, that comes later. That's how most prestigious clans pass on and develop their martial arts. In a sect, if things go wrong, they can just name another promising disciple as the successor. But in a clan, direct bloodline is everything. Come to think of it, that was true. A sect can just accept a new disciple or choose the next strongest. But a clan is different. Having more children isn't easy, and even if they did, power struggles would only intensify. Failure in raising a successor isn't an option. So, they start by placing a sword in the child's hand. It all makes sense now. It was the same in the Cheon clan. This one learned the basics, but didn't take interest beyond that. Because this one didn't understand why continuing into the clan's sword arts mattered. I wasn't in line to become the clan head, and as a woman, few reprimanded me. But it's a different story for you, Sword Dragon. He probably charged forward without even the luxury to question it, and only when he hit a wall did he stop to look back and wonder where things had gone wrong. If you find your own reason, Sword Dragon, you'll leap over your current wall in an instant. But with Y, it's the opposite. What do you mean, the opposite? I answered in Siren's place. He wields the sword with complete will. But he doesn't know what to put into that sword. What are you saying? Brother Cheon, the martial art you showed at the end was ferocious, but it wasn't shallow. Surely it had meaning at its core. It doesn't. To me, a sword is simply a tool to kill. Swordsmanship is just the technique used to cut people down. What do you? Of course, some martial arts I've learned do carry intent, meaning. But that's the creator's, not mine. If I had to say what lies at the heart of my martial path, it's kill. But I have no desire to become a bloodthirsty demon. I like swords. I wield them by my own will. But if you ask why, there's no grand answer. I swing because it's necessary. Wait, don't tell me. Namgungjang looked flabbergasted, and Siren nodded beside him. Now do you see? If you were too focused on your destination to look back, Sword Dragon, why is the one who stood up by himself but has no idea where to go or how to get there? Isn't that much more difficult? Which is why more flowering stage martial artists appear from the orthodox side. Still, even in the unorthodox factions, you see flowering stage experts emerge. Exactly. Like this one, who reclaimed the clan's martial arts, resumed training, and reached the flowering stage. Most who make it do so by finding some secret art somewhere. After saying that, she started throwing glances at me. Even so, I had no intention of learning the Cheon clan's techniques seriously. If she offered, I might reference them, but that's it. When I gave no reaction, she sagged her shoulders in disappointment and continued in a pouty voice. If not that, then you'd have to reach enlightenment on your own. In that case, your martial arts would already be entering the realm of divine arts. That was my plan from the beginning. I shrugged. Siren pouted even more. But it's not mere stubbornness. Okay, maybe a little, but I arrived at that conclusion for a reason. Ultimately, The final wall I have to overcome is not about cultivation level, it's the heavenly demon himself. And the heavenly demon was a being even combined flowering stage martial artists couldn't handle. Let's say, for example, that I managed to learn the limitless sky blade art or sovereign sword form here in the Namgung clan and reached the flowering stage. Would that change anything? I don't think so. The Sword King was a great martial artist, but not even he could stop the heavenly demon. Even if I swung my sword with madness until that day of invasion, could I surpass the Sword King? The heavenly demon divine art. I'm not even sure that thing qualifies as martial arts. Sure, it used internal energy, but the scale was monstrous. It could cover the sky and precisely harm targets without damaging buildings. Is that even really internal energy? No matter how powerful he was, to defeat so many flowering stage masters without leaving a scratch, it's just too suspicious. In the past, I thought maybe he was just some godlike genius or perhaps had reached a level even beyond flowering stage, like those legends of transcendence. But after regression and slowly uncovering the schemes of the demonic cult, I realized the truth. The heavenly demon must have spent years preparing for the invasion, finding weaknesses and counters to other martial arts, perhaps through some unknown method. Which means I need to become the variable he didn't account for. As many variables as possible. That includes my martial arts too, of course. The problem is, all of this assumes I can build that kind of martial power before he arrives. I know it's difficult. But I must do it. Though Siren once told me not to rush. I could feel myself getting anxious again and had to force it down as I opened my mouth. Shall we spar once more? This time, from the start, at full strength, with the sword we're most confident in. That's quite tempting. But, since there are others waiting, how about we save that for a bit later? Others waiting. Even after losing in pure swordsmanship, even after realizing what had been unconsciously holding him back all this time, Namgung Jong's eyes hadn't dimmed. He stood there like the open sky, accepting everything and ready to move forward again. Seeing that, I became even more certain. Namgung Jong is better suited for the limitless sky blade art than the sovereign sword form. Very well. After you've made a round and come back for a second bout with me, it'll be just about sunset. And tomorrow? If you're available, I'd like to spar all day tomorrow too. Will that be all right? I can spar all day, no problem. We exchanged glances and nodded in sync. Afterward, Namgung Jang sparred with Tang Sowol and Seol Lihyang, then fought me again, even seeking advice from Siren. The next day followed a similar pattern. And the day after that. And the one after. In the middle of all that, Tang Sowol would ask whether the duel or she was better. Seol Lihyang would freeze the door handle of my room demanding my attention before lunch. And even elders of the Namgung clan would occasionally peek into the training grounds upon hearing that Namgung Jong was spending the entire day there with a guest. But those things weren't what mattered. What mattered happened on the 4th day of our stay as guests of the Namgung clan. Wangbo Guang, who we thought had already left, came crashing through the front gate. With a presence utterly different from before, and both fists soaked in blood. My days of endless sparring in the Namgung clan came to a sudden halt. I was about to head to the training grounds as usual when Tang Sowol abruptly grabbed my hand. Brother Cheon, there's something important I need to discuss. Could you spare a moment? What is it? As I stopped walking, Tang Sowol silently pulled me away from the training grounds. Then, as I tried to leave the room, she backed me into a corner and slammed her hand against the wall with a dull thud. Thump. It was a pose full of pressure, but since she was now shorter than me, it just looked cute. Though her next words were less so. Brother Cheon, I'm disappointed in you. I had no idea what she was suddenly talking about. To think that I followed my betrothed all the way to a distant province, only to be treated so coldly. Coldly? That's unfair. I even spent all night with you yesterday when you were upset. I flinched inwardly, wondering if this was yet another reenactment of her, Brother Cheon, do you like sparring more than me? Routine after just one day. But then, Tang Sowol smiled slyly and continued. Well, that's been settled. But don't you think you're sparring a bit too much with Sword Dragon lately? Why don't you test your skills with me once in a while too? Oh, if that's all, then sure. Thanks to you, I've built a decent resistance. How about we try something other than paralysis poison today? Though if the symptoms really kick in, I'll consider that my loss. At your current level, I suppose you could withstand something a bit stronger. And if it gets bad, I can always suck the poison back out. Oh, speaking of which, today's dose of Hakrion grass. Still holding the wall with one hand, she raised the other. Perhaps due to her skill with hidden weapons, her fingers were long and elegant, regardless of gender. Tang Sowol's fingers were no exception. Her index finger, delicate like a polished jade branch, matched the Frey's slender jade hands well. She held it right up to my lips. Lick it. Are you serious? I'd gotten used to her dissolving medicine in tea or water, but this, direct intake from her fingertip, was a bit much. But as if she had predicted my reaction, she pouted with a wounded voice. Oh my? I rush over to lick your wounds whenever you're hurt, and yet this embarrasses you. Fine. If you're going to say that. I sighed inwardly, convincing myself with excuses like, it's a precious medicinal extract, and carefully opened my mouth. There. Her fingertip slipped into my mouth the moment I did. The soft touch of her skin. A fingernail teasing my tongue as if urging me on. As I gently touched the tip with my tongue, a bitter poison, tinged with a faint numbness, began to seep into my mouth. Eeh. Tang Sowol's smile looked strangely suggestive today, but surely, that was just my imagination. After finishing today's dose of Hakrion grass extract directly from her finger, I finally released her hand from my mouth. Are we good now? Yes. Now let's head to the training grounds. She cheerfully hummed a tune as she wiped her now wet finger on my sleeve. There were many things I wanted to say, but instead, I simply sighed. Huh. Let's go then. We were walking toward the training grounds with Tang Sowol happily tagging along when, boom, a loud crash rang out from a distance, not far, but not exactly nearby either. Tang Sowol and I exchanged glances silently, nodded once, then launched into a sprint. At first, we passed by confused-looking servants, but as we neared the source of the sound, fear began to etch itself onto their faces. What the hell is that? Forget that. Run for your life. Call the warriors. Call the guards. I grabbed one of them. What's going on? Oh, heavens. Aren't you one of the young lord's guests? You shouldn't go that way. Please, flee while you can. I'm asking why I need to run. It's Wangbo Guang. That mad dog's lost it. He and his men are killing people left and right. What? That never happened in my previous life. If the heir of the Wangbo clan went on a rampage in the Namgung clan's territory, no matter how much they tried to cover it up, rumors would have spread like wildfire. I didn't know what went wrong this time, but if what he said was true, I had to act immediately. Not just to stop the needless deaths of the untrained servants and weaker guards, but because Wangbo Guang and the Wangbo clan was one of the rot-infested limbs of the Orthodox Mirim. Now I had both the reason and the opportunity to cut it off. I couldn't let this chance pass. I'll go ahead. Sowol you. I'll follow. I can't match your speed, but I won't be far behind. Right. With this much commotion, news would spread on its own. Maybe because we were getting closer, but I could now faintly hear screams mixed among the sounds of destruction. I let out a deep sigh, different in tone from before, and unleashed my full lightness technique. As I dashed through the rapidly changing scenery, I soon began seeing victims, some missing limbs. It wasn't long before I arrived at a wide-open clearing. Or rather, it had become a clearing because someone had smashed the Namgung clan's front gate and surrounding buildings to bits. The massive gate, the solid walls, and the once orderly rows of disciplined guards, now all reduced to rubble, stained red. Even though I responded as quickly as possible, I had still arrived too late. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. Nearly 20 guards who had been stationed at the gate were dead, along with a similar number of passing servants. Including the wounded, nearly 50 people had been harmed in just a few minutes. Amen. I was used to corpses, but I hadn't grown numb to them entirely. Swallowing a breath, I drew my sword. That sound drew the attention of several silhouettes scattered around, who had been beating the remaining guards to death. They turned their gazes toward me. So it really is Wangbo Guang. The same face I'd seen when we first arrived at the Namgung clan, Wangbo Guang and his bodyguards. The atmosphere around them was vastly different now. The bloodlust was understandable, since they were actively killing people, but more than that, they looked like they had completely lost their minds. Bloodshot eyes. Blackened, necrotic skin. Foam bubbling from their mouths like rabid dogs. Their chief felt wildly unstable, ready to explode at any moment. Chi deviation? No. Something else. I didn't feel any demonic energy, so it wasn't a demonic explosive pill. But who outside the demonic cult could induce such extreme rampage? It didn't matter. I could think about the cause later. Right now, I needed to deal with Wangbo Guang and his men, who were more unhinged than I had anticipated. Crunkrang. A burst of chi from my feet propelled me forward. With just 3 steps, I was within striking distance. I slashed at Wangbo Guang's wrist and kaduk. Instead of severing the tendons, I only left a deep gash in his forearm. I hadn't held back. I had coated my blade in energy, intending to subdue him immediately for interrogation. But Wangbo Guang reacted. Though he didn't completely evade it and his arm was shredded, he could still move. His flesh had felt far tougher than expected. At best, he should have just barely reached peak stage, thanks to a powerful body and loads of elixirs. Even during the demonic cult invasion later, he had only barely scratched sub-perfection. You must have scavenged something useful. The old Wangbo Guang wouldn't have been able to respond. He'd have frozen from the killing intent alone. But now he wasn't fazed by my bloodlust, and his movements were sharper than before. That didn't mean he was a threat to me, of course. As soon as I retracted my sword, I spun and struck again. Chwack. He reacted again, but not in time. I ripped open his side. Quack. Wangbo Guang screamed, but not from unbearable pain. It was more like a battle cry. The blood that sprayed out slowed, then stopped entirely. It wasn't a superficial cut, his guts weren't spilling out, but it should have caused significant bleeding. Focusing my senses on him, I realized what was happening. What the hell? His wounds weren't healed. His massively swollen muscles were forcibly plugging the slashes shut. Same with the cut on his arm earlier. I'd heard of external-type martial artists doing similar things, but Wangbo Guang was nowhere near that level. This had to be a result of whatever had driven him into this frenzy. Just then, 2 of his bodyguards lunged from both sides. They were about as strong, or even slightly stronger, than Wangbo Guang had been originally. But their rampaging state seemed to affect each of them differently. They were noticeably slower. Skuck. I lopped off both their arms in a flash. UAF. Gruff. Even with an arm lost, they didn't hesitate, roaring like beasts and charging again. They looked more like animals than humans. Wangbo Guang joined them, swinging his fists at me, but don't make this annoying. Just get cut. Calmly, I began slicing them down, starting with the closest one. Arms, torsos, thighs, fingers, ankles, my blade slashed through it all. It was a rapid flurry of strikes, using the principles of slash-the-drop sword, essentially, unleashing as many fast strikes as possible. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguards were left covered in blood, writhing on the ground. Even Wangbo Guang, who had endured better than the rest, was staggering. He seemed to feel no pain, but even so, he tried to raise his battered body and throw another punch. Just then, Brother Cheon, Tang Sowol arrived slightly late and unleashed her soul-chasing flying butterflies. The graceful butterflies scattered poisonous mist in the air. Unlike my killing intent, the poison seemed to work. The bodyguards collapsed. Wangbo Guang, who had grown more frenzied the more he was injured, began to slow down. Taking the opening, I closed in and swung my sword. Hup! Kaduk! This time, I cleanly severed Wangbo Guang's wrist. Perhaps I went overboard, it wasn't just the tendons, but the entire hand. But that was fine. I didn't need his hand to interrogate him or hold the Wangbo clan accountable. As long as he was alive. Even Wangbo Guang couldn't recover from that. He collapsed, blood pouring from the stump. I pressed an acupoint on his wrist to stop the bleeding, then struck his energy center directly. Cuff. As he coughed up a basin full of blood, the raging chi in his eyes faded. Is he dead? Tang Sowol asked with an ominous tone, but thankfully, Wangbo Guang didn't suddenly revive. Father, why? He was muttering nonsense, but at least he was alive. Is he dead? Tang Sowol voiced a rather ominous question, but thankfully, Wangbo Guang didn't suddenly come back to life. He still lay on the ground, missing both hands and with a shattered energy center. The only difference now was that his eyes, which had been blood-red with madness, had returned to their original color, though it was clear he wasn't in his right mind. When a bit of time passed with nothing happening, Tang Sowol cautiously approached. She inspected the dazed Wangbo Guang, who was now simply staring blankly at the sky. At the very least, it doesn't seem to be poison. Brother Cheon, do you have any guesses? No, none. At first, I thought it was the demonic cult again, but after fighting him directly, I can say for certain, it's not a demonic explosive pill. There was no demonic energy at all. More importantly, those pills make the energy center and meridians run wild, but they don't erase reason. They might dull judgment due to euphoria, but not reduce someone to a beast like this. Well, once the drug wears off, they do go completely insane, but that's a separate issue. We were exchanging thoughts beside the collapsed Wangbo Guang when, like a leaking gust of wind, a small voice rose up from the ground. Father, why? I'm not your damned grandfather. I reflexively responded to the sudden nonsense. But Wangbo Guang showed no sign of hearing me. Perhaps he wasn't even talking to me in the first place. You said we were family. So why did you abandon me? Brother Cheon. Yeah, we'd better find out who this grandfather of his is. I lightly kicked Wangbo Guang's side and spoke. Wangbo Guang, can you hear me? I did everything, didn't I? You said it was all for the Wangbo clan. Pyuk. Gawuk. I struck a little harder this time. Of course, he was already near death, so I channeled energy to protect his bones and organs, just enough to wake him up. And it worked. His drifting gaze finally returned to focus. After spotting Tang Sowol and me, Wangbo Guang quietly shut his eyes. So that's how it is. Don't have your dramatic moment alone. Aren't you curious why I didn't just kill you? He kept his mouth tightly shut, as if he had nothing to say. Fair enough. Wangbo Guang might be lazy, violent, and now apparently driven mad by whatever that grandfather gave him, but he wasn't a complete idiot. At least politically, he should be competent enough to fit the image of a prestigious clan. He had to know why I spared him, because there was still information to be extracted from him, and because I could use that to hold the Wangbo clan accountable. So, he chose to stay quiet, thinking I wouldn't kill him until his usefulness ran out. Or maybe he was too afraid of something even scarier than me to speak. Wangbo Guang, I don't know much about you. Only that you're a thug who bows to the strong and bullies the weak. That you either lack talent or were too lazy to train properly, and thus failed to reach a level befitting your clan's name, and that when a father and daughter came to plead for help, you killed the father and tried to take the daughter. At that last part, his eyes twitched ever so slightly. Of course he was shaken. That incident must have been so shameful the clan buried it completely. Looking directly at the rattled Wangbo Guang, I continued in a steady voice. I may not know much about you, but I know your type very well. In the unorthodox world, you're a common archetype. And I bet you think that if you say nothing, you'll at least survive, even if it means enduring a bit of pain. Well, it won't even be painful. The Tang Clan has poisons that dull the mind and make people obediently answer whatever they're asked. Think of it like taking a nap. I gave Tang Sowol a look. She nodded and brought her fingertips together before conjuring a gray liquid on her palm. Just as she was about to let it drop onto Wangbo Guang. Heh. A small, bitter laugh escaped his lips. Do as you please. But don't you find it strange? Why hasn't anyone come here yet? Damn. Now that he mentioned it, it was strange. It was true that I subdued him quickly, but by now someone from afar should have arrived after hearing the commotion. Yet the only ones here were Tang Sowol, me, and a handful of second- or first-rate martial artists. Despite the incident happening at the main gate, no master-level fighters or sect leaders had shown up. That could only mean something else had happened. A diversion, huh? That's right. I don't know how strong that poison is, but if it doesn't completely reduce me to a fool and just clouds my thoughts, then you'd need a very precise dosage. You could get info out of me, but it would take time. Keep talking. I'm curious how grand this plan must be to use the young lord of a clan as bait. Even without the Sword King, the Namgung clan is strong, but not invincible. As long as there's no flowering stage master, there are ways to find openings. Huh? Was he being serious? Kwang. A loud explosion rang out in the distance, farther than when Wangbo Guang rampaged, but somehow louder. That meant the impact was even greater. Wangbo Guang grinned and continued. If you guarantee my safety, I'll tell you right now what's going on over there and what they're after. Utter nonsense. I raised my sword. His tone had remained composed despite the pain, but now Wangbo Guang's voice quickened. Wait. If something happens, how will an outsider like you? Thwack. I smacked his head with the flat of my blade. Finally, he lost consciousness. Once I confirmed he was out cold, I sheathed my sword. Tang Sowol, tilting her head, asked hesitantly, Brother Cheon? Are you sure that was okay? Of course. That bastard's words were lies from the beginning. What? But didn't we really hear that sound just now? The diversion part might be true. But everything after, like giving us information if we kept him alive, that was all nonsense. Wangbo Guang probably knows nothing about what's really going on. He's just a pawn. A discarded pawn? Yeah. Even while he was talking, he kept glancing around nervously instead of at me, the one holding the blade. That means he's more afraid of someone else. That did seem to be the case. Besides, just now he said the Namgung clan was vulnerable because they lacked a flowering stage martial artist. But there is one here. She had 2 bowls of rice just this morning. Sister Warren. Exactly. To stir up trouble using the young lord as bait, in the Namgung clan no less, is an act so brazen everyone will assume the Wangbo clan was behind it. They'll get scorned, and when the Sword King returns, they'll suffer his wrath. You think they wouldn't have checked for a master's presence first? It's not like we just arrived today. In short, Wangbo Guang's story was riddled with holes. Most likely, he was just trying to survive or buy time by telling whatever lies came to mind. Honestly, his half-crazed muttering earlier about his grandfather was more believable. Know anything about the Wangbo clan's previous patriarch? Not in detail, but I've heard he died fighting an unorthodox demon. Are you sure? He didn't fake his death and survive in secret or anything. It's certain. His death was actually what triggered the decline of the Wangbo clan. Decline? Yes. They weren't quite one of the 5 supreme clans, but they were prestigious enough to occasionally produce flowering stage masters. But at some point, they stopped doing so. To prove their strength, the then clan head, who was at peak stage, began hunting down local unorthodox martial artists. But before long, he was decapitated by one of them instead. What was meant to show the Wangbo clan's power only hastened their fall. So the martial world publicly confirmed his death? Yes. That's why it's unlikely this grandfather is just Wangbo Guang's literal grandfather. After the death of that former clan head, the Wangbo clan shrank rapidly. They were still a known name, but a shadow of what they once were. And just because they're an orthodox clan doesn't mean they're full of good people. They began to be quietly mocked by other clans at their level, and the family culture changed entirely. No more talk of justice or advancing the family's martial arts. Instead, their twisted pride manifested in openly trampling the weak. Naturally, their reputation within the orthodox factions plummeted. Still, they'd survived this long by hiding their crimes cleverly. And though weakened, they still had power. But as you said, Brother Cheon, they might be far worse than anyone realized. If we dig deeper, I'd bet they're among the most vicious, even by unorthodox standards. How do you know all this? Let's just say I have my reasons. I brushed aside her regression-related question and let out a deep sigh. Anyway, the main point is this: Wangbo Guang is just a disposable pawn. Whoever planned this exposed the Wangbo clan's dirty secrets and knowingly risked turning the Namgung clan into an enemy. A bold gambit. That does seem to be the case. In that case, what's the point of keeping Wangbo Guang alive? He'll just be a burden later. Huh. Tang Sowol's eyes widened. I gently pushed her shoulder, imbuing the motion with significant internal energy. She flew back smoothly and landed beside a group of Namgung clan martial artists, confirming her safety. Only then did I draw my sword. I'd left my usual black iron sword with the Namgung clan smiths, so I was currently using a decent spare they'd provided. Still dissatisfied, I tapped the hilt lightly with my finger and muttered. Whether or not they expected another flowering stage master, it doesn't change the fact that Wangbo Guang needs to be eliminated. Right? I pointed my sword at the old man slowly walking through the ruined gate. Keika. Young ones these days sure are sharp. A twisted smile curled on the old man's lips. I shoved Tang Sowol far away behind me. Then I leveled my sword at the old man slowly walking through the shattered main gate. Or more precisely, from beyond it. Keika. Youngsters these days have sharp instincts. The old man's lips curled into a twisted smile as he looked at the tip of my blade. At a glance, he seemed like an ordinary old man. No, among old men, he looked especially decrepit. His back was so hunched it was practically folded in half, making his originally tall frame meaningless. His body, skin taut over bones, was so emaciated you could trace his skeleton through his wrinkled skin. Time had struck him so cruelly that wrinkles had taken the place of facial features. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stepped over the remnants of the gate. He looked like someone who could drop dead at any moment. And yet, there was something ominous about his presence. Though he hadn't reached the level of a flowering stage master who harmonizes mind, energy, and body, he had certainly reached a considerable level of mastery, enough that his presence alone exuded a distinct aura. Sword masters and saber users emitted sharp, slicing energy. Fist and leg martial artists gave off the presence of a movable stone. Some martial artists radiated overwhelming dominance. The higher one's cultivation, the more blatant and unmistakable their aura became. That was because martial arts deepened in proportion to how much of one's life had been devoted to them. By that standard, the old man in front of me exuded a bizarre and off-putting aura. Not in a way that made him feel dangerous or powerful, just fundamentally wrong. An instinctive sense of rejection, one difficult to articulate. It was the kind of aura often found in those who had practiced forbidden martial arts, taboo arts that required extreme cruelty. Like eating a person's heart raw to absorb their innate chi, or martial arts that only grew stronger by killing others instead of training. Such arts differed even from demonic martial arts, which often focused on inflicting pain on oneself for rapid growth. Taboo arts, on the other hand, were predicated entirely on the suffering and sacrifice of others. Just learning one could brand you as a criminal across the martial world. Even the demonic cult and outer Murim treated such arts with extreme caution. But they offered power. Power that rivaled demonic arts. And since their side effects could be forced onto others instead of the practitioner, there was always someone willing to take the risk. This old man was, in all likelihood, one of them. But in the end, your sharp instincts have hastened your doom. A twist of fate, as they say. So what? Are you telling me to blame heaven instead of you? With a dry laugh, I exploded my internal energy and shot forward, kicking off the ground. Judging by the situation, this old man had to be the grandfather Wangbo Guang had spoken of, the mastermind behind today's events. Even if not, he was clearly an enemy and one who had learned taboo arts. There was no point talking. Krong. With each step, thunder rumbled beneath me as I changed speeds mid-run to throw off his timing. Then, a beat later than expected, I slashed my sword. It was aimed straight for his throat, the blade wreathed in violent flames that resembled the bite marks of a beast. He was a moment too slow to dodge completely, and if he tried to block, he'd likely lose an arm. Though his aura was intense and foreboding, it wasn't flowering stage level. This strike should have forced a wound, no matter how small. Or it should have. How hasty. The old man's arm twisted into an unnatural angle. And I don't mean it moved in a way I didn't understand, I mean it moved in a way no human body could. His entire forearm bent, not just at the joints, but like a snake. A grayish chi-covered fist struck the blade directly. Puak. Our inner energies clashed. My sword and his fist both recoiled from the backlash. I hadn't expected it to be blocked, but I never thought a single strike would end it either. I unleashed the killing intent I'd suppressed for the ambush, pouring it all into him. His eyes widened at the intense pressure bearing down from all sides. But it didn't seem to restrict his movement. Like Wangbo Guang, it was as if his senses were too damaged to even feel fear. That didn't matter. Killing intent becomes less effective the stronger the opponent anyway. Reminding myself of its true purpose, I twisted my body violently, letting the sword move first and my body follow. My blade, reinforced, cut toward the pull of my killing intent. Hup. Squeak. Sharper and more vicious than before, the sword slashed down toward his collarbone. It wasn't quite his neck, but it would certainly sever an arm. That certainty lasted only a moment. The wrinkles on the old man's face twisted into something like a grin. Then came his satisfied voice. So ferocious. You're exactly the kind of talent I've been seeking. And then I understood how his arm had moved that way. UDK. His right arm suddenly swelled. Once thin like a dead tree branch, it now looked like it belonged to a robust warrior. A grotesquely muscular limb that didn't match the rest of his emaciated frame. That arm, now wrapped in gray internal energy and resembling a stone pillar, blocked my sword. Puke. The impact felt like hitting solid rock. Despite my blade's edge, all it did was nick the skin. Even for me, someone who'd faced countless demonic cultivators, this was shocking. What the hell? What kind of martial art allows this? No, is this even martial arts? Martial cultivation is usually gradual. Even the most unorthodox arts require steady progress. But his sudden transformation, was beyond unnatural. I quickly pulled my sword back before it could be caught and continued to strike. Neck, chest, eyes, ribs, thighs, I aimed at every vital spot I could. But each time, his body grotesquely swelled to protect itself, his physique growing more monstrous. With cracking bones and expanding flesh, his form warped further. Even when I backed off, the transformation didn't stop. The deep wrinkles on his face smoothed out, revealing distorted but clearer features. His hunched back straightened, he now stood 2 heads taller than me. A body bursting with pulsating muscles, no longer that of an old man. It was like he had reversed aging itself. Rejuvenation? Rebirth? A voice now smooth and youthful, yet disturbingly familiar, emerged from the face that vaguely resembled Wangbo Guang. Keika. I haven't reached true steel defense, but to think you could wound me through such dense inner energy. How absurd. So that's why my sword couldn't pierce him. His transformed physique alone was formidable, but on top of that, he'd coated himself in thick internal energy, chi flame, to further protect himself. You can cut through a twig with no chi, but a massive tree requires energy and precision. Even with my refined sword aura, cutting through his thick defense and reinforced body in one strike was a tall order. But this wasn't true willpower-forged energy. It was pure inner power, forcibly molded and shaped. A foolish, wasteful technique that drains your core immensely, something even the blood flame fist demon would only use as a desperate last resort. Yet the old man wore this terrifying armor with ease, smiling calmly. When I scoffed, he chuckled mockingly. Jealous, are you? But this much is easy. I've been building this inner power for over 100 years, eating every kind of elixir and person. 100 years? Did you just say people? So he had studied taboo arts. The youthful vigor in his body, his immense inner energy, and now the mention of consuming people, it had to be a form of chi absorption art. Correct. Blood flame sword demon, your talent will feed mine next. You think talent can be taken by force just because you have enough chi? That's laughable. You misunderstand. When I say talent, I mean true talent. In its rawest sense. He shook his head cryptically and picked up one of Wangbo Guang's guards lying on the ground. The grotesquely swollen old man hoisted the barely conscious man, missing an arm and leg like he weighed nothing. Apparently still clinging to awareness, the guard twitched at random intervals. He hadn't reacted at all to my killing intent. But as soon as the old man approached, he began spasming violently, as if he instinctively knew what was about to happen. The old man watched the pitiful resistance with a kindly smile. Young Yu Chonghayan was a promising man. He heard the rumors that the Wangbo clan offered martial arts and titles to anyone with talent and loyalty and came running. Brave, yes. Foolish, too. But it meant no one suspected when he received the Great Method. The Great Method. My face twisted instinctively. I didn't like the sound of that. The old man didn't care. He kept talking. He was passionate. Gifted, too. His footwork was particularly excellent. Both his body and technique showed rapid improvement. A shame he won't run again on those legs. Exactly. That's why I cut off both. Still wearing that grandfatherly smile, the old man continued. Keika. It's fine now. Your talent will help rebuild the Wangbo clan, alongside Wangbo Yongqian. Aya. Aya. As the old man uttered his name, the guard flailed in utter terror, using his remaining limbs to resist. But Wangbo Yongqian easily pinned him, then opened his mouth and bit into the guard's head. Crack. Of course, a human jaw can't swallow a whole head. So he chewed. Bit by bit. Crunch. Crunch. Ignoring the horrified stares, he carefully chewed every drop of blood and scrap of flesh. Then he tossed aside the headless corpse like garbage. His blood-soaked eyes glittered with satisfaction. And his gait now mirrored the twitching spasms of the man he had just devoured. Now I understood. You're insane. This bastard wanted to devour me, to make my talent his own. Chapter 145. Talent, by its very nature, is unkind. You have no way of knowing what you're talented at until you try it for yourself. Even if you do discover a talent, there's no guarantee it will be something you actually want. And even within the same field, the disparity between talents is undeniable. This is what they call inborn talent. It's something designated solely by the heavens, and all one can do is accept it and diligently refine what they've been given. To me, talent is exactly that. No different from a fortuitous encounter stumbled upon by chance, neither something to boast about, nor something to feel inferior over. But what if you could increase your talent at will? If your internal energy felt lacking, you could supplement your talent related to chi control. If your sword strikes felt dull, you could acquire swordsmanship talent. If you couldn't reach your opponent, you could simply add footwork talent. Without a doubt, countless martial artists would become frenzied with excitement, eager to remake themselves into their ideal version. Even if that method involved eating someone's head while they were still alive. Don't tell me, it's not internal energy, but talent that was absorbed? Click. Now you see clearly. If properly refined, one could even absorb innate chi, but that's currently beyond reach. For now, only the talent was devoured as a compromise. Only then did I clearly understand the source of unease I'd been feeling from Wangbo Yongqian. Something was off. It was undoubtedly the awkwardness caused by hastily stitching together talents that weren't his own. I see. So you believed my talent was worth enough to reveal your true nature, huh? Of course. Blood Flame Sword Demon. Ever since the Black Lotus Lord granted a nickname to a mere late-stage practitioner, I've been watching. When you publicly humiliated that Guang at the Dragon Phoenix gathering, I was fully convinced that you were born with talent greater than even the successor of the Namgung clan. Wangbo Yongqian traced the air with his gaze, as if recalling the scene. The twisted pleasure pulling at the corners of his lips was repulsive. Still, I was now certain why Wangbo Yongqian in my previous life had quietly met his end alongside the fall of the Wangbo clan. And why in this life, instead of laying low, he openly turned against the Namgung clan and flaunted his golden bell technique to the world. Originally, what he was aiming for must have been Namgung Jong, the sword dragon praised for his sword talent. But Namgung Jong disliked Wangbo Guang and kept his distance, denying him any true opportunity. As a result, time simply passed without progress. It's true that innate chi is closely tied to physical vitality, but it doesn't grant limitless longevity. Seeing how even now, when there's no need to block a sword strike, he cloaks himself in chi flame from head to toe, I'm guessing this robust body is merely a temporary shell, a form sustained by consuming a tremendous amount of internal energy. He's well over 100 years old now. Time would have caught up to him long before he could execute any grand scheme. He likely died of old age or became so debilitated he couldn't move. So the Wangbo clan of my past life and Wangbo Yongqian crumbled quietly before the demonic cult's invasion. Though this time, things have unfolded a little differently. I admit I have outstanding talent, but not to the extent of defying the entirety of the martial world just to claim it. However, to Wangbo Yongqian, who knows nothing of my regression, I must have appeared as a once-in-a-century prodigy. With so little time left to live, I was a gamble worth making. So I was your target from the beginning. Wangbo Guang wasn't the real bait, huh? I suppose you stirred up every corner of the Namgung clan. Kukik. Right again. No matter which bait you bit, I plan to follow. I didn't expect you to head toward that foolish great-grandson, but, well, since you brought along the Tang girl, all the better. I can now test whether I can absorb constitutions as well. Heh. So he really is a great-grandfather, and that's why he was called grandfather. And now he's even planning to rip off Tang Sowol's head too? I didn't bother hiding the murderous intent that surged up from the depths of my chest. I let it loose. The killing aura bore down heavily across the entire area. No matter how unhinged this bastard might be, even he wouldn't be able to ignore this. Just as I thought. Contrary to a slight twitch, Wangbo Yongqian nodded in satisfaction, a pleased expression on his face, deepening the scowl on mine. You disgusting wretch. Even if you become strong through such means, what meaning is there in that? A child like you wouldn't understand. The feeling of helplessly watching your clan crumble because you had no talent or strength. The frustration of not being able to avenge your children even after their deaths. If only there had been a flowering stage master. If only I had reached the flowering stage. Whether it's you or anyone else, even if someone from the Wangbo clan reached the flowering stage, what difference would it make? You people are already no better than beasts, feeding on human flesh. thugs who stab peasants in the back when they come seeking help. No one in the martial world will ever acknowledge you. Well, perhaps you could be recognized as public enemies of Mirim. How dare you? You little whelp, not even of age, trying to lecture me about Mirim. Mirim is a forest of blood. Only strength, only power determines everything. Well, you don't seem all that strong. But even setting that aside, what you just said doesn't sound like the words of someone from an orthodox sect. Ever since my regression, as I observed the still-functioning orthodox world of Mirim, I realized something. It's not about how great your power is. What matters is what you wield that power for. If you swing your sword for personal gain and desire, that's a path I know all too well, the path of the unorthodox. But if you can raise your sword for something beyond yourself, if you can wield it not for short-term gain, but for what you truly believe is right, that is what I've come to know as the true essence of an orthodox martial artist. First, protect your family. If you have more strength to spare, shelter your people and comrades. Only after that should you seek glory. What meaning is there in pursuing glory if you discard your own family to get there? If someone abandons their principles and casts aside even their loved ones in the pursuit of personal and clan honor, that's the kind of scum that even the unorthodox world reviles. Did you know even the unorthodox despise those who stab their own brothers in the back? This conversation's gone on long enough. I didn't stand idle just to humor you. I've already adapted, so now I'll devour you in one bite. Feigning calm, Wangbo Yongqian replied. But did he realize how much he resembled Wangbo Guang, who used to flare up at the Namgung clan? I gave a hollow laugh as I raised my sword once more, crimson flames dancing along the blade. You weren't the only one stalling for time. Huh. As if this would be enough to gather the scattered strength of the Namgung clan in one place. I never counted on their help to begin with. Of course not. If you don't know how thoroughly the enemy prepared their trap, you have to assume the worst. I had long since given up on any help from the Namgung clan. If it were Seo Munwaran, it'd be a different story, but I couldn't wait forever for her. What I'd placed my faith in was Tang Sowol, who I'd pushed far out of the fight. A faint acrid scent brushed the tip of my nose. Yes, it should be about time for her potent, concealed poison to start taking effect. The Tang Sowol I know wouldn't just sit on her hands, no matter how bad the situation. There was no need to turn around or exchange secret signals. Wangbo Yongqian's body, cloaked in an unnaturally thick gray chi flame that felt more like stone than skin, started to blur at the edges. More precisely, the chi flame of Wangbo Yongqian, unknowingly poisoned by mountain empty poison, began to slip out of control. Impossible. His face twisted in shock. Likely because he never expected to be poisoned through such overwhelming chi, or perhaps because the poison was so subtle he never noticed it. Whatever the case, one thing was certain, my sword would now reach him. I pushed off the ground toward the still flustered man. Kwang. With a single step, my body accelerated to top speed. Since we had already clashed once and put a bit of distance between us, one step was all it took. I drew upon every last drop of internal energy I could muster. There are many types of mountain empty poison, so I had no idea what specific blend was used. But wasn't Tang Sowol the one managing my poison resistance? Even if I didn't know the details, it had to be a combination safe for me. Whoosh! As if confirming my assumption, my internal energy moved just as usual and surged through the blade, turning it into a blazing inferno. It was consuming more than twice the usual amount of chi, but that was fine, I didn't intend to drag this out anyway. The crimson flame-wreathed sword came down toward Wangbo Yongqian's crown. Let's see you block this too. You insolent. Did you really think this alone would be enough? His movements had dulled slightly, but he still managed to raise both arms in time, thanks to his grotesquely twitching body. My blade fell upon his crossed forearms. Pook! It pierced through the unstable chi flame, cutting into his flesh, embedding deep into the muscle. A stark difference from before when I'd only grazed the surface. I sneered at Wangbo Yongqian's startled expression beyond his bleeding arms. Now we can finally kill each other. Isn't that fair? Guh. But this changes nothing. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, and his thigh muscles twitched. His foot shot up with explosive force. A strike that would shatter my jaw if it connected, and if it did, it surely would. Unlike me, who had concentrated all my chi into the sword and left the rest of my body vulnerable, Wangbo Yongqian still had unstable, flickering chi flames around his entire body. That was likely why he remained confident of victory. Even if slashed, He wouldn't suffer more than surface wounds, but I'd be in grave danger if I took even one hit. Then again, I just have to avoid being hit at all. The moment his leg surged between my arms, I shifted my grip from 2 hands to 1 and twisted my waist. Pang! His foot barely missed my ear as it swept through the air with a thunderous boom. My ear rang, but I spun my body in rhythm with my twisted waist. I naturally rotated to the side, my right hand drawing a tight circle with the sword as I thrust it from below toward Wangbo Yongqian's calf. Skukuk. With only one hand, I couldn't apply full strength, so I couldn't cut deep. Still, I managed to slice through his skin and some of the muscle beneath. Having been wounded twice now, Wangbo Yongqian flew into a frenzy, charging in wildly. Croc. Aya. Give me that power. That talent. Who knows? Even if you had it, I doubt anything would change. Through our exchanges, I was sure of it. He really was absorbing talent, but he couldn't properly utilize it. With that kind of martial art, you'll never reach the flowering stage. Wangbo Yongqian's path was the wrong one. With that kind of martial art, you'll never reach the flowering stage. Wangbo Yongqian's path was flawed. Though I've never personally reached the flowering stage, this much I can say with certainty. Those who attain the flowering stage are, without exception, people who look to the end of their own path. No one claims to have reached the ultimate end, but at the very least, they stand on a road that is undeniably their own. But from Wangbo Yongqian, I can feel no such path, though he himself likely refuses to admit it. Nonsense. The reason I failed to reach the flowering stage despite my relentless training over the decades is due to the declining bloodline of the Wangbo clan. The talent passed down has weakened with each generation. If you've lived that long, surely you should have realized something by now while watching the affairs of Miram. Talent doesn't guarantee enlightenment. Yes, those who are called geniuses have always been like that. They never know how to look beneath their feet or how hard others are struggling to climb. Are you saying I don't know what it means to struggle? My entire life has been a struggle. From the moment my father died and my mother had to serve our enemy, through the time I died at the hands of the heavenly demon and was given a second chance. Not once have I stopped struggling. To save those I once couldn't, and to someday stand against the heavenly demon. A dry laugh escaped me. But perhaps Wangbo Yongqian mistook it for mockery. How dare you? I'll tear that mouth of yours apart. Wangbo Yongqian charged forward with a roar, as if he no longer intended to listen to anything I had to say. Despite the mountain-empty poison draining his internal energy, it seemed his reserves, accumulated from devouring who knows how many people, still showed no sign of depleting. But perhaps because he couldn't properly control the energy constantly leaking from his body. Thud. Thud. The ground shook with each step. The rough, cracked footprints he left behind were like tails dragging through the dirt. All signs of wasted strength. Sure, his internal energy still overflowed, and his temporarily rejuvenated body was powerful. But what of it? Unfocused power is no different than swinging a sword like a club. In other words, Wangbo Yongqian couldn't properly wield his own martial arts. I twisted the corner of my mouth into a crooked smile and this time, focused my killing intent squarely on him. Not to pressure him as usual, but to wrap around his massive frame. To me, killing intent is also a kind of sensation. The flow of breath, the subtle twitches of muscle, the shifting gaze of darting pupils, even unconscious habits. Perhaps because he couldn't control his own power, Wangbo Yongqian didn't even try to hide his condition. And so, information about his state poured in like a flood. Whether he realized it or not, Wangbo Yongqian launched into a series of wide, powerful strikes with fists as large as pot lids. A heavy punch aimed at my heart. A sweeping leg strike meant to break my legs. And even a shoulder charge meant to turn the tide in his favor, mountaintop crash. Each of his moves carried intense killing intent, making them easy to predict from the slightest signs. I spun my blade to deflect the punch aimed at my heart, stabbed his thigh before the low kick could begin to twist its path, and narrowly evaded the shoulder charge by moving half a beat earlier. Then, planting my left foot firmly into the ground, I channeled my chi into my right foot in line with the principle of thunderclap step. Puck. It made a dull thud like striking the ground, perhaps because it wasn't properly executed, but that was my intention. The recoil sent my body into a rough spin, and I used that momentum to swing my sword at the back of Wangbo Yongqian's neck. Guh. Even with his toughened body, it seemed he couldn't easily offer up his neck. He panicked and slammed his feet into the ground with greater force. Whoop! He still couldn't completely avoid it, though. A faint line was drawn across his neck, and blood began to bead at the surface. As he staggered from his broken posture, I was the one to charge in this time. I swung my sword again. The crimson flames of my blade scorched through the gray chi flame, and the sharp edge continued to carve away at the revived flesh of his former glory. Without pause, we exchanged strikes over and over. Sometimes I pressed the attack, sometimes he did, but one thing remained constant through dozens of exchanges. I read Wangbo Yongqian's moves every time. He, on the other hand, couldn't read mine. And the small wounds he accumulated began to add up. Eventually, with several sword cuts on his limbs, Wangbo Yongqian shouted in rage. Why? No matter how much of a peerless genius you are, you're still only at the sub-perfection level. I've absorbed the talents of so many, and yet I can't land even a single hit. I told you, didn't I? No matter how great the talent given to you, it changes nothing. That can't be. No genius can unleash their full potential before they've matured. Wait, this overwhelming killing intent. Don't tell me. Your martial talent rivals the heavenly martial body. You're the heaven killing star. Disgusting and slow-witted, too. I can't imagine how you managed to grow this old. It's not that I'm amazing, it's that you still can't accept that you've gone astray. From fighting Wangbo Guang and his escorts, and then facing Wangbo Yongqian, I've come to a conclusion. The martial arts of the Wangbo clan were originally upright and honest. A straightforward punch that sought to shatter whatever blocked its path. Their ideal form likely resembled Seo Munwaren's relentless, unyielding strikes, yet carried a more righteous aura. A martial art that's completed entirely within the self. Which means it's the sort of orthodox martial art that grows more refined the longer it's cultivated. Wangbo Guang was weak because his training was shallow. You've added unnecessary trickery. What? The reason Wangbo Yongqian can't fully utilize his strength is simple. He's no longer extending his strikes straight and true. Talent doesn't make up the entirety of martial arts. It's only the starting line, the initial speed. Those who become intoxicated by talent inevitably lose their way. Just like you. He mixes unnecessary flourishes into punches that only needed to go straight. Each strike sparkled with potential, but potential alone is just a glimmer. A strike that dazzles is not the same as one honed to perfection. That's not enough to reach someone like me, who has polished his skills through battle. The same applied to his other techniques. His sweeping leg strike, which should have dominated a broad frontal area, lost its pressure due to sloppy speed techniques. His hand technique, used to grab my embedded sword, relied too heavily on fingertip sensitivity, failing to distinguish my feints. Wangbo Yongqian was ruining a perfectly good martial art with half-baked talents gathered from others. No matter how brilliant a genius may be, the legacy a single person can build has its limits. I'm confident I won't lose in swordsmanship, and I am stronger than Namgung Jong in direct combat. But if you ask me whether my Raging Wave death-stealing art is better than his boundless sky-piercing sword, I would never say yes. My art is built around my unique traits and killing intent. It fits me better than anything else, but that doesn't mean it's deep. The strength of a martial artist and the depth of their martial art are two different things. Why are certain clans and sects revered as prestigious even after centuries? Why are their martial arts still acknowledged, even if their political power wanes? The answer is simple. Their martial arts are the essence of countless practitioners, refined over generations of geniuses. The Wangbo clan may have declined. Perhaps, as Wangbo Yongqian said, their blood has thinned and talent has faded. But does failing to reach the flowering stage make them all fools? Of course not. Even sub-perfection masters are incredible martial artists. And the martial arts that the Wangbo clan slowly improved over generations? They could only have grown stronger. Yet Wangbo Yongqian disregarded all that effort and time. As I watched his needlessly overgrown, misdirected martial techniques, I felt not joy at finding an opening, but a deep, frustrating pity. You say you want to restore the Wangbo clan's greatness, yet you've lost sight of what your clan's martial art truly sought. What the hell? What do you think you know? I know what must never be compromised. I wasn't parroting Seo Munwaren's words like a parrot. The compromise I refer to isn't being content with where you are, saying this is strong enough, or that this is my limit. I mean the importance of not straying from your path and staying true to it, no matter how difficult. Why do you think a martial artist's presence becomes more defined as their level increases? It's because they begin to resemble what they pursue. So what about you, Wangbo Yongqian? I'm not asking whether you achieve something. I'm asking, what do you pursue? Obviously, I pursue reaching the flowering stage. Is that all? That's exactly why you failed. A realm is just part of the journey. If you look back on the walls you've overcome, it's easy to see that. I didn't reach the sub-perfection stage just to reach it. I poured vengeance and hatred left over from losing everything into my blade until it naturally began to speak for me. That was the essence of divine sword unity and the path towards sub-perfection. It was the same when I reached the peak stage. To cut down the opponent before me, I needed a sharper blade. With my sword chipped and dulled, I honed my chi until it became a blade of its own. That was the moment I became a peak master. The flowering stage will be no different. Wangbo Yongqian. What do you wield your fists for? Don't say it's for your clan. You threw away its future, Wangbo Guang, as bait. Exactly. You don't know. Of course you don't. You're just drunk on the fleeting freedom that stolen talent provides. Wangbo Yongqian clenched his teeth. But he said nothing. He must have felt it too deep inside, he knew. So I'll show you. Show me what? What you and the Wangbo clan have lost. I stepped forward with my left foot, drawing my right arm and sword all the way back. My straightened back formed the bow, my fully bent arm the string. It was an extreme stance, designed for a single thrust and nothing else. An entirely vulnerable posture, prepared solely for one strike. Yet, it closely resembled the stance Wangbo Yongqian always took between his techniques. No. His eyes widened. Anger began to cloud them, and he mirrored my posture, or perhaps, made it even more complete. A stance perfect for punching. No visible openings. His eyes twisted in humiliation. Mine remained calm as our gazes met briefly in the air. No signal was given, yet we moved at the same time. A simple, direct thrust with no embellishment. A decorated straight punch, packed with technique. The two collided at the point where our eyes had met moments earlier. Kwang. The chief flames coating our sword and fist clashed, releasing a deafening roar. But the balance didn't last. Slowly, yet surely, my sword pierced through Wangbo Yongqian's internal energy. How? His voice trembled in shock. But I barely heard it. My mind was filled with a familiar, yet still inexplicable exhilaration. The same sensation I'd felt when I cut down the blood flame fist demon and the one Seo Munwaran called the beginning of willpower. What was I thinking back then? Nothing. Only one thought remained, to cut down the opponent in front of me. The sword followed that intention without hesitation. Now was no different. Thrust. That single resolve powered my sword forward, ignoring all obstacles. Because I wanted to stab. Because I decided to stab. A voice, filled with despair and realization, leaked from Wangbo Yongqian's lips. And then, pook. The blade pierced his massive fist, arm, shoulder, and finally, his neck. Wangbo Yongqian's large body began to crumble. Pook. The sword that had pierced through that massive fist and arm, and even the shoulder, finally stabbed into Wangbo Yongqian's neck. Kuhuk. Even if his energy had become unstable, the absurdly thick chi flame and external energy that had regained its prime. None of it could withstand my sword. Or rather, the will contained in that strike. The ash-gray hue covering Wangbo Yongqian's body from his internal energy faded, and his skin began to return to its original color. His gigantic frame started to collapse, deflating like a punctured balloon. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the appearance of an old man. He tried to press his hand against the blood gushing from his neck, but eventually gave up and let his arm drop. Was it because his aged body could no longer apply enough force? Or had he realized that stopping the bleeding now would not save his life? It didn't matter. What mattered was that Wangbo Yongqian had accepted his death. His face, full of liver spots and wrinkles, opened its mouth. Just now. What was that? What do you think? I simply tried to reproduce the Wangbo clan's martial arts in my own way. To think that technique had such power. If you hadn't turned away from it, it's a strike you could have reached. You've trained in the Wangbo clan's martial arts far longer than I have. Yes, perhaps you're right. Had I not abandoned the clan's martial path, maybe even I could have. Kuhak. Wangbo Yongqian coughed up a mouthful of blood and let out a deep sigh. A meaningless what-if. In the end, it was I who chose the unorthodox path. Well, Then use what you learned properly in the next life. Kook. Geniuses, huh? All of you are equally unpleasant. He forced a laugh through a throat bubbling with blood. As his laughter faded, so too did the sound of his breathing. What do you think will happen to the Wangbo clan now? No matter how untouchable by local authorities your family might be, the evil you and your descendants committed won't be overlooked. Once word of this spreads, the royal court will surely intervene. Your clan will be wiped out. Wiped out? Well, we were practically there already. But hearing it out loud hits differently. Practically? Ah. A thought flashed through my mind. Wangbo Yonkian had stirred up chaos in various corners of the Namgung clan to scatter their forces. In that gap, he planned to devour talented late-stage practitioners, people like me, Tang Sowol, Xiao Lihyang, and, if possible, even Namgung Jiang. But how had he managed to stir up that chaos? The Namgung clan is powerful. Even without the Sword King, its internal strength alone makes it worthy of being called the strongest family under the heavens. A crumbling clan like the Wangbo could never hope to contend. They would have had to commit everything they had. Don't tell me you brought the current head and all the elders with you. Heh. Wangbo Yonkian silently closed his eyes, and I couldn't help but sigh. He must have thought, if he were to become enemies with the Sword King anyway after this, he might as well hide the rest of his clan's members until he reached the flowering stage. But his plan had no chance of success from the start. First, no matter how much power Wangbo Yonkian gained, it was clear he couldn't surpass even me. And even if the clan's full power had been scattered to cause disturbances across the Namgung territory, it would all be quickly cleaned up by Xiao Munwaran, a master of the flowering stage. It wasn't just a metaphor, he truly intended to sacrifice his entire clan for his warped ambitions. He really was insane. I shook my head. Then came his barely audible whisper, slipping between fading breaths. Taesan Great Fist. Huh, that's the name of the technique you stole. You're trying to claim that now? Through my foolishness, the name of the Wangbo clan will be tarnished and forgotten, but the martial art itself bears no sin. From now on, that sword technique will be called Tace and Piercing Sword. No reply came after that. At some point, Wangbo Yonkian had quietly breathed his last. I looked down at his pitiful corpse for a moment, then lifted my head. From a distance, I saw Tang Sowol running toward me, realizing the battle was over. Brother Cheon. I sheathed my sword and waited. But something felt off. Even after getting quite close, Tang Sowol didn't slow down. In fact, she sped up. Wait. In the blink of an eye, she crashed into me at full speed. No, not a tackle. A hug. By the way, I was still physically and mentally drained from trying to use a half-formed realization in actual combat. Puck. We won. Guck. The impact struck my unguarded body, knocking the wind out of me. Are you hurt anywhere? Was the poison too strong? Did it affect you too, Brother Cheon? Nope. I hadn't been hit. The poison didn't affect me. Just, that impact from a moment ago really hurt. Thank goodness. When his body started getting younger, I was really worried. Are you listening to me? But I believed you'd win, Brother Cheon. Definitely not listening. Was it because it was her first time facing someone who had mastered Golden Bell, or the crushing pressure from a giant cloaked in chi flames? Now that the tension had left her body, Tang Sowol hugged me and bounced like an unbridled foal. With all my strength drained, I had no choice but to be shaken helplessly. It probably left a bruise, and my vision was still swimming from earlier. But even so, maybe it was the warmth and clarity of the contact. A bit of strength returned to my exhausted body. I gently wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Tang Sowol flinched. I slowly released her and spoke. It's too early to celebrate. From what I heard, there are still attacks going on in other areas. What? Don't tell me there are more man-eating monsters like him. Then what about Li Hyang? Man-eating monster, not wrong. But there probably aren't any others. This guy seemed to be the mastermind behind it all. Tang Sowol looked between me and Wangbo Yonkian's corpse with surprise. I gave a faint smile and continued. Don't worry too much. Senior Xiao Munwaran is there, so Xiao Lihyang will be fine. The other areas should be held down well by Namgung clan's warriors. I'm just saying we should try to minimize unnecessary injuries. Also, it seems some in the Wangbo clan were forced to take part. Now that you mention it, once Wangbo Guang came to his senses, he looked terrified of someone. If that grandfather of his was this man. Then Wangbo Yongqian's death will bring this fight to a swift end. Even weakened, the Wangbo clan was still a prestigious name. They brought enough force to cause serious damage to the Namgung clan. If casualties can be avoided, they should be. I exchanged a glance with Tang Sowol and nodded, while I sliced off Wangbo Yongqian's head and held it tightly. Tang Sowol instructed the hesitant Namgung clan warriors to gather the fallen Wangbo Guang and his escorts in one place. Quite a few were dead, but since the clan was known for its physical toughness, many were still alive. Of course, abolishing their dantian was standard procedure. I wasn't sure what they'd taken to cause such a frenzy, but internal energy was clearly the cause. Shall we go then? Yes. We should probably head to the place furthest from where Sister Warren was. To get to the conclusion, we managed to resolve the whole situation without much trouble. As expected, the truly dangerous targets, like the Wangbo clan lord and the elders, had been handled swiftly by Seo Munwaren, who shattered their limbs. The others were either subdued by the Namgung clan or surrendered the moment they saw Wangbo Yongqian's severed head. The only real surprise was how well Seo Lihyang performed. The Wangbo clan had thrown their full force into attacking the Namgung clan. The sub-perfection masters were stopped by Seo Munwaren and Namgung elders, but there were still many other warriors. Seo Lihyang's martial arts combined demonic sound techniques and cold internal energy. Her attacks were hard to block, and once hit, enemies froze almost instantly, unable to move. And with her pure Yin physique, she wielded absurdly pure and powerful Yin energy. So, what happened was obvious. No matter how many enemies stood before her, if they weren't peak stage or higher, they fell helplessly. Once things settled, we questioned Wangbo Guang and the other survivors. And then, this situation was worse than I imagined. What do you mean? Namgung Zhang had gathered our group to share what he'd discovered. He let out a deep sigh. It seems the entire Wangbo clan had been under the control of Wangbo Yongqian, that ghost from the past. We already figured as much. But anyone who learned the clan's martial arts was required to meet him at least once. Using certain drugs and sorcery, he planted a deep-seated fear of himself in their unconscious minds. I see. That would work. Martial artists are prideful by nature. Even if suppressed by power and fear, someone would eventually overcome it. But if their rational mind is suppressed to the point where they don't even try to resist, that's a different story. Not everyone, of course, but many would live in terror for the rest of their lives. He especially made sure to reinforce that fear in the clan lord and his successor. That might explain the rumors of the Wangbo clan's increasing violence. But fear doesn't erase humiliation and shame. The most direct way to release such humiliation is to kill the source. But the easiest method is to lash out at others, those more vulnerable. On top of that, if someone got injured, stood out, or made a small mistake, they were immediately eaten. Especially outsiders who came hoping to join the Wangbo clan, none of them lasted a day before becoming a meal. How many people did they eat? I don't know the exact number. But according to the Wangbo clan lord, who had been closest to Wangbo Yongqian for the longest time, he personally knew of over 100. Maybe I let him die too easily. You pierced his throat and let him bleed out slowly. That's more than enough. No need for us to become cruel just because our enemy was. Namgung Zhang shook his head, then cleared his throat. Anyway, most of them were forced into battle under threat of being eaten. They did harm Namgung clan members, so I don't intend to forgive them, but since they're all falling over themselves to reveal the Wangbo clan's secrets, we've locked them in the prison for now. What will you do next? First, I'll wait for my father to return. The urgent part is over, and the final decision must come from the clan lord. Oh, and of course, your contributions will be formally recognized then, Brother Cheon. He smiled as he glanced between me and Tang Sowol. And we'd best calculate the Tang Clan's contribution and debts carefully, otherwise, it could turn into a mess. Let's hope not. Haha. Tang Sowol and I laughed awkwardly. Then Seo Munwaren, who had been silently listening, began poking me in the back. Hey you. Hey you. What is it, Senior Seo Munwaren? If it's about refreshments, I should remind you, you already ate mine too. Crumbs still clinging to her mouth, Seo Munwaren shook her head with a pout. That's not why I called you. The master of the house has returned. I thought I should let you know in advance. Huh? I turned around, confused. Thud. Something heavy hit the ground, followed by the door flying open. A middle-aged man entered, his expression sharp and icy. Though it was my first time seeing his face, the atmosphere around him was as cutting as a drawn blade. The Sword King, the head of the Namgung clan, had finally returned. Clatter. The door to the room we were sitting in burst open, and a middle-aged man with a cold, stern face strode in. There were few who could freely enter a room where Namgung Jong, the young lord of the Namgung clan, resided. But beyond that, there was another reason we could be certain of the man's identity. The sharp aura reminiscent of a finely forged sword. Even though his height wasn't imposing, the pressure he exuded felt as if he were looking down from the heavens. A man who carried such a presence could only be one person in all of the Central Plains. The Sword King, the head of the Namgung clan, had finally returned. While we were overwhelmed by his aura and could only swallow silently. "Father, it seems you've made some progress." The Sword King suddenly smiled with satisfaction. For a moment, I wondered what I had just heard. No, on his way here, he must have seen the ruined buildings and the chaotic state of things. Yet the first thing he mentioned was Namgung Jong's progress? Sure, considering how he'd been sparring with me and others all day, occasionally receiving advice from Siren, and now even experiencing real combat, it was only natural that he'd have improved to some extent. Still, he was the head of the Namgung clan and Namgung Jong's father. Shouldn't he have first asked what happened, or whether his son was hurt? I didn't think they were a family overflowing with affection like the Tang Clan, but I hadn't expected that Namgung Jong's progress would be his first concern above all else. Not that it was wrong per se, but there was something oddly off-putting about it. So, both Tang Sowol, Seo Lihyang, and I were briefly taken aback, unsure how to respond. Namgung Jang, however, showed no trace of resentment. Instead, he simply nodded, full of sincere joy and pride. It was thanks to the help of new friends. Indeed, all of them seemed to be remarkable post-peak stage warriors. Only then did the Sword King turn to look our way and nod. Seeing that, I realized, this is just how this family is. I briefly nodded to myself. Then, Siren gave a soft laugh and spoke up. "It's been a while, Namgung Dowie. Don't tell me you see this one as just another post-peak junior. What kind of nonsense is that to blurt out as soon as you appear?" The Sword King snorted and shook his head. He didn't act like this was our first meeting. Curious, I nudged Siren lightly and asked, "Senior Siren, could it be that you're acquainted with the lord of the Namgung clan?" Acquainted is a bit of a stretch. He came to me once, made an absurd request, so I threw him out. I'd heard a bit about it, so I figured you wouldn't trouble me this time. "Huh, so you didn't know you were being a bother back then?" She snorted in the same way and hid behind me. No, more like she kept pressing into my back. She was practically pushing me forward. Pretending I had no choice, I took a few steps ahead and asked, "A request for the sword of the Seoman clan of all things. What was the nature of that connection?" It was nothing much. A few months after I had avenged my clan and gone into seclusion to reorganize our martial arts, he suddenly showed up and asked for the Seoman clan sword techniques. Specifically, the sword forms. Excuse me. That was practically the behavior of a thug. It felt like I had just glimpsed a side of the Sword King, a martial artist revered by swordsmen everywhere. That was deeply disappointing. Perhaps realizing how that sounded, Siren added a correction. "MN. I may have phrased it too maliciously." To be precise, he politely requested it. Though I refused, of course. Well, if it was like that. Still, he really wanted the Seoman clan's sword techniques. That's right. I never learned the clan's fist techniques anyway. And since I have no children or disciples, the Seoman clan's swordsmanship would end with me. He said it was a waste to let it disappear and asked me to pass it on to him. I see. I've heard that the Seoman clan was renowned for its swordsmanship, but was it enough for the Namgung clan to come seeking it? When I asked that, the answer came not from Siren, but from the Sword King himself. Not to that extent. The Seoman clan sword was certainly excellent, but it could never compare to the Namgung clan's. Still, it was a sword art I didn't know. Huh? The first reason was simply because I wanted to learn a sword I didn't know. The second was that, even if it couldn't match the Namgung clan's, the excellence of the Seoman sword was undeniable. Letting it vanish would be a shame. So, I went and asked. Huh. Just because it's a path I didn't take, did you really think I would hand over the clan's martial arts so easily? Siren growled with as much ferocity as a puppy robbed of a bone. But wait, didn't she once say she'd teach me everything if I just changed my name to Cheon Hwi-da? I quickly shook my head to clear that inappropriate thought and jabbed her in the side again, this time a little harder. So, what ended up happening? I doubt the Sword King would have given up so easily. You're awfully persistent today. It really wasn't a big deal. He tried to bribe me with a box full of gold, offered to help rebuild the Tang Clan, and so on. It was bothersome. I see. That does sound annoying. Back then, Siren had just completed her revenge and was disillusioned with the martial world. No wonder she was indifferent to promises of money or rebuilding the clan. In the end, I told him to take the martial arts I'd collected from my defeated enemies and get lost. This is the first time we've met since. I should have given them to you instead of throwing them at that sword maniac. Sword maniac, really? Still, he is the owner of the house we're staying in. You saw it yourself. He returned to find his home in ruins and still brought up martial arts first. Well, that's true. I nodded before I realized it, and the Sword King let out a long sigh. What's the point of asking things you already know? It's clear there was a surprise attack, but you fended them off and threw them all into the dungeon. So the situation is mostly resolved. Judging by how many Namgung warriors were injured but few died, it wasn't a major threat. That's all thanks to this one and why. Whoever contributed most, at least things didn't get too serious. Look at that sharp tongue. Whether or not Siren sighed in exasperation, the Sword King continued speaking. How many times do you think the Namgung clan gets attacked each month? From lunatics who want fame and swing their swords recklessly, to scoundrels trying to extort something, to idiots who don't even realize we're the Namgung clan and just attack blindly. Even now, our trade caravans and businesses are probably under minor attacks. That much. Being known as the greatest clan under heaven means being at the top. You wouldn't understand, being little more than a wandering rogue. Coup. Siren's expression contorted, while the Sword King Namgung Dowie smirked in satisfaction, though only briefly. He soon let out a deep sigh. Of course, it's rare for the main house to be attacked directly. I've never seen this much damage before. I don't know exactly what happened while I was away, but it couldn't have been ordinary. Still, you managed to handle it well. Then praise comes first. We can hear the details afterward. So that's why you said young Lord Namgung had made progress the moment you saw him. Tang Sowol clapped her hands as if she finally understood. But the Sword King twitched an eyebrow and shook his head. No. I simply saw that he had taken a step forward, so I praised him. As for the credit for handling the attack, I was just about to acknowledge that. Tang Sowol clamped her mouth shut. He really was a strange one. Ignoring our stunned expressions, the Sword King casually patted Namgung Jong's shoulder and finished his earlier compliment. Then he turned to us and introduced himself. I am Namgung Dowie. As for you all, you seem to be of the Tang Clan. The girl over there looks familiar, but I don't quite recall the others. He glanced briefly toward Tang Sowol, and we bowed politely in response. It is an honor to meet the Sword King, sir. I am Cheon Hwi-da, who recently became a son-in-law of the Tang Clan. Seal Li Hyang at your service. Namgung Dowie's eyes widened slightly. The one the Black Lotus sect master gave the title of Blood Flame Sword Demon? Yes, I am that Blood Flame Sword Demon, Cheon Hwi. A martial artist from a righteous sect would usually avoid mentioning such a nickname, especially one given by the Black Lotus sect master and a name so ominous. But now I knew. The reason Namgung Dowie confirmed whether I was the Blood Flame Sword Demon was not to reprimand me for it, but simply because he was impressed I had earned such recognition. I see. You and the white-haired one. Come to think of it, the Lord of the Muram Alliance told me not to use her old title. What should I call you then? Call this one the head of the Tang Clan. MN. Though you have no home or family, I don't know why you insist on that title, but if that's what you prefer. Eat. We helped you when you were attacked, and this is the thanks we get. I meant no offense. Regardless, it makes sense now. With the Blood Flame Sword Demon and the Tang Clan head here, it's no wonder things were resolved smoothly. Namgung Dowie nodded. Sitting beside Namgung Jang, his face remained expressionless, but his tone grew markedly more serious. Well then, tell me in detail what happened. Namgung Jang began. The attackers were from the Wangbo clan, father. And with that, everything we had compiled spilled forth. What had happened at the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly? The arrival of Wangbo Gwang at the Namgung clan. Our party's visit to fulfill our prior promise of a match. The crazed martial artists who later breached the Namgung walls. Both Siren and I added explanations from our perspectives. Since we had been thinking about and dealing with this for days, the explanation didn't take long. As Namgung Jong finished, he took a breath and concluded. It's absurd. To think someone believed they could truly raise their martial realm like that. The cleanup is mostly complete. From here, it's just a matter of your decision, father. What decision? Most of the Wangbo clan's forces are either dead or in the dungeon, aren't they? Yes. Then their main house in Shandong should be empty. So we heard under interrogation. Then there's no need to go all the way to Shandong. I'll be entering the palace in 10 days to assist the Imperial Prince's training. I'll explain the situation to His Majesty then. He'll take care of it. Oh, but we should transcribe the Wangbo clan's martial arts first. Already underway. As for the prisoners, I'll await the royal decree. Well done. Now, about you all. Namgung Dowie looked our way and hesitated briefly before speaking. If it were up to me, I'd ask what you wanted. But the current situation doesn't allow for much. Funds and elixirs are needed in many places now. Rebuilding destroyed buildings and compensating injured warriors would cost a lot. There weren't many deaths, but many were wounded and would need elixirs to heal their internal injuries. Besides, I doubt gold or elixirs mean much to you now. He was right. The Tang Clan had plenty of money, and we had recently received elixirs from clan leaders Pang and Ian, so we weren't lacking. It would be nice to have more, but what we needed was something else. So I thought about it, and decided it's best to give what I'm best at. And that is. The Sword King looked me straight in the eye and said, I cannot teach you the Namgung clan's martial arts, but I can show you. That much should be fine. That's more than enough. For someone like me, who had barely grasped the edge of willpower, the chance to experience the Sword King's blade was more valuable than anything. Siren sometimes helped with my training, but a swordsman and a fist user had fundamental differences. As I answered with a satisfied smile, Tang Sowol, Seo Lihyang, and Siren slowly raised their hands behind me. Any chance there are rare poisons, or maybe a venomous spirit beast nearby? I'm fine with just elixirs. This one plans to one day rebuild the Seomun clan, so she needs money. Lots of it. They're cautious, but firm requests made Namgung Dowie avert his gaze. Then, with a grimace, he shut his eyes tight. Hey, will the Wam be okay? It was autumn. The Namgung clan was the current era's supreme clan under heaven. No one could deny this. Not only was their raw power immense, but the name itself, Supreme Clan Under Heaven, drew all manner of people and resources toward them. That talent and wealth constantly circulated around the Namgung clan was, in a way, only natural. Tang Sowol, who said all this, smiled softly and spoke. So, don't worry. Even if it takes a bit of time, they'll send it eventually. It's just that, right now, there are too many things that need to be handled immediately. You make it sound like they owe us a debt. Eh? Surely the Sword King wouldn't just turn his back and pretend none of this happened, right? You don't need to worry. That's not what I'm worried about. Maybe it's a kind of prejudice, but orthodox martial artists usually act all humble at times like this, saying they've only done their duty as people. Oh, and after that, were you expecting some kind of back-and-forth bargaining, both sides pretending and negotiating with roundabout words? Something like that? It's a bit different from what happened with clan leader Peng and clan leader Ian. Back then, I'd already given notice to Peng Wu-jin and Yun Gahai. Everyone understood the situation, so it was natural to get straight to the point. Tang Sowol nodded, seeming to understand. Usually, it goes just like you said. Maybe not for someone in logistics, like a branch head, but for someone at the top, like a clan head or sect leader, they're always conscious of how they appear to others. Then why? Because our Tang clan isn't exactly usual, is it? For a moment, I was speechless, but thinking it over, it was true. The Tang clan was sensitive to debts. Whether they gave or received. Grace and resentment alike were debts of the heart. In other words, you could say that the Tang clan's family tradition was to leave no debts of the heart behind. Meanwhile, the Namgung clan simply seemed to dislike paying attention to anything outside of the sword. You could call it a mutual understanding, in a way. That's a relief. To be honest, I wasn't sure if this was okay, so I was a little anxious. What? Are you saying you were thinking about our reputation, Brother Cheon? Tang Sowol looked at me like she'd just seen a raccoon writing calligraphy. Why are you so surprised? Well, you're the kind of person who shows up to the Dragon and Phoenix assembly looking like you're ready to fight someone, talks informally to enemies regardless of their status, and then draws your sword mid-conversation. Okay, all of that is technically true, but saying it like that makes me sound like some kind of brute. Everything I did had a reason. While I was sighing at the ridiculous slander, Tang Sowol covered her mouth with a lightly clenched fist and giggled. Well, even if I was joking, I was a little surprised. I don't think you're the kind of person who would do anything for gain, but I thought you were someone who valued honesty more than appearances. You're not wrong. But there's one thing you're misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I am someone who becomes honest in front of gain. But Tang Sowol, you're more precious to me than gold, so isn't it natural that I'd care? Oh my. Tang Sowol's emerald eyes widened. She stared at me for a long time before narrowing her gaze and starting to circle around me. Once she had gone around 3 times, I couldn't take it anymore and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. Kaya! Her scream had a hint of amusement. I let it pass through one ear and out the other and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" "What else?" "Lately, unless I cling to you first, you barely pay me any attention. And now you suddenly say something sweet, so I had to check if you ate something weird, or if you're some imposter in disguise. Isn't that an unfairly harsh evaluation of me?" "Well, you haven't really done anything to raise your evaluation, have you?" At her words, I thought back over the past few months. Aside from a few idle moments together, I hadn't really taken any time to be with her. Training, fighting, more training, and getting wrapped up in one incident after another. That was all I'd been doing. Realizing it again, even I started to feel a bit frustrated. It wasn't like I had no desire for martial prowess, but more than that, I also wanted to live well with my people. If so, how about this? After I finish the sparring session with the Sword King, let's stop by a few places on our way back to the Tang Clan. A few places? Where exactly are you thinking? I flipped through the mental map in my head before nodding. Last time, we passed through Hubei on the way to the Muram Alliance. So this time, why don't we take a little detour and stop by Hunan? Hunan? Yeah. If we're lucky, we might even get a glimpse of Shaolin Temple. You do know Shaolin is a restricted zone for women, right? Of course I know. I'm not saying we go to the main temple, just that we visit the parts open to pilgrims. That's not a bad idea, but... Tang Sowol lightly grabbed my side, not painfully, but in a way that said she could pinch me at any time and gave me a sidelong glance. Let's be a bit more honest, shall we? Well, we visited the Taoist sects when we went to Zhongnan Mountain. Now I'm curious about what the Buddhist sects are like. Well, it should be fine. It's not like we're the only ones having fun. This seems like a fair balance. All right then. We'll go through Hunan on our way back. Tang Sowol gave a wry smile and nodded, as if she had no choice. Instead of removing the hand from my side, she started poking at my stomach. Ahem. By the way, the Elixir clan leader Peng gave you must have worked well. What are you talking about now? I mean, the way your abs have gotten more defined and firmer. Wait. What are you making me say? Smack. Tang Sowol suddenly smacked me in the chest. It didn't hurt. I was just dumbfounded. You're the one who brought it up, and now you're blaming me? And wait, have you been checking out my external training progress? How would you even notice the difference? I can't hear anything anymore. She clamped her hands over her ears and shrieked. Her eyes snapped open. Brother Cheon, you didn't hear anything I just said, right? Her desperation was clear. Taking that into account, I chose my words carefully before replying. How lewd. Hyak. Tang Sowol collapsed with a wail. She had brought it on herself. She crouched down in the middle of the path, trembling. I crouched next to her and poked her in the side. It was soft. Not sure. Where do you think you're touching? Same as you did to me. You checked my stomach, so I did the same. Now we're even. Let's call it off, shall we? Her expression softened, as if realizing I was trying to ease the awkwardness. Still sitting on the ground, she leaned her head on her arm. Her soft cheek was pressed against her forearm, making it puff slightly to the side. For the same reason, my gaze kept being drawn to the chest that bulged slightly under her knees, but I managed to resist. Then came her teasing voice. Hee. Brother Cheon, now you're an accomplice too. You could say that. Our eyes met, and we both burst into laughter. After giggling for a while, Tang Sowol finally stood up. Alrighty. Anyway, I like your plan, Brother Cheon. If you promise not to stick your nose into any unnecessary trouble this time. I promise. Honestly, I'm getting a little tired of constantly getting caught up in all this. Good. Then I'll go tell Hyang and Sister Warren. Oh, and I'll also tell them not to gather in your room tonight. Don't treat gathering in my room every night like it's some natural law. I chuckled and shook my head as we parted ways. How long had I been holed up in my room, sharpening my focus? Before I knew it, the setting sun had completely vanished beyond the ridgeline, and a soft, gentle moonlight now bathed the sky. My senses had grown sharp, heightened from repeatedly recalling the sensation of embedding willpower into my sword. Maintaining that focus, I made my way toward the training hall that Namgung Dowie had mentioned. Had he given advance notice? A martial artist in a deep navy uniform greeted me as if he had been waiting. Judging by the intensity of his presence, reaching the very edge of the peak stage, he was clearly no ordinary warrior. Likely, he held a considerable position within one of the Namgung clan's martial units. The fact that such a master, not a mere servant, had come to guide me meant only one thing: this training hall I was heading to was no place an outsider could enter casually. I was being led far, far beyond the areas allowed for guests, into the very heart of the Namgung clan. There, lit by dozens of lanterns, was a training ground that shone as brightly as day even in the night. Its exterior appeared old and weathered. But the moment I stepped inside, I understood why the Namgung clan had left such a decrepit place untouched, why it was kept so tightly hidden. Sword marks. Countless sword strikes were etched into the floor and walls of the training hall. Some bore the traces of fairly basic forms, while others contained mysteries that couldn't be matched even by advanced martial arts techniques. But what drew my gaze more than anything was the man standing at the center of it all. A middle-aged figure radiating a presence sharper than any famed blade. His back, like a sword given human form, I called out to him softly. "Sword King, sir. You've come." The martial artist who bore the essence of every sword within this hall turned to face me. A training hall engraved with countless sword marks. For any seasoned swordsman, just glancing around would be enough to roughly gauge the nature of these strikes. Indeed, this was a place surrounded by swords, swords without number. And at the center stood the master of all those swords. "Sword King, sir. You're here." Namgung Dowie slowly turned to face me. After giving me a brief once-over, he nodded in satisfaction. "It's truly curious. Still in your post-peak stage, yet bearing such a savage sword within you. And to think you're a martial artist of the orthodox sects, not from the demonic cult or the unorthodox factions. What did you see in me?" "I didn't see anything in particular. I merely sensed a bit of your sincerity." Namgung Dowie lightly tapped the back of his neck with his fingertips and continued. "You came here intending to cut me down for real. This kind of opportunity doesn't come often. Of course, I'll give it my all." I never even heard the sound of his blade being drawn. I didn't know when it had been unsheathed, it was that natural. The Changshan sword, a treasured blade of the Namgung clan, glimmered crimson in the light. "No need for lengthy talk. Come at me. As long as you don't collapse from exhaustion, I'll go along with you until the morning sun rises. I came well rested just for that, so don't worry." With a slight smirk, I drew my sword. It wasn't the temporary blade I had used against Wangbo Yongqian. This was a black sword newly forged while the Wangbo clan's warriors were being captured and interrogated. A sword refined and perfectly balanced just for me. The weight distribution, the length, even the feel of the grip, it all felt effortlessly natural in my hand. The sensation of the blade rooting itself from my hand as if it were part of me, without any need to focus on it. Entering the state of divine sword unity with far less resistance, I assumed my stance. I kept my shoulders relaxed and raised my sword to a moderate height. My body leaned forward slightly, as if ready to spring at any moment, while my soles remained firmly planted on the ground. Dark red sword aura flared across the blade. "I'll begin then." Before I even waited for Namgung Dowie's reply, I pushed off the ground. Boom. The raging thunder steps, modified once by the pre-regression siren to suit me, then refined again post-regression after I saw the original technique with my own eyes. Namgung Dowie, already settled and emanating a heavy, pressurized presence, calmly evaluated my sword. "Fast. But it's not enough yet. I clenched my teeth and twisted my body again. Through repeated bouts with Namgung, I revisited my old martial arts. Much of it was simple recollection, but some techniques revealed new insights. One such insight was my own version of Chamjiak sword, a technique originally meant to cut falling raindrops. Raindrops don't fall singly, they come down in countless, unending streams. To cut them all, speed alone wasn't enough. I needed continuous strikes, unrelenting swordplay. Just like now. HRGH. The moment my sword clashed with Namgung Daoi's, the shock was enough to fling my body back. I twisted my muscles and joints to absorb the force, then refocused entirely on my sword. Sweek. My blade moved even faster than before. Namgung Daoi's gaze shifted slightly. This is a Daoist method. He was right. I didn't have the breath to reply, but he was correct. The uninterrupted, flowing rhythm I had learned from the Zhongnan sect. It was truly a refined method, but not one I could fully embrace. A martial art that begins and ends with the self, common in orthodox sects, but something I never truly understood. After all, a sword fight involves at least two people, not one. If I was to generate a flow, then it had to be a current that consumed not just me, but my opponent as well. That conviction became the heart of my sword. Ching! Chang! Ching! The ringing of clashing metal filled the air without pause. Since Namgung Daoi was matching my sword energy perfectly, there was no eruption of internal energy, only the pure clash of blades. He continued to deflect my unrelenting strikes. To an outsider, it might sound like rainfall, countless clashes like drops striking stone. Then, for the first time, Namgung Daoi swung his sword. A single, simple slash from left to right. But within it lay the subtlety of absorption. The torrent of sword strikes I'd unleashed clung to his blade as if drawn in, then were completely scattered. With just one swing, he swept away the storm of attacks and nodded. Impressive. You're fast, precise, and you leave few openings. Most opponents would be overwhelmed by your continued assault before they even understood what was happening. But it's a tiring sword style. Phew. You saw through it exactly. A sword style that began as the fastest blade I could swing, feeding off the clash to grow even faster, drawing strength from my opponent's power. In other words, the burden on my body would only increase as the fight went on. It wasn't just tiring. If pushed too far, it could tear muscle or melt flesh. A sword like this must be used with a set limit. Otherwise, you'll collapse before your opponent does. If it were me, I'd blend in the principle of explosion once your blade reaches a certain peak. You mean explosion? Yes. I don't know the name, but your footwork, it gains speed by detonating internal energy, yes? Apply that to your sword. With this blade, it should be possible. Thank you. I'll take that into account. I'd been thinking of something similar, but what I had in mind was the principle of rotation, a spiraling blade that maximized destructive force. It was meant to grind down a panicked opponent, weapon and all. But with this sword, forged of solid black steel and unmatched in durability, simply detonating my energy might be the better option. As I bowed my head, Namgung Daoi flicked his sword tip and spoke. It's a fine sword, but you weren't planning to show me only this one, were you? Let's see the others too. I was planning to. Channeling internal energy through my slightly fatigued body to restore vitality, I raised my sword again. I aligned the blade's center with my line of sight, its tip resting just within view. My stance was wide, feet shoulder-length apart, weight centered low and solid. Unlike before, this was a standard, textbook stance. But Namgung Daoi didn't criticize, he simply watched quietly. Before swinging again, I spoke. Just so it's clear, I hold no personal grudge against you, Sword King. This technique is simply that kind of martial art. What exactly are you about to show me that requires such build-up? Raging Wave Death-Stealing Art. Strictly speaking, Raging Wave Death-Stealing Art was a mental technique, not a sword art. But having never properly learned martial arts, the line between the two was blurred for me. The rapid strikes from earlier were a sword born from recent enlightenment. I simply wanted to show it and receive feedback. But the sword I was about to swing now wasn't for showing. Whoosh! A murderous aura spread outward from me like a wildfire, engulfing the entire training hall. Namgung Daoi's eyes widened slightly, surprised by the density of the killing intent. This is my true martial art. I see. I already knew you came with the intent to cut me down, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. With a pleased chuckle, Namgung Dowie shifted his stance. If you're coming at me with that, it's only right that I respond in kind. After all, isn't that what you wanted to see when you challenged me to this duel? With that, Namgung Dowie naturally lowered his sword toward the ground. At a glance, it didn't even look like he intended to swing. But I'd seen it before, through Namgung Jong. Even like this, he could swing any blade with absolute ease. Realizing that, I suddenly felt a suffocating weight settle over me. It was the subconscious battle of perceptions that all high-level martial artists waged. The difference lay only in how far and how clearly each could perceive, but it never stopped. And right now, mine ground to a halt. No matter how I swung, I felt I couldn't reach him. As that hopelessness set in, Namgung Dowie's presence began to push back against my killing aura. His sheer aura forced mine back into my body, becoming a pressure that crushed down on my shoulders. When Namgung Jong used it, it wasn't like this. His force was powerful, but it was simply a sword meant to overwhelm, something closer to a brute force blade. But now, experiencing it from Namgung Dowie directly, I understood. This despair, which made the opponent feel so overmatched they would bind their own hands and feet and merely look up, this was the true imperial sword form. But I was too stubborn to bow before it. I reignited the killing intent I had been forced to swallow, stronger, fiercer. Even knowing nothing would work, I still burned everything I had just to cut down the man before me. Smelling the faint scent of burning from the tip of my nose, I gripped my sword tighter. Namgung Dowie nodded, pleased. I see. So this is the savage sword you carry within. I answered not with words, but by swinging my sword. For those like us, the sword was a clearer expression of intent than words could ever be. Kong. To my sword-thrown question, his sword delivered an answer.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.